Chapter 241 The enemy's strength is beyond expectations. Tip: affected by the strong electronic interference field of the mobile fortress. Electronic communication equipment is interfered with. The current interference intensity is level 8. Tip: affected by the interference field of the mobile fortress transition. The ultra-space engine within the range is disturbed, and the current interference intensity is 8. Tip: affected by the interception force of the mobile fortress. The ultra-space engine within the range is affected, and the current interference intensity is 8. Li Qing was slightly startled by the 3 prompts in a row. Then one of his subordinates prompted, "Your Majesty, the enemy ship has entered the range of Star City's main guns." The reminder from his men made Li Qing a little dazed. After waiting for a whole day and a half, they finally entered the main gun's firing range. It's not easy. This battle like this depends not only on strength, but also to test their patience. Before a war, it takes many days just to get close to each other. During this period, the mentality and patience are slowly worn away, which will more or less affect the mentality during the formal battle. At this time, their vanguard had entered the range of the Star City Doomsday Destruction Arc Projection Light Spear of Star City No. 1. Li Qing ordered Star City Doomsday to prepare for battle without hesitation. It is worth mentioning that in the past 2 years, they have not been idle. This Star City, which belongs to the Ob people, has been fully upgraded by the way after the war. The foundation attributes of Star City cannot be changed. This requires large repair. The 4 human Star City Doomsday ships were distributed around the Star City. When the Commander-in-Chief gave the order, the main gun muzzle of the Star City Doomsday ship on the front began to light up with dazzling electric light. Countless electric arcs converged and turned into an extremely thick electric arc that crossed the void of 7 million kilometers and blasted into the enemy fleet. Suddenly, the electric light passed in the ship's group, and I don't know how many warships turned into ashes. This cannot be dodged, and there is no need to dodge. There is no loss in the front battle. At the same time, before Star City Doomsday opened fire, the 3rd Division fleet in front of Star City had already begun to mobilize. And Cyrus quickly gave the order in the command channel. 2 Titans ready. Many warships of the 3rd Division separated to the left and right, and 2 huge Titan super flags moved forward to the front of the battlefield, and their main guns began to charge. The range of the 6th generation Titan Light Lance is twice that of the 5th generation Titan Light Lance. In theory, it is even farther than that of Star City Doomsday. So when Star City Doomsday opened fire, the 2 6th level Titans had already accumulated enough energy. The 2 Titan electric arcs swept across a battlefield of more than 7 million kilometers and blasted into the enemy fleet, destroying at least hundreds of warships on the spot. However, this loss was just a drop in the bucket compared to the size of the enemy fleet. Not even a serious injury. Neither side cared. One continued to move forward, and the other continued to wait for cooling down. The range of the 6th level Titan Light Lance is 3 million kilometers, and Cyrus's talent has an additional 150% range bonus. A total of 7 million kilometers. Titan Light Lance has a cooldown time of 30 minutes, and can fire 48 times in 24 hours. 2 Titan Super Flags plus a Star City Doomsday can fire 3 times a day, which means 144 times a day. According to the enemy's approach speed, it will take 3 days for both sides to engage in a full-scale battle, and 432 times of Titan Light can be fired, as well as, after they enter 3.5 million kilometers, there will be many Doomsday baptisms. In summary, before the fleets of the 2 sides approach, they can kill at least tens of thousands of wars on the opposite side with their range and technological advantages. This is the naked technological gap that can only be filled with lives. Li Qing did not take action. The range of the light of divine judgment was as high as 10 million kilometers. He could have taken action when they jumped in, but he did not act so quickly for fear of scaring them. He planned to wait until the main force of the enemy was close enough before taking action. If he tried to retreat at that time, he would suffer huge losses. So he could only grit his teeth and persevere. The whole day's uninterrupted bombardment, the arc sweeping the battlefield. The SATA United Fleet continued to empty the area with a small piece. The warship below the flagship faced the possibility of the Titan arc. As long as it was touched, it was annihilated by the powerful arc. When the enemy fleet approached the range of 4 million kilometers, the enemy's mobile fortress suddenly began to adjust its angle, and the fleet in front dispersed, revealing a vacuum channel. Just as he expected, more than 10 minutes later, 16 thick arcs of electricity suddenly shot out from the direction of the mobile fortress and shot into the fleet in front of the Star City. Immediately, a large number of warships exploded in fireballs, and nearly 200 small and medium-sized warships were affected and destroyed. They are all level 6 technological battleships. Their basic hull armor and shields are stronger than those of conventional level 5 battleships, but they are still unable to withstand the T-slot fortress arcs configured on the mobile fortress. Interesting. Li Qing looked at the fireworks expressionlessly for a while, then turned and entered the universe in his palm, and ordered the Servant of Light, who presided over the light of divine judgment, to prepare to recharge. We can fire at this distance, and the enemy cannot retreat even if they want to. The attack method, he said, was stance mode, with a three-dimensional range of 1,000 kilometers. After more than 10 minutes, the charging was completed. Li Qing had an idea and opened a black hole door in front of the fleet. The Emperor of the Shada Empire, who was also paying attention to the battlefield, was slightly moved. Just as he was wondering, he saw a dazzling light suddenly lit up in the black hole door, flashing across the battlefield like a laser and shooting into his own fleet. He immediately checked the fortress sensor screen and saw that after a thick beam of light shot into the fleet, it did not refract and penetrate like the fortress's electric arc, but exploded at a certain point, forming a light ball with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. All the warships below the battleship line in it melted in this dazzling light of destruction. And this was just the beginning. Soon, the second fully charged dazzling ray of divine judgment light arrived and exploded in the void 10,000 kilometers away from the destructive light ball. In an instant, more than 2,000 small and medium-sized warships were annihilated in the destructive light. What a powerful weapon! The Emperor of Shada Empire, Luo Tai, praised solemnly, then turned to a black-robed figure sitting below and asked, "Master Nuka, can you feel where the weapon came from?" The black-robed Shada people slowly looked up. There was a distorted darkness under the black robe. "I have also seen this way of attack for the first time." Luo Tai groaned and continued to ask, "In the great Kilizaka Star Empire, is there such a weapon of the same type?" The man in black robe looked up at Luo Tai and shook his head. "The Empire has similar weapons, but they are not as convenient to use. But your Majesty, don't worry. This should be the effect of some special treasure. Not that humans have mastered this powerful weapon." Luo Tai nodded, calmed down, and ordered the fleet to move on. Half an hour later, the second wave of arc bombardment between the two sides ended. The Shada civilization fleet, whose warships were relatively dense, suffered greater losses, about 3-1. However, based on the size and volume of the two fleets, it was Galenling's side that suffered the loss. After all, they are all level 6 technological battleships, and can easily take on 10 Shada battleships of the same level on the battlefield. However, facing the terrifying power of the Fortress Arc, there is no difference between level 6 and level 3 battleships below the cruiser specifications, and they will all be killed instantly. Cyrus, the commander, quickly realized this and quickly adjusted the position of the fleet, ordering small and medium-sized warships to retreat to the Star City, using the Star City and the flagship to resist the enemy's main guns. They can do this, but the Shada coalition cannot, because their fleet is too large, and they don't have that many flagships to block the front row. Every half an hour, the two sides would exchange arc attacks. Every hour, there are two lights of the gods bombarded, killing large blockbusters, and killing the opponent's living force in large numbers. This situation lasted for a whole day, until the two fleets were about 2 million kilometers apart, when both sides stopped at the same time and began to mobilize their fleets to prepare for battle. The normal formal combat distance is 1 million kilometers, and the judgment standard is the maximum combat radius of the space fighters on the flagship aircraft carriers of both sides. Generally, the combat radius of space fighters is 1 million kilometers. This distance also means that the aircraft groups of both sides can reach the opponent and still have a certain combat radius, even if the main fleet has not yet approached and cannot engage in battle. It is already considered a formal battle. Almost simultaneously, a large number of space fighters from both fleets flew out from the aircraft carrier hangars, circled around, and then formed huge combat formations and flew towards the center of the battlefield. With the speed of space fighters, it would only take 2 or 3 hours for them to engage in combat. At this time, Li Qing couldn't sit firmly on the fishing island. There were too many enemies. Even if he knew that he had enough grasp to win, He still could not help but worry about how much loss would be. And he was worried about whether the enemy would have any thrilling cards. After all, it is a strong civilization. And the fate of the entire civilization is at stake in this battle. If the Shada civilization has any trump card, it will definitely use it. At this time, all the negative stars in the universe in the palm of the palm are already in place, and can be pulled out at any time. The W-slot super weapon Dimensional Converging Light is also ready, and can be activated at any time. The more than 20 million space shuttles stored in the high-dimensional fortress had already been replaced with new batteries, and they could be put into battle immediately at his command. The 2nd Division stationed in the Palm universe has already been ready to go, and can immediately go out to fight at his command. After 5 rounds of electric arc bombardment, and 2 rounds of divine judgment light, the first groups of aircraft from both sides came into contact in the void, 1.5 million kilometers away from Star City, and only 500,000 kilometers away from the enemy's vanguard. The first batch of aircraft on Gallenling's side only had about 100,000 aircraft, while the enemy had a total of 360,000 aircraft, which was exactly the total amount that could be accommodated by one flagship. The aircraft groups of both sides were like 2 dense swarms of bees. As soon as they came into contact, the light screen in front of Li Qing's eyes suddenly seemed to be refreshed. Countless green symbols representing fighter planes quickly turned red and disappeared. Thousands of space fighter planes were lost in just 10 seconds. But the enemy's casualties were even more exaggerated than theirs. The combat records fed back by the fighter sensors also flashed across the screen. Li Qing saw the combat record numbers in the upper right corner of the light screen. In just 10 seconds, it jumped to 2,700 aircraft, and immediately jumped to 3,200 aircraft in the next second. The speed of casualties was simply beyond the reaction of ordinary people. Moreover, this loss ratio began to change over time. After the initial madness, the loss of space fighters on Gallenling's side began to stabilize, with the number of fighters lost per second slowly decreasing from more than 100 at the beginning to 70 or 80, until it stabilized at around 50 or 60. However, the enemy's aircraft losses gradually increased from more than 300 per second at the beginning, and soon jumped to more than 400, until the loss reached about 520 per second before slowly stabilizing. The loss ratio of nearly 1 to 10 made Li Qing breathe a sigh of relief. This amount of casualties is normal. After all, with a smaller number against a larger number, 100,000 aircraft against 360,000, they can still have such a huge casualty advantage, which is worthy of being the 6th generation space fighter. And with the follow-up machine group, the number of aircraft groups slowly flat, and the enemy's war loss began to increase rapidly. However, this situation changed as the aircraft groups from the flagship aircraft carriers of many divisions of the Shada Alliance were released one by one. Especially the densely packed aircraft groups released from the huge mobile fortress. And they regained an absolute numerical advantage. A star city can accommodate more than 4 million space fighters. The specifications of a star city are 150 kilometers. And the specifications of the conventional mobile fortress of the Shada United Empire are about 400 kilometers, which is 19 times that of a star city. I dare not say that the number of aircraft that can be accommodated is 19 times, but more than 10 times should not be a problem. When the fortress began to provide support, more than tens of millions of spacecraft attacked in an overwhelming manner, forming a huge dark cloud that was millions of kilometers long and wide, covering the sky and the sun. Li Qing immediately knew Cyrus's thoughts through the mind matrix, and immediately opened the black hole gate in front of the fleet. The black hole gate with a diameter of 100 kilometers was opened directly in the aircraft carrier area. More than 10 million spacecraft poured out and turned into a vast torrent rushing towards the battlefield. This scene moved the Emperor Luo Tai of the Shada Empire deeply. But before he could speak, the man in black robe stood up in surprise. After a long silence, he turned to Luo Tai and said, "Your Majesty, please give it your all." Luo Tai nodded and pointed. A command communication channel interface popped up in front of him, showing all the main commanders of the fleet. He touched one of them with his finger and gave a series of orders in a deep voice. The fleet responded quickly, and the mobile fortress released a steady stream of aircraft again, which soon exceeded the size of Li Qing's fleet. At the same time, the 3 Titan super flagship located in the center of the 3 Sand Tower joint fleet located in the south suddenly ripped abnormal ripples, and it even faced the interception system of galaxies into a jump state. Normal Sada civilization is only a fearless flagship but no super flagship. These are from the Taz people. This change was immediately monitored by Star City, and Sales immediately responded to Li Qing. Your Majesty, please welcome the second division. There was still something behind him, but Li Qing knew through the mental matrix. The strength of the Shada United Empire has exceeded their imagination. It has too many fleets and means that exceed their level of civilization. It was originally estimated that a level 6 division plus the first division would not be able to withstand it, and the second division would have to take action. He immediately adjusted his strategy. Stop the release of spacecraft from the palm-held universe. Close the black hole gate, and instead open the black hole gate behind the Star City. The second division, which had been on standby, drove out one after another. Chapter 242 Head-on Battle. At this time, Li Qing was no longer as optimistic as before. He now regarded the Shada United Empire as an equal opponent and transferred out the second division without hesitation. Although the main force of the Shada Alliance located in front of Star City discovered the sudden appearance of the second division, the three side divisions had already entered the jump state and could not be temporarily stopped. About 40 minutes later, Star City detected a jump signal coming from an area about 500,000 kilometers behind Star City. God General Cyrus looked at Chuyuan, who nodded and disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already on the command flagship of the second division. Next, he commanded the second division to annihilate the fleet that had jumped over. Buzz, along with the explosion of a dazzling distorted halo, a huge fleet consisting of 3 divisions directly jumped to the starry sky about 500,000 kilometers behind the Star City. The space fleet of the Gallan Second Division, which had already prepared to leave the aircraft carrier, was already in position near that star field. After the enemy jumped in, they rushed up immediately and forced themselves into combat. The main division was divided into 3 under Chuyuan's command and went to meet the enemy in 3 directions. The enemy cannot escape at this point, and cannot enter a transition while in combat. A Shada admiral who commanded the fleet received an order from the Shada Emperor after the jump. Entangle this fleet at any cost. Everyone, it's time to serve His Majesty the Emperor. The 3 divisions slowly spread out and formed a straight line, facing head on the Gallan Second Division, which was divided into 3 routes. The frontal battle has not yet fully started, but the flanks have already entered a full combat state. However, as the flanks entered a state of combat, the main force in the front could no longer find any other reason to retreat. Both sides maintained their main guns bombarding each other, aircraft groups fighting, and fleets slowly approached. A major battle was about to break out. Any strategic planning outside the battlefield is achieved at the cost of the lives of hundreds of millions of soldiers on the battlefield. Li Qing sat in Star City and only saw the chaotic battlefield projection and changing numbers in front of him. But in fact, every jump in the numbers represented the destruction of at least one space fighter or the sinking of a battleship. The central battlefield had not yet entered a state of full-scale combat, so Li Qingxian turned his attention to the battlefield on the side. Although the enemy has 3 division-level fleets, there are also a 5th-level division and a 6th-level Titan super flagship hidden. Only the 6th-level Titan super banner plus a fleet commander with a strong transition through talent or skills can be forcibly jumped in the Xingqing intercepting halo. This strength is not strong, and they will definitely be caught off guard. But they did not expect that the second division was a complete 6th-level configuration fleet, let alone Chuyuan was an immortal commander. As soon as the 2 fleets came into contact, they were immediately like a whirlwind of destruction, and the frigates in the front row exploded like a series of explosions. Boom! 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 The main guns of the 5 cruisers set afire at the same time, and the continuous number of continuous particles projected through the void and the target cruiser. Its shields were twisted, followed by more than 40 space fighters flying from the other side of the chaotic battlefield to surround the crazy firepower of the cruiser. The patrol ship commander has no fear in the face of the siege, and calmly ordered, "Battleships approach cruiser number 001. Neutron projectors and missiles are ready, and at the same time contact brother ship number 5412 to harass us, and work together to besiege enemy ship number 001. After a series of commands, the cruiser fired its guns and more than a dozen neutron energy projections were fired, followed by 8 huge deep space missiles that flew out and rushed towards the target at an extremely fast speed. The energy of neutron projection cannot be resisted and can only be resisted by energy shield. However, missiles can be intercepted. Generally, the P/less defense weapons equipped with general destroyers and frigates can be intercepted. Of course, Space fighters with extremely fast movement can also be intercepted. More than 40 space fighters on the patrol ship immediately changed their goals after receiving the command and quickly rushed to the missiles. In the moment, hundreds of lasers passed through the void, and 5 missiles were hit by a laser. 3 of them suffered more than 3 consecutive attacks. The missiles were destroyed in mid-air. The remaining 5 were bombarded along the scheduled trajectory to the target. The surface of the shield layer of the cruiser exploded 5 large fireballs. Before you have time to make adjustments, the second wave of neutron projection and the missile have been bombarded. This time, there was no interception. All the 8 missiles hit all the lives. The powerful power torn the shield of the cruiser on the spot and revealed a hard alloy armor. The shield of the human cruiser that was the target of their concentrated fire was surprisingly so strong that it was not broken despite the continuous bombardment from 5 cruisers. Regardless of their own injuries, both sides continued to bombard each other. 5 Shota cruisers plus more than 40 space fighters and 2 human cruisers fought desperately on this chaotic battlefield. The Shota fleet has the advantage in numbers, while the human side has the advantage in technology. With a full 6-level configuration, both the basic attributes of the warships and the power of the weapons are stronger than those of the opponents. If we fight to the end, maybe? I couldn't fight in the end. Only a round. Drove 2 sand tower destroyers and 11 frigates from the side. One of the human beings immediately called for support, and soon flew 3 cruisers and 4 destroyers and 5 frigates. With support, the difference in the number of warships is not much, and it will be a one-sided crushing. 1 round of fires of the patrol cruiser El Trump tore the armor of the target sand tower cruiser, and the cruiser that was also used by the enemy, as the target of the fire was hardly attacked by the shield. The original talent allows the shield armor and hull to regenerate at up to 1,000 times per second, as long as the shield armor is not instantly broken by a wave of explosions. The powerful regeneration ability can recover in a short while. Attacks on the battlefield are generally concentrated firepower, wave after wave. There will be a buffer time of more than 10 to 20 seconds after a wave of concentrated fire, which is enough to restore more than 10,000 to 20,000 shield values. In addition, the time distortion aura of the original source can reduce the enemy's attack by 20%, further suppressing the enemy's combat effectiveness. Therefore, even if the enemy occupies 3 times the advantage, it has not accounted for an advantage at all on the battlefield. But instead of the loss over time, the cruiser, which was under concentrated fire, endured multiple rounds of attacks in a row. When it felt that its shield could not hold up any longer, it took the opportunity to quickly retreat behind the other teammates, wanting them to take the first wave of damage. However, it did not expect that a small group of Shota fleet rushed over from the other side of the battlefield. A wave of concentrated fire broke its shield, which had not yet recovered, and the aftermath caused armor fragments to fly everywhere. Don't panic. The first maintenance robot team is ready to repair and restart the shield. The artillery team continues to fight and pre-aim at the target destroyer number 001. The captain of the cruiser remained calm in the face of danger. Even when the battleship shield was broken, he did not panic and gave a series of orders calmly. Each warship is equipped with a group of clone crew members, a number of senior crew members and captains. In addition, it is also equipped with a group of maintenance robots and spare shield generators. After the shield is broken in the battle, it can restart a new shield. However, most of the time on large-scale battlefields, small and medium-sized warships are unable to hold out until the shield is restarted. On the battlefield, you have always taken advantage of your illness to want your life. As long as you are hit, you must be the main attack target of the enemy. If nothing unexpected happened, the battleship's final fate would have been to sink during the siege. But with the bonus of Chuyuan's talent, the super high regeneration ability means stronger endurance and tolerance. An attack that would normally be enough to sink a ship would only break the battleship's armor. Boom! After a series of high-energy particles were projected and tore through the armor, they left obvious melting marks on the battleship's hull structure. A group of maintenance robots came to the stern of the battleship along the battleship's internal cabin and saw one of the nodes of the temporary shield generator located at the stern. The maintenance robot quickly rushed forward and began to work, preparing to restart the shield generator. Boom! At this moment, a neutron projection energy flowed on the outer wall of the nearby hull. Although the hull was not fried, the horrible high temperature came through the hull, and the nearby temperature suddenly increased the Baidu. If it was replaced by humans, It was estimated that it would scream. But the robot did not even lift the eyelids and continued to start. A standard energy block was taken out and inserted into the shield generator. A robot finger tapped, and the light on the generator quickly changed from red to green. A layer of energy light film flew out and quickly extended outside the battleship. Boom! Another missile hit the side of the cruiser, whose surface was already riddled with holes, where a big hole had been blown out. According to the thickness of the warship's hull, this wave was estimated to be able to blow through the hull. Just when the missile was less than 100 meters away from the hull, suddenly a layer of energy shield rose up out of thin air and intercepted the missile. This situation was not limited to this warship, thanks to their extremely high regeneration and recovery capabilities. Many warships managed to hold on until the maintenance team restarted their shields and renewed their lives. As the saying goes, you can only output if you can stand firm. Just like in the game, no matter how good your brother's equipment is, it is useless if he can't stand firm. 30,000 economic resources can be destroyed in 1 second. What's the use of you? No matter how huge a battlefield is, it is made up of countless large and small battlefields. When small battlefields generally have an advantage, the overall advantage will naturally also be there. In just half an hour, Li Qing had already seen that his side had an absolute advantage. This is the edge of the battlefield, which is considered a secondary battlefield. The main battlefield where battleships are bombarding each other in the center of the battlefield is really intense. A total of 4 divisions with more than 40,000 battleships were lined up on both sides of the battlefield, bombarding each other with very primitive line tactics. The Shada United Empire has as many as 30,000 battleships, but the main guns of the battleships are only the lowest level particle light spears. The human side only has a little over 10,000 battleships, but their main guns are powerful enhanced neutron light spears. Enhanced neutron lance, a heavy energy lance that fires high energy neutrons that can melt armor. The threefold difference in basic power, the threefold difference in range, plus the terrifying gap between Commander Chu Yuan and the enemy commander, resulted in the result of the main battleship bombardment of both sides exceeding the expectations of many people. It's completely one-sided, far away from the edge of the battlefield. There are quite a few frigates parked there. These are players who have sneaked back to watch the battle. How could they resist not watching a battle of this scale? Even though Li Qing emphasized it again and again, many people still sneaked over to watch the battle. Some were simply curious and wanted to watch the fun, while others had ulterior motives. No matter which one, they were all shocked when they saw the unequal number difference and even more unequal combat power gap between the two sides. Compared with melee combat, the bombardment between battle lines is more brutal. This is because in a melee, you can dodge and support each other. But in a battleship bombardment, you cannot dodge or support or cover each other. It is simply a matter of concentrated fire, and you have to withstand it. If you can withstand it, you win. But if you can't, you sink. You can't even retreat. It's either life or death. After the initial probing, the commander of the Shada fleet made a decision to form each 200 battleships into a combat unit and concentrate fire on one of the targets. There is no way. The particle light spear's damage of 55,000 was weakened by the origin to only 44,000 damage, and was further weakened by 25% by the Titan suppression field, leaving only a little over 30,000 damage. Even if Shada Commander's talent and skill bonus give him a 100% constant damage bonus, that would only be 60,000. The battleships in Li Qing's fleet are all a Crusader-class configuration, with basic hull armor and shields as high as 1.8 million. Adding up to 5.4 million. In addition, the armor and shields added by many general slots are at least 5 or 6 million. And the total shield and armor add up to more than 11 million. With the strength of this shield armor, it would take at least 185 Shada battleships to sink a ship with a lethality of 60,000 in one wave. According to the 3 divisions of Shada, with a total of over 30,000 battleships, they can only assemble a maximum of 162 fire formations, which can sink 162 human battleships in one round. The enhanced neutron lance of the human battleship's main gun has a lethality of up to 170,000. Even after deducting the 25% reduction due to the Titan suppression aura, it is still 127,000. The original talent plus skills have a 200% damage bonus and a huge rate of fire bonus. There are 2 types of Shada battleships. One is a level 5 technological configuration with a total hull armor of about 5 million. And the other is a level 4 technological configuration with a total hull armor of less than 4 million. Even if it is 4 million. Through the time distortion aura of the origin, the enemy's hull armor and shield are weakened by 20. Even for the highest level 5 battleship configuration. Its overall attributes are only over 4 million. According to the power of the human battleship's main guns, the concentrated firepower of just 11 ships is enough to sink any Shada battleship. There are about 10,000 human battleships, enough to form 909 fire formations, which can sink a total of 909 Shada battleships in one round. However, this is only data on paper. In real combat, we must also consider the difference in firing rate between the two sides, as well as the impact of factors such as hits and weakening. Chu Yuan did not even use the kite tactics to take advantage of speed and range, but confronted head-on. Chapter 243, each uses its own means. Boom boom boom. With a deafening roar, a sky full of particle light spears rushed towards the other side. At the same time, on the other side of these overwhelming particle light spears, there were also countless thick neutron light spears across the sky. In an instant, hundreds of battleships turned into fireballs and fell in this devastating attack. The shock waves produced by the explosions overlapped, and the entire starry sky seemed to be shaking. This is impossible! After just one round of bombardment, the casualties were beyond everyone's expectations. Hundreds of damaged battleships all came from the Shada coalition, and not a single battleship from the human side was sunk. The reason is simple: both sides misjudged the enemy's warship's ability to withstand the attack. The human side misjudged the damage that the enemy could bear. Not only did they mobilize 20 ships to focus fire on one ship, but the key was that the Crusader-class battleships equipped by the Star Lords were all double X-slot configurations, resulting in a serious overflow of firepower. The Shada civilization underestimated the damage-bearing capacity of human battleships. Or rather, they did not underestimate it but realized that human battleships were stronger than they imagined. The first exploratory attack mobilized a total of 200 ships to focus their fire on one target. As a result, the combined firepower only tore apart a portion of the armor after breaking the shield, and the rest was insufficient. This is normal. The basic attributes of conventional warships may not be a secret, but the common accessories configured on different warships cannot be seen from the surface and must be tested with firepower. Li Qing's division was bought from His Highness Xiaobieli. It was a full basic Crusader level template, with all general slots configured at level 6. An enhanced super shield module could increase the shield value by up to 80,000. There were a total of 140 general slots. Even if only 100 of them were equipped with shield modules, there would be up to 8 million additional shield values, adding the basic shield value of 1.8 million. The shield value alone is nearly 10 million. The particle light lance also has a minus 25% shield damage correction, and the output is reduced by 25%. It is already very good that the firepower can break the shield. According to this damage ratio, they would have to mobilize nearly 300 battleships to concentrate their firepower to ensure that one battleship could be destroyed with one strike. After only one round of bombardment, the enemy commander expressed his pessimism about the outcome of the war to the Shada Emperor Lotai. "Your Majesty, we are no match for them. If we continue, we will lose most of our main forces in an hour, and will not be able to maintain the battle in an hour and a half. We will be completely defeated in 2 hours." However, the response of Shada Emperor Lotai was, "No matter what the cost, we must delay the enemy fleet for at least 2 hours." The commander was silent for a moment, then responded with a tragic look on his face. "I will try my best." After shutting down the communication, Emperor Shada looked at the man in black robes below and said, "Master Nuka, the time has come." The black-robed man slowly raised his head. His eyes fell on the battlefield projection, and nodded after a while. "It's time, Your Majesty. Please rest assured." As he spoke, he took out something that looked like a pocket watch with his right hand. Strong spiritual energy overflowed from his hand and sank into the pocket watch. The pocket watch seemed to be activated and lit up. At a certain moment, a ray of spiritual light flew out from the center of the pocket watch and formed a projection of an indistinguishable human figure. Uttering unintelligible words, Master Nuka put his hands together, bowed, and said in a deep voice, "It's time, General. Please take action." The figure nodded and quickly disappeared. Putting away the pocket watch, Master Nuka said to Emperor Lotai of Shada, "Your Majesty, Please give the order to launch a full-scale attack to entangle them, and create a suitable opportunity for the reinforcements to enter the battlefield. Luo Tai nodded, turned on the communication channel, and began to issue orders for a full-scale attack. At this time, the main force of the Shada coalition and 1.5 divisions of Galen were still in a stalemate stage, with their aircraft fleets facing each other from a distance. The main forces stopped at the same time after approaching each other to a certain distance, and constantly adjusted the positions of their warships according to the positions of the opposing fleet. As Lotai ordered a general attack, the frigates of both sides, which were less than 1,000 kilometers apart in front, advanced forward at the same time. However, the Galen frigate, which had the advantage in range, opened fire when both sides had advanced 200 or 300 kilometers each. The range of a normal frigate is not that far, but with the bonus of General Cyrus's terrifying talent, it can open fire at a very long distance earlier than the opponent. If it is a one-on-one fight, Galen's frigates, with the advantages of speed, startup speed and range, can easily take on 10 or even dozens of enemies. In a large-scale melee, the speed advantage will be infinitely weakened, but the overall strength advantage will be infinitely enhanced. A total of 7 divisions, distributed on a huge 3-dimensional battlefield of millions of kilometers, surrounded Galen's 1.5 divisions in an arc-shaped battle line, and there were 4 reserve divisions behind them that could be deployed to the battlefield at any time. The huge mobile fortress has also been activated and is slowly approaching with the fleet. The decisive battle is coming. A large number of players wandering around the edge of the battlefield broadcast the battlefield scenes outside the galaxy in the form of live broadcasts. There were ordinary players, other large teams, and some people with ulterior motives, regardless of whether they were watching the show or had other thoughts. At this moment everyone held their breath and looked intently at the battlefield. The first to open fire were the mobile fortresses of the Shada coalition, followed by a small number of Titan superflags and a large number of dreadnoughts, including the flagship of Galen, which fought back. Thick fortress arcs, Titan arcs, and the light of Doomsday penetrated the battlefield, and one battleship after another belonging to Galen was seen torn to pieces by the terrifying power of Doomsday weapons. The target of the Titans and dreadnoughts on Galen's side was not the battleships, but the opponent's flagship. A total of 3 Titan light spears and 2 lights of divine judgment hit a flagship aircraft carrier at the same time. The terrifying power directly tore the flagship aircraft carrier apart, leaving it with no power to resist. At the same time, all the T-slot Doomsday lights of all the dreadnoughts in the fleet concentrated their firepower. 25 dreadnoughts, with a total of 95 Doomsday lights, were divided into 2 waves of concentrated fire. The total lethality of a single wave exceeded 4 billion. Even if the damage was reduced by 25% under the Titan suppression aura, the remaining power was enough to tear apart the low-level aircraft carrier from the Shot R civilization on the spot. In order to ensure the success of the tactic, Cyrus demanded that all firepower be concentrated, even if it meant obvious overflow. Unlike the Shada coalition, the human side has too few flagships. Cyrus is confident that he can maintain an advantage in the battleship bombardment later, but the number of flagships is too different, which will definitely affect the battle situation later. He must destroy as many as possible first, especially the aircraft carriers with a large number of space fighters. The opponent's reaction was also fast. Although his talents and skills were not as strong as General Cyrus, his command ability was also very strong. He reacted immediately and began to mobilize warships to cover the flagship aircraft carrier and super aircraft carrier. Anyway, the main combat method of an aircraft carrier is to release space fighters to fight, and it does not need to go to the front row. After a fight, the 2 sides seemed evenly matched, but Galen's side achieved more results with their stronger average strength. In addition to the 2 flagships that were destroyed by concentrated fire, the other warships also achieved great results. More than 3,000 warships were destroyed in an instant. What followed was a brutal stalemate. Both sides showed no signs of retreat and began a head-on battle, just like a battle on the side battlefield. Moreover, it was not a battle of small boats against small boats or battleships against battleships, but an all-out melee in which all the warships were mixed together. In this kind of battle, the shield armor of a cruiser, the speed of a destroyer, and the agility of a frigate are like ducks in water. It can suppress frigates that are much smaller than itself at super-fast speed and still maintain the same flexibility. But its armor and firepower are n times that of the frigate, completely crushing it. Li Qing stared at the battlefield intently. Many escort ships were entangled with the frigates with super high flexibility. The two sides were entangled for less than half a minute. And the entangled frigates were turned into fireballs and destroyed one by one. In just a few minutes, a large number of level 6 frigates were destroyed in the melee. But the escort ships, thanks to the advantages of many small and medium-sized warships, had super survivability, and no one was damaged in a few minutes. As expected of a warship of an advanced civilization, the gap is too big, not only in weapons, but also in ship foundations. From this, we can see how big the gap is between advanced civilizations and conventional civilizations. It is a completely crushing gap. This made Li Qing full of expectations for the Dreadnought battleship that had not yet been born. That thing combined the advantages of the Dreadnought flagship and the battleship. No one knew what weapons it was equipped with, how many X-battleship main guns it had, and whether it was possible that the star-level Dreadnought was equipped with a T-slot Doomsday main gun. Li Qing felt that the possibility of equipping a T-slot Doomsday main gun was not great, mainly because the T-slot Doomsday main gun was too large and could not be placed on a battleship of that size. The most likely possibility is that there are multiple X-battleship main guns. According to Lord Xiao Bieli's own 6th-generation battleships, all of them are Crusader-class battleships with 2 X-slot battleship main guns. Normally, a Dreadnought battleship condensed by a newly promoted advanced civilization should have 3 X-battleship main gun slots. The Star-class escort ships and Dreadnought battleships that Li Qing deduced belonged to the peak of level 7 civilization, and were definitely stronger than normal advanced civilizations. They would have at least 4 or even 5 X-slot battleship main guns. It is worth mentioning that the battleships of the major military lords of human civilization are basically Knight-class templates, with only 1 X-battlefield main gun slot. The Star Lords have even better technology, and their battleships are Crusader-class battleships with 2 X-battlefield main gun slots. Above the Crusader-class battleship, there is a Lord-class battleship, which has 3 X-battleship main gun slots. However, this Lord-class ship is not a standard battleship that has a mother chip and can be built continuously. Instead, it is a modified and strengthened version based on the original battleship, and cannot be mass-produced on a large scale. Above this, whether it is a battleship with 4 X-slot battleship main guns or 5 X-slot battleship main guns, they are all modified and enhanced versions. This type of modification is still very popular. After all, only a very few people can own a flagship. Without a flagship, the only option is to modify and strengthen the strongest existing battleship as much as possible. The melee continued. The Shada coalition had a huge advantage in terms of manpower, but they were not superior in terms of technology or warships. Even their commanders were inferior. After the melee, it seemed that the two sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other for a while. If the stalemate continued like this, both sides would suffer heavy losses. But Li Qing was relieved instead. He still has several trump cards that he hasn't used yet, so the advantage is in my hands. But what he didn't know was that the Emperor Shada, Lotai, who was in the mobile fortress across the way, also breathed a sigh of relief after watching the battle for a while. His face, which had been gloomy for a long time, finally relaxed and said to the black-robed man below, "Master Nuka, my children have already stopped them." "Your Excellency," the man in black robe said calmly, "are you sure you want to join the battle now? They might have some hidden cards." Luo Tai nodded and said, "I'm sure I'll be in the field now." He paused and explained, "I can't let my children lose too much. Although the front battlefield is now balanced, the losses will be great. The East is now in a stalemate with the enemy, and the West is completely no match for the enemy. It is estimated that it can only hold out for about 3 hours at most. I must establish victory before the West is completely defeated to ensure that more fleets survive. As for their trump card, isn't your fleet our trump card? Can they pull out another fleet like it?" The man in black robes did not make any excuses after hearing this. He nodded and said, "As you wish." As he spoke, he took out a disc and activated it, sending out a cryptic signal. In less than 10 seconds, a signal came back, and the disc lit up with green light. The man in black robe looked up and said, "Okay. The reinforcements will be deployed to the battlefield in half an hour." Luo Tai nodded with a smile. "Master, I trust you to do your job." After saying that, he retracted his gaze, and with a flip of his hand, a scepter with an exquisite appearance, inlaid with various gems, and looking extremely luxurious appeared in his hand. He stretched out his right hand covered with golden hair, and touched the top of the scepter. Originally there were 3 huge gems, but now 2 were gone, leaving only one emitting faint twisted ripples. It's only one last chance. Emperor Lotai of Shada took a long breath, and the powerful spiritual energy gathered in his majestic pupils, condensing into a substantial gaze that was cast into the gem. While the other side was busy preparing their trump cards, Li Qing was not idle either. After gathering all the negative star people in the universe in his palm, he looked at Commander Cyrus and asked, "When can I use that trick?" Cyrus was silent for a moment, then said, "You can use it now, but the most appropriate time is when they use their trump card again. Try to make the opponent invest more manpower and increase the lost cost of withdrawal." Li Qing thought for a moment and said, "I think I can use it now to relieve the pressure. Although the Central Army has now blocked the enemy, the pressure is too great. The enemy's Central Army not only has a mobile fortress, but also at least 2 or more divisions with level 5 technology configuration, which are not known whether they were obtained from the TOS people or somewhere else. To be honest, it is precisely because the Shada Alliance has this mobile fortress and a group of level 5 configuration divisions that they can fight on equal terms with me. If not, how can they, with only a group of level 3 and 4 technological fleets, fight against the level 6 technological division in his hands? The technological generation gap is no joke. If it weren't for this group of main forces, the Shada civilization's technological level alone would definitely be able to take on 10 enemies at once and guarantee a crushing victory. Chapter 244. The Conspiracy of the Star Empire. Can? Cyrus nodded, turned to look at the battlefield, and his whole body suddenly glowed. His gaze pierced through the thick flagship's armor and looked directly at the behemoth in the center of the battlefield. With a thought, the infinite reflection of the god's unique ability to sublimate was activated. Infinite reflections, actively use, designate a target, and condense a reflection with 100% of all attributes of the designated target. The duration is up to 1 month, and can be actively cancelled. A maximum of 5 reflections can exist at the same time. He designated the enemy's mobile fortress as his target. When the characteristic was activated, he saw a layer of light white mist suddenly appear on the surface of the mobile fortress and be dragged out, crossing millions of kilometers, and beginning to gather in the empty battlefield starry sky somewhere on his side. It looked as if something was forcibly extracted from the mobile fortress, surging like a tide, and soon condensing into a ball of gray fog with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. As the gray fog sphere twisted rapidly, the gray fog on the surface slowly shrank inwards and faded, soon revealing a gray foggy fortress that was exactly the same as the mobile fortress. A thick shield rose up the moment it took shape, and then countless beams of light spewed out from the fortress, and a large number of warships of the Shada Empire were caught off guard and cleared out. Everyone was stunned. Emperor Lotai couldn't help but lean forward, a look of surprise on his face covered with golden fur. Then the man in black robe, who had been acting calm all this time, suddenly stood up with a look of shock on his face. "This is impossible? How can there be such a similar ability?" Emperor Luotai of Shada asked curiously. "Master Nuka, what's impossible?" The black robe people paused a little and said, "I've seen this ability before." "Is there a way to solve the master?" The man in black robe shook his head. "No way. This is a unique ability of the ancient gods." "God General?" Emperor Shada was shocked. "This is just a small territory. How can there be a divine general?" The man in black robe was silent for a while before saying, "Perhaps he was fortunate to find an ancient sleeping general and get the loyalty of the general. The conditions for the birth of a god general are very harsh. Only at the beginning of the birth of some very promising civilizations, after those fleet commanders of the Tianji level have experienced countless battles, will there be a very small chance that they will be recognized by the will of the universe in a certain epic battle and promoted to a unique god general." The man in black robe looked at Emperor Shada, met his curious gaze, and shook his head. "You have no chance. If you can defeat this opponent on your own without our help, unify the Zuder Star Field, and completely defeat the second joint fleet sent by the United Human Empire, there may be a slight chance of being promoted to a god general." Luotai was speechless. If he had confidence in his abilities in the past, he might have thought so. But ever since he came into contact with the Kel Zakar Star Empire and learned from this powerful civilization how terrifying the United Human Empire was, he had never thought about those impossible things. precisely because he understood how powerful and terrifying the United Human Empire was. He did not hesitate to join the army of a Star Lord of the Kelzaka Star Empire, hoping to use the power of this powerful lord to gain independence from humans. Putting aside the unnecessary thoughts, Luo Tai asked the question that concerned him most. Master Nuka, how should we deal with the mobile fortress formed by the unknown god? The man in black robe raised his head and said expressionlessly, we can only fight hard. Latte. On the battlefield. When this mobile fortress was copied, Cyrus immediately mobilized a part of the fleet to approach the fortress, using the fortress's powerful armor and shields to resist the enemy's attacks. With such a huge body placed there, it directly blocked one side of the enemy's attack. It is worth mentioning that this reflected fortress is similar to a mirror image, and can completely copy the basic attributes of the fortress, including the various weapons and auras equipped on it. But it cannot copy the W-slot ultimate weapon, and cannot copy certain super fortresses with abilities that are too buggy, such as the high-dimensional fortress in the palm of your hand. It is also impossible to copy creatures with super vitality like Leviathan. Or in other words, living things cannot be copied. Only dead things can be copied. In addition, the copied individual is just a mirror image of a whole. For example, this copied mobile fortress is a whole. People cannot enter the interior of the fortress, and the crew members inside are all illusions, not real. If there is a dock or other weapon production line in a high-level fortress, it cannot be used. It can be said that there is a lot of restrictions, but after all, the basic attributes are placed here. There are 5 super illuminated on the battlefield. They can still easily reverse the battle and be weak. At this time, Latte could only be fortunate that there was only one illusion that he was still within the scope. With the super fire support of this mobile fortress, and the powerful fortress attracting some firepower, the even matched Gog inside slowly occupied the upper hand. When you begin to gain the upper hand, a small advantage can lead to more advantages. When many small advantages are combined to form a huge advantage, that's when you win. In just half an hour, thanks to the advantages accumulated by a mobile fortress mirror, it can be observed with the naked eye. The Shada coalition could only watch helplessly as their opponents gradually gained the upper hand. There was nothing they could do. The opponents could use a mobile fortress as cannon fodder in front to attract firepower, but they did not dare to do so. Once the illusion is gone, it is gone. Their mobile fortress is a real mobile fortress. Once it sinks, it will be gone. If all the commanders were not aware that their emperor still had a trump card in his hand, the current battle situation would be enough to cause their morale to plummet. Commander Cyrus of Galan was very calm. He did not become careless despite having some advantages. He even kept his fleet formation conservative. Having commanded countless large-scale battles, he knew very well that a temporary advantage was nothing. As one of the 3 great generals under the command of Lord Sun Luo, he had experienced the initial stage of human survival in the Starry Sea. At that time, in order to open up a stable star field for human reproduction, humans fought for more than 1,000 years with many local civilizations and other player civilizations in the Emperor's star field. That was the darkest and most chaotic 1,000 years. Countless ancestors fought one after another and paid a huge price. They eventually defeated several powerful local civilizations, exterminated or expelled several player civilizations, occupied the entire Imperial Star region, and established the United Human Empire. As a senior who had lived through that era, he had personally presided over the extinction of a powerful civilization and participated in several large-scale battles between player civilizations. He was knowledgeable and had extremely rich command experience. He knew what his opponent was going to do no matter what the enemy did. Such a disadvantage does not have any movement. There are only 2 possibilities. One possibility is to give up in despair, which is obviously impossible. Another possibility is that the opponent already has countermeasures, but it has not yet arrived. On the other side, Li Qing did not say anything extra. As a fellow negative star user, he could immediately know Cyrus's thoughts through the mind matrix, and naturally knew the current situation. At this moment, he did not need to pay attention to the front battlefield, but to be prepared. Once the enemy's trump cards are too powerful to be stopped on the frontal battlefield, he must immediately use his many trump cards to respond. Outside the battlefield, many players and teams who were watching the battle through various means were silent at this time. No matter if they were a team of pure passers-by, or the Baji group with ulterior motives, or representatives of other forces, they all stopped talking at this time. and focused their attention on the battlefield that had entered its climax. At this moment, they could not intervene, nor did they dare to intervene. In a war of this scale, if they rushed in without sufficient strength, they would easily be used as cannon fodder. The Baji Consortium did not dare to do anything at this time. They dared to get any means at this time. And the premise was that the dust was about to be settled. Gallenling will win, unless they are completely unscathed and completely crushed. As long as the losses are big enough, the Baji group will have the courage to ignore the rules and consequences to seize the fruits of victory after the war, and even take the opportunity to add insult to injury. If the blue collar was defeated, it would be better. They went directly to the end of the game and killed both sides. However, it is absolutely the absolute bottom line when the two parties are fighting to attack the blue collar fleet when they are fighting. It sounds very aggrieved. It looks like what the Baji Consortium wants to do. If you want to do it, it seems that you can ignore the rules. Actually, that's exactly the case. If they are strong, they can bear the consequences of breaking the rules. If they are not strong enough, they can only bear it. It is like this in any era. The rules are made by the strong, and the weak can only play within the rules made by the strong. If they can't beat them, they are out. There is no such thing as absolute fairness. But this is all relative. If Li Qing can survive this disaster and defeat the suppression of the Baji group, and possess the power to sweep away all local rebels, he will also become a local rule maker. He can give several life planets of the Shada United Empire to whoever he wants. If he doesn't want to give it to you, he won't give it to you even if you are the direct descendant of the military lord. In the entire Zuder star field, everyone has to look at his face. Those who don't obey will be suppressed. And you have to obey him no matter how unwilling you are. Because he is the strongest in the Zuder star field. All the others combined cannot beat him. He is the rule maker and maintainer of Zuder. And his will is the rules. So, don't complain about fairness or unfairness. And don't stick to the rules. You are one of the makers of the rules. In fact, we should be thankful that the rules still have some effect. There is a 10-year development protection period. This is a rule recognized by the will of civilization and cannot be changed. Other mandatory rules can be broken or not depending on the cost. Without this, you have no chance to play with others. The class structure in the cyber world is completely fixed. In such a desperate world, can you talk to the rulers about fairness and rules? Buzz. A strange voice sounded. Li Qing and Cyrus looked up at the same direction at the same time. The two exchanged glances. But before they could speak, a subordinate suddenly reported. A new jump signal has been detected. The initial detection scale is a division. Li Qing immediately turned around, stretched out his hand and pulled. And there was a marked signal source in a certain direction of the battlefield projection that was constantly spreading. In addition, the strange sound just heard came from the subspace level, which means that at the same moment, a strange subspace existence and an unknown fleet are about to arrive. I want to see how many cards they have. Li Qing sat at the top with an expressionless face, silently waiting for the jump fleet to arrive first. Generally, when the transition signal can be captured, it means that the transition is about to arrive, and the transition can no longer be terminated. Li Qing resisted the urge to turn on the dimensional convergence light now. Although if he aimed at the enemy's jump landing point now, he could destroy the enemy in one go when they were unable to avoid him after the jump. He was not sure what kind of fleet was jumping over. If it is just a level 5 division fleet, it would be a waste to use this ultimate move. If it is a level 6 division level fleet that can be used as a trump card by the enemy, it is most likely a level 6 division level fleet. However, it would be too reckless to use a big move directly before determining the specific landing point. If the target is not hit, wouldn't it be embarrassing? To encompass a division level fleet, the ultimate move would have a coverage area of more than 100,000 kilometers. With the energy blocks he currently has, he can only launch one wave, and there is no chance for trial and error. If there is enough energy, there is no need to think about it. We can use the ultimate weapon to deal with the mobile fortress of the Shada Alliance before that. It didn't take too long. About 4 minutes, for the jump signal intensity to reach its peak, and then a large area in the real universe's starry sky was slightly distorted. And in an instant, an extremely large fleet appeared out of thin air in that starry sky. It was a fleet whose appearance had never been seen before, with blue armor, strange appearance, and full of science fiction feeling. This is a reinforced division, with 5 Titan super flagships. 7 super aircraft carriers, 40 or 50 dreadnoughts and aircraft carriers, and other ships ranging from battleships to frigates, which are more than twice the number of a standard division. Kelzaka Star Empire. There is no need to ask. The only 2-star regions in this star field that can produce this reinforced 6th level division are the Broen Union and the Kelzaka Star Empire. However, the Broen Union is to the north of humans, and Li Qing has seen the style of the warships before. Both the appearance and style are different from this fleet, so it is unlikely. The key point is that the Broen United Civilization is separated from this side by the Human United Empire. Even if they want to get involved, it is difficult to bypass the Human United Empire, so they are powerless. It can only be the Kelzaka Star Empire, and only this civilization has the reason and ability to get involved here. At this time, Li Qing and Cyrus both had solemn expressions. A level 6 reinforced division equivalent to 2 standard divisions suddenly entered the battlefield, immediately breaking the balance of the battlefield. At this time, the strength of the Shada side on the battlefield had far surpassed theirs. Sure enough, the other party dared to compete for his own driving. And he must be sure. In addition, in the subspace, there is an extremely powerful being approaching. Is this all the cards you have? Li Qing pinched his brows with his fingers. And then he said to his father-in-law Yu Chisheng, who was also in the command hall, but had not spoken. Dad, it has been confirmed that the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire has interfered in the War of Expansion. Their strategic intention is very clear. They want to establish a vassal civilization here to restrain us, thus forming a pincer attack on Tianjin. I wonder if the Yu family is willing to send troops to crush their conspiracy. Chapter 245. The Fall of the Sand Tower Mobile Fortress. Yu Chisheng nodded decisively. I have obtained the authorization from the clan leader when I came here. If you find the fleet of the Kelzaka Star Empire, you can go back and mobilize the fleet for support immediately. I can go back and mobilize the troops now. After a pause, he continued, due to the warship's jump distance and reaction time, it will take at least a week for reinforcements to arrive. If the situation is not good, you can retreat first and save your manpower, and then join forces to attack when reinforcements arrive. Li Qing nodded and said, I'll see what happens. After watching Yu Chisheng leave, Li Qing quickly contacted UUFA and asked her to prepare for evacuation. It's not that we have to withdraw, nor is it that there is no chance. We just have to prepare for the worst in advance. If we really can't win, we can only withdraw first and wait until the mobile fortress in the isolated star field is repaired before fighting back. After making all the arrangements, Li Qing took a long breath, and the black hole door opened with a thought. One after another, the negative star people walked out of the black hole door. Zhao Feng, the leader, grabbed with both hands, opened a door and walked in. The other negative star people quickly followed. They directly tore open the spatial barrier between the real universe and the subspace and entered the subspace, ready to welcome the approaching subspace existence in the subspace. At the same time, the black-robed man in the mobile fortress stood up, bowed to the 2 black-robed men who had been sitting cross-legged behind him, and said, Please help. The 2 men in black robes nodded and tore open the space to enter the subspace. At the same time, Emperor Lotai also bowed to several of his fellow tribesmen who were sitting cross-legged on his right side. These 3 super psychics of the same tribe also tore open the space and entered the subspace. On the other side, after the negative star people entered the subspace one by one, Li Qing turned around and entered the universe in his palm, ready to turn on the light of dimensional convergence. After he left, Cyrus suddenly pointed his finger, and just like before, gray mist quickly rose from the surface of the mobile fortress of the Shada coalition, and quickly condensed into a number of identical mobile fortresses, which were located right in the center of the enemy's army, just around the mobile fortress, less than 500 kilometers away. This action was equivalent to suddenly spawning 4 bosses next to the enemy's main base, which immediately caused a huge reaction from the enemy, and a large number of fleets surrounded and besieged it. Even the newly transferred level 6 reinforced division from the Kelzaka Star Empire had to be transferred over for support. This new fleet had fierce firepower, and could forcibly knock down the mirror images of the mobile fortresses in a short period of time. The moment the enemy's attention was attracted by the 4 mobile fortress mirrors, Li Qing decisively activated the ultimate weapon, the dimensional convergence light, and a black hole gate appeared in front of the Star City, facing the mobile fortress surrounded by the 4 mobile fortress mirrors. Emperor Lotai of Shada, who was discussing tactics with the Black-Robe Master Nuka, and the Black-Robe Master looked up at the same time. When they saw the black hole gate in front of the Star City, they both showed a hint of surprise. What ultimate weapon? It's dangerous. Leave this area quickly. The mobile fortress that was entangled with 4 mirror fortresses quickly started to move sideways to the right. But Cyrus, who was well prepared, controlled 2 mirror fortresses to crash into them respectively. The shock wave formed by the violent vibration exploded, and the fortress was stopped by the collision. The mirror image is the mirror image, but the size is there, and it can be intercepted with sufficient preparation. It is worth mentioning that although it looks like only a few words are needed, given the size and heaviness of the mobile fortress, it takes more than 10 minutes to accelerate from standstill to start up. Feeling the rapidly increasing threat, many psychics in the fortress could no longer sit still. The Shada Emperor Lotai hesitated for only a second before decisively sitting down again. He slammed the scepter in his hand down, and a circle of transparent halo exploded. The next second, the psychic energy of all the psychics on the entire warship escaped and gathered in the center, condensing in Lotai's hand. As a son of the void, he has the ability to temporarily borrow the psychic energy of these psychics, who were born through his power as a son of the void, gathering the power of many psychics, including the power of the super psychic that the man in black robe borrowed voluntarily. The strength of the psychic energy that Lotai temporarily borrowed reached nearly 20 million. The infinite psychic energy gathered into a giant hand hundreds of kilometers long that flew out and slapped one of the fortress mirrors hard. Boom! Lingding's big hand collapsed, and the fortress image was also shot away by huge power, with one mirror missing. The remaining fortress's mirror was not as good as the original fortress after all, and was forcibly squeezed aside by the original fortress and slid away diagonally. But at this moment, Cyrus, who was sitting in Star City, suddenly disappeared. The next second, flames suddenly burned in the void, and a burning hand hundreds of kilometers long quickly condensed and pressed down the sliding mobile fortress. Boom! The mobile fortress shook violently. Lotai and the man in black robe, who were inside the fortress, felt such powerful psychic energy, and their faces changed. But before they could do anything, everyone looked towards the black hole gate. An invisible force descended. The next second, a shrill alarm sounded in the fortress, followed by a violent vibration. Shit! What is that? At this moment, countless people saw this shocking scene. The mobile fortress, which is larger than Star City and has a diameter of 400 kilometers, suddenly lost a piece on one side, just like a biscuit that has been bitten, leaving an inner arc mark. The Shada Emperor Lotai and the man in black robe no longer had their previous calmness. They stood in the core area of the fortress, looking at the huge concave arc on the other side of the core area, with dull faces and fear. It was just a little bit off. Fortunately, it had just moved. If it was still in the original position, the entire mobile fortress would have been cut off. Li Qin directly reduced the power of the ultimate weapon to the lowest, with a range of 1,000 kilometers. It can be launched at the fastest speed. If the range is 100,000 kilometers, it will probably take several hours to launch. This wave of operations shocked countless people, but more people were confused. Many people had no idea what had happened. It was only after others explained it that they realized that the paralyzed mobile fortress was suddenly missing. The bite was almost to the center of the mobile fortress, and no one knew how many parts inside were damaged. At this time, a large number of equipment at the edge of the arc-shaped cutting position caused various problems due to the sudden disappearance, and explosions occurred one after another. This mobile fortress is finished. Not only did this blow directly destroy the fortress's energy shield, but the key point was that this blow created such a large gap that it led deep into the fortress's defenseless core, and any attack could directly hit the interior of the fortress from there. Even if there is no more attack, the fortress will slowly collapse on its own. At least this thing is paralyzed now, and it's hard to even turn around when it stops. At this time, Cyrus had already ordered several surrounding fortress mirrors to move over and began to fire crazily. One of the fortress images is directly stuck at the gap, and the main artillery of several fortress tracks is charged. Go! The black-robed man stretched out his hand, and a circle of spiritual aura exploded and covered the command hall. With space fluctuations, everyone in the hall disappeared. 10 seconds later, the turbulent fortress was bombarded into the hall, and the entire world turned into a glorious world. From the outside, It looked like endless flames suddenly erupted from the center of the mobile fortress that was missing a piece. The violent explosion quickly spread from the core of the fortress to the surrounding area of the gap. Soon the entire fortress was filled with rising flames and turned into a huge fireball. The flagship was destroyed and the entire Shada coalition fell into chaos. But soon the Shada Emperor Lotai reappeared in the fleet command channel. He had jumped into a Titan super flag and took over the command again. However, the fall of the mobile fortress still dealt a huge blow to the morale of the fleet. Lode also understood this and quickly issued an order for a full-scale attack. With some advantages that the new 6th level division still has. They can still defeat the opponent. Once the opponent is defeated and the final victory is won, there is still room for a comeback. However, they clearly underestimated the impact of the loss of this mobile fortress on their fleet. Or they overestimated their own strength and underestimated the overall strength of Galenling. After discovering that it only took more than 20 minutes from energy storage to launch by activating the dimensional convergence light with low efficiency. That is, only cutting an area with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Li Qing prepared to use this trick as a conventional weapon. The energy consumption for cutting an area of 1,000 kilometers is 10 million standard energy blocks. He now has 3 billion standard energy blocks stored on hand, which can be used more than 300 times, and can be used as a sub-conventional weapon. For small and medium-sized warships, they can travel tens of thousands of kilometers in just 20 minutes. But for a flagship that is more than 10 kilometers long, it will take several minutes to stop and restart. If there is an entangled halo to slow it down, or other factors affect it, the speed will be even slower, and it may take more than 10 minutes to restart. If you can seize a good opportunity, you can definitely cut off the space where the flagship is before it reacts. Not to mention that they have 2 powerful negative star users on their side. Li Qing and Cyrus are both super psychics with psychic strength exceeding 30 million. Their momentary psychic burst can even block a mobile fortress, let alone a mere flagship. It may not be possible to block the fleet head-on. Psychics only have strong bursts of power, but they are definitely unable to confront a large-scale fleet head-on. There is no need to count on the psychic storm. It is true that the psychic storm of a super psychic can cover tens of thousands of kilometers. The psychic power of him and Cyrus, which exceeds 30 million, can cover a range of nearly 100,000 kilometers in one wave. But the psychic storm is a one-time deal. This thing can use up most of the psychic energy in one burst. If your opponent doesn't have a psychic, it will be fine, but he can only be bullied by you. But if your opponent also has a super psychic, and you use up all his psychic energy in one wave, aren't you just waiting to get beaten? With this in mind, Li Qing quickly reached a consensus with Cyrus in the mental matrix, and quickly locked onto the first victim. A group of aircraft carriers located behind the enemy's huge fleet. This group of aircraft carriers hid behind the fleet, concentrating on commanding the space fleet to fight. There were a large number of escort fleets in front of them, and even the light of divine judgment could not hit them. But they did not expect that the dimensional convergence light in his hand ignored space. When the door of the black hole opened, the heart-pounding fluctuations came from it again. The Shada Emperor Lotai and the man in black robe stood up suddenly. Their first reaction was that they were found. But he soon realized that the threat he felt this time was very different from the last time, and immediately realized that the enemy's target was not him. But the 2 powerful psychics looked around, and their first reaction was the other Titan super flagships in the fleet. They quickly ordered the Titan super flagships to disperse on the command channel, seeing that the fleet had dispersed. But the feeling was still the same as before. Luo Tai pondered for a moment, and suddenly turned around to look behind him. Of course, his eyes could not penetrate thick armor, but there was a complete fleet layout in his mind. He immediately opened the channel, and ordered several super carrier behind the fleet. Evacuate your original position immediately. Several aircraft carriers then suddenly realized that they wanted to move. But at this time, they had missed the best evacuation time of more than 10 minutes. Given the heaviness of the aircraft carriers, and the large number of fighter planes coming in and out at this time, as well as the equally large and heavy logistics ships on the side to replenish the fighter planes, moving them was even more troublesome than the previous mobile fortress. There was a flurry of changes. As soon as the fleet separated and started, a ripple was seen spreading in the area. Then, all the aircraft carriers, logistics ships and space fighters in the entire area suddenly disappeared in an instant. Yes, just like the mobile fortress before was suddenly bitten by something. It was exactly the same this time. Everything within the range suddenly disappeared. 9 super aircraft carriers. 42 flagship aircraft carriers. More than 40 giant logistics ships. And countless space fighters parked in the same area disappeared in an instant. One wave of attacks directly destroyed most of the enemy's super aircraft carriers, and a small number of flagship aircraft carriers. And the fleet was instantly reduced by 1/3. In the starry sky where the battle between the aircraft groups was the most intense, it could be clearly seen that many of the aircraft groups on the Shada side were in chaos. That was because the fighter planes suddenly lost their target after losing the command of the mothership. After all, today's space fighters are basically fully automatic unmanned fighters. Even if the Shada civilization is only a third-generation fighter, its combat capability is mainly determined by a complete set of space combat logic behaviors built into the fighter's combat chip, and controlled by a distant aircraft carrier control center. Now that the control center of the distant aircraft carrier is gone, although it does not affect the combat logic and behavior of the fighter jets themselves, the original combat orders are also interrupted with the loss of the aircraft carrier, and naturally it will fall into chaos, thus affecting the battle. It can be seen from the command system that after this moment, the number of enemy space fighter losses rose rapidly, and the pressure on our side also dropped sharply. But this was not enough. In just these 20 minutes, the losses of warships on both sides on the huge battlefield were definitely no less than the losses just now. In just these 20 minutes, Li Qing's side had hundreds of battleships, and thousands of large and small warships destroyed, although the enemy suffered greater losses, more than 5 times our own. These losses were real, and would not be returned even if we won. Given the size of the opponent's fleet, a fight would definitely result in both sides suffering losses. Even if they win, they will only be left with a bunch of remnants, and their strength will be greatly reduced. So, Li Qing communicated with Cyrus within the mind matrix, and conveyed his meaning instantly. Cyrus quickly responded, "It is a wise decision to make peace. We cannot both lose with them. But at this stage they may not agree. We need to show stronger force, so that they can't bear the loss and agree." "I think so too." Chapter 246, Brutal Confrontation. At this time, Chu Yuan on the other side of the battlefield suddenly said, "I have completely suppressed the enemy. I can temporarily free up a brigade to come over for support." Li Qing was overjoyed when he heard this. Very timely support. We are in need of more manpower. Chu Yuan then communicated with Cyrus and separated a fleet from the 2nd Division to support the main battlefield. Li Qing regained his composure and looked at the battlefield again, ready to look for the second victim. It is not possible to continue looking for aircraft carriers affected by the previous wave. They have now dispersed the aircraft carrier group and maintained it in a sailing state. If they feel something is wrong, they can immediately speed up and leave the area. The dimension converging light can only hit a fixed area and cannot move. With the speed of an aircraft carrier, it can easily leave its original position within 20 minutes, making it impossible to hit it, unless we use some means to interfere. The opponent also has super psychics, and the success rate of interference is too low if we are well prepared. Headache. Although the opponent had lost 1/3 of its aircraft carriers and a mobile fortress, it was basically no problem for him to hold on, with the power of 2-star cities and the universe in his palm. But he really didn't want to spend all his capital here. If this continues to drag on until the end, it is estimated that not a single intact unit of these 2.5 divisions will remain. What can a division do? I can do a lot, but I certainly can't sweep everything like I did before. You should know that after so many years of development, many top teams are now quite strong. Each of the top 10 teams is no inferior to a standard brigade. Although the teams ranked 20th and 30th are weaker, they are not much weaker. Together, they are equivalent to 4 or 5 standard divisions. If you have 2.5 divisions, 2 of which are level 6 divisions, you can easily crush them and do whatever you want. But if only one is left, even if we wait for that advanced mobile fortress to be put into service, we can still sweep the enemy. But the fleet is not big enough, and we can no longer do whatever we want like before. Although they are both sweeps, the difference is huge. He racked his brains for a way to break the impasse. But after much thought, he realized that the most necessary prerequisite for breaking the impasse was to hurt his opponent. To make his opponent feel the pain, and feel that there was no possibility of winning. Only then would peace talks be possible. Now, they still feel the possibility of victory, and they are not completely desperate. Then, we have to find a way to make them completely despair. After a long silence, Li Qing suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and tore the space apart, and his body sank into the subspace. Compared to the fierce battle in the real universe, there is also chaos in the warp. For negative stars are fighting against 5 super psychics from the Kel Zakar Star Empire and the Shada United Empire, and a super huge warp monster. The evil creature in the subspace was an oversized octopus-like monster, with a main body hundreds of kilometers in size, and dozens of deformed tentacles hundreds of kilometers long wrapped in a twisted layer. When it whipped and passed through the subspace, it created circles of waves that made people feel dizzy and nauseous. This thing is extremely powerful, and is an extremely rare subspace entity. It can survive in the subspace and enter the real universe as a physical entity. Precisely because it is a physical entity, this thing is extremely resistant to psychic energy, and normal super psychics can do nothing to it. But what is a coincidence is that the negative stars are not only psychics, but also possess enormous energy corresponding to psychic power, which is enough to confront this evil existence head-on. The psychic strength of those 5 super psychics all just exceeded the limit of 10 million. And there was no extremely powerful psychic among them. 5 of them plus a super subspace evil creature besieging the 4 negative stars were unable to gain the upper hand for a while. But the negative star players have not gained the upper hand either. It can only be said that they are equally matched. Judging from the current situation, it is unclear which side will win. Of course, Li Qing didn't come in just to take a look. With a thought, the crown of domination, the civilization artifact of the negative stars, appeared on his head. In an instant, all the super beings that were fighting in the subspace stopped and looked at him. The 4 negative star people took the opportunity to break away and approached him. The mind matrix communicated instantly. They nodded to him and walked into the black hole door that opened behind him without hesitation. Then, the spiritual energy emanating from Li Qing suddenly surged, increasing several times in an instant, combined with his own spiritual energy. With the 100% increase of the civilization artifact of the negative star, his spiritual energy strength instantly exceeded 40 million. What is the concept of 40 million? Let me put it this way. If the psychic energy strength of 10 million is 1, 20 million is 3, 30 million is 10, 40 million is 30, and 50 million is 100. It is not absolutely accurate, but it is roughly like this. For every increase of 10 million psychic energy strength, the actual displayed strength is 3 times that of the previous energy level, and it increases in this way. After combining the psychic energy of 4 negative stars and his own, his psychic energy strength is at least 30 times that of the 5 alien super psychics present. What is the concept? An absolute crushing defeat, with 1 being more than enough to defeat 6. Run! Several super psychics turned around and fled without hesitation, turning into streams of light and flashing one after another, soon crossing a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers. This distance was nothing to Li Qing at this time, and it was easy to catch him. It may not be possible to catch them all, but catching a few is not a problem. But he didn't do that as it was too time-consuming. He just reached out and grabbed one of the targets that had a disgusting aura. A super psychic from the Shada United Empire, who was flashing in the subspace, suddenly felt that the void around him was instantly frozen. Unimaginable psychic power descended directly into the void and froze him. This was an apostle of the Son of the Void. As Yuya's contracted object, he naturally shared her feelings about meeting other sons of the void. The disgust and hostility from the depths of his soul made him target this super psychic without hesitation. The psychic power 30 times greater than his own forcibly froze that area. He stretched out his hand and clenched it. And the super psychic, who seemed to be frozen in amber more than 100,000 kilometers away, disappeared and reappeared in a spinning prismatic crystal in his palm. At this moment, he was still turning his head, and the fear on his face was vivid. Not dead yet, but no different from dead. By the time he dealt with this super psychic, the other super psychics had already run far away. If you wanted to chase them, you could still catch up with one, but there was no need. In addition, the octopus-like super subspace monster was already fleeing at this time. This guy was far slower than the psychic, but his way of escape was very strange. In the subspace where there was no concept of space, he found a concept similar to space. He stretched out a dozen tentacles and made movements to drill into the space cracks. Most of his body had already sunk into it and disappeared. This is not because there is a concept of space in the subspace, but rather a talent of this thing. Using this method to teleport away, Li Qing did not take action against this thing. He just used his mind to construct a huge psychic hand, and slapped it hard nearby to scare it away quickly. This thing has thick skin and flesh, and its vitality is extremely tenacious. If it were in the real universe, it could be killed by force by mobilizing massive amounts of energy with the talent of the negative star user, such as directly extracting the energy of nearby stars for refining, etc. However, in the subspace, only psychic energy can be used, so it is very troublesome to kill it. Besides, there is no benefit in killing it, and it is a thankless task. So it is better to just let it go. Seeing the aura of this thing completely disappear, Li Qin glanced around. He could clearly feel that the previous battle attracted the attention of many beings in the subspace. But all those fighting were super psychics, and there was no benefit. So naturally no being dared to come. Now his threatening and warning gaze swept around, and naturally no subspace being dared to come again. Get ready to assemble. Gu Qinzhou, the leader of the Crimson Team, saw this message from a specially marked name. He let out a long sigh and responded, "Are you ready to start?" The other party did not respond to his words, but just sent an address. "Lead your fleet and gather at this coordinate within 3 hours. Receive." After closing the communication, he sent a message to Feng Lixiu. "You should have received it too." Soon Feng Lixiu returned. "Got it. It seems that the higher-ups feel the opportunity is ripe and are ready to take action." Gu Qinzhou asked, "Who do you think will take the lead?" "You want to take the lead?" Feng Lixiu, who was stationed in his team and preparing, shook his head and said, "It's possible for you, but the chances are slim. Even with my support, the Baji group doesn't trust the locals. So they can trust Wang Yanqing? Don't forget that Wang Yanqing used to be a core member of the Galan army, but their family has already reached a deep cooperation with the Baji financial group, so they are considered one of their own. But we are not." After a pause, Feng Lixiu persuaded, "Don't think too much. There are both advantages and disadvantages to taking the lead. If we fail, we will be the ones to blame. We don't have to take the lead and just cooperate well. If we each take the lead, we can save some strength and start over somewhere else if we fail. If we take the lead, we will be held accountable for the failure." Gu Qinzhou remained silent. He was always unwilling to accept the fact. From the beginning to now, his strength had always been among the best in the team. But no matter what he did, he was always outshined by others. This feeling made him very unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. Li Qin didn't know about the gathering of the Baji group at first. He only entered the subspace when they launched the attack. After coming out of the subspace, they had to fight against the Shot-R Alliance, and had no time to pay attention to the changes outside the galaxy. Although he had many of his own people outside the galaxy, he did not know about it when the fleet was first mobilized. Even the few insiders he enlightened did not know about it. This was just a fleet mobilization, and it had just begun. Those insiders were not team leaders, and this mobilization did not involve them. After Li Qin came out of the Palm universe, he engaged in a war of attrition with the Shada coalition. After resolving the threats within the subspace, both sides have used up all their cards, and the only thing left is a head-on confrontation. At this time, the Shada coalition had already transferred 2 of the 3 reserve divisions, leaving only 1 division behind to prevent being attacked. A total of 10 divisions joined together, forming a large arc to completely surround and besiege the 2-star cities. The Galan fleet was scattered between the 2-star cities, and the 4 fortress mirrors slowly withdrew and scattered on the front line. In the siege just now, these 4 fortress mirrors all suffered varying degrees of damage. Although the fortress's shield armor was extremely thick, the enemy fleet was too large. Even a huge fortress could not withstand the unlimited bombardment. In the beginning, they felt heartbroken when a few warships were killed, but gradually they didn't feel much when they lost some battleships. Even now, when the full-scale war has begun and hundreds of level 6 battleships are turned into dazzling fireworks in minutes, they are still indifferent. Li Qin felt that he had grown up. The most brutal war can quickly transform a soldier, and can also transform a rookie commander into a qualified or even excellent commander. The premise is to survive. Although Li Qin is not a rookie, he is definitely not an excellent commander. In the past, he just relied on his extraordinary talent to bully weaklings. But today's battle made him realize the cruelty, and see how a truly outstanding commander should make choices in such a situation. In order to achieve the tactical goal, Cyrus directly dispatched a fleet to die in order to attract the enemy's attention. Then he personally suppressed the opponent's psychic master and asked several negative stars to block the opponent's flagship group for a moment. A wave of dimensional convergence light instantly killed 2 Titans and 7 dreadnoughts, as well as thousands of escort warships. The result was that 60% of the hundreds of battleships and more than 2,000 large and small warships said to die were killed in just 20 minutes. And all the survivors were injured. And this was just the beginning. He kept deploying his troops and using various tactics to lure the enemy, or simply using open strategies to send heads over and then asking the other side whether they would take them. If you don't accept it, you will be tricked. If you accept it, you will have to pay a greater price. In less than 2 hours, the fleet had lost nearly a brigade of its men, but the enemy's losses had exceeded that of a division. In addition, the side battlefield has ended, and the 3 Shada divisions have been almost wiped out. Chu Yuan transferred more fleets back to the main battlefield, which revitalized the front battlefield, which seemed slightly weak because it was far smaller than the enemy. After Chu Yuan arrived, Li Qing asked Chu Yuan to assist Cyrus, so that he could also accumulate more experience in major battles. There were basically no surprises in the following battles. After all means had been used up, it was just a matter of fighting hard. As time went by, the losses of both sides became heavier, and the offensive of the Shada coalition was not as strong as at the beginning. Cyrus noticed this change at the first time and ordered the fleet to increase its offensive. At the same time, Li Qing released all the remaining 10 million space fighters in the universe in his palm to put more pressure on the opponent. At the same time, the ultimate weapon was not idle either. It was constantly open to put pressure on the opponent. Anyway, it was used more than 3,000 times, and the next shot was immediately followed by the next one. They had to maintain a high-pressure state throughout the whole process, and could not stop at all. Once they stopped, Li Qing would not hesitate to use a dimensional convergence light to capture them. After a few hours, the commanders of the Shada coalition felt exhausted. The Shada Emperor Luotai no longer had the wisdom he had at the beginning, as many of his cards were used up. He was unable to gain the upper hand, and now seemed to be at a disadvantage. The huge loss made him start to think about a problem that he thought was impossible to consider. Chapter 247, Horrifying Virtual Realm Sacrifice. Master Nuka, I think we need to withdraw our troops. Our current strength is not enough to defeat this opponent while ensuring sufficient military deterrence. The man in black robe looked a little haggard at this time. He thought for a moment and nodded. This is indeed an opponent that we did not expect. This is an intelligence error. In order to avoid greater losses, I agree to withdraw our troops. However, I cannot guarantee that the opponent will agree. Latte said. I think they will agree that the situation is now entering the most brutal stage of the war. I believe they don't want to continue like this. So maybe they can communicate with each other. You can give it a try. The man in black robe lowered his head after saying this. When Luotai saw this, he knew that Master Nuka was unwilling to show up, so he had to do it himself. After thinking for a while, he said to an attendant official beside him, Contact the human lord on the other side. I need to have a face-to-face communication with that lord. When Li Qing received the communication from Luotai, he was somewhat surprised, but it was also reasonable. After the two parties communicated with each other, they saw each other separately, and then an inexplicable hostility arose in their hearts at the same time. There was no need for explanation, as both of them instantly knew the reason and each other's identity. Both parties were silent for a while, and suddenly Luotai took the initiative to cut off the contact. Li Qing was stunned for a moment and didn't react to what was going on. After disconnecting, Luotai sat there motionless with the scepter in his hand. The man in black robe looked over curiously and asked, What? They don't agree to a ceasefire? After a short silence, Luotai suddenly said, I want to make a sacrifice. What? I will make a sacrifice to the Void Realm in exchange for the power to defeat them. The man in black robe was surprised. Are you crazy? Do you know what the prerequisite is for offering sacrifice to the Void Realm? It requires at least 10 billion people. Luotai did not explain, but said coldly, I saw another child of the Void Realm, and I must defeat him. The black-robed master Nuka opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say for a moment. There was no way to persuade him. As a master of psychic powers from a powerful ancient civilization, he certainly knew how a son of the Void would react when he discovered another son of the Void. That was the murderous intent that came from the depths of the soul and could not be isolated or rejected. After a moment of silence, He nodded and said, "If this is your destiny, then prepare yourself." Emperor Lotai nodded and sat down again. He first issued a series of instructions in the command channel and delegated the command authority to his subordinates. Then he waved the scepter in his hand and disappeared. Master Nuka could feel that he had left the real universe and entered the virtual world. Sacrifice means to worship and offer sacrifices. In ignorant times, intelligent creatures often expressed their loyalty, gratitude, repentance, and trust in God by sacrificing some or all of their belongings, and prayed to God to fulfill some of their wishes. The so-called gods in ancient times were often actually some powerful virtual beings. Most of the sacrifices of hope for these virtual existences are living souls. So there are various living sacrifices. Although the virtual world does not have independent consciousness, its essence is a world composed of countless spiritual bodies and soul bodies. It does not give birth to new individuals itself, but can only produce new individuals through sacrifice. Therefore, the virtual world will be willing to accept the sacrifice of life and soul just as the virtual world exists. However, in most cases, no one can offer sacrifices to the void realm, and psychics with insufficient strength are simply not qualified to communicate with the void realm. Even if you are really so cruel as to massacre tens of billions of intelligent creatures in an entire galaxy as sacrifices, it will only attract some powerful virtual beings, and will not attract the attention of the virtual realm itself. Only extremely powerful super psychics can communicate with the virtual realm after meeting huge sacrificial conditions. Immortal level psychics are also top level existences in the virtual realm, and can communicate with the virtual realm without sacrifice. Apart from this, the only one who can communicate with the virtual world at will is the son of the virtual world. Only the sons of the void can communicate with the will of the void at will, without the need for sacrifice. After Luo Tai entered the virtual world, he communicated with the virtual world immediately, and then started the sacrifice ceremony. When the ceremony began and the time came to choose the sacrifice, Luo Tai hesitated for a moment. But when he thought that his opponent was also a son of the void realm, his slightly shaken heart became firm again. He knew very well that there would not be many opportunities like this. After knowing the means that Li Qing possessed, he did not hold out high hopes for the success rate of his comeback next time after repreparation. He had a strong premonition that when he was well prepared next time, the enemy would definitely be stronger. I must seize this opportunity and defeat my opponent in one wave. As the son of destiny who ended the division that had united the Shada tribe for tens of thousands of years, destroyed the two powerful civilizations of the Shar and the Zivus, and unified the entire star field, he was definitely decisive. When faced with the task of choosing the sacrifice in the sacrificial ceremony, he decisively placed a heavy bet. His original idea was to sacrifice a transformed planet and the billions of people on it. But now he has changed his mind and changed his target to a life planet, the capital of the western province of the Shada United Empire. Yes, the entire planet, along with its 20 billion people. He sacrificed them all in one go. At the moment of confirmation, Luo Tai's heart skipped a beat, and an illusion appeared before his eyes out of thin air. In a familiar galaxy far away, the hot star in the center continuously releases heat. The third planet, 180 million kilometers away from the star, is an extremely prosperous planet. A huge star city stands above the planet, and a group of giant residential stations float in orbit. The surface of the planet is dotted with spacecraft tracks, and on top of the planet is an extremely prosperous metropolis. On the other side of the planet where the sun cannot reach, it is dark. At this time, the planet is full of bright neon lights, and is extremely prosperous. At a certain moment, a faint ripple suddenly appeared on the surface of the planet. Some psychics looked up as if they had sensed something, but most of them found nothing. Only a small number of psychics with extremely strong powers seemed to have noticed something, and stood up to look at the sky. Inside Star City, a psychic on duty seemed to have discovered something, and looked towards the planet. The next second, a look of horror appeared on his face, and he subconsciously slapped the alarm. The shrill alarm sounded throughout Star City, but no one responded, because an indescribable force descended, and then the entire planet began to emit gray smoke as if it was burning. No, that was not gray smoke, but countless live souls being forcibly extracted from the body by an unknown force. The souls of ordinary people that were difficult to see with the naked eye gathered together, and more than 20 billion souls were extracted in an instant, forming a spectacle of smoke and dust rising from the planet. Beautiful, yet cruel. In less than a minute, The souls of more than 20 billion people, and all living things on the entire planet were devoured. Even certain characteristics that represented the life planet on the entire life planet disappeared. Not only did the prosperous planet instantly turn into a dead zone, but the life planet was also ruined and was no longer a life planet. After being devoured by the virtual realm, these more than 20 billion souls turned into an unimaginable force. Under the control of the will of Shada Emperor Lotai, they descended on the battlefield of the Galan Galaxy and joined the Shada joint fleet that was already fighting. If the Shada civilization is a player, everyone will receive a prompt at this time. Void Blessing LV4, Fleet Speed plus 100%. Fleet Startup Speed plus 100%. Attack Speed plus 100%. Weapon Damage plus 100%. Range plus 100%. Hit plus 20. Maximum Hull plus 100%. Maximum Armor plus 100%. Maximum Shield plus 100%. Hull Regeneration plus 500. Armor Regeneration plus 500. Shield Regeneration plus 500. Warp Range plus 500%. Warp Penetration Strength plus 5. Lasts 10 years. This blessing not only applies to this fleet, but also to all warships in the entire Shada United Empire. And it lasts for a full 10 years. Although Li Qing could not see this blessing, he could sense what was happening from the sudden surge in strength of the enemy fleet. At this moment, a warning from Yu Yao, who was in charge of the virtual realm, came to my mind. Shada, son of destiny, sacrificed a life planet and 24.5 billion people in the void realm in exchange for a very powerful buff. You have to be careful. At the same time, a series of sacrifice conditions and the buff strengths obtained from sacrifices of different levels appeared in Li Qing's mind. He was immediately shocked and felt palpitations at the ruthlessness and decisiveness of the Shada Emperor. It is worth mentioning that the power obtained after sacrifice is not limited to obtaining buff. This is just one of the benefits. In addition, you can obtain powerful power alone, or use this virtual feedback to forcibly create one or more super psychics. Of course, you can also directly use this power of sacrifice to let the virtual realm take action to wipe out powerful enemies. If it were any other opponent, Luotai would really let the void realm take action to wipe them out directly. But unfortunately, Li Qing and Yu Yao were also sons of the void realm, and he could not use the power of the void realm to wipe out another son of the void realm and his subordinates. In the war between the sons of the virtual world, any power can be borrowed, but the power of the virtual world cannot be used to directly attack the opponent. Just like the two sons fighting, one of the sons made good things to honor his father. The father promised to pull the partial shelf, but you can't let your dad pull the other son directly to kill the other son. What does it mean when such a powerful virtual world buff appears on the enemy? The most intuitive feeling was that the battle losses soared at a straight line rate, and the pressure on the front line skyrocketed in an instant. This overall increase is comparable to the talents and skills of an immortal-level naval commander. It applies to all warships, and can be superimposed with the talents and skills of the original naval commander. This is the most terrifying thing. Although the general commander of the Shada Coalition army is not very autonomous, the command is always disturbed by Emperor Sada. It is also an orange-named commander, and the skill level is very high. It turned out that the gap with cells was very large. But now the buff bonus has been obtained, and it has surpassed Cellar in this regard. Originally, the part of the few advantages of the blue-collar workers instantly became disadvantaged. The warless war in this situation immediately collapsed, and the war loss rate was growing rapidly. Without saying anything, Li Qing knew what Cyrus was thinking. His mind worked quickly, and he used the mind matrix to contact other negative stars. Everyone worked together to think together. Li Qing quickly calculated that the items he had in his hands seemed to have nothing to break immediately. Still short of time. The timing of the Shada United Empire's attack was too clever, as it happened to be stuck when the mobile fortress in the isolated star field had not yet been built. If they had waited another 2 months until the mobile fortress was repaired, with the power of this advanced mobile fortress and the unique ability of Cyrus, a god general, to create 5 equally huge mobile fortress mirrors, they could have easily pushed forward. But there is no if in the world. It is impossible for others to ask you to prepare everything before taking action. Insufficient warehouses and insufficient preparations are sufficient. This is normal. Retreat? Would you like to give it a try? It is not completely hopeless now. Emperor Luotai can offer sacrifices, and he and Yu Yao are also sons of the Void Realm. So of course they can also offer sacrifices. But he had only one option to sacrifice. And that was the planet Orb, and the tens of billions of Orb people who had already completed the immigration, including the Quilta division that was fighting against the enemy's eastern fleet on Orb. Gone launching is only a preliminary transformation, and has not yet begun to immigrate. And there are few people on it. There are a large number of humans and bulls inside the universe in the palm. But there is no sacrifice in the universe in the palm. It is impossible for him to infiltrate the consciousness of the virtual realm to the universe in the palm. So, Li Qing was silent. His eyes kept changing. Obu star is a non-life planet. Although the population will be more than the Emperor, the buff obtained will not be much different. Everyone will return to the previous state when everyone is buff. This is where he is depressed. I have sacrificed tens of billions of people. But there is no difference. What do I offer? But if you don't sacrifice, you will lose, which will be even more depressing. Once defeated, Emperor Shada would completely occupy the core star systems of Gallon Star, Gallon 2 and Gallon 3, which would constitute a virtual expulsion of him. It's not that his status as a lord is gone, unless he is unable to retake the Gallon Star system within a year, or Emperor Shada directly blows up Gallon Star after conquering it. This is what he fears the most. Once Gallon Star is blown up directly, his support as the lord will be gone. He became the lord after conquering Gallon Star, a life planet. Unless he has a second life planet under his command, his status as lord will soon be stripped away. This is just one of the key points. Another key point is that after the Shada United Empire destroys his territory and completes his actual expulsion, the Shada United Empire can then submit to the Kelzaka Star Empire and accept its vassalage. At that time, the Kelzakar Star Empire would have sufficient reasons to send a huge fleet to station in this star field and develop it, thus cutting off humanity's way south. At that time, the Jin Nenyu family located in the Tianjin star field had only one ending, which was to be defeated by the army of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. It is impossible for humans to go south to fight with the Kelzaka Star Empire. And even facing the two powerful civilizations of the two strengths of Browen United and the Kelzaka Star Empire at the same time. By that time, mankind will face a difficult decision and an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 248. So Li Qing actually had no choice. When he discovered that the Kelzakar Star Empire had participated in the war, the situation became complicated and was about to get out of control. If he was a military lord, he could now contact the lords through the artifacts of human civilization. But he was just a small lord and could not contact any military lord now, and could not tell them about the crisis that mankind might face now. It would take a week for the Yu clan from Tianjin to dispatch troops at the fastest speed. By the time they arrive, the opportunity will be lost. There is no need to expect the players who notify Zeter. As long as he says it, all players will definitely join forces to attack the Sida coalition from behind. All the player teams jointly defeat them. However, if you do this, your results will be bad. At this time, the Bai Consortium already has a huge power. They dare not respond to the call. But how to support it is another matter. The most common practice and the inevitable choice is to wait until both sides are defeated before coming in to pick the spoils. After they and the Shada coalition forces were both defeated, they rushed in and killed both sides, and directly led Gallon to swallow up the entire Shada United Empire. Everyone will think so, and you can't expect them to rescue them simply. Li Qing doesn't want to give up everything and end up doing things for others. Therefore, he had no choice but to hold on to the end. Li Qing's expression gradually calmed down. He quickly contacted Li Lai, Li Qi and Ding Yuran, told them the current situation they were facing, and gave them an order to prepare to retreat now. Once the situation changed, they should immediately abandon Orb and the Quilta division and retreat immediately. Then, he contacted the Expeditionary Force Commander Yu Qingji. But when he was about to contact him, he suddenly felt unwilling. You need to pay such a large price to defeat your opponent. Others watch the show without doing anything. After finishing, he can also participate in the plunder and divide the Sadako Empire. He is unwilling. If he wants to think of a way, he can reasonably reject everyone. And he can swallow the interests of most of the life planets and Sada combined with the Empire. This method is called Great Righteousness. It is also called seizing the moral high ground. Uncle Qing, now I need you to help one busy. After the incident is completed, you can choose one of all the life planets of the Sala and the Empire, even if you need the capital of the Shada United Empire. Yu Qingji, who was in charge of the Gallon 2-star system, was stunned when he received the news. His first reaction was to wonder what had happened. He asked in a deep voice, "What's up?" Li Qing calmly told Yu Qingji about his discovery of the Kelzaka Star Empire fleet's participation in the war, and his own speculations. As Yu Qingji's expression became increasingly solemn, he said, "I need you to order all teams and players to approach the Galan Galaxy within a limited time in the name of the Expeditionary Force. And they must accept my command. I will judge whether their behavior is passive in combat." Yu Qingji immediately understood what he meant, and was surprised. "Do you want to swallow all the territories of Sada with the Empire?" Li Qing said coldly. "I defeat the power of the Sada United Empire alone, and also includes the interference force of the Kailiza Kataka Star Empire. I paid for such a big price to defeat the strong enemies, and they did nothing. Some people were malicious to me, but they had to separate most of the benefits. I am not willing." Yu Qingji remained silent. He didn't know what to say at this moment. "But this is the Empire's development regulations." "No. This is a regulation of the Imperial Senate, not a regulation of the Development Act," Li Qing said seriously. "I have studied the Development Decree. The real Development Decree was revised many times by the Imperial Senate based on the original Basic Development Decree. The original Development Decree did not have this restriction. It was added later to give more people opportunities. The real basic development laws are recognized by the will of civilization and have absolute authority. Even your highnesses cannot disobey them. However, the additional laws and regulations in the development laws other than the basic development laws are not as authoritative and can be covered by other laws. As long as they can pay a sufficient price, they can be violated. The Baji Financial Group and the Nantianyi family are examples. I have covered most of the Saltico Empire. Theoretically, the main galaxy is owned by my territory. As long as the Shadako Empire is defeated, the life planets covered by the leading channel are theoretically attributed to me. At this time, whoever has the bigger fist is right, and whoever holds the greater power is right." At this point, Li Qing stated his main purpose. "I already have some righteousness as a lord, but the local expeditionary army also has some righteousness. I need Uncle Qingji to give me this righteousness." "Can?" Yu Qingji agreed without hesitation. "Wait for me to make the announcement." "Thank you, Uncle Qingji." "You're welcome. Besides the fact that we are the closest, I'm doing this for myself and for the entire human civilization. When the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire joins the war, this war will not only be a battle for the survival of your territory, but this war will likely affect the survival of human civilization. If nothing unexpected happens, the will of civilization will pay attention to the outcome of this war." At this point, Yu Qingji paused. A trace of confusion and envy appeared on his face, and he said softly, "At any time, benefits and risks coexist. This is a huge crisis for you, but also a rare opportunity that you may never encounter again in your lifetime. Listen to me. If you have any trump cards, take them out. Don't worry about how big the loss is. As long as you can win, you may be able to get benefits beyond your imagination. It may be the only time in your life that you have the opportunity to obtain this benefit." After saying that, he disconnected the call, leaving Li Qing with a strange expression. "The only benefit you'll have the chance to get in your lifetime? What is it?" There was no time to think about it, because he had already seen a call for conscription that Commander Yu Qingji had pinned on the territory channel. A call for conscription issued in the name of the Expeditionary Force. Expeditionary Force Recruitment Order. It has been confirmed that the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire will participate in the all-out war between Galan Territory and the Shada United Empire. According to the Imperial Constitution, Galan Territory and the Expeditionary Force will have the highest decision-making power in this emergency. Now, in the name of the Expeditionary Force Commander-in-Chief, all members of the Human United Empire are recruited to respond to the call for war. Galan Territory Lord Li Qing is granted full authority to command this emergency. All recruits must cooperate with Galan Territory Lord Li Qing's orders and commands. If they are passive or disobedient, they will be tried by the United Empire Military Court afterwards. Li Qing smiled happily when he read the long list of conscription orders, while many teams who saw the conscription orders all changed their expressions. This conscription order revealed too much information, which shocked and frightened them, especially the Baji group that was gathering. Everyone was stunned at this moment. But before they could discuss it, Li Qing immediately released the second top announcement. "In the name of Lord Galan and the Expeditionary Commander, I order all teams that have received the call to move toward the Galan system immediately. I have lifted the jump restrictions. All fleets within a 10 jump range must jump to the Gallon system within 30 minutes to receive unified command. All fleets within a 1,000 light-year radius of the Gallon Galaxy must rush to the Gallon Galaxy within 5 hours to receive unified command. The territory will be placed under wartime jurisdiction, and all supplies will be used for combat purposes. You are not allowed to evade your responsibilities under any pretext, and you are not allowed to fight passively. Those who disobey orders will be put on record and tried by the United Empire Military Court after the war. Hack. Everyone couldn't help but curse after seeing these two pin commands, especially the many powerful teams who were waiting and watching. Li Qing's move directly pulled them into the vortex and placed them directly at the center of the vortex. But no matter how angry they are, it cannot change the fact that they have to respond to the call. Damn it! This guy definitely has bad intentions. More than a dozen powerful team leaders opened a temporary private channel. Gu Qinzhou looked up at a man in black who was wearing a cloak and whose face could not be seen and asked, "Are we going to answer the call?" The man did not answer. He seemed confused by this sudden call and did not know what to do. Everyone present looked at the man in black robe without saying a word. They gathered together for their own interests or for other reasons. Some of them aimed to overthrow Leader Gallon, while others aimed to grab a piece of the pie from Leader Gallon. No matter which reason, they were against Leader Gallon. Now, as soon as the call for the expeditionary force was issued, they were directly roasted on the fire. It can be predicted that if they were really asked to lead the fleet over to obey orders, Li Qing would definitely pull their fleet to the front line as cannon fodder. This is 100% certain. It is no secret that they have joined forces to deal with Lord Gallon. From the very beginning, Lord Gallon has managed his territory like a bucket where water cannot seep in, which shows that Li Qingzhou has been guarding against them. But if they disobey orders and are judged to be passive, or even directly accused of collaborating with foreign enemies, the consequences will be serious. That is a crime that none of the three military lords can bear. Once it is proven true, it will be a terrible punishment that may lead to the deprivation of the military lord status by the will of civilization. No matter what happens internally, as long as it doesn't cross the bottom line, it's okay. The most that can be done is a matter of whether the punishment is light or heavy. But if they are found to have colluded with foreign races, that is an absolutely intolerable red line, and they will be immediately expelled from the Communist Party. There is no other choice. The man in black robe said in a hoarse voice. The Kairzakar Star Empire has clearly joined the war. The nature of the incident has changed. We can't stay out of it. Everyone was silent, and everyone looked extremely depressed. But I am unwilling to transfer the fleet over there to be cannon fodder. I believe you are unwilling to do so either. The man in black robe slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Then we have only one choice. Assemble the fleet and prepare." Before he could finish, the man in black and everyone present suddenly stood up, looks of shock on their faces. How can this be? The Gallon 3-star system is gone. The entire planet and the billions of people on it are all gone. How is this going? How could I know? It looks like it was sacrificed. Who offered the sacrifice? Have no idea. After the announcement of the name of the blue collar, Li Qing had returned to the virtual realm and worshipped the Opuxing and the entire Opals family with more than 37 billion people with Yu Yao. In addition to the more than 20 billion people on Orb, it also included all the orbs in other galaxies in the entire territory, including Noel and Quilta. A total of more than 70 orb servants of light who were all sacrificed in one go. Now that the decision has been made, Li Qing is well aware of the consequences of being too soft-hearted. If he sacrificed only the 20 billion people on Orb, what would the 10 billion orbs in other galaxies think? How would he face the remaining orbs? Once anything begins, its end is already determined. He didn't dare challenge human nature, nor did he dare to gamble on the future. Now that the thing has been done, it should be done thoroughly to avoid future troubles. It's a pity that so much effort was spent on transforming Orb, immigrating more than 20 billion people, and enlightening more than 70 servants of light to stabilize the rule over the Orb people. Now it's all in vain and all void. The sacrifice of more than 37 billion Orbu people transformed into a virtual power comparable to the power of the 24.5 billion people sacrificed by Emperor Shada plus a life planet. And then an equally powerful buff was applied to all the warships of Gallon territory. The same 4th level virtual blessing. The buff strength is exactly the same as the fleet of the Shada United Empire. With the blessing of such a powerful buff, the combat effectiveness of Gallonling's fleet soared instantly. and the disadvantaged situation was quickly restored. But this is just the beginning. At this time, Gallon is not fighting alone. First of all, he only gave players within 10 jumps of the Gallon Galaxy half an hour. He believed that there must be a large number of player fleets gathered nearby. Perhaps they were all small scale. But when accumulated, they would become a considerable size and could be used as cannon fodder. In addition, most of the headquarters of the top 50 large teams within the Expeditionary Force's leadership range are within 1,000 jumps. And he limits all teams to arrive within 5 hours. Most of them may be reluctant, but as long as they have the slightest idea of seizing a planet with life, they have to come on time. If you have no ideas and want to conserve your strength, you can respond passively and let others go first. But no matter how negative you are, you still have to go. Unless you go home and disband the fleet and become a rich man with the money. The first batch of support arrived about 12 minutes after the announcement was made. A small fleet consisting of only one battleship and more than 30 large and small warships entered the Gallon Galaxy and sent a message to Li Qing. Lord Li Qing, I am Ma Bebe. I have been summoned here. I will now hand over the fleet to the commander. Li Qing responded with a smile. Thank you for your enlistment. After the war, I will compensate you twice as much as your losses, including 2 custom-made battleships. Ma Bebe was immediately delighted when he heard this. Thank you, Commander. You can tell your friends about this. The benefits are only available to those who arrive on time. Okay. After disconnecting, Ma Bebe said in a sizzling voice. I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. No. I have to tell them. He opened a communication and said loudly without waiting for the other party to speak. I said come here quickly. I found a great way to make some quick money. Chapter 249, Reinforcements. Boom! A large hand in a black leather glove pressed heavily on the table. Everyone else looked up at the man in black robe. He did not speak, but remained silent for a moment. He looked at Wang Yanqing, who was sitting at the head, and asked, If it were you, what would you do next? Wang Yanqing said, We should answer the call. Everyone else was stunned for a moment, and someone immediately said, You're going to respond to the call and let our fleet serve as cannon fodder? You don't want to cooperate with Li Qing? Someone said coldly, You have already joined us. You can't go back. If you go back, your ending will be no different from ours. Wang Yanqing looked at the speaker expressionlessly and said calmly, I'm just responding to the signs, not going back to be cannon fodder. He stretched out his hand, and a huge virtual star map appeared in front of him. Every flashing dot on it represented a galaxy. He pointed to a certain spot on the star map and said, As far as I know, the Emperor of the Shada United Empire personally led the army to attack the Gallon territory. Only 3 to 4 divisions were left in the country, of which 1 division must be left in the capital planet. Other major capitals will have some fleets left behind, and they also need to suppress the remnants of the 2 civilizations that were destroyed before. Therefore, the garrison at Lock Fortress is definitely less than 2 divisions. He looked up at everyone and said in a deep voice, We can form a fleet of more than 3 divisions if we join forces, and all of them are warships with an average strength stronger than that of the Shada civilization. We are enough to crush them. But I have scouted the Lock Fortress before. The Shada people changed the orbit of a modified fortress star and fixed it at an intersection not far from the hyperspace channel. We must knock down this fortress before we can attack the Shada territory. After hearing his words, someone immediately responded, You want to attack Lock Fortress directly? Wang Yanqing nodded. We cannot refuse this call, and it is impossible to refuse it. But we cannot pull our fleet over to be cannon fodder. So we can only change our strategy and respond to the call of the Expeditionary Force. Directly attack the core fortress of the Shada United Empire, and directly attack their homeland. In this way, it can be regarded as responding to the call. The will of civilization only looks at the results, not the process. As long as we can successfully exterminate the Shada civilization, other problems will not be a problem. At this time someone asked, But the key to the problem is the entry of the Kelzaka Empire. If the Gallon territory can't withstand the attack and it becomes a fait accompli, the Kelzaka Empire will have a reason and excuse to send troops to intervene. At that time, it will be useless for us to destroy the Shada civilization. This concern was also shared by many people present. Several participants looked at Wang Yanqing to see how he would explain. But Wang Yanqing did not explain. He just smiled and said, This problem seems serious. But it's actually not a big problem. You underestimate Li Qing's strength. His own strength is not inferior to that of the Shada Alliance. It's just that he discovered the interference of the Kelzaka Star Empire, and the matter got out of hand. His main purpose of taking command is to recruit cannon fodder to reduce his own losses. I don't believe that he can't stop the Shada Alliance. Now that the call has been issued, there may be many teams that are as unwilling as us. But there will definitely be a large number of small teams or individual players who will respond to the call. They are enough to raise a large number of cannon fodder to stop the Shada coalition. There is no need to worry. Instead, we are the ones who need to worry. He looked around at the team leaders and said seriously, "It is not difficult to break through the locked fortress with our strength. But it will take a long time, and there will definitely be a lot of losses. I believe no one wants to see this loss. So we can contact other large teams and combine more team fleets to form a larger fleet. We will try to break through the locked fortress in a very short time, sweep across the Shada United Empire, seize many life planets, and become a lord." His words were so tempting that they were almost a possibility before everyone. Soon someone replied, "I'm quite familiar with the deputy leader of the Nightfire team. I'll contact him and see. I'm also quite familiar with the leader of the Sanhua team. I'll ask him if he's interested." More than half of the team leaders present began to contact other teams. Gu Qinzhou sat expressionless and silent. Feng Lixio's voice came to his ears. "Very impressive. Who would have thought that the former fourth-ranked figure of the Gallon team would now be able to dominate us? It looks okay now. But I don't know if the next action can keep it under control." Gu Qinzhou sneered. "It's hard to say. The team is too big, and not everyone obeys him. Let's see. Anyway, if we join forces, we must seize the 2 planets. Pa. Pa. Pa." Gu Qinzhou looked up and saw Wang Yanqing standing up and clapping to attract everyone's attention, and said, "Time is very tight. I hope everyone can gather the fleet within the hour. I know everyone is ready. We are not far from the Gallon Galaxy now. The farthest one can arrive in 2 jumps. I will gather the fleet in an hour. Those who fail to arrive within the time limit will be placed in the second echelon." He did not explain what the second tier was, but everyone knew it referred to the priority. The meaning is simple: if you come late, the most valuable life planet will have nothing to do with you. Grass. After disconnecting the communication, Gu Qinzhou cursed inwardly, but still quickly ordered the fleet to prepare to set off. Just as Wang Yanqing said, when the Shada United Empire invaded, many teams had already mobilized their fleets and set off, most of them wandering around the Gallon Galaxy. Everyone was watching the show, waiting for the right opportunity to enter. When the meeting ended, the fleet immediately began to jump to the target location. As a circle of blue ripples exploded, a huge fleet appeared out of thin air. After the fleet appeared, it immediately took a combat stance. The fleet commander Bing Feng took a look at the star map and couldn't help but smacked his lips. What a huge battlefield! There were more than a dozen figures in the command channel, all looking at the extremely complicated battlefield with curiosity and talking at once. Dao Feng did not sigh for long before he said to Bing Feng, "Contact Lord Li Qing quickly. My cannons are thirsty." Tianji rolled his eyes and ignored the 2 clowns, instead carefully checking the situation in the galaxy. On the other side, Li Qing received another call for conscription. He felt that the name looked familiar. He opened it and found that it was indeed an acquaintance. He said with surprise, "So it's you guys. I remember you guys used to hang out with the Crimson team." Bing Feng waved his hands awkwardly. "That was in the past. I haven't hung out with them since." Li Qing smiled and didn't dwell on it any further. After all, those who responded quickly were all his friends. "How many ships do you have, and where are they now? I will arrange a location for you." Bing Feng immediately sent over the organization of his joint fleet. Li Qing took a glance at it and was extremely surprised. 1 dreadnought, about 1,800 battleships, about 4,400 cruisers, about 7,600 destroyers, and about 23,000 frigates. So many. You should know that if you respond to the call, you will most likely be cannon fodder. Are you willing to let the fleet you have worked so hard to raise disappear just like that? Bing Feng chuckled and said, "Let's be frank. I heard that if you lose a battleship, you can compensate me with 2 battleships. So I joined forces with a group of good friends to form this joint fleet. You can use it as you like." Li Qing. It was real, but he liked it. Other small and medium-sized warships are there. Nearly 2,000 battleships are also a very weak combat power for him. He thought for a moment and said to him, "No problem. If you lose one battleship, I will compensate you with 2. In addition, you can order 2 dreadnoughts from me at market price. If this one sinks, you can order 3. Bing Feng was overjoyed after hearing this and thanked him repeatedly. Li Qing saw Tianji and the blade on the list. He knew that the 3 of them were together. They simply gave 2 places. Just one person. He has always been very generous to those who are kind to him. Anyway, he has a dreadnought blueprint and unlimited mines. The dreadnought has no other cost for him except for a certain amount of time, so he can use it to reward some high-quality supporters. The total size of their fleet is several times larger than the small teams and individual players who responded to the call before, and it is the largest team that has responded to the call at this stage. Li Qing directly incorporated their fleet into Chu Yuan's first division, allowing them to also possess Chu Yuan's powerful talent bonus. But unfortunately, the fleet does not belong to Galenling and cannot enjoy the bonus of the Void Blessing buff. However, as a battleship with level 5 technological configuration, coupled with a series of buffs from the Immortal Commander, its strength is still much stronger than the level 3 or 4 configuration of the Shada civilization. With a steady stream of large and small fleets entering the galaxy to be recruited, and with a large number of high-quality cannon fodder to take the damage, the enormous pressure previously exerted by the Shada United Empire was reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, with the arrival of Bing Feng and others' fleet, the news spread, which was like the straw that broke the camel's back for many hesitant people. Then, 2 medium-sized teams and a large joint team responded to the call and rushed over. The 2 medium-sized teams each had 200 to 300 battleships. The large joint team was composed of more than 40 small teams and individual players, with more than 1,100 battleships. Adding them together, they were not much different from the Ice Front team. After being incorporated into the fleet, a lot of pressure was immediately relieved. After all, the role played by his fleet is at least 5 times that of the Shada fleet. With these leaders, the pressure on the territory was quickly reduced until it gained the upper hand, which meant that those who came over would no longer be cannon fodder. Once the mentality changed, the next step was natural, and more hesitant people responded to the call and came. Li Qing accepted all who came, but those who arrived more than half an hour later would not receive the benefit of double compensation. Only compensation at the original price, and some priority compensation for ordering warships. An hour after the call-up, the total losses of the Galenling coalition had reached about 2 brigades, but the total losses of the Shada coalition had exceeded 3 divisions. The casualty ratio of both sides was changing at a very fast rate. What made the Shada coalition forces feel even more desperate was that they had no support. But Galenling had a steady stream of support coming, and the balance of victory was visibly tilting, which made the Shada United Empire Emperor Lotai feel angry and more fearful. He has seen his own failure, gathering all the strength of the entire civilization and making a desperate effort. With the support from the Kelzaka Star Empire, this is already the most powerful force he can mobilize. If we lose this battle, it will take at least 50 years for us to recover to our current strength. Moreover, the enemy will not give us any chance at all, and it is even impossible for us to retreat now. Only when both sides are equal in strength and fight to the end, where the losses are unbearable, will they discuss retreating. But now the enemy has constant support and has the upper hand, making it impossible for us to withdraw. There was no other way, and another sacrifice was impossible. The Son of the Void is just the Son of the Void, not the Father of the Void. How could there be another wave coming right after the sacrifice? This thing needs at least a month's interval, unless he can be ruthless enough to sacrifice the entire civilization and surpass the current 4th stage of sacrifice to reach the 5th stage of sacrifice before he can sacrifice immediately. But that was impossible. The entire civilization would be gone, and the meaning of his war would be gone too. Rather than offering sacrifices, it is better to surrender. You will lose everything anyway, but at least your civilization can survive. And more importantly, he suspected that even if he was cruel enough to sacrifice the entire civilization, the blessing of the virtual realm he received would not be able to change the current situation. After considering for a long time, Luotai finally did not make up his mind to sacrifice civilization and prepared to evacuate. But what really made him determined was not an increasing opponent, but that the news that Locke was attacked by the human fleet suddenly made him dispel the last trace of luck. Prepare to withdraw? Behind the 7th Division of the 5th Division, the remaining fleets approached the Central Division, ready to forcibly jump to Lock Fortress. The Lock Fortress Galaxy is a key galaxy located between the Shada United Empire and the Galan territory. To the north of the galaxy is a branch of the Isolation Interference Belt, and to the right is an empty area between galaxies. There is a large area with no galaxies, let alone hyperspace channels. The only way to get between the two places is through the only Lock Fortress Galaxy, or you can take a detour by flying south for nearly 3,000 light-years. Of course, you can also jump through directly. However, the Shada United Empire has deployed a large number of interference and interception systems in the border galaxies, coupled with the ubiquitous nebula interference in the galaxy. Ordinary level 6 and 7 jump engines cannot jump. Only some fleets, led by some talented penetrating forces, and Titan super flags can pass through. The Shada United Empire transformed the Lock Galaxy into a purely military fortress galaxy, with more than 2 divisions stationed there all year round. All the planets in it have undergone more or less military transformation, and one of the planets in particular has been completely transformed and is covered with powerful weapons. Even if the main forces of the Empire are out in full force, and even if there is only 1 division stationed in the Imperial capital, there are still 2 divisions stationed here. The huge vanguard of the combined fleet entered the galaxy through the hyperspace channel, and was locked onto the main guns of the Fortress Star fixed not far from the hyperspace channel. Prepare for battle. Chapter 250 Victory. The few dreadnoughts began to accumulate energy, but the main guns on the fortress were ready ahead of them. So a few minutes later, a dazzling light lit up on the huge planetary fortress, crossing the void and instantly blasting into the fleet across a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Hack! Really? More than 5,000 T-slot doomsday lights spanned the starry sky, directly submerging the fleet and extinguishing the passion in everyone's hearts like icy rain. As a high-level mobile fortress, it has 3,000 doomsday lights. The surface area of a planetary fortress is more than 10 times that of a mobile fortress. Maybe the internal space of this fixed planetary fortress is not as good as that of a mobile battlestar, and there are some places on the surface that are not suitable for placing large T-slot weapons. But having tens of thousands of them is not a problem, right? It is also normal to place half of the main guns on the front defense surface, right? What does it mean when 5,000 T-slots of doomsday light are fired at the same time? The attack stunned them directly, and they were all dumbfounded. Hack! Retreat! Tell the people behind to stay out. It's too late. The Central Army has already entered the hyperspace channel. Grass! After just one wave of attacks, they knew that they could not take down this fortress galaxy with their current strength. Don't expect to bypass the fortress. This planetary fortress has its own planetary gravitational field halo. All warships within the range will be subject to various interferences and deceleration effects. With the firepower of this thing, they will be crippled before they can escape the attack range of the fortress's main guns. Damn it. Who proposed to attack Lock Fortress? Wang Yanqing. I said he was unreliable. He was originally in Li Qing's group. God knows if he deliberately quarreled with Li Qing and brought us here to deliver him. In the hyperspace channel, Wang Yanqing had no idea about the situation on the other side. He could not receive any information from the outside while traveling through the hyperspace channel. At this time, he was discussing with several team leaders how to distribute the territory if they captured Lock Fortress later. There is a flat land behind Lock Fortress, and there are no other important galaxies. In addition, the Shada United Empire has come out in full force at this time, and there are not many defenders in the country. There is no need to continue the alliance. Any team can grit their teeth and capture a life galaxy. What they are discussing now is how to divide the territory and which team those life planets belong to. Gu Qinzhou was also among them. He and the Freedom Horn team were among the most powerful teams, second only to Wang Yanqing, who had obtained huge family assets and support from the Baji financial group. Faced with the coveted life planet, he couldn't help but join the debate. A group of people arguing naturally couldn't come up with anything. No matter who got it, someone would be unwilling to accept it. So in the end everyone decided to rely on their own abilities. Wang Yanqing made the final decision. First, we must capture Lock Fortress, and then everyone will go and grab it based on their abilities. Whoever can grab it and defend it to the end will get it. This is the only fairest way, and no one has any objection. But after the decision was made, many team leaders secretly contacted each other, preparing to form alliances and work together to take down a planet with life. Gu Qinzhou had already reached a cooperation agreement with Feng Lixio, and had also lured 2 leaders of large teams, who had no hope of capturing the planet, to join the partnership, promising that if he could capture it, he would give them additional compensation in addition to shares based on their contributions. This situation continued until the fleet was about to cross the hyperspace channel, and Wang Yanqing reminded everyone in the internal channel to be prepared for combat before stopping. Everyone, this is the chance to seize the life planet. I hope you can work together to defeat the aliens. Wang Yanqing was in high spirits at this time. After separating from the Gallon Legion, the force he commanded for the first time surpassed that of Li Qing. Although it was only a temporary and limited command, at least it had surpassed that of Li Qing. For him, this was equivalent to crossing a peak, which made him full of confidence and expectations for his future fate. The jump was finally over. When we left the hyperspace channel and entered the locked fortress system, before we saw anything, we heard a heart-wrenching roar in the command channel. Retreat quickly. The defenders are too strong. The vanguard is finished. Then, a series of data appeared on the command channel and appeared in front of all team leaders. The vanguard fleet, which was the size of a standard division, had lost nearly 1/3 of its troops in just over 10 minutes. This was not just a loss on the scale of a brigade, because most of the enemy were targeting large ships, such as battleships or cruisers. A wave of 5,000 doomsday lights bombarded them, and more than 3,200 battleships were directly destroyed. At the same time, the well-prepared garrison fleet pressed forward. At this time, the remnants of the vanguard were engaged in a tangle with the defenders of 2 divisions. With the fierce firepower and buff blessing of the planetary fortress, they actually relied on the 3rd and 4th level technological configurations to withstand the attack of the human fleet equipped with all level 5 weapons. After the main force of the Central Army, equivalent to 2.5 divisions, entered the battlefield, they immediately launched a counterattack. But the second round of Doomsday Light of the enemy planetary fortress had begun to charge. The cooling time of T-Slot Titan Light Lance is 30 minutes, while the cooling time of T-Slot Doomsday Light is only 15 minutes. When the main force of the Chinese army enters the field, many main guns of the planetary fortress have entered the second round of charging preparation. Fortunately, the Shada civilization cannot build Titans yet. They have no Titan Light spears, only the Light of Doom. Otherwise, thousands of Titan Light spears would sweep across in arc form, and the entire fleet would be wiped out. But 5,000 Doomsday Lights are also very abnormal. Each round is 5,000 rounds, and 4 rounds can be fired in an hour. A standard division is basically useless after firing 4 rounds. Experiencing the terrifying firepower of the planetary fortress in person, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and dozens of eyes turned to Wang Yanqing. He thought for a moment, carefully considering the current situation and the enemy's firepower, then turned to Gu Qinzhou and Feng Lixio and said, I remember that you have a top-level relic called Silent Embers that can seal everything, and Captain Feng Lixio has a top-level relic called Horn of Freedom that can forcibly jump away during combat. Now we have 2 choices. One choice is to use Silent Embers to seal the enemy and forcibly knock down the enemy's planetary fortress. Another option is to use the Horn of Freedom to force a jump, pass through Locked Fortress, and directly attack the heartland of the Shada United Empire. This Locked Fortress is so powerful, we can't beat it, and Li Qing is difficult to defeat. Even if it can be defeated, there will be huge losses, which is a good thing for us. Everyone looked at Gu Qinzhou and Feng Lixio, but the 2 just spread their hands. Gu Qinzhou said, Don't count on me. My item is a limited-use relic. I only have 1 chance to use it. I can't possibly use it here. Everyone looked at Feng Lixio again, but he remained silent. Wang Yanqing was about to say something when suddenly an alarm sounded from the sensor. A strong transition signal has been detected. It is expected to arrive in 11. No. In 9 minutes. No. In 5 minutes. After a pause, the alarm sounded. The enemy is about to jump in. At the 7 o'clock position, this series of alarms confused them. The jump that should have taken more than 10 minutes to arrive took only a dozen seconds, leaving them no time to prepare. And when they saw the huge fleet warping in, everyone turned to look at Feng Lixio. Even Gu Qinzhou. Feng Lixio looked up as if waking up from a dream and said, My Freedom Horn has a penetration strength of level 10. There is a Battlestar Fortress nearby. I'm not sure if I can jump out. Whether you are sure or not, you should give it a try. Feng Lixio sighed and said to Wang Yanqing, Give me the fleet command power. If I'm not the fleet commander, how can I take you away? Wang Yanqing was speechless, and could only temporarily transfer the command. Then he saw Feng Lixio take out his trump card and open the treasure. Suddenly, a circle of ripples spread out with him as the center, quickly penetrating through the thick battleship armor and shields and spreading out. But this warp halo was immediately seen by the newly warped Shada Emperor Luo Tai. The emperor, who had just suffered heavy losses at the hands of Li Qing and was filled with rage but could not vent, became even more furious when he saw this group of rats attacking his home. He slammed the scepter in his hand hard on the deck and roared, "Don't even think about escaping." As soon as he finished speaking, a gem on the crown on his head exploded, and a heart-pounding wave exploded, crossing billions of kilometers in an instant like lightning, quickly covering the entire galaxy. Then, everyone watched as the treasure in Feng Lixio's hand suddenly lit up, made a dull sound like an explosion, and then the light quickly disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the most obtuse person could see that the power of the relic was forcibly interrupted by an unknown force. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, he waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me. This thing has a one-day cooldown period. It's not infinite." After receiving things, he looked at Wang Yanqing and said, "It's no use saying anything. Either we fight head-on, or we try to escape. How can we fight this? We can't win. Then let's all run for our lives." The man glanced at Wang Yanqing and said coldly, "I knew you were unreliable, and I don't know why you were chosen as the leader." After saying that, he disconnected. Everyone looked at each other. Some wanted to say something, but in the end they sighed and said nothing. People kept disconnecting, and soon there were only a few people left in the command channel. Wang Yanqing saw this scene blankly. "I thought this was the beginning of probing myself, but I didn't expect it to end before it even started and without doing anything. Without even a chance to perform. He came here with great momentum, but ended up having no way to go back. The wormhole is right behind you, but you cannot enter it while in combat. It's not that it's impossible to enter, but if you force your way into the wormhole in combat, the battleship's hyperspace engine will resonate with the wormhole. If the battleship is attacked, the shock will affect the stability of the wormhole and the hyperspace channel inside through resonance. If the hyperspace route is unstable, the result is hard to predict. The best result is to be randomly thrown into an unknown galaxy. As long as the hyperspace engine is not broken, you can jump back. The worst outcome is being thrown into the subspace, which would be terrible. Don't think that Li Qing in the subspace can come and go as he pleases. That's because he is a super psychic with powerful strength. Ordinary players who are not psychics cannot even enter the subspace, let alone get out. There is no way to get out. If they enter, they will be trapped in it forever. Please note that it is permanent. Unless you die in there, you can never get out. But in the subspace, unless you are targeted and killed by some beings in the subspace, you will drift there endlessly until you die of old age. But the subspace is so large that you may not necessarily encounter any existence in the subspace. The most important thing is that ordinary players have been killed by evil things in the subspace and loses their lives for more than 50 years. So, in the Gallon Galaxy, when the Shada Alliance forcibly jumped away with the power of the powerful buff of the Void Blessing, the overall situation was determined. The two rearguard divisions did not cause any trouble at all before they were besieged and defeated. After defeating the enemy, Li Qing opened the territory channel and reissued a new notice, announcing that the enemy had been defeated and the call-up had been suspended. All medium-sized and larger teams that had not arrived were judged to be passively avoiding the battle and were recorded, including the deep red Wang Yanqing and other teams. What are the reasons for them? Anyway, in Li Qing's view, they have not accepted the call. That is, the negative battle. It is fortunate that they took action. Otherwise they would have been framed and beaten to death. I ignored individual players and small teams. They couldn't pose a threat to me anyway. Writing them all down would offend too many people and was unnecessary. If you want to deal with it, deal with those who have the ability to threaten you and those who may affect your next plans. As long as this list is approved, these players will basically have no chance of becoming lords. Ordinary lords under the military lord need to be recognized by the will of civilization. With their behavior, they will not be approved even if they have 10 life planets. Once all threatening teams are eliminated, these planets will belong to him. Yu Qingji can be divided into one. If Li from Qinghe wants, he can get one, and the rest will belong to him. Li Qing never thought of having it all to himself. There was no need. The territory in the real universe was just to improve his status and give himself an excuse to have some things in the universe in his palm, regardless of whether others believed it or not. His core had always been in the universe in his palm. As his grasp of the universe in his palm deepened and the speed of unlocking became faster and faster, he had gradually realized what the high-dimensional fortress, witness of the stars, was. Although the player's construction blueprint can be exchanged in the palm universe, Li Qing originally thought about whether to exchange one in the future. But now, he no longer has that idea, because it is impossible to recreate it. That thing involves high-dimensional technology, and the internal space is much larger than he imagined. High-dimensional fortress. The high-dimensional is not a modifying prefix, but something that really involves high dimensions. Even at the peak state of the negative star civilization, it is impossible to create a second one. This is unique. He really doesn't need to do anything. As long as he is honest, he can repair the star witnesses, and you can slowly inherit all the heritage of the negative star civilization. Because no matter how hard he work hard, it is unlikely to surpass the negative star civilization, unless you can accomplish the unfinished great feat of the negative star civilization. You will transcend. Li Qing did have that idea, but that would definitely be a long time in the future. For now, he would first become a Star Navy Lord. Try your best to contribute to the strengthening of human civilization before fully unlocking all the legacy of the negative stars. Chapter 251 Advanced Mobile Fortress Repair Successfully. At the same time, after the ban on the territory channel was lifted, Li Qing quickly discovered that Wang Yanqing's fleet was attacking Lock Fortress. Many players in the channel were announcing that they were about to break through Lock Fortress, and they posted pictures of fierce wars, calling on everyone to work harder to break through it as soon as possible so that they could enter the Shada United Empire and share the rich spoils. But Li Qing just chuckled when he saw it, and easily saw through their intention of using them as cannon fodder. Although he was not clear about the specific firepower inside the Lock Fortress, he had learned some basic information about the Lock Fortress from Quilta before, including the combat capability of the planetary fortress that he was most concerned about. Why did he have to wait until the advanced mobile fortress in the isolated star field was repaired before starting the attack on the Shada United Empire? One of the important reasons was the defense of Lock Fortress. The firepower of that planetary fortress was too fierce. Without the terrifying firepower of the advanced mobile fortress, he would not dare to attack Lock Fortress head-on. Therefore, even if the Emperor of the Shada United Empire did not lead the fleet to escape back, they would not be able to capture the Lock Fortress. Of course, he did not dismantle their drama. Now he doesn't have to do anything. He just needs to clean up the battlefield first, and then wait for the advanced mobile fortress to be fully repaired. Only then can he defeat the Shada United Empire in one fell swoop. As a war of civilizations, and a battle of such a large scale, the spoils will be much richer than those in an ordinary war. The Shada coalition forces this time lost more than 6 standard division teams, of which the 5 level warships and the 6 class configuration warships from the Kailiza Kaichai Empire. At the end of the war, he ordered his men to clean up the battlefield, which had now been mostly cleaned up and all concentrated in Star City. When Li Qing arrived at the warehouse, he was stunned to see a corner of this huge warehouse of 1,000 cubic meters filled with various chips piled up like a small mountain. Why so many? Li Lai stood aside with his arms folded and laughed. Yes, that's all. They're all chips. You're going to be very busy this time, boss. Li Qing, stop laughing. You two should count together. Well, the group of people immediately looked sullen. 10 minutes later, most of the servants of light in the territory were brought over to count the spoils. It took almost 4 days to finally count all the spoils. A bunch of junk weapons and chips for battleships below cruisers were packed up and thrown into the market. Now he had the mother chip, and the only thing missing was the battleship mother chip. Even now, he doesn't need to build these 3rd generation battleships. But battleships are strategic ships, and even if the 3rd generation is equipped with 5th generation technology, they are still very powerful. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want them, as long as he can't help the enemy. He planned to use it as a prize and directly reward it to the player teams that responded to the call. Of course, there are still 255 blueprints of the 6th generation battleships and 685 blueprints of the 5th generation battleships. These are kept for personal use, and the rest are all prizes. In addition, there were 2 Titan super flagships, 2 super aircraft carrier blueprints, 8 dreadnoughts, 11 aircraft carriers, and a blueprint that was beyond his expectations. The mobile fortress of Shada actually revealed a complete blueprint. According to the blueprint, a conventional mobile fortress can be built. This is quite unexpected. A mobile fortress can actually produce blueprints. The probability is indeed quite high. But precisely because the blueprints were leaked, this mobile fortress, which had been bitten off and blasted into its core by a Titan's light spear, was completely sunk and could not be repaired. Li Qin didn't feel it was a pity. If this mobile fortress was really captured, repairing it would be a huge project. It would be better to rebuild it. You have to know that this mobile fortress is incomplete. A large number of accessories and weapons inside are damaged. Even the fortress has only 16 main guns. You have to know that Li Qin's advanced mobile fortress has 3,000 T-slot Doomsday light guns alone. This conventional mobile fortress cannot compare with the advanced mobile fortress. But having a few hundred guns should not be a problem. It was obvious that the TOS people were selling the almost scrap fortress as a finished product and making a fortune. Of course, the Shada people are not fools. They know that this thing is not a good thing. But there is no way. The Shada people do not have the level to build a mobile fortress. However, they can slowly master the construction technology by repairing the fortress. When the technological level is improved in the future and they accumulate experience over the years, it is not impossible for them to acquire the technology to build fortresses. Li Qin had already made up his mind that after the advanced mobile fortress in the isolated star field was repaired, he would let Long Yun start building this mobile fortress. Well, it was redesigned based on this mobile fortress, and its specifications were increased a bit. Long Yun itself has the ability to design mobile fortresses, and even mobile war stars. The specifications of this mobile fortress are only small or medium-sized among conventional mobile fortresses. He needs to strengthen it, and redesign it to about 700 to 800 kilometers. In addition, Long Yun's talent increases all attributes by 200%. So the hull armor is likely to directly reach the level of a normal high-level mobile fortress. In addition to warships, there are also a large number of weapon accessories in the spoils, all of which except for level 6 are sold in packages. A large number of skill chips for personal use. A large number of signal chips, data chips, etc. were mostly distributed to the subordinates, so that they can go dig graves and look for treasures when they have time in the future. After counting the spoils, Li Qin found a UFA, who had returned after the war. The two discussed it, and asked her to issue a notice in the name of the governor about the sudden disappearance of the Gallon 3 system, directly putting the blame on the Shada United Empire. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not. Just personalize the matter first. Some people may doubt him, but he has sufficient evidence to prove himself. You know, he swore with the will of civilization to treat the Orbu people well. If he did anything to hurt the Orbu people, he would be punished. Now the Orbu people are exterminated. But he is fine. Which means it was not me. Anyway, Li Qin was sure of it. But in fact, Li Qin knew very well that this oath was indeed effective, and he was punished. But what was that punishment? Let's put it this way. The oath did take effect. But at that time, he needed to deal with the crazy attack of the Shada United Empire. And he could only use this trick at this critical moment. But, although he was the one who made the decision, he was not the one who actually performed the sacrifice. It was Yu Yao who performed the sacrifice in the virtual realm. In addition, the impact of this war was too great. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that the consequences of defeat directly affected the survival of the entire human United Empire. But it is true if you think about it. Just as Commander Yu Qingji said, this battle has attracted the attention of the will of human civilization. At this time, will the will of civilization punish him at such a critical moment? If the war is lost because of this oath punishment, no one can bear the consequences. Once he died, the war collapsed. Shada destroyed the Gallon territory, and directly surrendered to the Kelzaka Star Empire. At that time, the Kelzaka Star Empire had sufficient reasons to go north and expand, and occupy the entire Zoltar star field. By then, the Yu clan of Tianjin, which is located in the middle, will definitely be destroyed, and the southern border of the empire will lose its barrier. You must know that the main force of the human United Empire is all in the northern border to fight against the Bruvan Alliance, and the south is undefended. If Kelzaka leads his troops north and launches a full-scale war, the south will be unable to stop it. This possibility is very high. Once the main force of the northern border of the empire moves south, the Bruvan Alliance, the archenemy in the north, will definitely send troops to launch an all-out war. being attacked from both sides. The situation collapsed, and there was a possibility of genocide. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the will of civilization, the oath he made with the Orbu people is a minor matter. And the survival of human civilization, as a whole, is the overall situation. The so-called overall situation is more important. And the overall safety of mankind is more important. Thus, the Orbu people became an innocent race, who were sacrificed for the greater good. I can only say that it is also time. Life also. Li Qing ignored the battle situation at Lock Fortress, and focused on guarding his own piece of land, speeding up the repair of the warships damaged in the war. After the territory channel was opened, it had been broadcasting live the battle situation at Lock Fortress. In less than 2 days, some players, who had been deceived, revealed all the details of the situation inside Lock Fortress. The ending was as expected. All the players who had approached greedily were killed, and no one escaped. In addition, the large fleet formed by the Baji group also suffered heavy losses. Except for a few who escaped. Most of them died in that galaxy. At least 2 division-sized warships sank in Lock Fortress. Their losses were not in vain. In addition to losing a lot of Shada defenders, they also brought first-hand information about Lock Fortress, allowing Li Qing to know how terrifying the power of the planetary fortress within Lock Fortress is. 6 days later, reinforcements arrived from Tianjin. The Tianjin Second Corps, consisting of 5 divisions, was commanded by a big shot of the Yu family, named Yu Zhaoshi. This is the vanguard fleet that can be mobilized immediately from Tianjin. When they set out, the Yu family is mobilizing and gathering other fleets. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to gather about 10 divisions again in half a month. However, he will not be transferred immediately. But it depends on the situation. After all, it has been discovered that the Kelzaka Star Empire is involved. But its main target is still uncertain. We cannot rule out the possibility of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and then transferring them away and leading the army to raid Tianjin. Li Qing arranged for them to be stationed in the former Orb Star City, and his own fleet was stationed in the newly built Galan Star Gate. As soon as the fleet was stationed, Master Yu Zhao found Li Qing and said, "There is no time to lose. You should rest as soon as possible and cooperate with me to destroy the Shada United Civilization in one fell swoop and eliminate the hidden dangers of the Empire." Li Qing frowned slightly. He heard something from the tone of Master Yu Zhao. The difference between cooperating with him and joining forces is huge. "Are you trying to take a planet?" His brows relaxed, and he said with a smile, "Uncle Master, don't worry. I have a high-level mobile fortress on hand. It will take about a month and a half to repair and put it into service. By then, I will have nearly 2 divisions of level 6 configuration divisions, which will be enough to sweep across the Shada United Empire. However, the enemy leader has obtained a powerful virtual blessing buff, and has the ability to jump at will. At that time, I will ask Master to help guard the house to prevent the enemy's surprise attack." At this moment, there was no need to hide it anymore. Li Qing directly told Commander Yu Zhaoshi that he had an advanced mobile fortress. Yu Zhaoshi is one of the most powerful and influential leaders of the Yu family in Tianjin. He is one of the 3 surviving children of the old patriarch of the Yu family. He is in charge of the 2nd Legion of the Yu family in Tianjin, a huge fleet that includes 5 divisions. He had met her before when you got engaged, but they were not close friends. Of course, Li Qing might not have caught his eye at that time, but things are different now. The force in Li Qing's hands is close to his, and his status and position are not inferior to his, so they can be on equal footing. And when the advanced mobile fortress in his hand is repaired, his military power will surpass him in a leap. Although they are relatives, Li Qing will not tolerate them if they want to take advantage of others right away. When he heard that he had a high-level mobile fortress, Master Yu Zhao's eyes flashed with surprise. And then he smiled and said, "That's great. If we have an advanced mobile fortress, we will have a better chance of thwarting the conspiracy of the Kelzaka Star Empire." After a pause, he continued, "If that's the case, the fleet in Tianjin can slow down a bit and don't have to rush over here." Li Qing nodded and said, "From the previous war, the Kelzaka Empire was not well prepared. I don't know if they underestimated me or their main force was not here. But no matter what, their only chance has been lost. They will not have another chance. As long as they wait for another month and a half, I will be confident enough to sweep the entire Shada United Empire head-on." At this point, he glanced at Master Yu Zhao and said, "When the time comes, Please ask Master Uncle to stand by and watch how I, your nephew, foil their plot. Master Yu Xiao laughed dryly a few times. And the first exchange ended unpleasantly. If Li Qing didn't take action, it would be difficult for him to take action. There is no other reason. If Li Qing does not take action, the 5 divisions will definitely not be able to take down the current rock fortress. They can only wait. 1.5 months is enough time to build a batch of escort ships. When Li Qing received the information that the mobile fortress had been repaired from Dragonfall and Cybertron in the isolated star field, another 5,000 escort ships had been built. He rushed over immediately. And when he came out of the jump, he saw a huge fortress moving slowly in the void, with a large number of space fighters flying around the fortress. It has been thoroughly repaired, including the shields, armor, hull, weapons, and even the space fleet. There is also a fleet production line inside the fortress. Of course, time is not enough, and the space fleet is not fully equipped. Only about 500,000 aircraft have been built so far. It will probably take decades to complete the construction by ourselves. After all, this thing contains 500,000 aircraft carrier hangars. Each hangar contains 360 aircraft in an air brigade, and can accommodate up to 18,000 space fighters, which is simply outrageous. There is no chance to fully equip it at the moment. But Li Qing will transfer all the remaining 17.2 million space fighters in his Palm universe, as well as the millions of space fighters produced by the super-large space fighter production line in the Palm universe in the past 2 years. In addition to this thing is also equipped with 5 Fortress Halos. Flagship Universal Halo, Advanced Mobile Fortress Jump Force Field. Can carry the same fleet across galaxies, ignoring any conventional shielding and interference force fields appearing on the battlefield. Chapter 252 Final Preparations Before Counterattack. In addition to the 2 Universal Halos, the other 3 Halos are extremely powerful. They are all from the original accessories of the War Moon and are high-end products that ordinary civilizations cannot obtain. In addition, the weapons and equipment equipped on the battleship are all weapon accessories from the 7th level peak civilization, and they are extremely powerful. 7th generation Burning Deep Space Fighter, a mid-course carrier-based fighter with high speed, small size, and strong raid survivability. 7th generation Dark Energy Missile, an extremely advanced deep space missile equipped with a powerful dark energy warhead and cutting-edge technology, with even greater flight speed and dodge rate. Dark Energy Spear, a heavy energy spear that can fire high-energy dark energy that can melt armor. Berserker Close Defense System, the last line of defense of a battleship, specifically designed to defend against missiles and space fighters. The 7th generation of Doomsday Light, a Doomsday-level weapon specifically designed for dreadnoughts. The 7th generation Titan Light Spear form a Doomsday-level weapon exclusively used by the Titan Super flagship. The 7th generation Titan Light Lance Arc form a Doomsday-level weapon exclusively used by Titan Super flagships. 7th generation Fortress Railgun, a super weapon dedicated to mobile fortresses. In addition, it is also equipped with a set of level 7 shield and armor universal accessories with all X flagship slots. 7th generation Dark Energy Armor, Fortress Dark Energy is added to the alloy, and the strength and density exceed the 6th generation Dark Matter Armor. The mobile fortress has a total of 6 million flagship general slots, half of which are armor and half are shields. 3 million * 5 million equals 1,500 billion additional armor and shields, compared to the 50 trillion basic hull armor and shields of this advanced mobile fortress. The Dragonfall talent adds 200% to the total 150 trillion hull armor, which is only a drop in the bucket. In fact, all fortresses are the same. Their basic attributes are already very strong. The general slots can only be said to be icing on the cake, and the added attributes are not many. The regeneration increased by so many general slots is quite good, with a regeneration capacity of 3 million * 3 equals 9 million. It can only be said that if there is no mobile fortress of the same level, no matter how many conventional warships there are, they cannot do anything to a high-level mobile fortress. Li Qing spent several days touring the entire fortress. It was better to see it with his own eyes than to talk about it 1,000 times. After that, he had a deep understanding of the combat capability of an advanced mobile fortress, and became more confident in the next attack on Lock Fortress. This thing not only contains a huge amount of weapons, but also comes with a series of production lines. The Clone Crew production line can produce clone crew members. And not just clone crew members, The industrial consumables production line can produce a variety of daily necessities for the crew. Hydroponic farms and artificial breeding farms can produce a variety of food and meat and achieve self-sufficiency. An ultra-large 6th-generation space fighter production line can produce 6th-generation fighters independently. Several large-scale weapons production lines, including various kinetic weapons SH, LS, missiles, etc. There is also a large shipyard that can produce all conventional warships, including battleships. Although the capacity of the shipyard is not too large, it can produce for its own use. Of course, warehouses are indispensable, and they take up a lot of space. A large part of the fortress's space is occupied by these. Otherwise, with the size of this mobile fortress, there would definitely be more weapons and general slots that can be equipped. At this time, the fortress already has more than 1 million clone crew members, but it is still far from enough to fully operate this mobile fortress. At least hundreds of millions of clone crew members are needed, but it was not a big problem. He had previously deployed nearly 4 divisions of clone crew members and senior crew members in the Shanhaiguan fortress, which could be used just as they were. About 2 divisions of clone crew members and senior crew members will be enough. In addition, he also has to be equipped with a large amount of food, consumables, ammunition for various weapons, and so on. Li Qing made a rough calculation and found that the monthly consumption of living materials and basic maintenance fees, senior crew member salaries, etc. of this advanced mobile fortress was equivalent to the consumption of 2 standard divisions. The consumption of weapons and ammunition is calculated separately, and the specific consumption depends on the intensity of the war. Maintenance cost of a standard fully equipped division: 200,000 frigates, each with a maintenance fee of 1 million. A total of 200 billion. 50,000 destroyers, each with a maintenance fee of 2.25 million. A total of 112.5 billion. 20,000 cruisers, 5.25 million maintenance fee each. A total of 105 billion. 10,000 battleships, each with a maintenance fee of 15 million. A total of 150 billion. There are 25 flagships in total, each worth 500 million. A total of 12.5 billion. There are 4 super flagships in total, each costing 3.35 billion, for a total of 13.5 billion. The total amount is 593.4 billion star dollars. The maintenance cost of Cybertron Advanced Mobile Fortress is equivalent to that of 2 divisions, which is 118.68 billion star dollars. Of course, the mobile fortress does not need so many captains, and the salary can be saved by about 20%, which is about 950 billion star dollars. This also means that Li Qing now has about 2 fully staffed divisions plus the salaries of 2 divisions excluding the captain, with monthly expenditures exceeding 210 billion star dollars and annual expenditures as much as 25.6 trillion. So, even if an ordinary player is lucky enough to dig up a mobile fortress, or even a larger war moon or mobile war star, he cannot afford to maintain it. To be honest, before the territory is developed and there is a stable source of income, most lords cannot afford to support it. It took nearly 10 days just to equip all of these, and this was despite the fact that most of the supplies were already in the Palm universe and could be directly transferred in. Otherwise it would have taken even longer. While he was preparing, the tense situation in Galan County gradually calmed down, thanks to the tragic plight of Wang Yanqing and others. No one dared to mention a joint attack on Lok Fortress, and no one talked about joining forces to leap into the interior of the Shada United Empire to cause destruction. At this time, the Shada coalition forces had already withdrawn, including the 3 divisions of the Eastern Army. A total of 11 divisions had withdrawn, and with the 2 divisions of Rock Fortress, a total of 13 divisions. I can't beat the blue-collar guys, but I can still deal with them. Li Qing did not move his troops, and Yu Xiaoshi, who led 5 divisions to support, also did not move his troops. They could only watch. Although there are a lot of players who want to find out every day, most members of the territory don't know what Li Qing is doing, so naturally they can't give a result. It was exactly 2.5 months after the war. On this day, after being quiet for 2.5 months, the Galan leader suddenly began to act. The Galan 3rd Division stationed in Star City began to leave the port and began to form an array in the void in front of Star City. The 2nd Division of Tianjin in another Star City not far away also began to assemble. The huge army of 5 divisions combined together was so powerful that it could cover the sky and the sun. In addition, The expeditionary force far away in Galan 2 also transferred 2 divisions here. A total of 8 divisions united together, preparing to deploy troops and prepare for an expedition, which immediately attracted the attention of countless players. But even though such a huge fleet was already in place, there was no other action for a long time. Everyone was waiting for Li Qing to announce the expedition. But the fleet just stopped there and posed without any other movement. Everyone was dumbfounded. What are they doing? Are they teasing us? Who knows? Looks like he's waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? Li Qing? I don't know. But he's definitely not waiting for us. Nonsense. In the Lord's Mansion, Yuan Yu is now very busy. Team leaders keep asking the Lord's Mansion whether to start attacking Lot Fortress. And they vowed that they are willing to respond to the call and go to the battle with the army. At this time, she didn't know whether so many fleets would set out on the expedition, as Li Qing did not notify her in advance. She could only use the original words to refuse one by one. Li Qing said a long time ago that in the next war of conquest against the Shada United Empire, only those who had responded to the call-up before would be brought along, and all the others who had not responded to the call-up would not be brought along. No matter if you were too far away and didn't make it in time. You didn't come if you didn't come. It's not about giving them a chance to fight for a planet with life. It's just about taking them to have a sip of soup together, in addition to several provincial capitals that are life planets. The Shada United Empire also has a large number of residential stations, industrial planets, etc., all of which they can fight for. He is even willing to release the capitals of 2 provinces for them to plunder. How much they can rob depends on their ability. Not getting an answer from her, someone else asked Li Qi and others, but they didn't know either. They only received Li Qing's order to prepare for the expedition, and they didn't know what they were waiting for. However, this situation did not last long. Soon some players active in the Galan Galaxy received a strong jump signal, and they knew that Li Qing had arrived. It's not right. This is not a fleet. This is a signal. Soon someone discovered that the strength of this jump signal was a bit too strong, equivalent to an entire division-level fleet jumping together. But it was not a fleet, but a single individual. What warship leap signal is so strong? It didn't take long for them to wonder. A strong space wave exploded, and a behemoth beyond their imagination appeared at the signal location. Li Lai stared at the suddenly appeared advanced mobile fortress with his mouth wide open, his face full of shock. Shit! Where did the boss get such a big thing? Grass. Gu Qinzhou kicked over the table in front of him, his face gloomy and silent. Inside the command ship of the remnant army of the Baji group, the man in black robe looked at the advanced mobile fortress that suddenly appeared on the light screen in front of him. His hands trembled and froze for a long while. After a long while, he slowly withdrew his gaze, turned his head to look at Wang Yanqing, who was biting his lip and looking at the motionless mobile fortress on the light screen, and asked, "Haven't you heard of it?" I didn't speak. Only shake my head. Waste. Wang Yanqing lowered his head expressionlessly, but his clenched fist showed his inner unrest. Reluctant, powerless, and confused, he led the fleet into the battle with full confidence, but ended up fleeing with heavy casualties. From beginning to end, he never even met Li Qing. This made him feel like a clown jumping around, but unable to even hurt anyone's hair. A feeling of powerlessness and frustration arose spontaneously. At this time, the head of the Black Robes said, "We have no chance anymore. Prepare to gather our men and evacuate Zutter." Someone asked below, "If we withdraw like this, how are we going to explain it when we go back?" The man in black robe looked at him and replied, "The interference of the Kelzaka Star Empire was an unexpected event. The current situation is not suitable for us to do anything. This is a crime without war, and the higher-ups will not hold it against us." "That's good." A group of people breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Wang Yanqing, who was still silent, and snorted at him coldly. "I thought I was so powerful. But after all this time, I can't even touch his hair." It seems that the success of the Gaga Blue Army was all Li Qing's ability, which has nothing to do with you. Don't call him if the consortium is doing anything. I don't want to cooperate with a loser. The figures disappeared one by one, and finally even the man in black robe disappeared, leaving him alone in the conference room. Chapter 253, The Terrifying Combat Power of the Advanced Mobile Fortress. The Advanced Mobile Fortress Cybertron was in position, and the fleet slowly moved away from its original location. At the same time, circles of strong space waves spread out, and the fortress's hyperspace engine began to charge. The engine resonated with the jump aura, and the aura spread to cover the entire fleet and began to resonate with the jump engines of the entire fleet. There's no need to drive slowly. You can jump directly to Lock Fortress with the coordinates. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the fleet has been replaced by the Cybertron God General. Cyrus is the deputy commander-in-chief, and Chuyuan stayed in Galan territory. As the earth-shaking jump halo exploded, the huge fleet flashed with dazzling light and suddenly disappeared. In a quiet channel in the galaxy, someone suddenly said, "What the HL? What are you waiting for? With such a powerful fleet, it will be no problem to defeat the Shada United Empire. Let's go over there and have a sip of soup." This sentence seemed to awaken the sleeping world. Countless people responded immediately in the channel, and a large number of teams of all sizes left the Galan Galaxy and flew towards Lock Fortress. In the garrison area at the edge of the galaxy, there are several fleets of different sizes. At this time, Li Lai and Li Qi are reorganizing the fleet of Bing Feng and others, preparing to integrate a group of players who responded to the call before to form a fleet. After breaking through the Lock Fortress, the two brothers Li Lai and Li Qi will lead them to attack the capital of the eastern province of the Shada United Empire. This was one of the benefits given to them for their active response to the call-up. Li Qi demarcated the entire eastern and northern provinces, including the provincial capital stars and many industrial stars and mining stars within the provinces, allowing them to plunder as much as they could. Therefore, at this time, there are more transport ships and industrial ships behind the fleet than the fleet. Blade and others are ready to make a fortune. Lock Fortress, Temporary Command Center. The Emperor Lotai of the Shada United Empire did not return to the imperial capital. He had already moved the empire's temporary executive council here, and all government affairs had been handled here for more than 2 months. Although there has been no movement for 2 months, he knows very well that this is only temporary. Li Qi will definitely attack Lock Fortress after he is ready. He dare not leave before the war is over. And he is not at ease to leave. The jump signal generated by the flagship group jump is extremely strong and cannot be hidden at all. Therefore, when the Cybertron Fortress forcibly penetrates the interception force field of the planetary fortress and descends into the galaxy, it is immediately captured by the ubiquitous warning system in the galaxy. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the galaxy. Shada Emperor Lotai calmly read the official business in front of him, and put down his pen after making his instructions. He looked up and saw the black-robed man who had just arrived, and said calmly, "He's already here." Master Nuka of Zaka looked a little unhappy at this moment, and said in a low voice, "The situation is not good." Luotai picked up another file. His face was bland and said, "What could possibly go wrong? Did reinforcements arrive from Tianjin? Or from the headquarters of the United Human Empire? Or did they gather the scattered soldiers nearby? No. It's worse than these." Luotai paused, and slowly raised his head. Master Nuka took off the black robe on his head, revealing a head covered with tiny silver scales. He looked like a lizard man who had evolved into a human form. His upright golden pupils were shining with intelligence, but he could not hide the fatigue in his eyes. In addition to the 5 divisions supporting from Tianjin, they also have a high-level mobile fortress. Snapped. The document in Luotai's hand fell on the table, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. And the next second a hint of fear rose in his heart. Higher mobile fortress? Master Nuka of the Zaka people nodded, stretched out his hand, and a light curtain popped up, showing a huge fleet in the cold starry sky. In the center of this huge fleet stood a behemoth with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. It was protected by a super energy shield nearly 500 kilometers thick. Circles of almost tangible distorted halos were slowly spreading out with this behemoth as the center. Master Nuka looked up and saw a hint of inquiry in Luotai's eyes, who also looked up. He shook his head and said, "Can't stop it. Although the planetary fortress in Lock Fortress is powerful, it is only a reformed planet after all, and even the surface layer has not been completely transformed. The interior is all solid rock from 50 kilometers down, and the advanced mobile fortress is a pure alloy creation, fully armed from the inside out. Whether it is damage tolerance or firepower, it exceeds your planetary fortress. You can't even defeat it in a one-on-one fight, let alone a coordinated fleet operation. If he has such powerful force, why did he do that before?" Master Nuka did not answer, but tied his cloak again and whispered, "You should have planned ahead." Latte remained silent. The man in black robe did not force him to make an immediate decision. He just tied his cloak and left, leaving Lotai sitting there motionless. After a while, he began to talk to himself. Do you really have no chance at all? The study was quiet for a while, and suddenly a voice sounded. It's difficult. Yeah, it's hard. He stood up slowly and said in a deep voice, Pass my order. Assemble the fleet and prepare for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow behind him disappeared. Lotai took the crown from the table and put it on again, then picked up the scepter at hand. His aura quickly rose, and his mentality seemed to have recovered and became positive. He said to himself, There is no point in running away. As the old saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Let us use this battle to decide who is the king and who is the bandit. The scepter in his hand paused, and the golden hair on his body glowed with a faint light. His not-so-tall figure became extremely tall at this moment, and he strode out. Boom! 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 The advanced mobile fortress, with a 300% range bonus, a 100% range bonus from the Void Blessing buff, and an extra 150% range bonus from Commander Cybertron, for a total of 550% extra range, was parked far away in the starry sky 25 million kilometers away. One side of the fortress, with a total of 30 orbital cannons, simultaneously spewed out dazzling beams of light that penetrated the void of up to 25 million kilometers without attenuation, and slammed heavily into the surface of the planetary fortress fixed in the starry sky, across the vast void of 25 million kilometers. The planetary fortress appears to the naked eye as a sphere the size of a small house hanging in the air. But 30 rays of light can be seen crossing the void and hitting the fortress, lighting up dozens of flashes of light. From a distance, they appear to be just small flashes. But on the planetary fortress, they are huge shock waves with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers on the surface of the planet. The alloy armored layer of nearly 50 kilometers has no resistance to the powerful and horrible fortress orbital guns. The hard steel alloy is torn, melted, and the crumbs of the sky like a paper paste. The fortress railgun is the most powerful weapon of the mobile fortress. It is a T-slot main gun that is more powerful than the Titan Light Lance. The 6th generation fortress railgun has a basic damage of up to 7.5 billion, and one shot can smash any flagship to pieces. This thing is more powerful than the current Light of Divine Judgment. The only pity is that it only has the form of a light spear and no range attack. Of course, the Light of Divine Judgment is not exerting its full power right now because of the damage to the internal structure and energy supply system of the main gun area. After it is repaired, its power will definitely be much stronger than that of the fortress railgun. But it is broken after all, and I don't know when it can be repaired. Now that we have this mobile fortress, the Light of Divine Judgment can only use the stance mode to clear small boats. Although the planetary fortress also has a range bonus aura and a virtual blessing buff, it does not have a commander as powerful as Cybertron, and is only equipped with the T-slot Doomsday Light, which is the least powerful T-slot weapon, with low power and range. The result was that they could do nothing but watch the mobile fortress slowly approach from a very long distance. Li Qing planned to move the mobile fortress to within millions of kilometers of the planetary fortress, within the range of the Doomsday weapon, and then use the range advantage to attack it from a distance. This planetary fortress is huge, and the outer layer of crust dozens of kilometers away has been transformed into an alloy SHL, so the defense is still very strong. However, this thing has no shield. Things like planetary shields are exclusive to advanced civilizations. Even humans don't have them, let alone the Shada civilization. In addition, the armor of this thing is also limited. After all, there is only one layer of dozens of kilometers. Unlike the mobile fortress of 1,000 kilometers, which is made entirely of high-strength alloy. Finally, there is no concept of hull in a planetary fortress. As long as they can penetrate the armor and blast a hole in the alloy armor crust that is tens of kilometers thick, they can use the planetary orbital cannon and the Titan Light Spear to continuously bombard the same position and forcibly move the planet. Well, it's a pity that it exploded. Li Qing planned to just defeat their frontal defense and keep the planet. After conquering it, he would transform it and continue to guard it here. The fact that this thing has no power to fight back against the mobile fortress doesn't mean it's not powerful. It's just that its range bonus is too abnormal. Except for it, no one else has such an abnormal range. Even if others also bring a mobile fortress, They can only bombard the planetary fortress without the range advantage. Once you take it and modify it, and equip it with a bunch of fortress orbital guns and even Battlestar orbital guns, its combat power will be simply explosive. Except that it cannot move and has no shield. It is not much different from a real Battlestar. The distance is 25 million kilometers. With the speed of moving the Battlestar plus various talent skills and buff bonuses, it will take about 70 hours, almost 3 days, just to enter the range of the Light of Doom. Li Qing was not in a hurry to engage in the fight, and just made a long-range lob shot. The fortress's orbital cannon fires 1 round every 90 minutes, or 1.5 hours. In 70 hours, it can fire 46 rounds, 30 rounds per round, for a total of 1,380 rays of destructive light. Based on the damage range of 1 shot, it is enough to plow through one side of the planet. There was silence in the Shada command center, and all the officers looked at the surface of the planetary fortress with despair, nearly 1/3 of which had been destroyed. No one spoke at this time because there was nothing that could be done. If we want to break the current situation of being passive and being beaten, we just need to send a fleet to take the initiative to engage in battle. But without a mobile fortress of the same level to attract firepower, there was no way to engage in battle, and they were no match at all. The mobile fortress is a completely unconventional superforce, and it is also one of the few means for low-level civilizations to compete with high-level civilizations. Without a mobile fortress of the same level, it is impossible to fight. Li Qing was also quite surprised. He had been thinking there would be a big battle, but he didn't expect the battle to be completely one-sided. Before, he had no idea why Master Yu Zhao backed down so quickly after hearing that he had an advanced mobile fortress. Now he knew why he backed down so quickly. Obviously, he understands mobile fortresses and knows the significance of their existence. There were no surprises, and no major battle ensued. Before the fortress's long-range lob shot flattened the front of the planetary fortress, the Shada coalition forces, along with the original Lock Fortress defenders, all withdrew. Li Qing did not chase him because the other person had the Void Realm buff and could force a jump and escape at any time, so there was no way to intercept him. At this stage, we should first take possession of Lock Fortress. With the capture of this key fortress, the countdown to the destruction of the Shada United Empire has begun. After confirming that the Shada coalition forces had withdrawn, Li Qing ordered to stop the bombardment. He did not continue to destroy the other side of the planetary fortress. Instead, he dispatched a large number of ground troops to prepare to land on the planetary fortress and seize the fortress first. The transformation will be a matter for a long time to come. At this stage, the other side of the planetary fortress still retains strong combat capability. After the attack, we can find a way to turn the planet around so that the undestroyed side faces the hyperspace channel. It is worth mentioning that, whether it is a mobile fortress or a battle star, its weapon configuration is not as imagined that the planet is fully equipped with weapons in all 4 directions and in the 10 directions up and down. Except for very few cases, the main weapons of a normal mobile fortress or battle star are mostly concentrated on the left and right sides, such as X-slot battleship weapons, T-slot doomsday weapons, fortress railguns, etc., all concentrated on both sides in order to concentrate firepower for maximum power. It's not that there are no weapons in other directions, but most of them are weapons below the L-slot, missiles, or hangars, and even the entrances and exits of the docks inside the fortress, etc. There are also X-slot battleship weapons and T-slot doomsday weapons, but the number is far less than that in the main positions. There are a total of 5-star cities in Lock Fortress, one of which is located behind the side of the planetary fortress. Although it has a Star City arc with a longer range than the Light of Doom, its location is farther away, and it could only play a supporting role in previous wars. Another is on the other side of the system leading to the hyperspace channel entrance into the Empire, and the last 3 are located in the center of the system. In addition, in a super-large residential station complex in the center of the galaxy, there live more than 50 billion people of various ethnic groups in the Shada United Empire, including a small number of orbs. In addition to providing troops for the fortress, these people are also responsible for the overall maintenance of the fortress. You should know that this fortress is the first fortress of Shada. In addition to the huge military system, it also contains a series of military-related industrial systems, including a giant dock capable of building dreadnoughts, a giant casting furnace group, a large number of supporting heavy industrial facilities, etc. It can be said that it can realize the construction of battleship system completely self-sufficiently. These will naturally be preserved. But he will not want these populations. He will directly squeeze out their civilization points and use them as sacrifices. He has already sacrificed more than 30 billion Orbu people. With the lessons learned from the past, it is difficult to gain the true submission of these Shada people. Rather than causing a lot of trouble in the future, it is better to end it all once and for all. The war of civilizations is so cruel and bloody. The winner owns everything, and the loser will be wiped out. Chapter 254 Escape and Pursuit. After half a month at the locked fortress, most of the time in the 5-star cities, and the receiving population and industry, these populations will be gathered together and then sent into the palm-sized universe. He will let them survive in the palm universe for a period of time, no matter whether they surrender or not. As long as he disagrees, they will automatically gain a little civilization points after a period of time. The so-called civilized exploitation is just a term, and it does not really mean to exploit something in a machine. After the exploitation, the sacrifice will be made after the war. There will be no need to get any virtual realm buff for the next sacrifice. After the war, if Yu Yao can kill the virtual realm son of Emperor Shada, she will be promoted to the second level virtual realm son, and then she will have higher authority and power. With so many people, wouldn't it be great to sacrifice them to increase our strength? Alternatively, after the sacrifice, it will directly act on the territory, greatly increasing the probability of awakening of the territory's psychics, or the probability of psychic awakening of the territory's new citizens. There is no need to make sacrifices to improve his personal strength. He has a large number of negative stars for the time being. At most, he can strengthen his 2 apostles and wives, Uufa and Ding Yuran, and the rest can be used for the development of the territory. Only after completely taking over Lock Fortress did Li Qing begin to decide on the next strategy. Lock Fortress is located at a key intersection. To the east is the heartland of the Shada United Empire. There are 2 roads. To the north is the northern province, and to the south is the eastern province. The central province is further east, but one has to take a detour from both sides. The only strategic issue at this time is to find the main force of the Shada coalition. Of course, this is not a big problem. We can send more fast escort ships as reconnaissance ships to jump directly into the territory of the Shada United Empire, or give tasks to the players who come with the army and let them go to find them. Once they find them, they can communicate in real time through the territory channel that covers almost the entire territory of Shada. And then the main force can jump in, as long as the target is found and a fight breaks out. If the enemy wants to escape, a part of the fleet must be left behind to cover the main force's withdrawal. With their current strength, the rear guard fleet would need at least 1 or 2 divisions. If more than that comes a few times, they will be gone. After the announcement was released, countless players signed up enthusiastically. A large number of individual players drove their own fleets of various sizes out of Lock Fortress and into the territory of the Shada United Empire. At the same time, the fleets of 2 divisions led by the Expeditionary Force Yuqingji and the commander of the 2nd Corps of Tianjin Yu Zhaoshi were divided into 2 routes, heading north and south respectively. First clearing out some large groups of defenders along the way and opening up the first route to the eastern and northern provinces of the Shada United Empire. Finding the main force is one thing, but you can't just stay at home looking for it all the time. You still have to do what you need to do. Whether Yuqingji or Yu Zhaoshi led the fleet to support the battle, it was impossible for them to work in vain. Especially Master Yu Zhaoshi. He led the fleet all the way to support. How could he not have some benefits? If he didn't have a share of the planet, then he had to be given sufficient subsidies in other aspects. Li Qing had already promised privately before that. Except for the central province of the Shada United Empire, the other provinces could be distributed among you, and you could grab as much as you could. The captured population of Shada civilization will also belong to them. But Li Qing will buy it from him at a high price. Li Qing sat in Lock Fortress, waiting for news from the front line. This battle is a harvest feast for ordinary players. The strong ones will look for prey alone, while the weaker ones will follow the main force and eat some soup. The most important thing is that Li Qing guarded the Lock Fortress and prohibited unauthorized players from entering. In other words, only some player teams that have always been on good terms with the territory, and the teams that have accepted conscription before can enter this feast to eat and drink. As for those team individuals who have not accepted the conscription but he has not pursued, they can also enter. But not now. They can only wait 3 months later and let those in front eat for 3 months first. In addition, many teams that had not been recruited before, including the dozens of large teams that failed to attack Lock Fortress, were not allowed to enter. This directly eliminates most of the competitors, so they can eat more fully. In addition, Li Qing clearly told all teams that he wanted to dominate all life planets, including some planets transformed by the Shada civilization itself. Whether they agree or disagree is meaningless. When the advanced mobile fortress Cybertron was repaired and put into service, their opinions no longer mattered. An advanced mobile fortress is a super force that many military lords do not have. I don't know whether the Yu family in Tianjin has it, but the Li family in Qinghe definitely does not have it. This is a super weapon that is enough to suppress the fortune of a military lord's family. With this, unless the Baji group also dispatches 2 or more advanced mobile fortresses, they will be unable to do anything to him. In other words, his dispute with the Baji group had ended early when the Cybertron mobile fortress appeared, because it is impossible for the Baji group to mobilize mobile fortresses to fight a civil war. This is something that the Star Lords will never allow. From beginning to end, the Baji group did not gain any advantage. They did not even pose any threat to Galenling. He did not give them any chance from the beginning. Swallow the Shada United Empire, all the territories of the original Shar civilization and the Zivis civilization, plus the Galan territory. There will be a total of 8 planets with life. 1 has already been sacrificed, and now there are only 7 life planets left. One of them belongs to Yuqingji, which was agreed upon long ago. It is also equivalent to giving back to the Yu family of Tianjin for their long-term support to him. And this cannot be saved. There is nothing else besides this. But Li Qing will take 1 out and give it to the family, in the name of his father. If nothing unexpected happens, he will break away from the Qingheli family and establish a new military clan, which will be the Galenli family in the future. This is also one of the mainstream choices for the children of many military lords, if they can make a name for themselves. There are only 272 military lords in the human United Empire, but there are thousands of small lords like him. Many of them come from military lords' families, and after becoming lords, they all become independent and set up their own businesses. The military leaders and clans will not only not prevent this choice, but will strongly support it. The reason is simple: branch out and share the risk. After all, the possibility of military lords being promoted to Star Sea Lords is pitifully low. If they do not split up, at most, they can increase the family strength and foundation. However, if they split up to form a new military lord clan, a double clan, the benefits brought by it will definitely be much better than a merger. Apart from anything else, a new military leader will have 1 more vote in the Imperial Senate. They can also share risks. No matter if the main family declines or one family perishes, the other can continue, ensuring that the family heritage is immortal and always stands at the top of the Starry Sea. After dividing 2, there are still 5 life planets left, plus an unknown number of transformed planets. By then, he will control at least 10 planets, and at most more than 20 planets. This is already larger than most provinces, and enough to establish a new large province here. In addition, Ding Yuan originally planned to rely on her own efforts to seize a life planet and then marry here. But now it seems that there is no need. Sure enough, as long as a woman finds a good man, she can win without any effort. 1 month and 20 days later, the fleet of Yu Zhaoshar arrived at the capital of the eastern province, but did not find the enemy's main force. Facing the defenders of less than 1 division, Yu Zhaoshar decisively launched an attack. The war lasted only a day and a half, with the overall advantage in both fleet level and quantity. The enemy defenders were defeated head-on, and the eastern province of the Shada United Empire was captured. Just 4 days later, Yu Qingji's fleet in the north arrived at the capital of the northern province of the Shada United Empire. The main force of the enemy was also not discovered, and even the defending force was only the size of a brigade. Needless to say, they launched an immediate attack and defeated the defenders in just half a day. Should we defend the capital? After the 2 provinces were abandoned, we could only concentrate our forces to secure the capital. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defend the former capital of the Shar people and the former capital of the Zivis civilization further east. Although he was confused, Li Qing still waited patiently. The 2 fleets plundered for nearly half a month and almost emptied the 2 capital star systems. Every day, tens of thousands of warships transported various plundered materials and people. Li Qing took over all the supplies and population and station them in Lock Fortress. There was no need to transport them back to Tianjin. Anyway, when the war is over, the reinforced Stargate in the Galan Galaxy will also be built, and he has to go to Tianjin to open the Stargate. By then, a large number of players will arrive, and the territory will need to develop, so the demand for various materials will be very high, and he will have to buy them again. The population is naturally included in the palm-sized universe, including 2 capital star systems, large residential station clusters, and 3 transformed planets, with a total population of 125 billion people in the Shada civilization, adding the previous 50 billion people in Lock Fortress. There are now about 175 billion people. After a short rest, the 2 fleets marched north and southeast respectively, attacking the central bank province from both sides. Time kept passing, and conquering cities and territories was extremely time-consuming. 1 month after another passed, and when the 5th month of the formal attack on Lock Fortress was launched, the batch of flagships in the Palm universe had been built. 2 Titan super flagships, 2 super aircraft carriers, and 20 dreadnoughts were all built and put into service. In addition, during this period, all warships except the flagship were built as escort ships, with a batch of 5,000 ships, and more than 20,000 ships have been built. At this time, he already owns more than 53,000 escort ships. A standard division-level fleet has a total of 270,000 ships below the cruiser level. His newly formed escort ship and dreadnought battleship division is not going to be equipped with so many ships. 100,000 will be enough, and half of them have been built now. Even if there are only 100,000 ships, it is enough to easily crush the 270,000 ships of a normal division. And even 500,000 ships can be easily defeated. The gap is too big, and it is really no problem to fight 10 with 1. By then, even if it is only a level 5 configuration, this super division can easily crush the same level legion under the same commander, and even the level 6 division can win. Although the technology is not comparable, the basic attributes of the escort ship are too strong, and it has too many weapon slots, which is enough to make up for the technological gap. Of course, this only refers to the enhanced version of level 6 technology. The level 6 division with advanced dark matter energy still cannot win because the technological gap is too big. When building the next batch of flagships, Li Qing followed the same construction as the previous batch, including 2 Titans, 2 super carriers and 20 dreadnoughts. Forget about the aircraft carrier for now. Ever since the Cybertron Fortress entered service, there has been a huge shortage of space fighters. Even if more are built, there won't be enough extra space fighters to fill them. Another half a month later, Yu Qingji, the commander of the Right Army, led his fleet to the capital star system of the central province of the Shada United Empire, but found no resistance. After the reconnaissance fleet broke into the Shada star system, they saw an empty capital star system. Did they run away? Li Qing assembled the fleet at the first opportunity, and using a servant of light, who was accompanying the army as the coordinate, he jumped directly to the edge of Yu Qingji's fleet, which was the Shada capital galaxy. Then, he saw the same picture as that sent back before. The empty capital galaxy. Star City is still there, but no one is inside. The prosperous capital planet was also there, but there were only a small population left on the planet, roughly estimated to be less than 5 billion, and they were all other races. The original race of Emperor Lotai of Shada was not seen. Interesting. It was obvious that the Shada Emperor Lotai knew he was no match for his opponent, so he decisively fled with his people. I want to see where you can run to. Li Qing raised his head and looked towards the south. As expected, they were escaping in the south, most likely to the territory of the Kelzaka Star Empire in the south. Although the Kelzaka Star Empire does not take the technology and fleet of the Shada civilization seriously, the Shada Emperor is still worthy of the Kelzaka Star Empire's attention. After all, he is a son of the Void Realm, which is definitely an extremely rare talent. The Kelzakar Star Empire is an extreme militaristic and authoritarian system, but it is not very xenophobic. In addition to the main races within the civilization, there are many large secondary races with strong status. With Lotai's identity, he will definitely be in a high position after going there. Under the protection of the Kelzakar Star Empire, Lotai has enough time to develop slowly. With the help of the Kelzakar Star Empire's technology, it will take less than a few decades for it to make a comeback. So, after occupying the capital star, Li Qing borrowed 3 divisions from Master Yu Xiao, added his own division and a mobile fortress, and took Li Qi with him to jump directly to the south. He had to chase after them and root out the trouble completely to avoid future troubles. He doesn't need to worry about the rest of the things. Ding Yuan, who has already returned to the territory, will be in charge of the situation, with Li Lai and Hong Changfeng assisting. The main force of the Shada has already escaped, and what follows is a smooth crush all the way, without any risk. The first jump directly crossed the Zuder star field and entered the Tianjin star field, crossing a distance of nearly 6,000 light-years in one breath. Then he communicated with Yu Yao and asked her to use the induction between the Sons of the Void Realm to find the escaped remnants of the Shada army. The enemy can sense them from a distance, so they can naturally sense others from a distance. It was just that Yu Yao had not been prepared to fight against another son of another virtual realm before, and never took the initiative to perceive. The landing point of the jump was an unknown galaxy, a binary star galaxy. As soon as he jumped over, he jumped into a group of wild monsters and was killed almost instantly. Li Qing died without even feeling anything. Opening the star map, I found that my current position was in the middle of the southern part of the Tianjin star field, more than 3,000 light-years away from the Jinmin galaxy. The fleet stopped here, split into 2 fleets and hundreds of level 6 destroyers to see if there were any traces nearby. But this is just full of personnel. I want to find that they can only rely on Yu Yao's induction. Chapter 255. A turn of events. If you want to search galaxies one by one, it would basically be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But with Yu Yao, who is also a son of the Void Realm, the search would be much faster. It is not easy to find another son of another virtual realm, as long as people shrink their strength to hide themselves. It is difficult for other virtual sons to find another child of another virtual realm unless it happens to be nearby. But unfortunately, Emperor Shada had been at war with them before, and Li Qing happened to be Yu Yao's symbiotic bond. So declaring war on him was equivalent to declaring war on her. One son of the Void Realm declared war on another son of the Void Realm, which meant that the life and death battle between the sons of the Void Realm had begun. Once the fight to the death between the sons of the Void Realm begins, it will be a fight to the death, and one of them must die. Before this, the two could sense each other's position through the virtual world, and they could not hide no matter where they were. Emperor Shada tried his best to hide himself. It took UFA almost 2 days to sense his location, but the result was speechless. Has he already fled to the Kelzakar Star Empire? The location pointed out by Yu Yao on the star map has exceeded the Tianjin star field and entered the Timur star field at the bottom of the Perseus spiral arm near the center of the Milky Way, which is the headquarters star field of the Kelzaka Star Empire. But it's normal to think about it. They escaped from Lock Fortress several months ago, which was enough time for them to load the capital galaxy onto a ship and escape. He discovered it too late. Nanas. Li Qing slammed his fist on the table, feeling a little depressed. Although the Shada United Empire was destroyed, the Shada Emperor was not captured. That was fine. But the key was that the core Shada race escaped, and the fire of civilization could be rekindled. The perfect puzzle was missing a link and was incomplete. The most important thing is that this battle was not fully accomplished. From some mysterious feeling, I might have missed out on something. Just as Commander Yu Qingji had told him before, there was a possibility that something would appear in this battle that he might only have this one chance to obtain in this lifetime. But because he had not yet completed his mission, it might not appear. This made him extremely annoyed. But he could do nothing about it. He couldn't chase after them. Or rather, he could chase after them personally, but the fleet couldn't get through. Lotai has already fled to the heartland of the Kelzaka Star Empire. If he had followed alone, that would have been just an individual act. But if he were to lead a fleet to jump in, the nature of the matter would be very serious. So serious that he could not afford the possible consequences. No matter how unwilling you are, you can only watch helplessly at this moment. It's a pity that we didn't achieve our full success. Fortunately, we have conquered the entire territory of the Shada United Empire, with 5 life planets in hand. My promotion to military lord is basically guaranteed. With a hint of regret, Li Qing ordered the recall of the warships that had been withdrawn previously and prepared to return. However, what did you say? 2 hours later an escort ship returned with news that shocked him. Have you found any traces of the fleeing Shada coalition forces? Li Qing was surprised to receive the reconnaissance data sent by the escort ship. A projection unfolded, showing that when the escort ship was passing through a galaxy, It discovered large traces of battle on the opposite side of the hyperspace channel. The wreckage on one side was common wild monsters, and he was very familiar with a small amount of wreckage. Both the appearance and the remaining markings proved that they came from the Shada United Empire, through combat computer simulation. The result was a large monster fleet wandering a huge fleet when he entered the galaxy. The two sides had conflicts. The result was that all the wild monsters were destroyed, and the Shada fleet also suffered some losses. What surprised Li Qing the most was that, through the restoration of battlefield analysis, he found that the battle took place not far from now. Apparently less than 4 hours ago. Are they still here? Yes. They are definitely on their way. But Lotai rushed to the Kairzakar Star Empire first to confuse us. It's just like he could ask Su Yuyao to locate Luo Tai. Luo Tai certainly knew that the best choice at this time was definitely not to follow the majority, as that would expose himself in every minute. If they escaped to the interior of the Kelzaka Star Empire first, a normal person would have to give up, just like Li Qing did just now, and cover the main force's departure. My previous thinking was wrong, and I didn't think about it carefully. Their main force had been on the way for several months in advance, and Li Qing now knew the reason. The buff of the Void Blessing was indeed very strong, enough to allow them to ignore most environments and forcibly jump. But this buff was only aimed at fleets, and did not seem to target civilian ships. They took away most of the supplies and population from the capital galaxy, which could only be taken away by civilian transport ships. This seriously slowed down their speed, and it was not surprising that it took them several months to get here. So, there is still a chance. Li Qing quickly ordered the fleet to prepare to set off, and at the same time released hundreds of escort ships to move towards the place where the target was found and began a carpet search. At the same time, considering the possibility of their jump, hundreds of escort ships were sent to jump to the south, according to the maximum jump distance of civilian ships, and taking into account the increase in the flagship. They jumped to the galaxy where they were most likely to stay at different distances. 14 hours later, an escort ship returned and found traces of the enemy again in a galaxy 200 light-years to the south. This time, their traces were discovered directly, and a reconnaissance fleet belonging to the Shada United Empire was discovered. Li Qing was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately led the fleet to leap over, landing on the other side of the galaxy. 10 minutes later, the huge fleet appeared in an unknown galaxy across more than 200 light-years. The moment they emerged from the jump, alarm sounded in the fleet. But Li Qing was not surprised but happy. A light screen popped up in front of him, and a familiar fleet was anchored in the starry sky not far away. This fleet is extremely large, probably the size of nearly 10 divisions. It was on high alert early on, and behind the fleet was a large fleet of transport ships. It is obvious that the main force of the Shada coalition is here, and behind them must be the last hope and spark of civilization of the Shada United Empire. When he saw all this, Li Qing had a vague feeling in his heart. As long as he defeated this fleet and extinguished the last hope and fire of civilization of the Shada civilization, the vague feeling in his heart would come true, and the unprecedented benefits that Yu Qingji mentioned would appear. Attack! Before he gave the order, the enemy's weapons, which had been charged long ago, had already begun to release firepower, and the Gallon coalition immediately counterattacked. Cybertron quickly deployed its troops, and deployed the fleet that had just jumped over and gathered. The right wing of the 1st Division of the 2nd Corps of Tianjin. Deploy in a line formation. The left wing of the 2nd Division of the 2nd Corps of Tianjin. Deploy in a line formation. The 2nd Division of Gallon will disperse. The fortress will move forward to attract firepower. All fleets will move forward at a synchronized speed based on the mobile fortress. The 3rd Division of the 2nd Corps of Tianjin will outflank the enemy from the rear. You can divide them into 3 groups, as appropriate to intercept the enemy's transport fleet and ensure that they cannot escape. Cybertron continued to deploy its troops and issued orders to the fleets on the battlefield in an orderly manner. Report. Jump signal detected. Location of the enemy's rear transport fleet. Cybertron ordered expressionlessly. The 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division of the 2nd Corps of Tianjin is ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples suddenly appeared in the void where the brigade-level fleet was located. The next second, the fleet suddenly disappeared and reappeared, unexpectedly appearing in the enemy's transport fleet. At this moment, both sides were stunned. Fortunately, the fleet received the order early and reacted quickly by opening fire on the surrounding transport ships, immediately interrupting their jump state. Unique abilities of the God General. Sublimated aura of infinite freedom. The will of Cybertron covers the entire galaxy. All warships under his command are not affected by any slowdown, interference or interception, and can be teleported at will within the coverage of the will every 30 minutes. A brigade seemed extremely small compared to the fleet of transport ships that was larger than a legion. But the gap between military warships and civilian ships was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex entering a group of rabbits. It was a one-sided massacre. In this chaotic state, the fleet couldn't make a jump at all. On the front battlefield, the human fleet equipped with advanced mobile fortresses directly presented a crushing posture. Humanity has 4 division-level fleets, 1 with level 6 configuration, and 3 with level 5 technological configurations, commanded by an immortal-level commander. The Shada Alliance has 10 division-level fleets, 1 level 6, 1 level 5, and 8 level 3 and 4 fleets, commanded by an orange-named legendary commander. Normally, the human side already has the advantage. Not to mention that the human side has a complete advanced mobile fortress. This thing has 1 W ultimate weapon slot. There is a blueprint for this ultimate weapon, but I haven't had time to make it yet. This is too time-consuming. 60 T-slot fortress railguns, with a lethality of 7.5 billion-7.5 billion. 600 T-slot Titan light spear, 5 billion-5 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 billion-2.5 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 billion in light spear. 3,000 T-slot Doomsday light, with a lethality of 500 million-500 million. 30,000 X-slot battleship main guns, with a damage rating of 3,200,000 to 3,750,000. 300,000 L-slot large weapons, with a lethality of over 200,000. 300,000 P-slot point defense weapons. 360,000 G-slot missiles, with a lethality of up to 160,000. 500,000 H-slot hangar slots. P.S. The previous article is wrong. The attributes of level 7 weapons have been readjusted. Level 6 fortress. Level 7 dark energy technology. The power is simply explosive. Let's not talk about the T-slot weapons. Let's just talk about the X-slot battleship cannons. The 5th generation battleship main gun Neutron Lance has a power of 75,000. And the 7th generation dark energy lance directly soars to 3,750,000. In the case of naked guns, one shot can smash any battleship below the battleship, including human standard cruisers. No matter what configuration, they will be destroyed with one shot. Even a battleship can only withstand 3 shots at most. In fact, 2 shots are enough, as long as they hit the main part of the battleship. In Li Qing's hands, with the bonus of Cybertron's skill talent, one shot can destroy a standard human Knight-class battleship, regardless of its configuration. Of course, this refers to attacking naked ships. If you are in a large fleet with a flagship, you will not be able to kill it in 1 second with the Titan suppression aura that reduces the damage by 25%. But you will definitely not be able to kill it with 2 shots. It seems exaggerated, but this is the truth. Level 7 technology crushes level 5 technology. Higher mobile fortress has a total of 30,000 main guns, about 12,000 yuan, and placed on the opposite side. At least tens of thousands of warships were crushed in a round of artillery. But the most exaggerated performance was the hundreds of Titan light spears. The 250 on the front were all turned on the arc mode, which was equivalent to 250 Titan super flags sweeping across the fleet. Countless arcs jumped in the fleet like chain lightning. I saw electric arcs jumping and sweeping wildly among the fleet. Countless warships exploded with fireballs, and a hollow area was forcibly cleared in the center of the huge fleet. Thousands of T-slot Doomsday lights focused their fire on the flagship, and 30 T-slot fortress railguns aimed at each flagship. I saw countless rough lights running through the battlefield. I don't know how many flagships died under this round of horror artillery. Irresistible. Absolutely irresistible. Level 7 technology completely crushes level 3 and 4 technology, and it wipes them out. After a round of saturation attack, the enemy's command system was almost destroyed, and the fleet officers and soldiers were also stunned. It's impossible not to be confused. How can I not be confused after losing more than half of my flagships in a wave of earth-shattering saturation attacks? The cooling time of T-slot main guns is extremely long, but the cooling time of battleship main guns is only a few minutes. On such a huge battlefield, nothing can be done for a few minutes. and it may be difficult for the Titan super flagship to turn around. Soon, the second round of battleship main guns on the mobile fortress were fully charged, and 12,000 dazzling beams of light shot into the enemy ships, and tens of thousands of fireworks exploded in an instant. With the 7th level technological crushing force, there is no possibility of missing the target, and you will definitely hit the target as long as you fire. The enemy's counterattack may not hit the target. The Cybertron God General's talent, sublimated distorted refraction aura. The effect is that all warships under his command have a 30% chance of refracting and bouncing back single target attacks when they have energy shields. It is ineffective against missiles by default. And the greater the power, the more difficult it is to refract. T-slot weapons are also unable to refract. The Cybertron Advanced Mobile Fortress attracts a huge amount of firepower due to its huge size. But not only can the halo effect directly eject about 1/3 of the firepower, the gravitational field of the advanced fortress itself can weaken a large amount of enemy damage. In particular, the smaller the weapon power, the greater the weakening. For example, the power of the space fighter's laser cannon can be directly weakened by 50%. When combined with the suppression field, the damage reduction effect will be ridiculously high. The scale of this battle was the same as the previous Shada Coalition's attack on the Gallon Galaxy, but the results were completely extreme and one-sided. In just an hour or so, the Shada Coalition had lost 2 divisions of its fleet and most of its flagships, especially under the control of the unique talents of Cybertron's gods. They didn't even have the ability to escape, although the virtual blessings have given them the strong scope of jumping and transition penetration. The problems cannot be enabled to use the Ultra Space Engine at all, even if they use some fleet as cannon fodder, and the other part of the battlefield was out of the battlefield to escape. Civitan immediately picked a division to transmit it directly to the rear ships and directly interrupted their transition. Unable to defeat the enemy and unable to escape, the Shada fleet was already in a desperate situation, as more and more flagships were sunk and countless commanders were killed. Their command systems began to break down, and they began to fight each other. In the meantime, 2 super spirituals wanted to jump over through the transition of spiritual transition, but were captured by Li Qing and Sales. There was no surprise, and there was no demon moth. When the mobile fortress was fully shot after the energy storage, the flagship of the enemy's remaining uncommon flagships sank, and the resistance of the Sato Coalition troops directly stopped. Chapter 256, The Reward of Human Civilization Will. Not good. The distant Kailiza Kata Star Sea Empire, a star of the Sea Empire, suddenly woke up from meditation. He looked up at the north, and there was a drop of tears from his eyes. He reached out and wiped his tears without speaking. Boom! The crown on his head, which represented the symbol of power of the Shada United Empire, and was also the civilization artifact of the Shada United Empire, suddenly appeared and exploded out of thin air. Luo Tai suddenly realized that his civilization was gone. Well, he suddenly put his hand to cover his forehead. His vision blurred, and he vaguely saw in the distant starry sky, from the perspective of the entire spiral arm, in the 4th constellation of the Perseus spiral arm, countless points of light suddenly flew up and condensed into a behemoth like a dragon, rushing towards a certain direction in the south. In that direction, countless points of light condensed into another familiar behemoth, which appeared and roared silently towards the sky. But this was only the last resistance. The dragon crushed the weak with absolute advantage and annihilated them, breaking them into countless points of light that were absorbed by the dragon. Do you swallow the will? This scene also saw that when the Shada's residual army surrendered, the last hope of the entire Shada civilization completely extinguished. Perhaps the former Shatar Emperor Lotai took some of his fellow tribesmen and went to the Kelzaka Star Empire first. But those fellow tribesmen were not enough to regenerate a new civilization. Even if we use powerful genetic technology to mass-produce our people, it will take an unknown number of years to reach the point of rebuilding civilization. Having a sufficient population does not necessarily mean a new civilization. In the universe, the definition of civilization has never been related to the population, but contains many aspects, the most important of which is culture and inheritance. Once Shada was destroyed, their culture and heritage were cut off. The group of people who are now taken away cannot be restored to the original culture and inheritance. Perhaps they will develop a new culture and heritage over a long period of time, but by that time, it will be a new civilization, and will not have much to do with the original Shada civilization. When the will of human civilization devoured the will of civilization of the Shada United Empire, Li Qing instantly sensed the feedback and rewards from the will of civilization. As a lone lord who single-handedly destroyed a civilization with the potential to threaten human civilization, he was appreciated and rewarded by the will of human civilization. There are only 3 rewards, and all of them are intangible rewards. It is also normal. The will of civilization is not an entity, but it is a pan-conscious collection of all human beings. It is impossible to reward the entity worship drawings. The first reward, fortune, like literal significance. This is a mysterious thing. In popular terms, it is to increase your luck, similar to the protagonist's halo. But it is not as embarrassing as the protagonist's halo, or it can be said to be a weakened version of the protagonist's halo. After all, he only destroyed a weak civilization. If he could destroy the Broan Alliance, the mortal enemy of mankind, the luck bestowed upon him would be no different from the legendary halo of the protagonist in a cool novel. The second point of rewards, the big grid, which enhances his internal status sequence of the human United Empire. From the original unknown list of how many thousands of them were ranked to 287th. What is the concept? The human United Empire has 14 Star Lords and 272 Star Navy Lords, totaling 286 seats. And he is ranked 287th, which means that his status will be second only to the military lords. That is the so-called number 1 person under the military lord. But this is not yet the military lord, because the status of the military lord is not awarded by human civilization, but is a status recognized by the will of the universe. However, the position of military lord itself also requires the recognition of the will of his own civilization, which means that Li Qing has taken a crucial step on the road to becoming the military lord of the starry sky. He only needs to gain the recognition of the will of the universe to be promoted to the military lord of the starry sky. Another requirement for the promotion of the universe's will is to accumulate a full 10,000 civilized sacrifice. Based on these conditions, it can naturally be promoted to a star owner of any civilization in the entire universe, as well as a certain status. It is worth mentioning that this civilization point does not have to be condensed by oneself, and the one obtained through transactions can also be counted. The third reward, destiny points. The will of civilization rewards him with 1 destiny point. And this is the good thing that Yu Qingji said he might never have the chance to encounter in his lifetime. This thing is a very, very high-end good thing. Tianming. Tianming literally means that God controls the fate of all living beings. When the word destiny is condensed into a substantial destiny point. To put it simply, this destiny refers to the fate bestowed by God on all living beings. Normal people are not used by this stuff. Not even the average lords cannot be used. Only the real arms can use it. And the more powerful the military, the more need. Because this thing is one of the necessities for the military leader to be promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea. If you gather 10 destiny points, you can be promoted to Star Lord. This is why there are only so few Star Lords in the United Empire of humanity. And all of them are Star Lords from thousands of years ago. No new Star Lords have been born in the last 5,000 years. That's because the conditions no longer exist. Now humans and Broan are in a stalemate. Neither can do anything to the other, and no one has the ability to break the impasse. So naturally they cannot get this destiny point that even the will of human civilization will have to pay a considerable price to condense. Of course, the role of destiny points is certainly not limited to this. Another important role is to directly complete scientific research. At this moment, Li Qing already knew what the Lord of the Shanghai rely on to master the 6th level to strengthen technology, which is forcibly breakthrough by the destiny point. No wonder there are so few Star Sea Lords. So that's how it is. Li Qing smiled and put away the destiny point first. Destiny points can be traded, but Li Qing does not know how to trade them, which is a great use for them. After cleaning up the entire battlefield and putting all the surrendered warships and hundreds of thousands of transport ships into the palm-sized universe, Li Qing ordered the cybertank fleet to return, while he himself entered the palm-sized universe. As soon as he entered, he felt the twitching of the universe in his palm. After he came in, the entire palm universe resonated with the destiny point in his hand. At the same time, he naturally knew the reason for this resonance in his mind. It's very simple. This destiny point plays a very important role in the palm-sized universe. If it can be integrated into it, the palm-sized universe will not only be able to repair the damage to a great extent, but the high-dimensional fortress will also greatly unlock more areas. The most important thing is that this life is incorporated into the universe in the palm, which can repair a small part of the high-dimensional fortress. Without hesitation, Li Qing took a step forward to the core of the high-dimensional fortress. With a thought, his whole body turned into light and merged into the universe in his palm. The restoration of the universe in the palm is also good for him. When he transformed into a sky full of light spots and merged into the high-dimensional fortress, the countless light spots containing that point of destiny directly merged into the high-dimensional fortress, and the entire universe began to vibrate. The flames on the surface of the entire high-dimensional fortress suddenly skyrocketed and burned. It turned out that although there was a layer of flames, it could still be seen that this was not a star. But now when the flames are rising, I don't know how many times, I can't see that this is a high-vitamin fortress that measures the size of an astronomical unit. At the edge of the palm-sized universe, endless dark energy is absorbed and transformed into space, and the palm-sized universe is rapidly expanding into a new space. Both the main universe and the 8 subsidiary spaces in all directions expanded rapidly. In the high-dimensional fortress, with the infiltration of the power of the destiny, a large number of internal spaces began to unlock. Li Qing felt that his consciousness was rapidly penetrating into every space in the entire high-dimensional fortress along with the destiny point. After crossing thousands of spaces, he thought that the internal space of the high-dimensional fortress was already very large. But he soon discovered that this was only a small part. The unpredictable dimension space is stuffed in the mobile fortress like a star, and it cannot be seen from the surface. As time passed, his consciousness came to the core power reactor of the high-dimensional fortress. He felt that his consciousness spread instantly, and instantly stretched to an unimaginable point. And for a moment, he almost lost himself. He was amazed. He originally thought that the core power reactor of the Star Witness fortress was a compressed galaxy. But in fact, it was a real galaxy. It just looked like it was compressed from the outside. In fact, the inside was a real galaxy like the Milky Way. But the billions of stars inside were all extinguished. It's so shocking. Li Qing once again marveled at the power of the negative star civilization. At this moment, countless spots of light sprinkled into the power reactor. It turned out that many stars had begun to revive. When these spots of light sprinkled, it was like sprinkling gasoline. The surfaces of countless extinguished stars suddenly cracked, and high-energy ion streams tens of thousands of kilometers high sprang up. The hot high-energy ions ejected from the cracks and gradually spread around. The energy was stimulated, and the countless silent stars began to show a slight reaction. Under the introduction of this point, all the stars in the power furnace have a trace of reaction, which cracks a crack, spraying a high-energy ion flow like a fountain, but tens of thousands of kilometers. It is not strong. But when the billion stars gather together, this is a huge energy than a completely burning star. In other words, when this destiny point was integrated, the power furnace of the high-dimensional fortress Star Witness finally began to revive. When the power reactor began to recover, a large number of areas within the high-dimensional fortress began to be unlocked, and some damaged parts also began to be repaired. When Li Qing consciously gathered in the core of the Galway fortress, he had not had time to experience the spiritual energy in the body. The original core area was empty, and there was nothing. At this time, the core area was surrounded by countless rivers around a shuttle. In the core area, dozens of familiar flowing flows back and forth in the air. He stretched out his index finger, and a stream of light flew over and wrapped around his fingertips. Li Qing showed a hint of surprise on his face. Static streamer. There are 25 static flowing, which can create 25 negative stars. Very good. But that's not all. There were countless tiny rays of light surrounding the core area. A total of 10,000 of them, representing a total of 10,000 slots for servants of light that he could freely use. In addition, earth-shaking changes have taken place inside the palm-sized universe at this time, and a large number of areas have been unlocked. First, with the original 22 shipbuilding areas as the center, a large area of shipbuilding areas around them are unlocked. There are 10 shipbuilding areas in length, width and height, with a total of 1,000 shipbuilding areas unlocked as a whole, forming a complete superstructure assembly center. To put it bluntly, within this high-dimensional fortress, 1,000 original shipbuilding areas are combined as a whole to form a superstructure assembly center with a size of 10,000 kilometers by 10,000 kilometers by 10,000 kilometers, which is the same size as the W-slot ultimate weapon of the dimensional converging light. A shipbuilding capacity of 3,200 shipbuilding area. 1,000 is 3.2 million shipbuilding capacity. But this is not the key. The key is this complete superstructural assembly center, which is eligible to build a mobile war star. Moreover, the mobile battle stars can be built without the size, even 20,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers diameter, because the dock in this superstructure assembly center can be freely folded. Just like a shrinking and folding structure, the internal space can be directly vacated and disassembled when needed to form a super large assembly center. You should know that the high-dimensional fortress itself has space folding technology, so it is not impossible to accommodate larger mobile war planets. However, although the space is unlimited, due to structural reasons, only one mobile battle star can be built at a time. Take off. All I can say is it took off. With such a huge shipbuilding space, almost unlimited shipbuilding materials, and almost unlimited shipbuilding blueprints, there is no big problem with shipbuilding engineers. The only thing that can restrict him is the speed of shipbuilding. But he also built ships very quickly. It can be said that when he destroyed the Shada civilization and obtained this little destiny point, he took off directly. But the high-dimensional fortress unlocks more than just these. All previously unlocked areas are now unlocked as one large area. The original Lightforge had only 6 1,000 kilometers zones. Now all other zones are unlocked as a whole, for a total of 1,000 Lightforges. This is useless. One is enough. Making 1,000 is just a waste. Then, there are the extremely important super livable zones. Originally there were 21 of them, but now all other areas have been unlocked at once. A total of 1,000. What is the concept? There is no concept. As long as you know that you can't finish it, you will do it. The same goes for the warehouse area. Originally there were 53, but now there are 1,000, which is instantly redundant. Then comes the extremely important battle area. It is worth mentioning that there are two types of battle areas. One is the aircraft carrier area, and the other is the weapons area. The ultimate weapon, the dimensional converging light, itself is a large area of 10,000 kilometers, and there are no extra unlocks. The aircraft carrier area is the same as other areas. It is 1,000 areas. The same facilities are intact and empty. The weapons area is also the area of the light of divine judgment. But because the weapons need to be deployed on the edge of the fortress, there are only 100 areas on the outermost layer, which are all the light of divine judgment and also have a lot of damage. However, the problem is not serious and the damaged area can be repaired. It turned out that the power reactor of the high-dimensional fortress was not turned on. So not only could the light of divine judgment not be repaired, but its power could not be exerted. It's different now. Not only is the power reactor turned on, but it can also be maintained. Chapter 257, Unlocking the Universe in Your Palm. As time goes by, these damaged lights of divine judgment can be slowly repaired, and there is enough energy to supply them. After the repairs, the power of the lights of divine judgment will skyrocket. Not to mention, the fortress orbit that surpassed Sabatis was not a problem. Moreover, this maintenance is only a first-stage maintenance, not the ultimate power of the light of divine judgment. If the high-dimensional fortress can be completely repaired and have unlimited energy supply, the power of the light of divine judgment can be greatly enhanced by then. This is certain. After all, it is a weapon from the 9th level peak negative star civilization. How could its power be less powerful than the fortress orbital cannon of the 7th level civilization? The unlocking of the high-dimensional fortress has come to an end here, and no new areas have been unlocked. However, the substantial expansion of the original area has greatly enhanced his foundation. These may not take effect immediately, but there are still some benefits that can take effect immediately. First of all the research in the scientific research area of the high-dimensional fortress has been completed. Whether it was just the beginning or the beginning a while ago, it was completed as if by divine help a while ago, including the upgrade of the battleship mother chip, which has just been upgraded to the 5th generation battleship mother chip. Then, Li Qing immediately arranged for Zhao Feng to prepare to condense the mother chip of the dreadnought battleship. Once this thing is condensed, don't say anything else, and then focus on building up your army. With a shipbuilding capacity of 3.2 million, you can first build 10 divisions consisting of dreadnought battleships and escort ships. Then he used all the flagship and super flag blueprints, as well as the 3 mobile fortress blueprints in his hand at once. Anyway, the dock capacity is large enough, and all of them can be put into operation at once. The only problem is that there may not be enough shipbuilding engineers, especially on the flagship. What a happy trouble. Li Qing held his chin with his hand, looking a little sad. Coming out of the Palm universe again, he had returned to the former capital of the Shada United Empire, still in the core of the mobile fortress. However, he looked back at the black hole door, which was only 3 meters high, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Although it is only 3 meters now, he knows very well that if the black hole gate is expanded to its maximum at this time, it can reach a diameter of 1,000 kilometers and have super strong active attraction. In other words, any object with a diameter less than 1,000 kilometers can be contained in the palm of your hand. At the same time, its attraction is also very strong, and it can forcibly attract any engine ship below level 5. In other words, any fleet of a civilization with technology below level 5 cannot withstand the force absorption of the black hole gate. It would have been nice if you had come earlier. If we had arrived earlier, we wouldn't have to fight so hard. Once the black hole gate was opened, most of the dozen divisions of the Shada coalition would have been taken away. The last main force of the Shada civilization has been destroyed, and the rest is basically just a pile of ashes. Li Qing parked the main force of the fleet in the Shada capital system, and only the advanced mobile fortress and his own fleet had been returned. The fleet previously borrowed from Master Yu Zhaoshi had been returned. At this time, Master Yu Zhaoshi was dividing his troops into 2 groups and heading towards the original capital of the Shar people further east. Since he failed to seize the life planet this time, he had to go on a crazy plundering spree to make a fortune. Li Qing was not interested in this. Anyway, no matter what they robbed, they would sell it to him in exchange for star coins. And he lacked everything now, except ore and money. If he didn't have enough, he could just refine a star, and that would give him unlimited ore. In other words, no matter how much they plundered, they could get it back at no cost, which was really cool. There was nothing to do in the galaxy, so he took an escort ship and some of his men to patrol the Shada capital galaxy. Although most of the population and materials had moved away, they did not cause much damage to the galaxy, and its unique architectural style was still there. The Shada capital galaxy is a completely transformed urban planet with a diameter of about 14,000 kilometers, or 28 grids in common cosmic terms. Most of its surface has been covered by steel and concrete cities, with high-rise buildings everywhere. Unlike human civilization, some great lords will build their capital planets very beautifully and strictly restrict immigration and transformation, and their capital planets mostly maintain their original appearance. However, the Shada civilization is now in a stage of crazy development, and everything must give way to development. Naturally, they have no time and cannot plan the capital planet. Fortunately, most of the people living on the Shada capital planet are species like Shada Emperor Lotai, whose body size is not much different from that of humans. Although the architectural style is extremely strange, humans can still live and use it. In other words, if the requirements are not too high, it is entirely possible to immigrate after a slight transformation, without the need for large-scale and comprehensive transformation like Gallon Star. Li Qing ordered the spacecraft to pass through the atmosphere and land on the planet. The warship flew over the city, and its huge shadow terrified the remaining Shada people on the planet. The planet is in chaos, without government suppression and facing the end of civilization. The bestiality in the human nature of living creatures has been released. Now the planet is full of looting and smashing. From time to time, flames can be seen rising from high-rise buildings in the city. There are screams of terror or shrill alarms everywhere, as if it is the end of the world. Li Qing stood in the center of the bridge, looking expressionlessly at the images coming from the sensors in front of him. Indifferent to the chaos in the city, we will all be sacrificed in the future anyway, so a few deaths and chaos won't make any difference. There is nothing cold-blooded about it, nor can it be described as cruel. The universe is inherently cruel, where the strong prey on the weak. They may seem cruel now, but if they were a powerful civilization like the Browen Union, and if they defeated humans one day, they would be even more cruel than humans at that time. If we face some weak civilizations that have not yet left their planet, we might show them a little kindness. But the Shada United Empire itself is not weak. According to their development form and speed, they already have the potential to threaten humanity. Not to mention that they have joined forces with the Kelzaka Star Empire, and their actions are already threatening the existence of mankind. We cannot be soft-hearted at this time. Any saintly behavior is irresponsible to oneself and to the safety of the entire civilization. There is a saying good, Kill the virgin first in troubled times, and protect the enemy's virgin before fighting. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. When one reaches his stage, with a huge fleet and a vast territory in his hands, any action cannot be determined by his own likes and dislikes, but must take into account the overall situation. Although ordinary people hate the so-called putting the overall situation first, no one wants to be the one who sacrifices for the overall situation. But for those in power, the interests of the vast majority of people are the overall situation. Their own interests are also the overall situation. And their own will is even more the overall situation. It's that simple. You can't help but accept it, no matter how much you hate someone. When you become a person in a higher position, you will naturally become the person you once hated the most. It's like everyone hates capitalists, but everyone wants to become a capitalist. Withdrawing his emotions, Li Qing came to the administrative center in the center of the planet. At this time, a group of subordinates had already landed and occupied the administrative center, and were counting the remaining documents and various technologies. After exterminating the Shada United Empire, he will obtain a complete set of technological systems, including a full set of battleship mother chips, including dreadnought mother chips, and flagship aircraft carrier mother chips. That's right. The Shada civilization has its own dreadnought mother chip and aircraft carrier mother chip. Most military leaders do not have the mother chips for these two flagships, but the Shada civilization does. This is normal. Although the military lord is theoretically a civilization, it is a secondary civilization under human civilization. Many technologies are shared with the overall civilization, so the technology is not comprehensive. However, the Shada civilization is an independent civilization. It has no complementary resources and technology from other civilizations, so naturally it needs to research all its technologies on its own. It's a pity that he died too early. If it was 50 years later, the Shada civilization would have developed the mother chip of the Titan super flag and super aircraft carrier. But it's just talk. Humans can't wait for 50 years. It's impossible for humans to allow the Shada civilization to develop for that long. Unfortunately, among so many mother chips, he has all the other mother chips except the aircraft carrier mother chip. But even if he has them, he will keep these mother chips. Not only will he not sell them, he will also take the time to upgrade them to level 5. Although he doesn't need it. From now on, the shipyard will mainly produce escort ships. When the dreadnought battleship is reversed, the production of battleships will be reduced. But it will only be a reduction. What needs to be built will still be built, mainly for sale. When Galan province is established in the future, a large number of players will surely come to develop it. As a province, how can we survive without warships to sell? He couldn't sell escort ships and dreadnought battleships, so he could only sell conventional warships. Anyway, the dock capacity is large enough now. So as long as we don't build something big like a mobile battle star, it will basically never be used up. Speaking of which, when the Palm universe was repaired again and the huge shipbuilding area was unlocked, Li Qingban's silent heart began to stir again. It turned out that the dock was not big enough, so they could only put the Star Fortress in the bottom of their hearts and dare not think about it. Now that the dock capacity has skyrocketed, he is beginning to get excited again. But I was just eager to try, and finally gave up after thinking it over. There are still not enough docks. Now the dock can only build one mobile war star at a time. Once it is built, it will fill up all the dock capacity. That is, all 3.2 million dock capacity will be occupied, and no others can be built. The construction time of a mobile war star is exaggerated. Let's put it this way. The normal time span of building a mobile war star is hundreds of years. Even if the construction speed of the high-dimensional fortress dock plus the territory bonus and the negative star dragon fall bonus is only 1/10 of the time, it will still take decades. This is just a mobile war star. And a star fortress is composed of 12 mobile war stars and 36 war star moons. It will take him at least 500 years to build it. This is obviously impossible to do. He would only consider it if the dock was expanded again in the future, such as unlocking 1 or 2 more superstructure assembly areas like the current one. Otherwise, he would not even dare to think about it. This is also one of the main reasons why super weapons, like mobile fortresses and mobile battle stars, are so rare. The blueprints, technology, super engineers required to build them, more than one super docks, thousands of years of time, and other factors are all important. None of them is simple. And when all are combined together, the difficulty is explosive. It took a total of 2.5 months to occupy the Shada civilization, including the mother star occupied by the Sala civilization, and the whole territory of Havis civilization. However, this is just a preliminary occupation of the main locations of the whole country. Outside these main locations, there are a large number of Shada people driving their own warships to constantly harass, and more incarnation pirates intercept and destroy them in major channels. In addition, with the crushing of Sada civilization, the rules of the universe began to derive a large number of resistance and pirates in various places. The next major task of the territory, in addition to rebuilding and transforming the major life planets, is to wipe out the rebels and pirates. This is an extremely time-consuming task. Normally, the rebels and pirates that are born after the extinction of a civilization will continue to refresh. If left alone, they will become stronger and stronger. When they reach a certain point, they will unite to form a large army to attack various life planets. Therefore, they need to continuously lead the fleet to clear out these rebel forces. Until as time goes by, the rebel forces and pirates will become weaker and weaker, until one day they can no longer pose a threat. After occupying the entire territory, Li Qing began to count the final gains of this battle. First of all, including Galen, there are a total of 7 life planets, and a total of 19 transformed planets. It was quite beyond he expected, and he didn't expect that there would be so much. Most of these transformed planets are concentrated in the territory of the Shar people. This species is best at transforming planets. The entire civilization has only 1 life planet, but they have transformed 8 Class 4 habitable planets, which is outrageous. In addition, a whole set of technology has been harvested, from dreadnought and flagship mother chips to battleship, cruiser, destroyer, frigate mother chips, space fighter production lines, industrial ships, mining ships, transport ships, scientific research ships, and other civilian ship mother chips. In addition, it also includes a complete 4th-generation scientific and technological industrial system, which can establish a complete 4th-generation industrial system. All of these are 4th-generation mother chips. It can be seen that the Shada civilization has perfected the 4th-generation technology and has officially entered the 4th-level civilization. It's just that it has just entered not long ago and has not yet been completely updated. It is worth mentioning that, according to reason, after the Shada civilization destroyed the Shar civilization and the Zivas civilization, it should still have 2 complete sets of mother chips. There may not be a flagship, but there should be 1 set below the battleship. But in fact, when the major fleets finished their search, they did not see those 2 sets. No one knows whether it was lost, or the Shada civilization failed to snatch it, or the Shada civilization took it for other purposes. For example, it might be sold to the Taz people in exchange for fortresses or other technologies, or it might be exchanged for fleets and support from the Kelzaka civilization. In any case, it's gone. Li Qing didn't worry too much about it. If there was nothing, there was nothing. Anyway, what he gained was enough. In addition, when intercepting the fleeing fleet of the Shada civilization, a fleet of nearly 5 divisions was captured, including many level 6 battleships. This solved his urgent problem. Although most of them were only level 3 or 4 configurations, they could be used to suppress pirates and rebels without any problem. In addition, through intercepting fleeing fleets and purchasing from other players, there are a total of 580,000 civilian ships, including transport ships, industrial ships, mining ships, passenger cruise ships, and other civilian ships. Chapter 258, Checking the Territory. Nearly 110 billion of the main race of Shada Emperor Lotai were collected from the intercepted fleeing fleet. More than 50 billion Shada people were collected from Lock Fortress before, and later 125 billion people of various Shada ethnic groups were collected after the capture of the eastern and northern provinces. After conquering the entire territory, they plundered nearly 210 billion people, including 16.3 billion Shar people and 65 billion Zivas species. All in all, a total of 495 billion people were plundered from the territory of the Shada United Empire. This thing is a super rich asset that can be exchanged for a large amount of territory development funds. Unfortunately, Li Qing is not short of money, nor is he in urgent need of people, so he can only squeeze out some civilized points from them and then sacrifice them. Of course, the 16.3 billion Shar people are an exception. This species evolved from plants is still okay. The Shar civilization itself is pro-foreign and extremely pacifistic. They look cute and pose no threat. In addition, their talents are suitable for transforming planets, so they can be left behind as laborers to specialize in transforming the environment. Li Qing planned to keep these Shar people busy and transform more planets near the Galan galaxy. As the future capital of Galan province, it would be too rare if there was no transformed planet around it. There are 8 of them even near Shar, not to mention more. At least we can transform 20 or 30 of them to form a huge urban planet cluster to accommodate as many people as possible. Then, 16 giant docks were found from the Gasar people and Shibis throughout the Shada United Empire. 4 of them were the same size, located near the Lock Fortress and the Shada capital, as well as the Shar people and Shibis capitals, all with a capacity of 3,500. The remaining 12 all have a capacity of more than 2,000. Li Qing towed all these docks back using large industrial ships and concentrated them in the Lock Fortress galaxy. He planned to make Lock Fortress an important fortress and military center. The location of Lock Fortress is very good. It is not far from the capital city of Galan Star and is located at a key intersection. It can radiate to the entire territory. With Lock Fortress as the center, you can directly jump to any location in the territory. For 3,500 plus 12 2,000 plus docks, comprehensively set up a super huge shipbuilding center with a total of 38,000 shipbuilding capacity. At present, the maximum that can be built is the flagship. But in the future it can be further expanded and upgraded to a super shipbuilding center capable of building Titan super flags and even mobile fortresses. Apart from anything else, this super shipbuilding center alone is enough to meet the basic shipbuilding and maintenance needs of the territory. The giant shipyard on the capital planet Galan is not open to the public and is mainly used for internal maintenance of the capital planet's garrison fleet. In addition to these, the rest are warehouses, industrial bases, mining bases, residential stations, etc. scattered throughout the country. And there are many kinds of harvests. Various bases will remain and will not be moved for the time being. And the mining base will continue to operate. After some time, the light servant scientists in the Palm universe will upgrade all the sand tower technologies at hand to level 5. And then, they will replace these industrial bases one by one. Money still needs to be earned. Although he is not short of money now, no one can predict what will happen in the future. And he cannot guarantee whether there will be any accidents in the future. If something happens in the future, he will have to leave the territory for many years. If the territory has no income of its own and the territory funds he left behind are used up, won't it go bankrupt? Moreover, a normal territory must be self-sufficient. I have never heard of a military lord's territory being supported solely by the lord himself. After counting these, Li Qing and Master Yu Zhao return to the Galan galaxy together. The 2nd Legion of Tianjin will stay for a while before returning to Tianjin. Li Qing is also going to Tianjin to discuss opening the Star Gate with the Yu family of Tianjin. As for Yu Qingji, he has already led his fleet to the southeast of Shada. According to the agreement, the former capital of the Ziva civilization located in the southeast of Shada belongs to him, including the 4 transformed planets within that star field. The reason why so much is given is simple: location. After occupying the Sand Tower, Li Qing divided all his territory into 5 administrative regions according to the 5 life planets. Central Star Region, that is, the Galan Capital Star Region, including the capital Galan Star and Lock Fortress. Shada Star Region, a star region centered on the former Shada Capital Star, with 28 grids on Shada Star and 4 transformed stars nearby. Big Dipper Star Region, a star region centered on the former capital of the northern province of Shada, extending to the Shada Star Region in the south and the Isolation Interference Zone in the north. 25 grids away from the Big Dipper, with a transformed star nearby. The Shigu Star Field is a star field centered on the former capital of the western province of Shada. To the east is the Big Dipper Star Field. To the south is the Shada Star Field. And both the west and north are isolation interference zones. There is a transformed star at the 23rd grid of Shigu Star. The Shar Star Field is a star field centered on the original Shar civilization. To the west is the Big Dipper Star Field. To the east is the edge of the spiral arm. To the north is the isolation interference belt. And to the south is the original Civis civilization. It is located at the 31st grid of Shar Star, and has 8 transformed stars nearby. It just happened that a fleet of nearly 5 divisions of Shada was captured. There is a division-level fleet stationed in each star field. The fleets he originally owned were stationed at Lock Fortress and the Capital Star respectively. The two were very close and could be reached with just one jump. These 5 major star regions are connected together, and the area where the original Ziva civilization was located is located in the southeast corner, close to the edge of the spiral arm. Dividing it there will not affect the overall territory. As for the original eastern province, located between the headquarters and the Ziva civilization, there is a life planet and a transformed planet. He plans to hand it over to the Qingheli family, but will designate it to be owned by his father. Li Xingchuan is not in the territory now, but he was there before. After he defeated the main force of the Shada coalition, he hurried back home. In addition to seeking more talent support from the family, he was also preparing to discuss a series of separation matters with the family. Although Li Qing will have to go back in person in the end, there is still a lot of preparation work to be done before that. It is worth mentioning that this time the family is divided. Only Li Qing will be separated, and his father's line will not be separated. But after my father obtains this life planet, his family will move here. Their line will mainly manage this life planet in the future, and will become one of the 2 main branches of the Qingheli family. This is also a way to share risks. The 2 main branches of the family are not in the same place, so no matter what accident happens, there will always be a main branch. Of course, if my father is lucky enough to have the opportunity to be promoted to the Lord of the Star Navy in the future, he will also become independent. But Li Qing felt that this was unlikely, at least not in his father's generation. Perhaps when an outstanding descendant appeared in the next generation or the next generation, it might be possible to do it. After arranging the affairs of the territory, Li Qing prepared to go to Tianjin. However, before they set out, they suddenly received news that the Imperial Senate was convening another Senate Assembly. This time the time for the meeting was very tight, with only 10 days to prepare. After writing down the matter first, Li Qing took Yu Yao back to Tianjin. It only took 2 jumps for a small fleet to appear silently in the Jinmen galaxy. As soon as he entered the Jinmen star system, Li Qing saw the buzz in the Jinmen local channel. He didn't know how many players were discussing how Galenling defeated the Shada civilization and occupied the 7 life planets. Their words were full of envy. I can't even feel jealous. There's nothing I can do. The gap is too big. Ordinary players can only envy, while those large teams, such as the 3 large legions active in Tianjin, can only feel helpless. Originally they were planning to lead their fleet in after a 10-year development period, but the battle was over before the 10 years were up, so they had no chance. Let me see who's here. Still in the same canyon, Yu Tiangang, who was walking his dog by the field like an old farmer, raised his head and looked at Li Qing. He smiled and opened his arms to hug Yu Yao, then handed the old yellow dog to Yu Yao. He looked up at Li Qing carefully, with a hint of admiration on his face. You are better than I thought. It is not wrong to hand these 2 sisters over to you. Li Qing was not modest. This only proves that you have a good eye. Yu Tiangang pointed at him and said with a smile, what our ancestors said is indeed correct. A man's confidence is related to his strength and status. You wouldn't dare to say that before. Li Qing laughed out loud after hearing this, but did not deny it. Regardless of the era, a man's confidence comes from strength and status. Whether it is individual strength, firearms, or money, they are all manifestations of strength. Yu Tiangang put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, saying in a deep voice, if nothing unexpected happens, you should have met most of the requirements for promotion to Army Lord. Is there anything else missing? We need more than 6,000 civilization points. This is not a big problem. It will be enough if each of the major military leaders buys a little. Will they sell it? They certainly wouldn't have done that before. But your current status is not much different from theirs. As a new member, they will give you face. By the way, the Senate will convene in a few days. That is a good opportunity. If you have anything to discuss with the military lords in private after the meeting, please. Yu Tiangang paused for a moment and looked back at Li Qing. He could even see a hint of desire in the old patriarch's eyes. Did you gain destiny points by destroying the Shada civilization? Li Qing's heart moved, but a puzzled expression appeared on his face, and he shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it. What is it? Yu Tiangang smiled. It's a good thing. But you didn't get it. He did not ask any further questions, but continued to inquire about the situation of the war with the Shada United Empire, and pointed out some things he should pay attention to when starting up the territory. and shared some of his experiences in establishing the Jin Minyu family. Although some of the experiences were not applicable to himself, they could be used as references, and Li Qing listened with great interest. I didn't stay here for long. After having a meal and chatting for a while, I received a big red envelope, which contained 500 civilization points. Next, he returned to the U headquarters to meet with several current heads of the U family to discuss a series of business cooperation. Before it was developed, a lot of support was free of charge. Now that we have defeated the Shada United Empire and completed substantive unification, it is equivalent to having reached adulthood, and further cooperation will cost money. Fortunately, Li Qing doesn't have much now, but he has a lot of money. In the past few years, the Yu family of Tianjin has been preparing a series of materials and talents needed to establish the territory. He has accumulated a large number of various shipbuilders, engineers, professional workers, etc., with a total number of millions. He directly bought this large population in the form of immigrants, which cost him 15 trillion. In addition, a total of 500 million humans were immigrated, all of whom were whitelisted populations. The average immigration fee was 1 million per person, totaling 500 trillion star dollars. Then, with an immigration fee of 200,000 star dollars per person, he purchased a total of 10 billion gray-name people, spending a total of 200 trillion star dollars. This is the cost of the main race of immigrant humans, and it is also the most expensive place for new lords. I used to think that the most expensive thing was to develop planets with primitive life, but now it seems that the cost is just that. The cost of purchasing a planet with primitive life is only tens of trillions. The total cost of subsequent development until completion and immigration of enough people is estimated to be trillions, or 100 trillion. Well, it's better to develop the planet. In addition, they also signed a series of special commercial supply contracts, with the Tianjin Yushi Official Chamber of Commerce providing Galenling with a large amount of development and construction materials. At the same time, in return for the support of the Yu family, Li Qing allowed a large number of Yu clan members to go to the Galan province to start businesses and gave them various preferential treatments, such as access to some special money-making industries. At the same time, the two companies also signed a strategic cooperation agreement to jointly develop a large star field north of the transit base and south of Galan territory in the future. Of course, business cooperation is a two-way street, and Galenling also obtained some basic supplies that were lacking in Tianjin. For example, various foods, finished warships, and especially a batch of flagship contracts. Tianjin has always been short of food. In addition to producing some food in its own territory, it has to purchase food from the United Human Empire every year. The output of the food area inside the universe in Li Qing's palm is almost overflowing. And with such a large area unlocked this time, the food area will continue to expand. In addition, Galan territory itself has a large number of transformed planets. Especially there are 8 transformed planets in the Shar star field. Li Qing, Yu Ufa, Ding Yuran, Yu Wan Yu, Li Lai, Li Qihong, Cha Feng and others had held a territory development meeting before, and had already decided to divide Shar and the 8 surrounding transformed planets into basic resource areas. Food, meat, various cash crops, etc. are all distributed on these planets, ensuring that even if he is away from the territory for a long time in the future and the territory cannot rely on the universe in his palm, the self-produced food will be enough for the entire territory to be self-sufficient and have some left over. Li Qing's idea is to try to separate the territory from the resource supply in the universe in his hand, to ensure that the territory will not collapse even if he is away from it for a long time. After all, he is destined not to be able to manage the territory forever. When the territory develops in the future and he has sons, the territory will be passed on to his sons. He can then travel around with his wives without being bound by one territory. After staying in Galan territory for a week and completing the main goal of obtaining the password of the star gate of the transit base of the Yu family in Tianjin, he opened up the connection between the transit base and the enhanced star gate in the Galan territory capital galaxy and connected to the Stargate network of Tianjin. From now on, teleport from Jin Min to the transit galaxy, and then teleport directly from the transit galaxy to the Galan galaxy. As for the capitals of the other 4 major star regions in the territory, they have not been opened yet. Although the capital star systems of Shada have star cities, the Shada civilization does not have the technology of stargates. He has to find a way to build a few reinforced star gates before they can be opened. Chapter 259. It is still the familiar Daluo Palace. Lingxiao Palace. Having had this experience once, Li Qing was no longer as shocked as last time. Just like the last time, there was no difference between the lords and military commanders. And Li Qing also knew how to use the methods attached to the Senate to conceal his true identity. When he entered the Lingxiao Palace, Li Qing heard exclamations from several unknown lords standing at the door. Oh my god! Look there! Where? Military location. What are the position of the military master? His. There were several gasps. And someone said in shock, what happened recently? Someone has been promoted to the army. It should be no surprise. How come I haven't heard of it? Who is it? It is not clear that the most likely to be promoted to the military leader are still far from the military leader. The most critical factors are not satisfied. And it is unlikely to be promoted to the lord so soon. It should be a lord's emergence. Doing a big event. I don't know which one is. It's so amazing. Li Qing stood on the side, hearing that everyone had a lot of discussion. And it was quite comfortable in her heart. However, one thing surprised him. So many people didn't know it was him. His all-out war with the Shada United Empire did not cause any waves within the Human United Empire. In other words, there must be a lot of people who know about it. But it has not spread everywhere. Following the line of sight. In the Lingxiao Palace venue. At the end of the many thrones representing the military lords in the center of the seats, a new seat wrapped in a faint glow appeared. The seats are no different from the throne of the surrounding arms. But everyone can feel new when everyone see it at first glance. And Li Qing's eyes fell on the throne. And the heart naturally enlightened in his heart. This is his own seat. He is not the first person under the military lord as imagined, but ranks among the military lords. The meaning is very clear. His status has fully met the requirements for promotion to military lord. He only needs 10,000 civilization points to be promoted to a Star Navy lord recognized by the will of the universe. Although he didn't know why a candidate could be ranked among the military leaders, he guessed that this was an extreme recognition of the will of human civilization. You should know that this artifact of human civilization is only controlled by the Star Lords in turn. But the Star Lords cannot control the internal situation. Everything is run by the will of civilization according to the rules. Several people exclaimed in amazement and returned to their seats. Li Qing did not stay at the door to show off, but strode into the venue. The same shape as other people around him passed out of the outside place and came to the founding of the central military, and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Could it be him? The next second, Li Qing walked along the edge step by step to the last position of the military lord's throne, and sat down in front of the newly created military lord's throne under the attention of everyone. It's really the new army. I don't know which one is. Almost instant eyes projects were projected on themselves, including dozens of eyes from the same position. Li Qing turned his head and bowed to the military leaders, who were equally curious. Everyone has the same status and position, so he no longer needs to look up to them. The military leaders return the greetings one by one. Time pushes. Lords and even the military leaders are coming. Almost every time you enter the venue, you will see new faces among the unchanged military leaders. Until the end, Lord Xinghai arrived one by one, and the venue was also there. When a clear bell rang, one of the Star Sea Lords on duty coughed lightly and said, "Before this elders' meeting begins, let me introduce to you a new member of our United Human Empire, His Excellency Li Qing from the Gallant Collar of the Zuder Star region." Everyone looked over, and Li Qing also stood up and bowed to everyone around him. Thousands of ordinary lords around the venue looked at Li Qing with confusion, envy, amazement, jealousy, and countless other emotions. After he sat down, the unknown Star Sea Lord who presided over the meeting said, "There are 3 major agenda items for this regular elders meeting. Let's take a look first." As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen appeared in front of Li Qing's eyes. Data slid down and quickly turned into a light screen panel with 3 agenda items written on it. When he saw the second item, he raised his eyelids. First item on the agenda, a resolution regarding the Northern Player civilization. It was also an emergency incident during the last Senate meeting. At that time, humans discovered an unfamiliar player civilization in the northern Bruven and the more northern Ezor star field. The Senate's decision at the time was to send a reconnaissance fleet to take a look. Now, after a year, they have roughly figured out the other party's situation, and now need to make a decision. Li Qing looked at the attachment below the resolution, which contained a series of reconnaissance materials. When Li Qing saw the name of this player civilization, he was surprised. Are they back? Li Qing had heard of the name of this player civilization in history textbooks. During the Starry Sea survival stage 10,000 years ago, there were more than a dozen large and small indigenous civilizations active between the 4-star field, the Imperial Star Field, and the 5th Star Field, the Faust Star Field, as well as 5 player civilizations including humans. After thousands of years of brutal wars, the ancestors of mankind exterminated all indigenous civilizations, then exterminated 2-player civilizations, and expelled another 2-player civilizations, dominating the Imperial Star region to this day. At this time, the strange player civilization named Aisha Civilization was one of the 2 players who were expelled. Although no one knows where they went after being expelled, it now seems that not only have they not become extinct, but they have made a comeback in other star regions, and are now ready to return to the place of their birth to take revenge on humans. After reading these materials, Li Qing has nothing to say. It's just an indigenous civilization. There's only a fight to the death between the player civilizations. There's no room for easing. Not to mention that they are sworn enemies, which makes the hatred worse. You don't need to worry about this. Just do it. Then he looked at the second agenda, which was related to himself. The agenda discussed the distribution of the Zutter star field and the demarcation of the influence of Galan territory. To put it bluntly, after he defeated the Shada United Empire, no one could stop him in the Zutter star field. There were no other lords in the entire star field except for a few personal bases. In theory, he could expand his influence to the entire star field. However, the theory of theory is actually unable to operate like this. Other arms in the empire will not agree. The entire human United Empire has more than 270 military lords and 14 star lords all crowded in the Imperial Throne Star region. You, a military lord, want to dominate the Zutter star region alone. Anyone would feel psychologically unbalanced. Don't say that Zutter is full of nebulae and difficult to develop. Being difficult to develop is one thing, and being the only one to dominate is another. Even if it is left there and not developed, and handed over to others to develop, it is impossible for him to dominate the entire Zutter star field. This is a matter of principle. So the agenda is to define a sphere of influence for him. The third agenda, still related to the first agenda. The Isha civilization invaded the Alcetic star domain and had conflicts with several local indigenous civilizations in the Izar star realm. It has fought with one of the indigenous civilizations. The Star Sea leaders of the Senate are considering whether to provide support to those indigenous civilizations so that they can persist longer. Data shows that although the Izar star field does not have a powerful civilization like Browen that dominates the entire star field, it also has dozens of civilizations of varying sizes. Among them, the 3 strongest civilizations are all level 5 civilizations, but their size is not as large as the Browen alliance. If there is no interference, one day a few hundred years later, one of the civilizations will defeat the other civilizations and complete the unification of the Izar star field. And a powerful indigenous civilization comparable to the strength of Bruven and the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire will be born. But now that the Aisha player civilization has invaded, they basically have no chance of unification. To dare to return to the Persis arm, the Aisha player civilization must have enough confidence. And its strength is definitely not something that this group of ununited indigenous civilizations can resist. Once the Aisha player civilization defeats and annexes many civilizations in the entire Izar star field, its strength will expand again, which is very bad news for human civilization. Therefore, the first agenda is actually mainly about how to provide support, rather than whether to provide support or not. An hour later, the Shanghai Lord who presided over the meeting knocked on the table and said, "I believe that you have read the agenda. Now divide the agenda. The first discussion with the third joint discussion. The second agenda discussion alone. And now discuss the first agenda first." I discussed internally with His Royal Highness and came up with 2 ideas. Everyone listens first. The first idea is to send troops to intervene directly, assemble a fleet to cross the Bruven Union, and jump directly to the Izar star field. The second idea is to temporarily support the civilizations of the Izar star region with resources, and then issue a supreme mobilization order to launch a full-scale war against the Browen alliance. We will strive to defeat Browen before the opponent defeats the civilizations of the Izar star region, and confront them in the 5 Emperor star region. He paused here to let everyone digest the 2 pieces of news. The military leaders and lords were also whispering and discussing. Almost 10 minutes later he said again. The premise of the first idea is that while they are not stable, they will be forcibly repelled with local civilization. But doing so is extremely risky. The fleet can only go there, and will definitely be discovered by the Bruin Alliance. It will not be easy to come back. It may be intercepted there, and it will be difficult to return. The second idea doesn't have much risk. But the problem is that it's difficult to defeat the Bruin Union. Although there hasn't been a full-scale war for thousands of years, the overall strength of the United Empire is much stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. But there has been no qualitative change. The Bruin Union is also getting stronger. So if we start a full-scale war at this time, we won't have much confidence. After a pause, he considered his tone and said, "It would be great if we could conquer nature. But if we fail to achieve our goals, then we will lose." Li Qing understood the meaning of this sentence. A full-scale war would inevitably consume a huge fleet. If he lost, a large number of fleets would be lost, which would directly affect the outcome of the future war with the Aisha civilization. Of course, we have a third option, which is to do nothing and accumulate strength to wait for the enemy to attack. But if we do nothing and wait for the enemy to defeat all civilizations in the Ezer star field and annex their heritage, even with sufficient support from our headquarters, our chances of winning are not high. Well, Li Qing sat in his seat in silence. This is indeed a difficult choice. And there are problems with either option. Not to mention the success rate of the first option. It is very difficult for the fleet sent out to return. It is easy to get through. With the ability of the mobile battle star and a strong commander, you can forcibly penetrate the defense line. But after getting through, you will definitely be discovered by the Bruin Alliance. And then they will activate the civilization artifact to intercept you. And you won't be able to jump back next time. In the past, the supporting fleet was not just a small one, but an extremely large fleet, which could play a role in the war of civilizations among players. Not to mention the number of mobile battle stars and mobile fortresses. There are at least thousands of standard divisions alone. Such a huge fleet was intercepted north of the Bruin Union and could not return. In addition, the Bruin Union would definitely dispatch troops to annihilate this fleet. If this loss was shared by all the military leaders, it would be quite painful. Not to mention the second option, which is to restart a full-scale war with the Bruin Alliance. The success rate is hard to say. The two sides have been in a stalemate for tens of thousands of years, and their strength has only changed quantitatively, but not qualitatively. So it is very difficult to break the deadlock. Once the situation reaches a stalemate, the whole situation will collapse immediately. My head hurts. Li Qing pinched his brows, and the original thought reappeared in his mind, compared to the original immature idea. As the palm-sized universe is repaired and unlocked more, especially the revival of the power reactor, the original idea will have a higher chance of success. Moreover, with the improvement of the power reactor, the power of the ultimate weapon, dimensional converging light, is no longer limited. Theoretically, as long as it is continuously powered, its range can be large enough to cover the entire galaxy. It can absorb the entire galaxy in one wave, but it will take an extremely long time. Of course, expanding to cover the entire galaxy would take months. Besides, they are not targets, and will definitely come to stop us. With the military strength of the three core fortresses of Bruin, it would be impossible for him to accumulate energy for several months. But then again, destroying a galaxy is never that troublesome. As long as the central star of the galaxy is taken away, the entire galaxy will collapse, and the so-called super-core fortress will naturally be gone. The problem was back to the beginning. He needed to hold out for 2 or 3 hours under the fierce attack of any of the three core fortresses of Bruin. The strength is still insufficient, but it can be done this way. We just need to wait another 10 or 8 years. We have the time. Li Qing had never thought about cooperating with other military leaders. Ever since he had gained many benefits from destroying the Shada United Empire, Li Qing knew what it would be like if he could successfully accomplish that feat alone. Let's put it this way. If he could destroy any core fortress of the Bruin Union alone, he would definitely be promoted to a new Lord of the Star Sea. The feedback from the will of human civilization will force him to the position of Lord of the Star Sea. This contribution to human civilization is 100 or 1,000 times greater than the extermination of the Shada United Empire. Chapter 260 Crisis, an opportunity facing human civilization. His idea is completely feasible and can be implemented in a timely manner. It is normal for player civilizations to fight for dozens or even hundreds of years. And preparing for 10, 20 or 30 years is not a big deal. This is different from his battle with the Shada United Empire. Before the appearance of the mobile fortress, the difference in strength was not big. If both sides were not stubborn, it would not be uncommon for them to fight back and forth for several years. It's just that both sides were stubborn and wanted to decide the outcome in one go. And in the end, the winner was decided in just a few months. But it took several months to completely defeat them. And it would probably take several years to wipe out the remnants. It is so troublesome to destroy a low-level civilization with absolute advantage. It will probably take more than 100 years to determine the winner between a huge civilization like humans and the Browan Alliance that occupies an entire star field. Li Qing didn't want to share the benefits, so he could only stay put and station his troops for a dozen years. In addition to having enough cannon fodder, the main thing is to spend 10 years accumulating civilization points to be promoted to a true military leader, as well as sufficient strength, so that you can reap enough benefits in that great change. Otherwise, if they don't have enough strength, they will work hard to destroy one of the 3 core fortresses of Bruvan, but end up not having enough strength to plunder, which would be a huge loss. Apart from anything else, at least we can grab a few planets with life and get a piece of territory there. The most important thing is to snatch the mother chip of the Titan Super Flag and Super Aircraft Carrier from the Star Lords of the Browan Alliance. This is too difficult to condense on one's own. Li Qing did not speak in the following discussion, but just watched the heated discussion between the military leaders and the Star Sea Lords. Anyway, no matter which method is used, it is the same for him. And it is a decision that will not change much in the short term. After nearly an hour of debate, they actually overturned the 2 original methods. That is, sending a fleet and launching a full-scale war with Browan were both rejected. The risk is too great, and the success rate is low, so most military leaders are unwilling to do so. The final compromise was to only provide support to the 3 powerful civilizations on the side of Izar in the form of assistance, in order to delay the situation as long as possible. The first agenda ended and soon began the second agenda, which was about demarcating the sphere of influence of Galenling. The military leader who presided over the meeting said, "Since Galan territory has already completed its actual occupation of the Shada United Empire, and its territory channels cover a sufficient area, I have discussed with your highnesses and have preliminarily decided to divide Galan territory's actual territory into the star region currently occupied by Galan territory." He looked at the military leaders, especially the military leader Feng Yun of the Baji group, who had a grudge against Li Qing, and said, "This is a preliminary division. If you have any opinions, please raise them now." Not disappointing everyone's expectations, Army Commander Feng Yun was the first to stand up and say, "I have a question. According to the default rules, each pioneer cannot occupy more than 2 life planets. Why can Hejiao Lonling occupy 5? This is against the rules." As soon as the words fell, the second military leader stood up and said, "I also think there is a problem. I congratulate Galan on his promotion to Army Lord. After all, there hasn't been a new Army Lord in over 300 years. But I object to Galan monopolizing 5 life planets. He broke the rules. He should give up 3 to be distributed among the other newcomers." Then the third and fourth military leaders also stood up to express their opposition. Then, contrary to many people's expectations, military leaders stood up one after another to express their opposition. And there were more than 20 of them in total. Li Qing looked at them expressionlessly as they stood up one by one to express their opposition and stated their reasons, without any ripples in his heart. After waiting for almost 3 minutes without the military leader standing up, the Shanghai Lord who was presiding over the meeting knocked on the table, looked at Li Qing and asked, "At this moment, 26 military leaders have expressed their opinion that you have violated the rules. Your Excellency Li Qing, do you have anything to say?" Li Qing stood up, bowed, and said, "You all have a point. According to the development law, I have indeed occupied too many planets with life. Logically, I should share them with everyone." His words were beyond many people's expectations. Many people couldn't help but whisper to each other. Some were happy, thinking that he had compromised. But some people smiled strangely. Then, Li Qing suddenly changed the subject. "I know I took too much. I know I committed a foul. But so what?" He suddenly removed the mist from his body, facing everyone with his true face, spreading his hands with a humble smile, and said, "If anyone disobeys, you can send a fleet to seize it at any time. Whatever you can seize is yours. I will leave without saying anything." He looked at the opposing military leaders and asked word by word, Don't you all disagree? Come on. Send the fleet over. Damn. So brave. Everyone was shocked. But no matter how shocked they were, no one thought he was crazy. The agenda just now had information about his territory, and a high-level mobile fortress was clearly displayed in front of everyone. So he had the confidence to say that, with his current strength, 1 or 2 military leaders can no longer do anything to him. No one could do anything to him, and they couldn't even dispatch the fleet to do anything. In order to overwhelm him, normally at least 2 mobile fortresses, and more than 10 standard divisions would be needed. With a powerful enemy at the doorstep, the Empire would never allow a civil war among the military leaders. This is also the main reason why the Star Lords acquiesced in his actual occupation of 5 life planets. Since they could do nothing about it, they could only accept it. Of course, the Baji group and the opposing military leaders also knew this. But it was the truth, and they still had to resist until it was confirmed. After all, the Baji group was ridiculed and provoked by Li Qing at the last elders meeting. If they don't take any action to allow the agenda to pass, will they still have any face? Therefore, when Li Qing was polite to say this domineering, no one spoke in the venue. Even General Feng Yun sat down in great depression. No matter how unwilling he was, he knew that the matter had already been decided. All the princes had approved of it, and they absolutely could not overturn it. Opposing it was just to show his attitude, which could be regarded as a resistance and a last attempt to save his reputation. The same was true for the subsequent votes. The vast majority of military leaders voted in favor. 26 opposed military leaders voted against, and more than 30 abstained. The agenda passed, and he had a legal dominance right to the existing site of the Gugna Collar. In the future, the Gaga Blue Collar territory was fixed. It will not be ruled out that it will be expanded in the future, but it must be a long time later. It would take dozens or even hundreds of years for Jialanling to digest the current territory internally, and during this period there would be no time to expand outward. The 3 agenda ended, and the next step was the disputes between some little lords, and that His Royal Highness presided over the meeting patiently to mediate. After nearly 3 hours, the last mediation was over, and no one had a problem after waiting for a few minutes. His Highness announced the end of the veteran. The crowd got up and went up the first lord to walk and prepared to leave. Li Qing also bowed and prepared to leave, but he heard a voice in his ear. Mr. Li Qing, wait a moment. He turned around and saw an unknown military leader who he couldn't see clearly walking towards him. He bowed in surprise. Your Excellency is? The unknown military leader also cupped his hands and said directly, asked the Liberty, do you know that when you defeat Sala and the Empire, have you won a reward called destiny? As soon as Li Qing moved, he pretended to be puzzled and replied, what destiny? I haven't heard of it. What is it? What did you do? The unknown military leader paused, cupped his hands and said with a smile, that's right. Even if that, it's disturbed. With his hands, he looked at his departure. Li Qing still had a little doubt on his face. As soon as he turned around, another military leader came over and asked the same question, and he responded with the same words. After several rounds of this, many military leaders who paid attention to him realized that he did not obtain any destiny points, so they stopped asking him. After leaving the Daluo Palace and returning to reality, I am still on the way back to Galenling. It seems that many people know the function of destiny points, judging from how eager they are. If this little bit of destiny point is not sold, it will definitely be sold at a terrifyingly high price. And it is even possible to directly exchange it for a Titan Super Flag mother chip. This is not an exaggeration. If any military leader has extra Titan Super Flag mother chips, he will definitely be willing to exchange them with him for these few destiny points. Unfortunately, this thing is also very useful to him. More useful than he imagined. It is worth mentioning that the previous point of destiny can cause earth-shaking changes in the palm of the hand universe because it is the first point of fusion, which has an inducing and stimulating effect. It does not mean that the next time a point of destiny is integrated, there will be such a big change. Of course, the benefits of fusing destiny points are still huge. At least you can unlock several more large areas, according to his estimation. If he wants to have earth-shaking changes next time, at least 10 destiny points must be integrated into the palm of the hand to produce a qualitative repair at one time. Let's wait until I have a chance to destroy the Browan Alliance. If he can play a decisive and key role in the all-out war between humans and the Browan Alliance, and help human civilization annex the Browan United Civilization, he will definitely be rewarded with dozens or even hundreds of destiny points at one time, which will be a great bonanza. If humans can destroy the obstacle of the Browan Alliance and consume this powerful civilization that has been competing with humans for thousands of years, their strength will definitely expand wildly. It is possible that several Star Lords and hundreds of military commanders will be born at one time, even if it is impossible to master higher level energy to produce qualitative changes. The quantity can be increased several times. More importantly, after defeating the Browan Alliance, the Faust star field located between the human Imperial star field and the Browan star field, as well as the 5 Emperors star field north of Browan, will all be brought under the rule of human civilization. The Ezor star region further north does not have a unified and powerful civilization, and will definitely not be a match for humans in the future. After defeating the Browan Alliance, humans can expand southward until they occupy the Tianjin star field and face the Kelzaka star empire in the Timur star field. Let's put it this way. Once we can defeat the powerful civilization of Browan Union, the territory of human civilization will rapidly expand several times. Starting from the 2nd star field Tianjin star field in the south. To the north is the 3rd star field, the Zuder star field. Further north is the 4 star field, the Imperial star field, which is also the human headquarters star field. The 5th star field is the Faust star field, which is located between the human race and the Browan Alliance. The 6th star field is the Browan star field, which is the headquarters star field of the Browan Union. The 7th star field is the 5 Emperor star field, part of which is occupied by the Browan Alliance, and the other part is covered by nebulae. There are some small civilizations inside, but no powerful civilization. The 8th star field is the Ezor star field, which has dozens of civilizations of all sizes, and 3 powerful level 5 civilizations standing in a 3-way competition. The 9th star region is the Galanoan star region, which is ruled by the powerful Sirius star empire, a powerful civilization that is no less powerful than Browan. In other words, if the Browan Alliance can be defeated, under a series of influences, human power can expand wildly and form a superpowerful civilization spanning at least 5, and at most 7 star fields. There are approximately 15 or 16 star regions in the entire Persis arm, and these 7 star regions will account for nearly half. The prerequisite for all these good things is to defeat Browan United, and he had mastered the ultimate weapon that could break the balance. When he thought about the results if he could complete the plan, Li Qing felt very excited. A kind of excitement that made his soul tremble. Give me another 10 years to prepare. Li Qing secretly set a goal for himself, and then he moved forward towards this goal until he was ready. Returning to the Galan Galaxy, Li Qing opened the enhanced star gate in the capital Galaxy's Star City and input the permissions. As the permissions between the 2 star gates were unlocked synchronously, a connection began to take shape in the distant starry sky. Next, we will continue to invest energy to slowly expand this connection, and eventually artificially form a fast hyperspace channel. Once it is completely stabilized, the star gate will be completed. This time will not be too long. About 1 month. Li Qing did not wait here, but summoned the core members of the territory and began to reward them according to their merits. We have won a great victory over the Shada United Empire, and are about to become the Lord of the Star Navy. Everyone has made contributions, and they should naturally be rewarded according to their merits. There is not much change in their status. They were originally core members of the territory, and the main changes are position and substantial rewards. UUFA is also the governor of the Capital Star region. Ding Yuran was transferred as the governor of Shada Star region. Yuan Yu was transferred to be the governor of Beidu Star region. Li Lai was transferred to be the governor of Shigu Star region. Li Qi was transferred to be the governor of Shar Star region. Chu Yuan was transferred to be the commander-in-chief of Lock Fortress. In addition, Li Qing took out 5 static streams of light, ready to transform them all into negative star beings. When the universe in the palm was promoted before, they obtained 25 static streams of light. So naturally they had to give them first so that they could control the situation. With the extra static streams of light, Li Qing plans to select a group of outstanding scientists, engineers, etc. from the former servants of light for promotion. It may be a bit hasty, but there is nothing we can do as there are not many qualified people on hand. But the most crucial issue is the promotion to military lord. Too many civilization points are needed to be promoted to military lord, so we have to find a way to get them as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that as the universe in the palm of your hand is repaired and upgraded again, the strength of the negative star players, who have been promoted through static light streaming has also increased. Even the negative stars, who have already been promoted, have been growing in strength in recent times due to the feedback from the universe in their palms, including Li Qing himself. Chapter 261, Dreadnought Battleship Mothership. His original psychic power strength was more than 16 million. And now it has increased by more than 10 million, reaching more than 27 million. Apart from him, the psychic power strength of other negative star users increased by more than 10 million. In other words, from now on, all negative stars, including those who have just transformed, will have an initial psychic energy strength of more than 20 million. The psychic power only increases by 10 million, but the actual psychic power strength is more than 3 times that of 10 million. It is worth mentioning that this promotion is not only for the negative stars. The psychic strength of all the servants of light is also rising at this time, and it is rising very quickly. The psychic power of each servant of light has been improved many times, and this time it finally broke through the limit and reached the million level. Although it is still far inferior to the negative stars, at least it can be used. Li Qing is looking forward to it. If the universe in his palm is repaired to a certain extent in the future, these servants of light will be able to reach the level of tens of millions of super psychics. If it really comes to that, don't be too happy. With the addition of the original negative star fighters and the newly added 25 new negative star fighters, Li Qing's strength has become very powerful at this time, and he can now directly attack the 3 major fortresses of the Broven Alliance. Although it was just an attack, it was still some distance away from breaking through the 3 core fortresses. The 3 core fortresses only have 20 to 30 super psychics stationed there permanently. This does not mean that there are only that many. When the war starts, a large number of support can be received from all over the place in minutes. Therefore, at this stage, it is still insufficient to rely on these negative star people to attack the core fortresses. Unless the psychic strength of all negative star players is increased by more than 10 million, we can still rely on high-quality negative star players to fight against several at a time. How to develop the territory? Li Qing said that just giving money would be fine. The 10 trillion funds previously given to UUFA have not even been used at all. Now that the territory is expanding, it is just right to use it. UUFA and the Territory Think Tank have formulated a 5-year development plan, preparing to allocate a full 300 billion star dollars to build territory infrastructure. Among them, the 4 major star fields are 0.5 trillion each, and the Central Gallon Star Field has a total of 100 trillion, fully developing the Gallon territory. This includes a series of projects including Territory Basic Development Funds, Infrastructure Construction Funds, and various business stimulus plans. Li Qing didn't pay too much attention to this. There were professionals to preside over the plan and UUFA to supervise. He only needed to pay attention to it occasionally, and then build up the military strength of the territory. He was not stingy and directly selected a total of 1,750 cruiser chief engineers from the 1 million talents supported by the U family and transformed them into servants of light. Together with the original 500 chief engineers, there were exactly 2,250 servants of light, who were specifically used to oversee the construction of escort ships. The reason why more were not appointed was not because there were not enough cruiser chief engineers, but that 2,250 escort ship chief engineers were exactly the limit of escort ship production. The chip of a star-class escort carrier can copy 500 chips every day. It takes 1.5 months to build one, and 1.5 months, 45 days, can copy 22,500 chips. The 2,250 chief engineers of escort ships can oversee the construction of 22,500 escort ships, which is just enough to use up the number, and there is no surplus. The escort ship has a capacity of 10 units, and if all of them were built at once, the dock capacity would only be 220,000, which is less than a fraction of the current total dock capacity of the High Dimension Fortress and the Star-class Dreadnought battleship. Half a month had passed since the destruction of the Shada civilization. Then Li Qing waited for almost a week in the Palm universe until Zhao Feng succeeded in reverse engineering and successfully condensed the blueprint of the Dreadnought fleet. Dreadnought, cluster level, the standard main battleship of the Negative Star civilization. Swarm Star-class Dreadnought battleship cannon core module default. Swarm Star-class Dreadnought battleship heavy gun left wing module default. Swarm Star-class Dreadnought battleship heavy gun right wing module default. Swarm Star-class Dreadnought battleship heavy gun hull module default. The basic attributes are 60 million and have 9x war main gun tanks. Li Qing can only say that it is great. This attribute can only be said that in addition to the front of the Titan light spear, even the light of the T-slot can be carried hard. It is worthy of being a fearless battleship that the Negative Star civilization once used. The appearance of the Dreadnought battleship is equivalent to an enlarged version of the escort ship. It also looks like an angel with wings on its back, and its appearance is pure white. The specifications are about 3,000 meters high, 2,400 meters wide, and about 1,200 meters at the thickest point. In addition to the blueprints, the construction cost of this thing alone is about 700 billion, which is almost 10 times that of a conventional battleship. But the construction time is far less than that, only about twice that of a conventional battleship. After a series of territory bonuses, it only takes 6 months to complete, which is equivalent to 2 batches a year. The Dreadnought mother chip can copy about 50 copies a day, a total of 18,250 copies a year. This means that if you want to work hard, you must reach 9,125 total construction in half a year. This requires. It is worth mentioning that the construction of dreadnoughts is different from that of battleships. A chief engineer of battleships can preside over the construction of 10 groups of battleships, but a chief engineer of dreadnoughts can only preside over the construction of 3 groups of dreadnoughts. This means that Li Qing's current 294 battleship chief engineers, if the full point, becomes the servant of the light. Only 882 fearless battleships can be built in 6 months, which is not enough a year. This is clearly not enough. However, there have always been very few battleship chief engineers. Even though the Yu family had prepared talents for him for 2 years in advance, there were only more than 600 battleship chief engineers, and 2 flagship chief engineers among more than 1 million talents. This was still not enough. Therefore, Li Qing spent only half a month in the territory, and came out of the universe in the palm of his palm to bid farewell to his wife, and go north alone. This trip is going to a circle within the human United Empire to do a big business with major provinces within the empire. In addition to immigrants, there are trading talents, as well as buying civilized points, etc. Each province buys some, but the accumulation of less, more than 200 lords buy some. The total number is more, compared to the last time. This time the mood and feeling are different. Without any worries, he can travel around leisurely, and doesn't even have to worry about what the Baji group does. Things are different now. He is now the lord of the Galan territory, who has been clearly recognized by the Elders' Council. There is even an agenda prepared for the division of his territory at the Elders' Council. He is considered to be well known. Some things that he could do before are now difficult to do. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's purely a change of status. We are all at the same level now. And if we use many of these methods again, we will be slapping all the military leaders in the face, and also slapping ourselves in the face. The dispute between them is just a dispute, not a life and death feud. When Li Qing took out the advanced mobile fortress, formally defeated the Shada United Empire, and completed the actual occupation, and confirmed his status in the Senate, the dispute between them was strictly speaking over. After all, the reason he had provoked at the elders' meeting was simply that he was using the Baji group as a whetstone. Now that he has sharpened his sword, he has successfully been promoted to a military leader, completing his original provocation. It is just that the Bai Consortium still has to have some face, and it is impossible to admit it yourself. He came to the border province south of the empire again. Li Qing directly visited a local military leader, and spent a total of 7 million yuan to complete a large transaction. 10 billion well-known immigrants spent 1 million yuan, and 5 billion gray-name immigrants, spending 500 trillion star dollars. It took 5 trillion yuan to buy a large number of senior professional talents, including a full 100 battalion chief engineers, and a flagship chief engineer. A week later, Li Qing loaded all the purchased supplies onto a ship, and sent them into the palm-sized universe. Then he bid farewell to the military leader, and went to another nearby province. At this moment, he no longer needed to hide the fact that he had a space-related treasure, and could display it openly in front of everyone. As a star owner, there is a space for a spatial category. It is normal. Others will not have thoughts except envy. With his status and strength, he is qualified to protect this rare good baby. After the second week, Li Qing once again purchased 50 battleship chief engineers, and 1 flagship chief engineer from another military lord, as well as 200 million white-name immigrants and 10 billion gray-name immigrants, and 100 civilization points, spending a total of nearly 150 trillion star dollars. There's no way around it. Having money means being luxurious. Anyway, he had the light forging furnace and almost unlimited money. He was willing to spend almost no money to buy what he needed. Unfortunately, each military leader has limited talents to sell. Some can sell for tens of billions of gray names, while others can only sell for around 20 to 30 billion. There are even fewer white name immigrants, with the least selling for less than 100 million and the most for only 200 to 300 million. But as the saying goes, little by little, it adds up to a lot. Even if one family only has 100 million white name immigrants, more than 200 military leaders will have more than 27 billion, not to mention the gray name. Even if it is calculated according to 300 million, even if there are only 100 military owners sold, there will be 300 billion gray name immigrants, which will actually be more. The efficiency of different military leaders is different. The fastest one may take about a week, while the slowest one may take half a month to gather all the troops. In the following days, Li Qing traveled between the provinces of the human empire. Time passed, and before he knew it, a year had passed. Li Qing had also made a big circle around the human united empire, and had basically completed everything that could be done, mainly because he felt it was too troublesome to go from house to house. He simply visited the lords in each place, directly ordered the necessary goods, and then paid an extra 10% of the total price to ask them to pack the goods in advance and send them to the 3 core fortresses closest to them. After doing these, Li Qing no longer needs a family, and goes directly to the 3 core fortresses and wait for them to send them. If you have money, you can be willful. At least 10% of a transaction worth tens of trillions is 100 trillion. Even the military lord cannot ignore such a high extra income. The first core fortress they went to was Human Pass in the west, and this was also Li Qing's first visit. When he came over, most of the goods had been delivered and were anchored in a galaxy near Human Pass. Millions of at least large transport ships and logistics ships were parked there, stretching for tens of millions of kilometers, which was extremely spectacular. Li Qing specially hired a trading company to help with the inventory, and it took almost 2 months to complete the inventory. Then it was sent into the Palm universe and directly put into the super habitable area inside the high-dimensional fortress. At this time, there are a total of 1,000 super habitable zones in the high-dimensional fortress, each with a length, width and height of 1,000 kilometers. Each is divided into 10 layers, which is equivalent to 10,000 super habitable zones of 1 million square kilometers, or 10 billion square kilometers. For example, the territory's capital, Gallon, has a diameter of 14,500 kilometers and a total surface area of 660 million square kilometers. This means that the super livable area at this time is equivalent to 15 areas equivalent to the large livable area of the capital planet, which is enough to accommodate a massive population. In total, a total of 10,000 super livable areas. Li Qing planned 8,000 super livable areas as the residential area, and the other 2,000 are the agricultural areas and the only area to provide food for the residential area. The 8,000 super livable areas are designed as one pure urban area with one undeveloped leisure area. That is, 4,000 urban areas, each originally planned to accommodate 2 billion immigrants, and the 4,000 can accommodate a total population of 8 trillion. At this time, after Li Qing traveled around the country, he found nearly 200 military lords or lords willing to trade with him, with the largest amount being tens of billions, and the smallest being 2 or 3 billion. The average was about 4 billion. In the end, a total of 821 billion gray name immigrants and 36 billion white name immigrants were traded. Long before the immigration began, Li Qing mobilized more than 20 billion Tauren and about 10 billion Cybermen to start building the urban area. The tens of billions of gray names that were initially immigrants were also invested in construction. After a year, most of the super livable areas have been built. At least the residential communities have been built. The basic living facilities are well built. It took a whole year to purchase more than 870 billion human immigrants. Adding to the existing ones, the universe in Li Qing's palm now accommodated nearly 900 billion human immigrants. All white-name immigrants among these immigrants will be sent out and dispersed among the major planets in the 5 major star fields of the territory. At that time, he will also transfer about 50 billion gray population to various transformed planets. The remaining 800 billion gray names will stay in the Palm universe and reproduce. With a base of 800 billion people, it will become a high-quality population of trillions in a few decades. That is when his territory will take off. In 50 years, 2 generations have grown up. I'm looking forward to it just thinking about it. In addition to the population, what Li Qing is most looking forward to is the purchase of shipbuilding talents. Escort ships are fine. They are already fully staffed, and there is no need to add more. A batch of fearless battleships requires 3,042 blueprints to copy the mother ship. The 200 and in their early 2 trades. Less than 20 or 30. And hundreds of them. Based on the average soldier selling 50. There were more than 10,000 battleship chief engineers. Which was also outrageous. Chapter 262 8 years later. Sure enough. No matter how large the number is. It will be nothing when it is evenly distributed. So many battleship chief engineers cannot be wasted. In addition to enlightening a total of 3,200 dreadnought battleship chief engineers. The rest all continue to return to their old jobs and continue building battleships. Anyway, he has 2 battleship mother chips on hand. In addition to his own. The one of the Shada United Empire has long been upgraded to the 5th generation battleship mother chip. Which means that he now has 2 sets of 5th generation mother chips. 5th generation frigate mother chip. 1,000 blueprints can be extracted every day. 365,000 blueprints per year. And 730,000 blueprints for 2 chips. 5th generation destroyer mother chip. 500 blueprints can be extracted every day. 182,500 blueprints per year. And 365,000 blueprints for 2 chips. 5th generation cruiser mother chip. 200 blueprints can be extracted every day. 73,000 blueprints a year. And 146,000 blueprints for 2 chips. 5th generation battleship mother chip. 50 blueprints can be extracted every day. 18,250 blueprints per year. And 36,500 blueprints for 2 chips. The 5th generation fearless flagship mother chip. 1 blueprint can be extracted every 5 days. 73 blueprints a year. And 146 blueprints in 2. 5th generation flagship aircraft carrier chip. 1 blueprint can be extracted every 5 days. 73 chips per year. The battleship takes 3 months to build. And 2 mother chips can copy 9,000 blueprints in 3 months. Which means that 900 battleship chief engineers are needed to achieve uninterrupted full power construction in these 3 months. 9,000 battleships in 3 months. 36,000 battleships in a year. Equivalent to the battleship standard of 3 standard divisions. The construction time of the cruiser is 1 month. And the 2 mother-in-law chips are copied 12,000 blueprints a month. Only 1,200 cruiser chief engineers can achieve uninterrupted full power construction. 12,000 cruisers a month. 144,000 cruisers a year. The construction time of a destroyer is 20 days. 2 mother chips can copy 10,000 blueprints in 20 days. Only 1,000 chief engineers of the destroyer are needed to achieve uninterrupted construction. 10,000 destroyers in 20 days. 18 20-day periods in a year. A total of 180,000 destroyers. The construction time of a frigate is 10 days. 2 mother chips can copy 10,000 blueprints in 10 days. Just like a destroyer. Only 1,000 frigate chief engineers are needed to achieve uninterrupted construction. 10,000 frigates in 10 days. 36 10 days a year. A total of 360,000 frigates. So the problem now is that there aren't enough mother chips? Li Qing held his chin in his hand and felt a little funny. Originally there were not enough senior engineers. But now there are enough senior chief engineers. But not enough blueprints. Well, actually it's not that there are not enough blueprints. But that he is too perverted. It can build a fleet equivalent to 3 divisions in 1 year. Which is already very fierce. 3 divisions a year. 30 divisions in 10 years. Which has already surpassed the Qinghali family and the Tianjinyu family. If they can survive another 100 years before coming out again. 300 standard divisions would be comparable to the Star Sea Lord. And which one of the Star Sea Lords does not have accumulated this strength for thousands of years? He can catch up with only 100 years. Which is very strong. Besides, this is just the standard fleet. And it does not include escort ships and dreadnought battleships. Which together can produce a reinforced division in a year. Besides, this is just a conventional fleet. And the main force is still various flagships and mobile fortresses. This time, a total of 126 flagship chief engineers were purchased, plus the 29 existing flagship chief engineers. A total of 155 flagship chief engineers. Which means that 155 flagships can be built at a time. And the 2 super fortress designers they have. can start the construction of 2 mobile fortresses at the same time. Very good. In the first year, there were not enough people and ordinary crew members. So all they did was build a regular fleet of about the size of a standard division. The escort ships were fully built, with a total of 160,000 ships. But the dreadnoughts were not fully equipped this year. Those that were fully equipped still needed to practice building dreadnoughts. After all, they had been building battleships in the past. But less than 2,000 ships were built a year. But there will be no problem later. Starting from the second year, we can build at full capacity. Since the second year, Li Qing's plan is to build 3 standard conventional divisions each year, and 1 to strengthen the Fearless division. In addition, a large number of flagships and super flagships, as well as 2 conventional mobile fortresses, were also started early. Li Qing now has a total of 3 conventional mobile fortresses on hand. He asked Long Yun to redesign them and start construction again. This will not only increase the specifications of these conventional mobile fortresses from a diameter of about 500 kilometers to the limit of conventional mobile fortresses of about 800 kilometers, but also obtain a 200% bonus effect on the basic hull of its innate ability. In addition, there is a large amount of vacant ship space. He plans to help the Yu family of Tianjin, the Li family of Qinghe, his father's territory, and Yu Qingji to help with some of the outsourcing to quickly increase their strength. The seat is empty anyway, so there's no need to waste it. After finishing all this, Li Qing had no time to leave the palm-sized universe, and rushed to the warehouse area of the high-dimensional fortress without stopping. The 478.7 billion people that were previously plundered from the Shada United Empire were raised in the palm-sized universe for about a year, and finally began to gain civilization points, directly plundering the population by taking advantage of the situation, also known as exploitation. Extracted 4,787 civilization points in one go from a total population of 47.87 billion. After that, it was obvious that the spirit of these Shada people had weakened and was no longer valuable. And then, there was no time to pay attention to it for the time being. Li Qing checked himself and found that he had accumulated more than 10,000 civilization points. He had 500 or 600 points himself, and the old patriarch of the Yu family gave him a red envelope of 500 points. Later, he traded with various military chiefs, more or less, with some selling for a few dozen points and some for hundreds of points. The military chief who gave him the most sold him 500 points, but he needed to buy at double the price. I guess he's really short of money. All in all, he obtained 7,400 civilization points in one go, plus his own 1,100 points. A total of 8,500 civilization points. Now add these 4,787 points, for a total of 13,287 civilization points. If there are more than 10,000 civilization points, you can be promoted to the military leader. The previous article is modified, and the civilization points from the transaction are counted. You can also exchange for Star Guardians. Star Guardians, the conventional escort fleet of the negative star civilization, responsible for patrolling, escorting, reconnaissance, surveillance, and supporting landing operations. The central core of Star Guardian. 10,000 civilization points can be exchanged for its mother chip. Not to mention that it is not worth it. The problem is that it is also important to be promoted now. Li Qing did not hesitate for too long and quickly made a decision to be promoted to military lord first and exchange for Star Guard next time. At this stage anyway. Huh? A bold idea suddenly emerged in Li Qing's mind. In addition to various battleships and fortresses, the palm-sized universe can also exchange for various weapons of the same level. If I have enough civilization points to exchange for all the mother chips of these weapon accessories, would it be considered as mastering the god-level civilization technology beyond the 7th level in disguise? It may not be able to master the corresponding technology and higher energy. It cannot be regarded as a real god-level civilization. But it has mastered the most important force system of the god-level civilization, and has the same force as the god-level civilization. Can you be regarded as a god-level civilization? Li Qing was a little puzzled and more exciting. Although the civilization points required for full exchange are huge, probably in the tens of millions, it is much easier than relying on one's own research to raise the technology to the level of god-level civilization. That's almost impossible to do, no matter how difficult one is. It is still possible, normally speaking. The other is completely impossible. The difference is between 0 and 1. The difference between having and not having. Of course. Now just think about it. Tens of millions of civilization points. The entire human civilization may be able to accumulate that much after hundreds of thousands of years. If it relies solely on itself, it will take at least tens of thousands of years of development at the current rate of development. It is very simple to be promoted to military leader. But Li Qing is now in Yunnan Pass and has not returned yet. To be promoted to military lord, of course one has to be in one's own territory. But he is going back soon. He has been out for a year. He then stayed in Yunnan Pass for a month, specifically to receive the senior crew members that had been ordered previously from major chambers of commerce and military leaders. In total, he ordered senior crew members and captains for 10 divisions in preparation for the fleet to be built in the next few years. It will take 3 years. And after 3 years, the tens of billions of white-name immigrants will train their own senior crew members and fleets. And the territory will no longer need to buy a series of talent needs and can be self-sufficient. After receiving everything, Li Qing set out to return to Galenling. Time flies, and before I knew it, 8 years have passed. A large caravan passed through the Star Gate and appeared in an extremely prosperous galaxy. Zhang Fei, the caravan leader, looked at the starry sky outside the warship displayed on the light screen in front of the bridge, with a hint of surprise and emotion in his eyes. Unexpected? The deputy walking beside him also sighed. It's quite unexpected. Who would have thought that a province that was just established 8 years ago would develop to this extent now? A huge star gate stands in the center of an even larger star city, constantly spewing out warships or merchant ships. Behind the star city, there are 2 star cities of the same size standing in a triangular shape, with a huge fleet anchored around them. Not far from the star city, there is a green life planet hanging in the dark starry sky. On the surface of the planet, there is a huge ring-shaped structure surrounding the planet. There are many buildings on it, and small civilian spacecraft shuttle through it from time to time. The caravan flew away from the life planet and towards the outer reaches of the galaxy. Their destination was a transformed planet 300 million kilometers away from the main sequence star of Galen. After 8 years of development, with almost unlimited supply of funds, the territory has developed by leaps and bounds. The first 5-year plan ended. The territory's infrastructure was completely completed, and the 5 life planets and a dozen transformed planets were all populated. In addition, within these 5 years, with the help of 16.3 billion Char people, nearly 70 life planets were transformed, most of which were concentrated in the capital galaxies of the 5 major star regions and nearby galaxies. For example, except for the capital galaxy, all the large planets and some slightly larger satellites in the galaxy of Galen have been transformed. A total of 11. There are a total of 22 transformed planets nearby, and all of them have completed immigration. The capital star system of the Shada star field has completed the transformation of 6 planets, and there are a total of 14 transformed planets nearby. The capital star system of the Big Dipper star field has completed the transformation of 4 planets, and there are a total of 6 transformed planets nearby. The capital star system of the Shigu star field has completed the transformation of 5 planets, and there are a total of 5 transformed stars nearby. The capital star system of the Shar region has completed the transformation of 6 planets, and there are a total of 12 transformed planets nearby. In addition, even Lock Fortress has completed the transformation of 4 planets, and there are 10 transformed planets nearby as support points for the core military center. All in all, we have completed the transformation of nearly 70 planets and the immigration to all of them. It is just a matter of how many people to immigrate. During these 8 years, the Galan province launched immigration plans to other major provinces every year. As they were not short of money, they always paid double the high price for immigration. Over the past 8 years, they had completed nearly 17 million immigration plans, all of whom were whitelisted people who were available for employment. The great population did not make large-scale purchases again, but after the first purchase, the military leaders took the initiative to sell him each subsequent immigration plan, and some even included it in the normal immigration conditions, forcing him to buy. During the past 8 years, nearly 1.15 trillion gray populations have been purchased one after another, most of which have been stuffed into the palm-held universe, and a small number have been immigrated to those transformed planets. With unlimited financial support, Li Qing completed the initial accumulation that other military leaders would need hundreds of years to complete in just 8 years. With such a large population, a lot of civilization points are generated. Normally, Only populations above the white level can generate civilization points. Although populations above the gray level can also generate civilization points. Their efficiency can be ignored, and you don't need to count on it. 10 billion people can condense 1 point a year. Li Qing's negative star ruling talent can add 200% cohesion. And the civilization artifact adds an additional plus 100%. For a total of 300% cohesion enhancement. In other words, 10 billion people can condense 4 points a year. He now has a population of 210 billion. And can condense 21 times 4 is equal to 84 points a year. A total of 672 civilization points in 8 years. But because this group of people immigrated successively within 8 years, they actually only condensed 415 civilization points, which is not as many as the civilization points condensed by the civilization artifact. The light of the star bearer. That artifact gains 1 point a day, 365 points a year, and 2,920 points in 8 years. There are now 25 plus 8 plus 8. A total of 41 negative star people. And a total of about 1,000 has been accumulated in 8 years. Adding the original remaining 3,287 points. A total of 7,622 civilization points have now been accumulated. Li Qing did not use these civilization points. He planned to accumulate more, and then decide how to use them. At this time, he was not in the territory, but in the isolated star field. Or in other words, it has been in isolated star regions in recent years. In the 3rd year, he returned to the isolated star field, ready to explore the final legacy of Lord Sunluo. After easily defeating all the mechanical ascendant guards guarding the mechanical battle star, he got stuck there. He couldn't get into the mechanical battle planet. After Lord Sunluo fell asleep, he completely sealed off the mechanical war planet, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Li Qing thought of many ways, including asking the 2 gods Cybertron and Cyrus to knock on the door. But there was no response. It would be the same even if they forced Lord Sunluo's personal guards, who were mechanical ascenders, to knock on the door. It is worth mentioning that among the many negative star people who transformed later, half of them came from these personal guards. Those who can become Lord Sunluo's personal guards are all top-notch mechanical ascenders, including some 3rd-stage mechanical ascenders. After transforming into negative star beings, their strength is second only to the 2 gods Cybertron and Cyrus. Chapter 263 National Gene Ascension Plan. The problem facing Li Qing now is that he cannot enter this mechanical war planet, no matter what method he uses. It was not like he had not thought about using violence to force his way in, but he was stopped by the 2 gods. The reason is simple. If the mechanical battle star is opened by violent means, Lord Sunluo will definitely wake up. At that time, a war is inevitable, and no one can predict what will happen in the melee. But the most critical problem is that we still can't defeat it. If they use violent means to open this mechanical war star and awaken Lord Sunluo, they may not be able to defeat this Lord of the Star Sea. Although Li Qing's own strength and the strength of his subordinates have greatly improved in the past 8 years, he is still far from being a Star Sea Lord. Even a Star Sea Lord who has been sleeping for more than 7,000 years. Not to mention anything else. Just this mobile battle star alone is not enough to defeat it. Although the territory has built 25 new standard level 5 divisions over the years, there are 9 reinforced dreadnought divisions equipped with all dreadnought battleships and escort ships, plus the remaining 2 level 6 divisions. In addition, there are 2 conventional mobile fortresses and 1 advanced mobile fortress, which means the force is already very powerful. However, even with such a large force, they were still no match for a mobile war planet. This is a qualitative difference in military power. The mobile battle star is too powerful. Not to mention that Lord Sunluo's is a mechanical battle star, which belongs to the category of mechanical ascended battle body. Its combat power is stronger than that of a normal mobile battle star. So at this time Li Qing was stuck at the door of the mobile war planet and couldn't get in. And he couldn't think of any way to get in. Li Qing sat in the mobile fortress and looked at the huge mechanical war star in front of him. His face was full of helplessness. After a long silence, he said to Cyrus, "Just as you said, you and the others will try to wake up His Majesty Sunluo. If you have any news, notify me immediately." Cyrus nodded. This is the only way. To have Lord Sunluo's former subordinates, such as Cyrus, stay by the mechanical war planet and constantly call out to Lord Sunluo. If they persist, perhaps they will be able to wake him up one day. But the time is very uncertain. It may take a month to wake up, or it may take several years, or even more than 10 years. It all depends on luck. But there is no other way. This is the only way if you can't win. Li Qing sighed, and led the fleet to leave the isolated star field and return to Lock Fortress. At this time, Lock Fortress has become a super fortress galaxy. Except for the permanent garrison fleets in several major star regions. Most of the fleets in the entire territory are stationed here. Li Qing has stationed 1 enhanced fearless division and 2 standard divisions in each of the 5 major star fields, for a total of 15 divisions. There are also 5 divisions stationed in the Quilta system, including a reinforced fearless division, 2 level 6 divisions, and 2 standard divisions. As a result, there are still 3 reinforced fearless divisions and 12 standard divisions stationed in Rock Fortress. As for the advanced and 2 conventional mobile fortresses, 1 conventional mobile fortress is stationed in Quilta Fortress, and the other 2 are stationed in Lock Fortress. In addition, he had already sold the 5 fleets of the Shada civilization. During these 8 years, he was sent to various places to frantically suppress the rebels and eliminate pirates, resulting in continuous losses. He did not get any warships to replenish his fleet, so the size of his fleet became smaller and smaller. After the regular fleet of the territory was built and the resistance was almost suppressed, he gathered all the fleets and pulled them to the south to wipe out the rest pirate group and use them as cannon fodder. In the end, before the pirates were completely wiped out, less than a division of cannon fodder had died, and they were finally split into small shares and sold to players in the territory. It's not that the pirates are impossible to wipe out. With the current strength of the territory, they can still be swept away. It's just that Li Qing left it as a training ground on purpose. With the destruction of the Shada civilization, the resistance army was no longer able to cause any trouble, and the rest pirate group located in the southwest corner of Galan territory became more prosperous and larger in size. Li Qing deliberately left this pirate group behind for the purpose of training troops. Every time a new division is established, it will be pulled into fight, allowing the new crew members, fleets and grassroots commanders to experience a large-scale war. After all, now that the Shada civilization has been destroyed, there are no other large-scale enemies in the entire Zuder. If this place is destroyed, they will not find an opponent. It is worth mentioning that with the destruction of the Shada United Empire, the expeditionary force was also disbanded. In addition, due to Li Qing's deliberate suppression, a large number of large and medium-sized teams from the era before the establishment of the territory have left Zuder one after another. Now, apart from some small and medium-sized teams that are not too big, most of the active player teams in Jialanling are business players and individual players with no ambitions. Just like the players in Tianjin and the heartland of the United Human Empire, what they like most is to find a safe star field to build a personal base, mine and produce every day, and have no interest in expansion. This is also the only way for every territory. When there are no more opportunities locally, ambitious teams will naturally leave. After returning to Lock Fortress, the fleet returned to the barracks, and Li Qing began to ponder what to do next. It was quite boring without an opponent. In the past few years, he would go north to the 3 core fortresses from time to time. During this period, he also sneaked into the Bruven Union to take a look, but did not find any opportunities. The unrest caused by his destruction of a logistics system in the eastern core fortress of Bruven has been quelled, but it can be clearly felt that they have increased their vigilance and their reconnaissance has become much stricter. It seems that it is not as easy to get away with it as last time. Although he had more than 30 divisions and 3 mobile fortresses at this time, Li Qing was still not ready to take action. Putting aside other things, we must capture Lord Sinlua's mobile war planet, so that we will be sure to have a share of the feast and bite off a piece of fat meat. I have to survive for a few more years. Li Qing rubbed his chin and was about to find one of his wives to do some exercise when suddenly his eyes twitched. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, and he turned around and went into the black hole door that appeared out of thin air. First, he made a routine tour of the various areas within the high-dimensional fortress, and finally arrived at the scientific research area. At this time, the scientific research area had already moved to the super habitable zone. The 3 major scientific research factions, physics, social biology, and engineering, each occupied a super habitable zone. Li Qing went straight to the Institute of Social Biology, which was located on the top floor, which belonged exclusively to Qingwan, the negative star. He had just received a message from Qingwan. The technology she had been researching had finally made a major breakthrough after combining the Shada civilization and the Shar civilization, as well as obtaining some related technologies from humans in recent years. Seeing Qingwan in the huge laboratory, he walked forward and naturally hugged her slender waist and kissed her. After a while, they separated. She took his hand and came to the laboratory, pointing to the 11 chips suspended above an instrument that were constantly emitting light like electric light and entangled with each other, and introduced, "I have completed all the necessary technologies for genetic ascension and thoroughly perfected all the key tricks for genetic ascension." Li Qing looked at the 11 chips that were approaching and smiled. "Great. That's exactly what we need." The two stood in front of the instrument and waited. After about 2 hours, the 11 chips gradually moved closer together, and then merged together in a form visible to the naked eye to form a dazzling ball of light. After a few seconds, the ball of light disappeared, and the 11 chips were gone. Instead, there was a group of prismatic crystals emitting a faint crystal light. Li Qing stretched out his hand and clenched it. A prismatic crystal appeared in front of him and fell into his palm. In an instant, a piece of information appeared in front of him. Complete genetic ascension technology, design evolution, genetic ascension, and ascension technology that includes a series of genetic-related technologies. Gene retesting, fully master the gene sequence. Gene trimming, freely delete gene fragments and remove diseased and harmful genes. Genetic modification, begins with limited changes to the original gene sequence. Gene editing, beginning with limited editing of existing genes. Genetic recombination, genetic sequences can be changed and recombined. Directed evolution, existing genes can be freely edited and recombined into excellent gene sequences similar to the template according to the existing template. Design evolution, existing gene sequences can be freely edited and freely combined to design a new gene sequence. Master evolution, fully master all genetic sequences and create new ones on your own. Genetic ascension, it's time to start the evolution of civilization. Genetic warrior technology, through a series of genetic surgeries, artificially created genetic warriors with powerful combat capabilities. Gene progenitor technology, through a series of genetic surgeries, existing genes can be freely edited and freely designed to create a super soldier with super combat power. Very good. Li Qing did not expect that the spiritual ascension he most anticipated had not yet been realized. But the genetic ascension technology had been developed first, which made him quite emotional. All people's genes can be promoted. That's good. Although it is not as good as the universal psychic ascension, it is also very strong. Even ridiculously strong. The so-called universal ascension means that all the people in the entire territory will have their genes ascended, and their overall strength and potential will increase dramatically. Or to put it another way, once the genetic ascension of the entire population is completed, the potential of all individuals in the entire civilization will soar. To put it simply, all individuals in the entire civilization will reach green name or above, even if they were originally gray name. As long as they can complete the ascension of all people, they will become white name or above. No matter where you are, whether on a life planet, a residential station or other place. This is the power of universal ascension. In any territory, gray names account for the majority. If universal ascension can be completed, there will be no gray names in the entire civilization, and the lowest will be white names, which means that the strength and potential of the entire civilization will increase dramatically. Of course, since it is an overall improvement, gray names will become white names, and the original white names will naturally be promoted to green names or blue names. Citizens living and growing up on the life planet are still stronger than the original gray names. But although genetic ascension is powerful, it is still a smaller one compared to psychic ascension. The lowest standard for psychic ascension is a blue name. Even a gray name can be comparable to a blue name as long as the psychic power is awakened. They are completely on a different level. But it is extremely difficult to achieve spiritual ascension for all the people. At least until now. Li Qing has not heard of any civilization that can achieve spiritual ascension for all the people. Even the advanced civilization left over from ancient times in the center of the Milky Way took the psychic route. I heard that there were psychics everywhere. Super psychics clustered together. And immortal psychics could not be counted on 10 fingers. But that had not reached the point where all the people had achieved psychic ascension. Even if Yu Yao could reach the level of a third-level son of the Void Realm, and could also enlighten a psychic planet. With such good conditions combined, it would take at least hundreds or thousands of years to reach the minimum standard for the psychic ascension of all people. And it may not succeed. The risk of psychic ascension is much higher than the other two traditional ascensions. And the difficulty is completely on a different level. It is worth mentioning that although the advanced civilizations in the center of the Milky Way have not been able to achieve psychic ascension, they have basically completed the ascension of all the people. Either the genetic ascension of all the people, or the mechanical ascension of all the people. Because this is one of the necessary conditions for advancement to a higher civilization. Any higher civilization must have experienced a time when all the people ascended. Only a civilization in which all its people can ascend to heaven is an advanced civilization. And only that civilization has sufficient strength and potential. Having said that, now that we have this complete genetic ascension technology, Li Qing naturally agreed to the genetic ascension of the entire population without hesitation. Although he wanted everyone's psychic energy to ascend. That was too difficult. It would be better to ascend everyone's genes first. Anyway, the two kinds of ascension did not conflict with each other. First, everyone's genes would be ascended to improve their strength. And then when the conditions were ripe, everyone's psychic energy would be ascended. But Li Qing held the immortal gray genetic ascension chip, which emitted a faint crystal light, in his hand, but he remained silent for a long time. Genetic ascension is easy. But genetic ascension for everyone is not that easy. This does not mean that all the people in the territory can undergo comprehensive genetic modification. It is not that easy. It is not difficult to simply make all the people in the entire territory undergo comprehensive genetic modification. It can be done by fully implementing it over a few decades. Even many military leaders and lords within the human United Empire can do it. But this is just a simple comprehensive genetic modification, not a genetic ascension for all the people. There is a qualitative difference between the two. Comprehensive genetic modification is just genetic modification, while genetic ascension is to unlock the genetic lock. The so-called gene lock is a very mysterious thing. It is not modified through genetic technology, but rather everyone can adjust their own genes according to their own situation. To put it bluntly, genetic modification is a soulless, large-scale surgery, and all modifications are the same. Gene lock allows an individual to adjust and change their genes according to their own personal situation at will. After unlocking the gene lock, each person will adjust their genes differently. Genetic modification is already fixed, and each increase or decrease requires another genetic surgery. After unlocking the gene lock, the genes can be temporarily adjusted according to different environments to form antibodies to the current harsh environment. As for the so-called unlocking of the gene lock, most players who normally take the genetic ascension route use genetic technology to perform surgery to unlock their own gene sequence lock, and then simulate various environmental stimuli automatically, because the gene sequence lock has been unlocked. When stimulated by changes in the external environment and various things, its own gene sequence will be quickly adjusted according to the situation. Chapter 264, Heading South to the Silver Plate Star region. It turns out that it may take tens of thousands of years for genes to be locked in a state and slowly adjust their own genes according to environmental changes and evolve slowly. However, once the gene sequence is unlocked, it will produce corresponding changes in a very short time under environmental stimulation. Normally, a player's genetic ascension will be simulated in a safe environment with the assistance of professional scientists and genetic doctors. Once the genetic sequence changes out of control, it will be immediately readjusted through genetic technology. When the genetic ascender simulates a large number of different environments and dangerous stimuli, he can control his own genetic sequence to make stable genetic adjustments in a short period of time. When this ability reaches a certain level, he can close the genetic sequence lock. At this time, if he can control the opening and closing of his own genetic lock by his own will, and adjust the genetic changes and recombination by himself, then he can be considered to have successfully completed the genetic ascension. There is no difference between national genetic ascension and personal genetic ascension. But the difficulty is not on the same level. He requires all individuals in the territory to unlock their gene locks at the same time within a certain period of time. Successfully unlock the gene locks and maintain stability. And this is where the difficulty lies. Requiring the vast majority of individuals to successfully unlock the genetic lock and maintain stability. The gene lock can be unlocked artificially, through surgery, or with unique genetic drugs. But after unlocking, it is still difficult to control one's own gene sequence and make stable gene adjustments, gene recombination, or directed evolution in a short period of time. Unlocking the gene lock is only the starting point of genetic ascension. To complete genetic ascension, one must eliminate redundant gene sequences in one's genes, stimulate and release the potential in one's genes, and so on. It is very complicated. When all individuals in the nation can successfully unlock their genetic locks and complete genetic design evolution on their own, it can be considered as the genetic ascension of the whole nation. The descendants of genetic ascenders are most likely also genetic ascenders. But after a few generations, they may no longer be genetic ascenders. But once the genetic ascension of the entire population is completed and the entire species ascends, no matter how many generations there are in the future, each individual will have their genetic lock unlocked at birth. And everyone will be a genetic ascender from birth. The point is success. Not to mention success. Once you fail, you will definitely die. This success rate. Not to mention having a genetic doctor around. The success rate of unlocking the gene lock by oneself is terribly low. Less than 1 in 10,000. A success rate of 1 in 10,000. What does that mean? In this wave, the entire civilization collapsed directly. The key of the 10 trillion population died that the only 100 million people had successfully stabilized their genetic locks. This can only be regarded as the 100 million people complete the rise of personal genes. And it cannot be regarded as the rise of the whole people. Generally speaking, a success rate of at least 50% can be considered a successful completion of national genetic ascension. This success rate. Li Qing held the treasure in his hand and pondered for a long time. He felt that the time was not yet ripe. Neither he nor the people in the territory were ready. If you want to start the soaring national genes, it is at least 100 years of preparations for several hundred years. At the very least, a genetic plan must be launched among the entire population and carried out in the form of a territory's national policy, so as to plant a seed in the hearts of all the people in the territory. Then, the status of biology and genetics will be greatly improved, and policies will be tilted towards these two disciplines. Then, launch a national genetic modification program to fully implement the concept of genetic evolution into people's hearts. After completing these points, we will carry out long-term, subtle and comprehensive promotion of the popularization of genetic knowledge. It took decades for gene editing and modification to become popular among people, to the point where even an elementary school student knew about them. Only then would the genetic advancement of the entire population begin. Even at the fastest, it will take 20 to 30 years to prepare, and 50 years is normal. Li Qing was not in a hurry. This thing was a necessary prerequisite for advancement to a higher civilization, and he was still a long way from that. It was estimated that he would not be able to be promoted within 100 years. So there was still plenty of time. Any change requires persistence. Li Qing came out of the Academy of Sciences, and first convened a meeting of the territory's think tank. Give them the task of coming up with a long-term plan. Then, according to the plan, it will be implemented simultaneously in the 5 major star fields of the territory, and in the super-habitable areas within the high-dimensional fortress in the palm-held universe. His target is not only Galen Call, but also all the people in the universe in his palm. This was a very time-consuming plan. After receiving the plan drawn up by the think tank, Li Qing convened 2 meetings of his main administrative officials, one in the palm universe and one in Galen Collar, and asked them to gradually implement the plan. And then it's over. The next step is to wait for the implementation of the policy, gradually increase the proportion of the 2 subjects, and gradually implement the concept of genetic evolution. He just needs to wait and pay attention every 5 years. After dealing with this matter, Li Qing had nothing to do. After being bored for 2 days, he took the mysterious Rubik's Cube back from Qinghuan, made some preparations, and went out. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to take some time to go treasure hunting. He also has an imitation of the Imora lantern at hand, which can be used to find the real high-end treasure Irodlon. There was no time before. Now there is no big deal for a while. Just go out to find, and go to other parts of the galaxy. At this moment, he has become the military leader, and is already considered the #1 figure in the Milky Way. He has a certain status. It is time for him to personally understand the true face of the vast Milky Way. Anyway, the Human United Empire had no war at this time. The Senate has held meetings every year in recent years, and each time there is an agenda regarding the Brovan Union in the north, and the player civilization called Aisha further north. As early as 5 years ago, the Senate of the Human United Empire had already passed some preliminary preparation agendas, calling on all military leaders of the entire human civilization to begin mobilizing for war. although it is not yet certain whether to prepare to attack the Browan Alliance or to deal with the Aisha civilization. It is certain that the war is not far away. According to the speed of mobilization and preparation, the pre-war general mobilization will be completed in 5 or 6 years at the shortest and more than 10 years at the longest. He still has at least 5 years to prepare. The escort ship jumped across more than 2,000 light years and appeared in an unknown galaxy in the Tianjin star field. Inside the bridge, Li Qing stretched out his hand, and the lamp of Amora appeared in his palm. He pondered for a moment and rubbed his fingers gently on the lamp. After a while, the magic lamp lit up, and a stream of clear smoke gushed out from the mouth of the lamp. It quickly condensed into a huge human-shaped silhouette made of clear air, looking down at him and speaking in human language. "Little life, tell me your wish." The voice suddenly stopped, and the human-shaped outline formed by the clear air seemed to have just seen Li Qing clearly, and paused for a moment. After a while, the figure formed by the clear air quickly solidified into a human figure, and the person slowly fell down to the same level as Li Qing, and said, "Powerful being, please forgive me for being blunt. You are already more powerful than me. What I can do, you can do too." Li Qing smiled and bowed, saying, "Respected son of Amora, I have some questions for your father." The son of Ayamala was not surprised and said, "I don't know where my father is, but I can point you in a direction. Please say, my father is there." Li Qing turned his head, and the Ajamora lamp spirit transformed by the clear light exploded, leaving only a guiding cursor pointing in a certain direction. And that direction was exactly the direction of the center of the Milky Way. "It's in the silver center." Li Qing was not too surprised, but just ordered the fleet to start in that direction. The moment the Ayamora lamp spirit disappeared, I naturally knew in my heart that this guiding cursor would only last for 1 year, and would disappear after 1 year. In addition to guiding the direction, the cursor will change once he gets close to the real Ajamara's lamp. So he must find the target within a year. Otherwise he will never find it again. In response, he just said that he would do his best, and did not rush on his journey. Today, the real Ajamara's lamp is not as useful to him as before, but it still has some use. So his idea now is to find it if he can, and forget it if he can't. Just treat it as a trip. After 3 consecutive jumps, the escort ship has crossed the Tianjin star region and arrived at the junction of the Tianjin star region and the Timor star region. Going further south is the Kelzaka star empire. According to the information obtained from the Yu family in Tianjin, the Kelzaka star sea empire has deployed a super defense line across the spiral arm on this border. Although it is not as outrageous as the 2 defense lines of the human northern border and the Brovan joint southern border, it is not something that can be broken through just by wanting to. Of course, this would not be a problem for him. Li Qing did not even hesitate. The escort ship had crossed the defense line and entered the territory of the Kelzaka star empire, appearing in an unknown galaxy. The battleship didn't feel anything when it jumped into the galaxy. The sensors immediately scanned the surroundings and found that it seemed to have jumped into a commonly used waterway. It just happened to scan a super civilian cruise ship with specifications comparable to a flagship passing by, and no monster warships were seen around. This is an extra-large luxury civilian cruise ship with a very fancy appearance and a beautiful shape. It has many sightseeing windows, some platforms extending outward, and an external lifeboat. There were gardens, forests, and pools on the platform, as well as many coolly dressed figures. Most of them were the lizard-like species seen in the fleet that supported the Kelzaka star empire during the war with the Shot-R civilization 8 years ago. But there were also other species, like the United Human Empire. The southern provinces of the United Human Empire have not been at war for thousands of years, and private commerce is prosperous. Many players who fail in expansion will sell their remaining fleets, and use the money to become rich in places that have been peaceful for a long time. You can buy a piece of land and become a manor owner, or start a company and become a boss, or you can buy a cruise ship and travel around the world, which is equally exciting. He couldn't even afford a battleship with 10 or 20 billion star dollars. But among the common people, he was already a pretty wealthy man. At least, he had no problem with financial freedom. Next, Li Qing did not rush to hurry, but a short distance jump of a galaxy and a galaxy, which specifically observed the customs of the Kailiza Kata star empire. In order to keep a low profile, he towed a captured level 6 frigate from the Kelzaka star empire from the Palm universe and replaced the escort ship. They continued on their way, deliberately following a fixed route. occasionally encountering civilian ships or merchant caravans. But they did not show any flaws, and were not recognized. Although it is the heartland of the Kel-Zakar Star Empire, it is still safe with just one ship, as long as he does not commit suicide or cause damage. The enemy garrison will not chase him even if they discover him. Whether you can catch up or not is one thing, but the main thing is that it is meaningless. Those with low technological levels simply cannot cross the border, and those who can cross are definitely not ordinary people, making the search difficult and costly, even if we really spend a lot of manpower and resources to catch him. What can we do? They are not here to invade, so there is not much point in spending so much manpower and resources to capture one who will at most be executed, unless it can be determined that the goal can get huge benefits after catching it. Li Qing passed by in a low-key manner all the way, and even passed by a galaxy with a planet with life. He also simulated the transformation of the Zaka people, the main race of the Kel-Zaka Star Empire, and went in for a walk. Walking along the way, it took almost 2 months to span nearly 6,000 light years before it came to the southernmost tip of Yingzhen's arms. Yingzhen's arms are huge, with a width of tens of thousands of light years, with a thickness of 3 or 4,000 light years, and there are as many as 16 or 7 of the star fields in the north and south of the north and south. Even the 4 spiral arms of the Milky Way combined may only account for about 1/10 or 12% of the galactic disk area. The most powerful civilizations in the entire Milky Way are all concentrated in the galactic center region, including those advanced civilizations that have been passed down from ancient times. Most of the territory of the Kel-Zaka Star Empire is in the Timor star field, the first star field of the Perseus spiral arm. A small part extends from the spiral arm to the galactic disk star field, bordering 2 powerful civilizations nearby. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. There won't be a second equally powerful being next to any powerful being. Just like the alliance between humans and Bruven, the Kel-Zaka Star Empire, and the 2 powerful civilizations bordering it at the center of the Milky Way are incompatible and in constant conflict. This is also one of the main reasons why the Kel-Zaka Star Empire did not launch a large-scale invasion, even though it knew that the southern part of the human race was undefended. Their main attention is drawn to the galactic disk, making it difficult for them to spare the time to deal with humans. But it doesn't mean that they have no ideas about human civilization. They certainly have ideas, but the power they can spare is limited. Not enough to defeat humans, unless they join forces with the Broan United Civilization to attack from both sides. However, the military forces they could mobilize were insufficient. The consequence of attacking from both sides was that even if they could defeat the United Human Empire, the lion's share would be eaten by the Broan Alliance, and they would naturally not be willing to accept that. And if they really swallowed the human, after Bruin, who had eaten the big head, had jointly digested the human territory, he would definitely turn his attention to himself. By then, the crisis facing human civilization will fall on ourselves. Chapter 265. Shocked to hear Sarnu devour the bee swarm civilization. This is the main reason why these powerful civilizations in the Perseus arm have been able to maintain balance for thousands of years, checking and balancing each other. Even the Kailiza Star Sea Empire did not even expand the star domain in the second day. Except for this star domain, there were very few life planets, mainly to leave a buffer zone. For example, the previous support for the Shot-R civilization was just the personal behavior of a star lord within the Kel-Zaka Star Empire. His main purpose was not to do anything to humans, but to support a civilization in the south of humans to serve as a buffer and a bridgehead if he really wanted to attack humans in the future. Although this will cause a huge threat to the safety of human civilization, the original intention of the first person is indeed the case. It is unlikely to use Sada civilization to siege humans with Bruin, which is not good for them. The benchmark adjusted the angle here, pointing directly at the direction of the diagonal corner of the galaxy, and it didn't look like to go to the galaxy Jingxin. The frigate adjusted its direction and made a long-distance jump spanning more than 2,000 light-years, leaving the Kel-Zakar Star Empire and entering the territory of another powerful civilization. As soon as he entered their territory, before he could even gain a foothold, Li Qing's face changed. The moment he leaped over, he immediately sensed an extremely powerful will sweeping over him, leaving behind a malicious signal and a mark on himself. Hack! What is this? That will was so powerful that it was definitely an immortal level will. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary immortal level will. Even among the immortals, it was extremely powerful. Fortunately, perhaps because the distance was too far, The malicious will seem to be just a routine patrol. And it disappeared after leaving a mark on him. But Li Qing didn't dare to stay here any longer. As soon as the battleship's engine cooled down, he immediately ordered the battleship to start jumping out of this star field. However, just after the second jump, before he had time to look around, he sensed the arrival of a terrifying will that made him shudder with fear. Everything in front of him became distorted and unreal. Everything in the world was distorted, and quickly transformed into an extremely huge phantom that pounced on him. Li Qing let out a strange cry, and the huge amount of spiritual energy he had been restraining exploded, blowing the frigate to pieces on the spot. A circle of golden flame spread out with him as the center, like a golden flower blooming in the cold starry sky. Compared with 8 years ago, the spiritual power was several times stronger, and repelled the terrifying will and distorted illusion on the spot. Li Qing had no idea what had just happened. At this moment, he was greatly alarmed and did not hesitate to use the virtual realm to position himself and jump back to the way he came. He didn't dare go any further. The comparison of the strength of the terrifying will he sensed twice showed that if he went any further, he would probably run straight into the lair of some horrible monster. After 2 consecutive jumps, they returned to the border of the Kelzaka Star Empire. Huh? What is that? Li Qing let out a long breath, his mind filled with the terrifying shadow of the will just now. Is the galaxy center so terrible? When I came in, I encountered this kind of terrorist guy. This stuff must go to the hinterland of the human United Empire. I am afraid that it can kill a planet in minutes. After a long silence, Li Qing took out another frigate, then changed his appearance to that of the Zaka people, the main species of the Kelzaka Star Empire, and continued to move south. But this time it was not a long-distance jump, but a short jump. He planned to first find the northern border of the Kelzakar Star Empire, blend into the Kelzakar Star Empire, and collect some information first, including the most important star map of the galactic disk area. The silver plate area is too dangerous. There are all kinds of terrifying monsters everywhere. If you don't find a star map, you might end up in some extremely dangerous place by accident. After several jumps, Li Qing sensed that he had crossed the border, and then began a medium-distance jump along the border to the east. He didn't know where there was the border fortress of the Kelzaka Star Empire, but he knew that there was always a border fortress at the junction of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire and the 2 other civilizations. Just find it. It moved more than 10 times in one breath, with a total distance of more than 5,000 light-years. During the last transition, Li Qing obviously felt that the interception system was obviously different during the transition, and immediately stopped and returned. With just one jump to an unknown galaxy, the battleship received an unknown communication throughout the galaxy. He received the communication, which was a mixed signal of the Kelzaka Star Empire and several unknown civilizations. Li Qing's warships had the language of the Kelzaka Star Empire civilization on the warship. The content made him extremely surprised. Here is a joint fortress of the Pan-Galaxy Defense Alliance. It is an absolute neutral star domain. Welcome to any order camp visitor. The communication contained a star map of a small area. Li Qing imported the star map into his own star map and found that he was at the junction of the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire and another civilization called the Holy Granite Basat Monarchy and the Sarnu Devouring Cluster. Li Qing noticed that the 2 civilizations of the Kelzaka Star Empire and the Holy Kagerbus King on the star map showed green, and the civilization named Salno's Devouring Cluster showed blood red. According to the perspective, this represents the first 2 civilizations as an alliance teammate, and the blood color is obviously hostile. Salno Devour Clusters? Seeing the name of this civilization, Li Qing had a bad hunch in his heart. The cluster represents that this is a hive civilization, a unique civilization regime in the universe. Generally speaking, this kind of civilization is dominated by a super powerful will that controls everything in the entire civilization. Or in other words, all individuals in the entire civilization are actually extensions of the thinking and will of that ruler. Although on the surface the entire civilization appears to be composed of countless individuals, these individuals do not have independent will. They are all extensions of the will of the sole ruler of the entire civilization. To put it bluntly, it is a model where one person is civilization. Civilizations like this are rare in the universe, but they do exist. The Devouring Swarm is a branch of the Swarm civilization, and one of the 3 major extinct civilizations in the universe. Devouring Swarm. Iron-hearted exterminator. Fanatical purifier. The ruler of this Swarm civilization believes that everything in the universe is its food, and wants to devour everything in the universe. Therefore, this civilization will frantically attack any living species within its sight, whether it is organic or other special species. Any civilization that is conquered will be exterminated. This kind of civilization, which can be regarded as the natural enemy of biological beings, is like a natural disaster to other civilizations. Every time it appears, it will cause unrest and disaster in the galaxy. It is obvious that the two civilizations, the Kelzaka Star Empire and the Holy Granite Besat Monarchy, have joined forces to deal with this devouring swarm civilization called the Sarnu Devouring Cluster. The United Fortress is a super fortress galaxy cluster comparable in scale to the three core fortresses of mankind. It is jointly supported by two nearby civilizations, but does not exclude other civilizations. When Li Qing came here, he had already regained his human form. He applied to the United Fortress for a nearby star map, and was not made any harder to deal with. In addition, because of his human identity, he was even introduced to a human gathering place. Although most humans are in the Perseus Arm, and most players do not have the ability to cross the border of the Kel-Zakar Star Empire, there are so many humans, and there are always some with special abilities, or who have drifted here due to unexpected circumstances, and live near this United Fortress star cluster. There are so few people, so naturally they need to stick together for warmth. Li Qing followed the location and came to a subsidiary galaxy numbered 015 behind the United Fortress. This is a combat galaxy located 5 jumps behind the main United Fortress galaxy. It is part of the second line of defense system of the United Fortress. The galaxy is full of star cities and some transformed fortress planets. The so-called second line defense system means that if the main joint fortress located at a key intersection is breached, there will be a second line of defense behind it to provide buffer and buy time for the Alliance to mobilize its main fleet to retake the main fortress. Li Qing did not go to the main core fortress because the main core fortress was at war at this time. According to the information he had learned, the war between the Alliance and the Sarnu Devouring Cluster had never stopped, and the two sides had been fighting for who knows how many years. The frigate entered the center of the 015 affiliated galaxy and stopped near a star city. He turned on the communication and made an application to one of the communications. Only 5 or 6 seconds later, the other side responded, and the light curtain popped up to reveal a pretty woman. She was stunned when she saw Li Qing, and asked curiously, "Hey brother, are you new here?" Li Qing asked. "How do you know?" She smiled and replied, "Because I know all the human players in this star field." Li Qing smiled and said, "Then you guessed right. I am indeed new here. Welcome. Welcome. By the way, where are you from?" "I came from the Imperial headquarters." "Oh, that's even more strange. Where are you?" "Here." Li Qing sent her current coordinates, and she quickly replied, "Wait a moment. I'll pick you up." "Okay." Then the two of them added each other as friends, exchanged their names, and closed the communication. Less than 10 minutes later, the battleship received a communication. After answering it, they saw a frigate flying over from another star city more than 1,000 kilometers away, flashing a follow signal. At the same time, they received a communication from Chu Miaoying asking him to follow. "Follow me." Li Qing set the battleship to follow mode and flew towards the next star city, stopping at the star city berth. When he came out of the warship, he saw a beautiful human beauty wearing a light green military uniform that highlighted her tall figure standing among the many alien races coming and going outside the berth. She also saw Li Qing and immediately stretched out her hand to wave to him. He also waved, shook hands gently, and introduced himself. Li Qing. Chu Miaoying is the full-time secretary of the Human Chamber of Commerce of the United Fortress. She is responsible for receiving new compatriots and mainly explaining the situation of the United Fortress to you and providing some help. "Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters and talk in detail." Li Qing looked at the various alien races coming and going around. In addition to the Zaka people, the main body of the Kel-Zaka Star Empire, there were many other races. He could see 4 or 5 different races at a glance. "Okay, let's talk while we walk." Chu Miaoying waved her hand, and a peculiarly shaped miniature unmanned aerial vehicle flew over silently. The two got on the vehicle, and the aircraft flew forward silently. Chu Miaoying summoned the aircraft control light curtain, and with a few touches of her slender fingers, she closed the light curtain and said to him with a smile, "I'll pass our star map to you first." "Thank you. There's no need to be polite about this. This is exactly what Li Qing needs most." although I just got the star map from the United Fortress. It was just a basic star map. It only showed the general situation of the nearby star fields. And there would definitely not be more detailed content. What the Human Chamber of Commerce provides may not be the best, but it will definitely be more detailed and wider in scope. Soon he received the star map she sent him, and imported it into his own star map. Li Qing then saw that the star map displayed on the transparent screen in front of him suddenly expanded dozens of times. The original range was only about 300 light-years, but now it has suddenly jumped to several thousand light-years, including a large star region at the junction of the entire Perseus spiral arm and the central galactic disk of the Milky Way. And the content is more detailed. After only one glance at the star map, he was attracted by the huge blood-red map in the center of the star map. He looked up in surprise. Chu Miaoying knew what he wanted to ask and said directly, "This is the Sarnoo devouring cluster, an extremely large devouring hive civilization, which is currently at war with a powerful alliance of more than 20 level 5 civilizations of varying sizes, including the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire." His. Li Qing took a breath of cold air. More than 20 level 5 civilizations? So strong? Chu Miaoying nodded. Yes, more than 20 level 5 civilizations. But don't be too shocked. These 20 or so level 5 civilizations are not all very strong. Only 4 or 5 of them can compete with humans, including the Kelzaka Star Empire. The other level 5 civilizations are not as strong as humans. But this is also amazing. It's really amazing. How long has the war between this alliance and the Sarnoo devouring cluster lasted? Which side has the upper hand? Chu Miaoying shook her head and said, "I don't know. The Union Fortress was built before the earliest predecessors came here. At that time, the war between the Alliance and the Sarnoo swarm had lasted for who knows how many centuries. From that time to now, the war has never stopped for even a moment." Li Qing. Now he finally understood why the Kelzaka Star Empire had never gone north and had never sent a fleet to the Tianjin Star region. It turned out that they had such a huge enemy. He even speculated that the previous Star Lord of the Kelzaka Star Empire supported the Shada civilization not necessarily to cause trouble, but most likely to gain a vassal to provide himself with war resources. The war lasted for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and even the Kelzakar Star Empire, whose strength and territory were not inferior to the United Human Empire, had a hard time handling it. No wonder the United Fortress does not exclude any civilization. It really cannot. By the way, are you coming here to develop your career? Or are you just passing by? Chu Miaoying said seriously. If you're just passing through, we can provide some intelligence support. Chapter 266 Pangalactic Defense Alliance. If you want to develop here, the Chamber of Commerce can provide some free assistance, including helping you build a personal base and supporting a group of mining or transport ships. If you want to do business, we can provide a sum of starting capital. Well, I was just passing by. I wanted to dig a grave, but I found the coordinates were inside the Sarnoo devouring hive civilization. Then you can't dig. Chu Miaoying spread her hands and said, "Sarnoo devours the swarm and exterminates everything. If you go in and are discovered, you won't be able to come back." Li Qing. He also felt that the Ajmora lamp was probably impossible to dig out. The Lord of the Devouring Bee Swarm, Sarnoo, is too strong. His powerful psychic power is too obvious, and he will be discovered if he goes over there. What's interesting is that Lord Sarnoo's scan is only aimed at super psychics like him. On the contrary, ordinary people will not be discovered if they enter his territory, and even weak psychics will not care even if they are discovered. He was a little speechless, but there was nothing he could do. After figuring out this civilization, Li Qing had already decided to give up digging for Ayamala's lamp. There's nothing we can do. We can only give up. A wise choice. Chu Miaoying smiled and said, "But you don't have to be too discouraged. Just come here for fun. If you want to stay, that's fine. Or you can consider doing business here. You have the ability to cross the Kelzakar Star Empire, so perhaps you can bring a caravan from the human heartland to transport some goods. The war has lasted for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. There is a huge demand for all kinds of supplies. No matter what you transport here, you can make a lot of money. Even if you transport the most basic food, you can make at least 200% profit." Well, Li Qing shook his head seriously. Not interested. Who is interested in making money now? He has more money than he can spend. Chu Miaoying was stunned for a moment after hearing his answer, and said with some surprise, It seems that you have an extraordinary status in the human United Empire. Are you the commander of a certain legion? Since you are not interested in making money, you can buy some good things here that are hard to find in China. Well, tell me about it. For example, the flagship and Titan super flag blueprints. Chu Miaoying seemed to have some understanding of the internal affairs of the human United Empire, and said, the United Fortress was jointly established by the Kelzaka Star Empire, the Holy Basat Monarchy, and several powerful civilizations beyond it, including 2 powerful player civilizations that sent several star navy commanders to lead fleets to stay there. The United Fortress is affiliated with the Pangalactic Defense Alliance, and is, etc. Li Qing suddenly interrupted her and asked solemnly, are there other player civilizations participating in this Pangalactic Defense Alliance? Chu Miaoying nodded and said, yes, and there is more than one player civilization. There are 3 player civilizations in total, but the other 2 are in other locations. There are only 2 player civilizations near this United Fortress. Where? Li Qing unfolded the star map and looked at the dozens of civilizations within tens of thousands of light years marked on the star map and looked at Chu Miaoying. Without thinking, she pointed to a civilization located behind the Holy Basat Monarchy near the center of the Milky Way, where only a small part of its territory was drawn, and said, that's it. We named it the Isabal civilization. It's a very powerful civilization. Because of its xenophobia, we can't go deep into it, so its specific territory is unknown, and its specific strength is also unknown. Well, Li Qing tapped the armrest with his fingers and fell into deep thought. Chu Miaoying was sitting opposite him, and when she saw his appearance, she inexplicably felt a sense of oppression coming over her, as if the person sitting in front of her was not a peer, but a big shot. Li Qing was silent for a long time, then said in a deep voice, it's a bit complicated. Chu Miaoying thought he was saying the form was complicated, and she echoed with some sigh. The situation is indeed a bit complicated. We are few in number, and are often bullied here. We can only stick together for warmth. After hearing this, Li Qing was stunned for a moment, and did not respond. Of course, he thought differently from them. They only considered the situation of individuals and small teams, while Li Qing considered the survival of human civilization as a whole. The situation in the galactic disk star field is very complicated. This so-called Pangalactic Defense Alliance is so powerful, but it can't suppress a mere conventional civilization. This shows how powerful the Sarnoo devouring swarm is. The most important thing is that this Sarnoo devouring swarm is not an advanced civilization, but just a conventional civilization. However, it is not an ordinary conventional civilization, but a level 6 civilization with enhanced technology, equivalent to Star-Lord. Also, because of the special feature of the swarm civilization, which has only one master, all the warships of this civilization are of level 6 configuration. Unlike humans, who only have 14 Star-Lords with level 6 technology, all of them have it. This is the power of the swarm civilization. With such a vast territory, massive resource allocation, and an infinite fleet of level 6 configurations, it is no wonder that even 20 or so level 5 civilizations combined cannot suppress it. Of course, this does not mean that one civilization alone can surpass the total of more than 20 level 5 civilizations. This is impossible. All we can say is that an alliance is just an alliance. When there are many people, there are many ideas. Unless facing the crisis of extinction, it is impossible for all alliance members to show their ultimate strength. Don't ask whether the rulers of the alliance members are confused. Everyone understands the truth. But why are there so many stupid things in the world? It's nothing more than a conflict of interest. The total strength of the alliance naturally exceeds that of the Sarnoo Hive civilization. But if neither side shows their true abilities, there will only be a stalemate. Or maybe someone wants to defeat the Sarnoo Hive with all their might. But some powerful civilizations don't want to. Li Qing thought about this clearly, and the worry in his heart subsided. Since the alliance still has the upper hand, that won't be a big problem. From another perspective, this is a good thing. At least the powerful strength of the Sarnoo Hive has tied up most of the energy of the Kelzaka Star Empire, making them unable to move north. This has given humans time to develop, and also given themselves time to develop. But he couldn't be too optimistic. After all, the situation was ever-changing. He could not rule out the possibility that the alliance would do something stupid, or that external factors would interfere, or that the Sarnoo swarm would suddenly explode and defeat the United Fortress. If this happens and the Kelzaka Star Empire is exterminated, it will be humans who will have to face the Sarno Hive next. All in all, this balance seems solid but fragile, and he cannot put his fate in the hands of outsiders. So the right thing to do is to strengthen himself as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Li Qing looked up and asked, "You just said there are a lot of good things to buy here. Can you tell me what good things you can buy? For example, besides the flagship and Titan Super Flag blueprints, are there any better ones? For example, mobile Battlestar blueprints?" Ahem. Chu Miaoying was shocked. She said with a smile, "You're so bold that you actually asked about the mobile Battlestar. If there is one, can you really afford it?" Li Qing smiled but said nothing. Chu Miaoying was stunned for a moment, and asked in disbelief, "Can you really afford it?" Li Qing smiled and nodded. Chu Miaoying was speechless. "It seems that you must be a big shot in the United Empire of Mankind. You might be a lord." Li Qing smiled slightly and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Li Qing, Lord of the Galan territory in the Galan province of the Zuterstar region, and the new military leader of the United Human Empire." Chu Miaoying opened her mouth slightly, with shock in her eyes. You said you were the Star Navy Lord?" She was obviously shocked by his words and a little overwhelmed. Li Qing did not explain, but just looked at her with a smile, and the UAV fell into silence. After several minutes, the drone suddenly stopped. She suddenly realized what was happening and quickly got off the drone. She nervously stretched out her hand and waved. "Mr. Li Qing, please!" The unmanned aerial vehicle stopped in front of a building inside Star City. Li Qing looked up and estimated that the entire building belonged to the Human Chamber of Commerce. There were 2 cyborg security guards standing at the door. At this moment, a man and a woman happened to come out of the building, and they greeted Chu Miaoying and him as they passed by. But after the 2 men passed by, they suddenly stopped and went back. The man looked at Li Qing in confusion and asked, "Is this brother new here? I don't think I've seen him before." Chu Miaoying quickly replied, "This is His Excellency Li Qing, the newcomer." The man smiled and stretched out his hand. "Then you are one of us. Welcome to the United Fortress. Unfortunately, I have something to do. We can talk again when I come back in a couple of days." Li Qing smiled and nodded. When they entered the building, they saw a man standing at the front desk. He was chatting in front of the receptionist. When he heard their footsteps, he turned around and Chu Miaoying took the initiative to introduce him to them. "Are you a new brother? Welcome. Welcome." After shaking hands, the man stopped trying to flirt with girls and followed them upstairs. A minute later, when he arrived at the reception room, the man's face was full of shock. Hack. Such a young military leader. For a moment, he wondered if Li Qing was lying. Yes, he must be lying. He contacted Chu Miaoying privately, but she did not respond. Li Qing knew from his expression that he didn't believe it, but he had no obligation to explain. He sat down in the reception room and asked directly, "Is there any large auction or cross-species super chamber of commerce in the Pangalactic Defense Alliance? I want to buy some things." Chu Miaoying immediately replied, "The central star system behind the second line of defense of the Union Fortress is the commercial center of the Union Fortress and one of the largest commercial centers in the Alliance, including foreign trade. Every year, there is a super large auction in the civilizations. But you came at an unlucky time. This year's super large auction ended 6 months ago. If you want to buy bulk items, you can look for those super chambers of commerce. If you want some rare and precious items, you can look for the 10,000 Races Trading Company in the Intercivilization Trading Center. They specialize in rare items. As long as you can afford the price, you can buy anything, including some good things that are hard to find at auctions. Can we go to the Onesie Trading Company anytime?" "Anytime is fine. Give me a seat. I'll go check it out myself." Chu Miaoying was a little surprised. "Don't you need me to take you there?" Li Qing smiled and waved his hand. "Just do your thing. I'm just passing by. I won't stay here long. I'll leave after I've finished shopping." Of course he could see that the man didn't trust his identity, so he didn't bother to argue with him. Chu Miaoying did not insist and quickly sent him a coordinate address. He did not leave immediately, but took this opportunity to consult her about the so-called Pangalactic Defense Alliance and the situation of several player civilizations in the Silver Disk area so that he could have a better idea. Player civilizations are natural competitors, with no room for easing. They are just far apart now. In the future, if the Human United Empire can develop, or if the Alliance can defeat the Sarnor devouring swarm, or if the situation changes drastically, they may have the possibility of contact. Understand it now, and be mentally prepared so that you won't be in the dark in the future. An hour later, Li Qing left the building. Chu Miaoying and Lu Renqiang watched him disappear, and the man immediately asked, "Is he really a military leader? He feels like a fraud to me." Chu Miaoying glanced at him and shook her head. "I don't know either. But no matter what it is, it doesn't matter. After all, they are our people. When we go out, we must stick together to survive. Help them and make good friends with them. Maybe they can be used in the future." Lu Renqiang was speechless for a while, then nodded heavily. 2. He waved his hand in boredom. "Never mind. I'm going to go talk to Yuying." "Go ahead." Chu Miaoying waved her hand, but she stood still. After a while, she whispered, "But it doesn't feel fake to me." The frigate left the Star City anchorage and began to jump after obtaining permission from the Star City command tower. The target location is the coordinate given by Chu Miaoying, which is located in a central star system behind the United Fortress Group. It belongs to the United Fortress and is the location of the United Fortress's headquarters. The Fortress Galaxy at the core of the United Fortress is only the Frontline Combat Command Center, not the General Command Center. At the same time, this central star system is also the commercial and trading center between the Kelzaka Star Empire and the Holy Granite Basat Monarchy. The battleship jumped directly to the edge of the galaxy's gravity well and immediately received a prompt to wait there. It took half an hour to verify its identity, and only gained the right of passage after confirming that it came from the Fortress Cluster 015 galaxy. This central star system is not only a command center and commercial center, but also a transportation and administrative center. It is extremely prosperous, and is full of spaceships of different sizes and shapes, and of different races. The warship that Li Qing drives is a Zaka frigate, and it is inconspicuous inside. After blending into the galaxy among the spaceships, and setting automatic navigation according to the address, Li Qing turned around and entered the universe in his palm. He had to prepare the refined ore, split up the refined ore balls that were as big as several planets, and put them back into the furnace to refine them into pieces of the same size for later trading. In a cross-civilization trading center like this, the currencies used are also refined steel and civilization points. If he doesn't want to use the civilized method, then he can only use refined steel. Of course, if the transaction is between the same race, it can still be traded using the internal currency of the same civilization. By the time he came out of the palm-sized universe again, after spending several days disassembling it, the spaceship had already reached its target location and automatically parked in the void 10,000 kilometers away from a superstar city. There were spaceships coming and going everywhere around it, and it looked extremely prosperous. According to the navigation log, it had arrived a long time ago, but the ship was not at the control station and automatically anchored outside Star City. After a little preparation, Li Qing sent a docking request to Xingxing. Then I was approached by the Star City in the tower. Chapter 267 Player Civilization Xener Star Cluster. This entire superstar city belongs to the Intercivilization Trading Center. According to Chu Miaoying, it is controlled by 11 super consortiums from different civilizations, including the Wanzhou Trading Company. These 11 super consortiums come from different civilizations of the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance, and each civilization has a super alliance that occupies at least 1/5 of the entire Milky Way's galactic disk area. The territory and resources it controls are unimaginable to ordinary people. According to Chu Miaoying, theoretically, you can buy anything here, even a complete set of blueprints for an advanced mobile fortress, as long as you have enough funds, identity and status. Yes, some super high-end goodies are not sold to just anyone. One must have enough status. To put it simply, either you have a sufficient status and position, or you trade frequently in this trading center and have a high internal rating in the trading center, which is commonly known as a senior customer. Chu Miaoying introduced him to the Wanzhou Trading Company among the 11 super consortiums. This was mainly the company that the Human Chamber of Commerce often cooperated with. After many years of trading in the name of the Human Chamber of Commerce, it had accumulated the qualifications of a third-level customer, which was considered to be a high-level customer in the entire cross-civilization trading center's universal 5-level customer level. Li Qing entered the superstar city in a small aircraft. As soon as he came out of the anchorage berth, he immediately saw a humanoid species with a height and body shape not much different from humans walking towards him from a row of service personnel of different species standing at the edge of the birthing square. This is a mammal species that looks a bit like a cat. It has a layer of fine fur on its body that is groomed very softly. It has two pointed horns on its head, which are decorated with tiny beads. He walked quickly to Li Qing and bowed, then spoke in human language. Dear human guest, I am the receptionist of the trading center. Employee number 5124. I will be the one to receive you on your shopping trip. Li Qing looked at him with some surprise. She could actually speak human language. And the key was that she was a female alien. Well, that's also known as Catwoman. He took a look at her figure. She was not as petite as he had imagined Catwoman to be. Instead, she was big and strong. And her pectoral muscles were not exaggerated, which was very different from what he had imagined. The employee who received him was very quick to react. Immediately noticed his confusion. And explained, perhaps you seldom come here. I am the designated receptionist of the Noble Human Chamber of Commerce. So I have learned the language and some of the customs of the nobles. So that's how it is. Li Qing nodded and said, go ahead and talk on the way. Catwoman nodded and waved her hand. A miniature unmanned aerial vehicle flew over from the side of the platform. The two of them got in, and a light curtain rose. Catwoman manipulated the light curtain for a few times, and the unmanned aerial vehicle flew towards a certain passage. She made some manipulations in front of Li Qing, and a light curtain fell in front of him. Data appeared on it, and the trading center interface appeared. Li Qing took a look and asked, most of our human chambers of commerce trade at the Myriad Races Trading Company. Can I see the products of other trading companies? She answered immediately. In theory, you can freely view the products of the 11 chambers of commerce in the trading center. But the nobles have been trading in the 10,000 Races Trading Company and have accumulated certain permissions. If you want to view the products of other chambers of commerce, you may not have the authority to trade. How do I increase my trading privileges? Generally speaking, completing transactions of sufficient value will increase your authority. For example, although the number of nobles is small, they have accumulated 3 levels of authority over the years. Is there a trade request form for upgrading the level? Let me take a look. Have. Catwoman tapped a few times on the light screen in front of him, and the light screen changed, showing the common instructions in the Cross-Civilization Trading Center on how to upgrade customer levels and the permissions of different levels. Li Qing took a quick look, and with his powerful memory, he memorized and understood all the information, and instantly had a clear idea in his mind. As mentioned above, although customers are divided into 5 levels, they are actually only divided into 2 levels. Level 1, 2 and 3 customers are at the same level. The difference between these 3 levels lies in the transaction limit and priority level. There is no difference in the items that can be traded. Basically, all common commodities can be traded. Levels 4 and 5 are high-level customers who can trade some super rare items. For example, mobile fortress blueprints, battleship flagship mother chips, technological items above level 6, civilization point transactions, etc. Yes, in their eyes, only mother chips above battleships, mobile fortress blueprints, civilization points, etc. are considered super rare commodities, and blueprints of level 5 Titan super flagships are regular trading items. Normally, one can obtain the first level customer level when the current Chamber of Commerce transaction amount exceeds 1 trillion. This is not difficult. 1 trillion is nothing to individuals and businessmen who have the ability to come here. But the second level customers directly increased 100 times based on the first level customers. And the third level customers increased another 100 times based on the second level customers. In other words, to be upgraded to a third level customer, one needs to complete a transaction volume of up to 1 trillion. Or 100 trillion. Good fellow. It is worthy of being a cross-civilization trading center. Li Qing shook his head and did not choose this method. Instead, look to the bottom, where there is a way to quickly increase your level. And that is to reveal your identity. If you are recognized by the universe's will, or the master of a civilization, you can immediately get the level of 5-level customers. Li Qing happened to be a military leader, so he could immediately obtain a level 5 customer rank. So naturally, he didn't need to spend time and money to brush up his rank. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand and operated the light curtain, selecting the identity authentication option. Soon, a light screen popped up, and a prompt about how to authenticate the identity appeared. He followed the prompts and completed a series of operations. A crisp prompt sounded from the Catwoman opposite. Then, she seemed to hear something. She looked up at Li Qing in shock. But her good manners did not make her do anything out of the ordinary. She just took a long breath to calm her excitement, and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Dear Li Qing, you need to verify that your identity needs to go to another place. And then I will take you over." Can. The aircraft changed direction and returned to the original route. Arrived at a luxurious aircraft parked in Star City, and flew straight to another place in the galaxy. There was no surprise on Li Qing's face. The light screen just now had already explained that military leader certification like his would not be verified here, but at the United Fortress Central Command Center for verification. What is a military leader? It is a status comparable to that of a ruler of civilization, on the same level as the Shada Emperor. It's just that Emperor Sada is relatively independent, and he needs to be attached to human civilization. But there is no difference in status. Military leaders can condense civilization artifacts, like the rulers of civilizations, have diplomatic powers similar to those of civilizations, but with slight restrictions, and can choose national policies for their own territories like civilizations. But after all, it is not independent, so it can only choose one national policy, while non-independent civilizations can choose two national policies. The so-called national policy is a policy that affects the entire territory or civilization. It can also be interpreted as a passive buff that affects the entire civilization, and all citizens can enjoy its effects. Different civilizations and military leaders can choose different national policies, which are generally related to race, civilization characteristics, and experience in establishing territory. For example, for a military leader like Li Qing who exterminated the Shada civilization by force, his national policies are generally related to war, and he will most likely produce military-related national policies. Li Qing remembered that 2/3 of the 10 national policy options that appeared after he was promoted to military lord were related to war, among which there were two very powerful war national policies, namely Excellent Command and Admiral of the Navy. Excellent Command. The effect is that all naval commanders gain an additional trait: fleet movement speed plus 20%, attack power plus 20%. Admiral of the Navy. The effect is that all new students graduating from regular naval academies have initial basic command skills of at least LD5. Half of them are related to the human race, which means that all human military leaders may have the possibility of spawning national policies. But there is nothing particularly outstanding among them. There is a national policy related to the almost unlimited minerals he has at hand, called Cosmic Miner, which is very powerful. Cosmic Miner. The effect is that the output rate of all ores in the territory after refining is increased by 15%. If this national policy can be pointed out, it would be awesome. All the miners in the entire territory will be so happy. After all, they will get an extra 15% income out of thin air. If this gets spread, it will probably attract countless mining players. But Li Qing did not choose any of these national policies, because one of the 10 national policies was related to his identity as the overlord of the Star Bearers. So he had no choice. Descendants of Light. The effect is that any citizen of the territory can transform into a descendant of Jin Ming Wang after completing both genetic ascension and psychic ascension at the same time. The descendants of Light can automatically transform into negative stars without any conditions after they simultaneously unlock the third genetic lock and the third stage of genetic ascension. Obviously, this was one of the methods used by the former negative star civilization to increase its population, although it is very difficult. If the base number of the descendants of Light is large enough, for example, a population of trillions or even tens of trillions, it will still be a lot over the years. Unfortunately, Li Qing does not have enough accumulation now. The qualifications of the first-generation immigrants are not high, and most of them are gray or white names. It is too difficult to expect them to complete genetic ascension and psychic ascension at the same time, at least ever since the promoted military leader proposed this national policy 8 years ago. No one has been able to meet this condition. It is worth mentioning that the servants of Light cannot transform into descendants of Light through this method, but the servants of Light have their own way of advancement and do not need to follow this condition. At the same time, when Li Qing chose the national policy of descendants of Light, it was equivalent to binding his own territory with the negative star civilization. The corresponding civilization artifacts that a normal military leader needed to condense were not condensed. Instead, the negative star civilization artifacts that he had originally condensed replaced the territory's civilization artifacts. In general, there was no substantial change after Li Qing was promoted to military leader. But the potential of the territory was greatly increased. This was also the main reason why he was promoted to military leader quietly before. There was no major change, so there was nothing to say. But whether there are changes or not does not affect his status, nor does it have much impact on his strength. The verification is done officially by the command center. That is, the official Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance. And the verification method is also very simple. As long as he shows the civilization artifact condensed by the promoted military lord, it's done. There are a bunch of military leaders, and even Star Lords, from various civilizations in the Alliance Command Center. They can tell whether something is true or false at a glance. It is impossible to fake it. Li Qing quickly arrived at the core command center. But Catwoman could not enter here. She was just a receptionist in the trade center, and had no qualifications to enter here. She opened the aircraft door, and stood beside it, whispering to Li Qing. "Sir Li Qing, I will wait here for you to come out." Li Qing nodded, and looked up at the tall door of the command center. He faintly sensed a large amount of powerful aura inside. From his first sense, he felt that there were at least hundreds of super psychics in here. In addition, there are a large number of military lords, estimated to be about 30 or 40. All I can say is that it is worthy of being the core fortress of the Alliance. With super psychics and military leaders gathering here, Li Qing explained his purpose. And soon 2 soldiers of unknown race took him into the command center. After waiting in the reception room for a while, he sensed 2 powerful auras approaching outside the door, who were the military leader and the super psychic. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and 2 senior alien officers from different civilizations, wearing gorgeous military uniforms that looked like military officers, walked in. One is an old acquaintance of the Kyle Zakar Star Empire. The other was a humanoid species with golden eagle wings on its back, with tiny golden lightning flashing on them. His figure was not much different from Li Qing, in human form, but his head was that of an eagle, with a pair of sharp golden eyes emitting golden light, and a crown formed by a cluster of golden feathers on his head, with a beam of golden lightning exploding on it like a fountain, and a powerful spiritual pressure slowly spread out. As soon as they met, Li Qing and the Eagle Man were both stunned for a moment, and then they both squinted their eyes and looked at each other. Player civilization. Li Qing was quite surprised to encounter a player civilization as soon as he arrived. He has wings on his back, an eagle's head, and a human body, exactly the same as the eagle-bodied man among the 3 major royal families in one of the 2-player civilizations that Chu Miaoying had told him about, called the Xenar Star Cluster. The Xenar Star Cluster is a psychic civilization whose main population is evolved from beasts. A coalition government is formed by the 3 most powerful royal families, and dozens of orc races of varying strengths. In their concept, different races represent different constellations, and each constellation is composed of different stars represented by the military lord. So the suffix of civilization is Star Cluster, similar to the United Empire of Humanity. This civilization is located to the east of the Kel Zakar Star Empire, more than 30,000 light-years away from here. Its territory seems to extend from the Shield Arm on the east side of the Milky Way. The existing data does not clarify the specific territory of this civilization. It can only be roughly concluded that this is a very powerful civilization, and there is a high probability that it is more powerful than human civilization. This civilization has also joined the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance, and has several military leaders leading fleets stationed at the Joint Command Center all year round. This is also one of the main reasons why Li Qing wants to expose his identity to verify the identity of the military leader. In addition to the convenience of getting an identity, he also wants to join this alliance as an individual. Chapter 268 Join the Alliance. The main focus of the human lords is the Broan Alliance in the north. It's not that they don't care about the south. The main reason is that they can't easily cross the Kelzaka Star Empire like Li Qing, and can't lead a large-scale fleet here. So naturally they can't join the alliance. Of course, it doesn't mean that they have no vision and strategic perspective. They are just restricted by the terrain and conditions. Joining the alliance is not just talk. A large-scale fleet and a large amount of strategic materials must be sent to support and put into the battlefield to fight for the alliance. Only then can it be considered joining the alliance. As a member of the human race and a military leader, he is one of the many rulers of the entire human civilization, while enjoying extraordinary status, resource supply, and protection of civilization. He has the responsibility to consider the safety of the entire human civilization, as well as himself. This represents human civilization and drives a nail into this huge alliance. If the situation changes suddenly in the future, and the Sarno devouring swarm can be defeated, not to mention the huge territory equivalent to 3 or 4 star fields, if humans are not represented in this alliance, then in the future, under the impetus of several player civilizations in the alliance, they will most likely move northward along the Perseus arm and exterminate human civilization with the help of the alliance. This is very likely. With the push of several player civilizations and the powerful Kelzaka star empire in the alliance, they will definitely want to go north and annex humans after losing the powerful enemy, the Sarno devouring swarm. It would be easy to push for this war resolution within the alliance by simply uniting some friendly allies. Therefore, Li Qing must join this alliance, demonstrate his value in the alliance, and win some allies. At the very least, before I become stronger, at least before I master higher level energy, this alliance is still very necessary. Level 6 enhanced technology is not safe. All the Star Lords in these powerful civilizations do not have level 6 technology. They must master advanced energy to form an overwhelming deterrent force, and shock them, so that they dare not confront the opponents of human civilization. Correspondingly, once he can master advanced energy technology, he will have accumulated a huge fleet by then, and the alliance can then be used by him. Advanced energy is a technology that can only be mastered by advanced civilizations, and the status of advanced civilizations in the galaxy is so transcendent and unique. When he masters advanced energy and possesses overwhelming strength, if he is determined, it is easy for him to obtain the position of leader of the alliance. They are just player civilizations, and by that time, they will definitely run as far away as possible. But the power of these indigenous civilizations can be utilized. The two military leaders of different races were stunned for a moment when they saw Li Qing, but they quickly reacted and sat down in a businesslike manner. The military leader of the Kairzaka Star Sea Empire on the left, who looked like a lizard man, asked, "Mr. Li Qing from the human civilization, we have received your application to join the alliance in your personal name. The alliance does not exclude any allies who resist the destroyer of Sarno. But if you want to join the alliance, you must have sufficient strength." After a pause, he tapped his finger, and a light curtain appeared. He tapped his finger on the light curtain while speaking. According to the alliance's application regulations for joining the alliance, if you want to apply to join the alliance as an individual or an independent military leader, you must send at least one Galaxy Universal Standard Corps fleet to join the alliance's nearest resistance front, and you must always keep a Standard Corps fleet fighting on the front line. In addition, we also need to sell a certain standard of strategic materials every year, including food and various minerals, or sell various military warships, etc. At this time, a list of strategic materials appeared on the screen. The military leader from the Kelzaka Star Empire continued. According to the standards, we need to sell about 100 trillion kilograms of food or 10 trillion cubic meters of minerals every year. He looked at Li Qing and asked in a deep voice, "Can you do it?" Li Qing also saw the information on the screen, and when he finished speaking, he replied directly, "I can do it." The Jakal leader said, "Before you confirm, I have the obligation to remind you that your application to join the alliance is your personal behavior. However, whether before or after the application is successful, you cannot ask my Kelzaka Star Sea Empire for passage. You must find a way to lead your fleet and fleet from your territory to here." Li Qing responded with a smile, "I can do it." The two military leaders were silent for a while before saying, "Then your application will only take effect when you lead your fleet here." Li Qing nodded. "I will lead the fleet here as soon as possible." The two alien army leaders stood up and saluted him, saying, "Then I look forward to hearing from you." Li Qing stood up and returned the greeting. He knew it was time to leave. After watching him leave, the Harpy leader said to the Zaka leader, "Sir Don, I don't think this human military leader is suitable to join the alliance." The Zaka army leader called Dan nodded. "I also think that humans are not suitable to join the alliance. But the alliance rules cannot refuse his joining. I know the alliance rules say we can't refuse. But if he can't lead his fleet to join the alliance battlefield, then he's naturally not eligible to join." Army Commander Don looked back at the Harpy army commander and nodded. "I will report this to the Empire." The two of them smiled at each other in tacit understanding, and everything was said without words. After leaving Star City, Li Qing did not go to the Inter-Civilization Trade Center as originally planned, but left the galaxy directly. A short distance jump left the range of the United Fortress and appeared in an inconspicuous galaxy within the territory of the Sarnu devouring swarm civilization. Then he opened the universe in his palm. The huge black hole door opened, and a huge fearless flagship sailed out of it. Before he went out, he prepared a huge fleet in the palm of his hand, which was originally intended to be pulled out if he encountered any danger on the road. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now by accident. This fleet is of extremely high specifications, with 2 enhanced dreadnought divisions and 7 standard divisions, including a conventional mobile fortress and of course a large number of logistic ships. Conventional mobile fortress, a super war weapon, a strategic class battleship with the power to suppress a country's destiny. Basic hull, 30,000 billion * 3 equals 90,000 billion, negative Star Dragon's talent. Basic armor, 30,000 billion * 3 equals 90,000 billion, negative Star Dragon fall talent. Basic shield, 30,000 billion * 3 equals 90,000 billion, negative Star Dragon fall talent. Moving speed, 30,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics, mobile fortress suppression tactics. Battleship slot size, 80,000. Mobile fortress central core default. Mobile fortress inner ring core default. Mobile fortress outer ring core default. Components, energy core * 3. FTL element * 3. Thruster * 10. Sensor. Combat computer * 3. Fortress halo * 4. Weapon slots, 30 T-slot fortress railguns, 300 T-slot Titan light lance, 1500 T-slot Doomsday light, 15,000 X super large weapon slots, 150,000 L large weapon slots, 150000 P-type point defense slots, 200,000 G-type missile slots, 300,000 H-type hangars. General slots, 4 million fortress general slots, 150 type of functional slots. Mobile fortress correction, hull regeneration plus 200,000, armor regeneration plus 200,000, shield regeneration plus 200,000, mobile fortress modification, plus 200% range for all weapons. Mobile fortress correction, jump enhancement with a radius of 50 million kilometers. Jump range plus 1000%. Penetration strength level 9. Mobile fortress correction, strong electronic interference field with a radius of 50 million kilometers. Interference intensity level 9. Mobile fortress correction, jump interference field with a radius of 50 million kilometers and interference intensity level 9. Mobile fortress correction, interception force field with a radius of 50 million kilometers and interception intensity level 9. The 2 mobile fortresses he had were designed personally by Long Yun. The negative Star 1. Not only did they have a 200% attribute bonus, but their specifications also reached the limit of 800 kilometers in diameter for conventional mobile fortresses. And their attributes also reached half of those of advanced mobile fortresses. But there is no W-slot ultimate weapon slot. In fact, not all advanced mobile fortresses have W-slot ultimate weapons. But the Cybertron fortress is a bit special. This fortress involves the technology of mechanical ascension combat body. Of course, the most important thing is that ultimate weapons are too rare. It is very troublesome to move them to the fortress. Generally, only mobile battle stars will be equipped with ultimate weapons. A steady stream of fleets sailed out of the Black Hole Gate. They were all standard human warships, without the enhanced dreadnought divisions of dreadnought battleships and escort ships. Leaving this at the Union Fortress would easily cause trouble, and he was reluctant to do so. So in the end, the fleet he dispatched was a conventional mobile fortress and 7 standard divisions, which was enough to meet the standards of a permanent fleet and had some surplus. Then, the fleet circled the mobile fortress. Li Qingyan put the star map into the fleet's combat computer, simply calibrated the direction, and jumped directly towards the United Fortress. He did not jump in directly, nor did he dare to jump in, at any time and in any place. If he suddenly led the fleet into the war zone without permission and identification passes, he would most likely be attacked as an enemy. First, the fleet was parked outside the galaxy's gravity well to avoid being discovered and causing trouble. Then he returned to the United Fortress alone and reapplied to the Joint Command Center. It was still the same reception room, and the same 2 military leaders. The 3 of them sat in the reception room and looked at each other for a while. The Zaka army leader said with a little dissatisfaction, "General Li Qingjun, although it is my rest period now, it does not mean that I have nothing to do. If you have any questions, You can solve them by yourself instead of reapplying and wasting my time. Li Qing replied expressionlessly. My fleet has arrived and needs to obtain an identification pass to enter the fortress system for verification. General Dean and the Eagleman were stunned. They looked at each other and were silent for a while, then found that there was nothing to say. This was completely beyond their expectations. In their opinion, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for Li Qing to go back and mobilize the fleet to come here. It was hard to say whether he could come here during this period. The Harpy player hadn't even thought of an ambush along the way. Unexpectedly, just 1 day later, they came to tell you that the fleet had arrived, as if they had been prepared to transfer the fleet here a long time ago. It is too late to do anything at this moment. The United Fortress belongs to the Alliance. Representatives from dozens of civilizations of the Alliance are stationed here, and they are not allowed to undermine the interests of the Alliance. Perhaps some civilizations join the Alliance for other purposes, but most of the Alliance members join the Alliance for the sake of mutual support, especially most of the relatively weak civilizations. They were no match for the Sarnu devouring swarm, and could only unite to resist the Sarnu destruction overlord. The Alliance welcomes any powerful civilization. This is the fundamental law of the Alliance, and they must never violate it, especially within the Alliance. The two were silent for a while, and then the Zaka man, Dan, the army leader, smiled and said, I didn't expect that His Excellency Li Qing had already made preparations. In that case, please send your fleet to the inspection site. Please grant me the identification pass. Your Excellency. It's natural. 3 hours later, in a star field somewhere on the edge of the galaxy surrounded by more than 10 standard divisions and 5 mobile fortresses, a huge fleet leaped into the starry sky accompanied by a circle of strong energy tides. Li Qing stood in the mobile fortress flagship and said to Li Heng, the servant of light beside him, from now on, you will be stationed in the United Fortress. If I am away in the future, you must do your best to carry out combat missions while ensuring the existence of your fleet and accumulate as many merits as possible. Li Heng, the servant of light and a member of the Li family, nodded seriously and said, don't worry, I'll be careful. In addition to him, there were more than a dozen servants of light in the fortress bridge, some of whom were members of the Qinghe Li family. Some were members of Yuefei's family, and some were members of Ding Yuren's family. Ever since he was promoted to military leader, many of their frustrated tribesmen have come to work for him. Both the Yu and Ding families have very few opportunities within themselves. As a new military leader, Li Qing does not have many people at his disposal. This is a good place to build a family business, which naturally attracts a large number of people from the same clan. Li Qing accepts everyone who comes, no matter what the person's intentions are. As long as they can demonstrate their abilities, he will transform them into a servant of light, and his loyalty will naturally be guaranteed. At this time, there are several thousand servants of light in the territory, several hundred servants of light related to naval command, dozens of division commanders, more than 100 brigade commanders, and 3 mobile fortress fleets in the territory have all been enlightened as servants of light. All of his servants of light are of gold quality, having reached the pinnacle of normal professions. For example, in the Shada civilization, only Emperor Lotai has 1 gold quality. Other civilizations are difficult to find, and he has a batch of wholesale here. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if a fleet had dozens of naval commanders with golden names. In addition to this, he also brought a group of other servants of light. He planned to have them find a place in the star field near the joint base to build a base, engaging in basic industrial production, mining, and shipbuilding. The base will get a dock, and it does not need to be too much. It can be made. In addition, the money made by mining will buy warships into the fleet in the United Fortress, and strive to achieve self-sufficiency. It is too troublesome to go back and forth. The verification was completed under the witness of many military lords in the United Fortress. And then Li Qing swore in the name of his personal territory to join the alliance and paid 10 years of resources in one lump sum in the form of general refined steel. Chapter 269, The Origin of Sarnor's Lord of Destruction. After joining the alliance, Li Qing immediately obtained some of the permissions and intelligence that only military leaders could obtain. It includes an introduction to the major races of the alliance, a total of 26 powerful civilizations, the locations of each civilization on the star map, and the locations of another 3 super fortress galaxies. What surprised Li Qing was that the alliance's disclosure was 26 powerful civilization union. But in fact, in the League, there are more than hundreds of names registered. In fact, there are hundreds of names. However, most of the civilizations are weak civilizations with low levels, like the Shada civilization. Perhaps many of them have been defeated by the Sarnu-devouring swarm. There are also some military leaders of powerful civilizations in other star fields in the central galaxy. Like Li Qing. They only join the alliance in their personal capacity. In other words, only powerful civilizations above level 5 are qualified to leave their names in the alliance. And they are also the real leaders and decision makers in the alliance. If the United Empire of Humanity formally joins the alliance, it will naturally also get a seat. However, at this time, Li Qing only joined in his personal name. It can only be said that he could get a seat in the main position of the army. But there was no decision-making power. And there was no name for foreign propaganda. As for the alliance's greatest enemy, the Sarnu-devouring cluster, Li Qing finally obtained detailed information about it. The Sarnu-devouring cluster is a swarm civilization, and its ruler is a super life form called the Sarnu Overlord, who possesses immortal psychic power and will. Its body is extremely large, comparable to those super powerful Leviathan life forms. In other words, this super life form called Sarnu Overlord is actually a kind of cosmic Leviathan. Unlike other Leviathans, this Overlord has no interest in other things. This Overlord wants to devour all organic life in the universe. So he established the Sarnu-devouring swarm, a civilization that is the public enemy of organic creatures. It should be noted that the swarm only refers to the form of political system, and the Sarnu swarm-devouring civilization has nothing to do with bees. Until now, no one knows what the Overlord of Sarnor looks like. In the history of tens of thousands of years, the Alliance has jointly raided the home star system of the Sarnor swarm more than once, including a large number of super psychics, and even once led by an immortal psychic. Twice, they attacked the home star system of the Sarnor swarm, and saw the true face of the Overlord of Sarnor. But the appearance they saw was different both times. So now, they are not sure what the Overlord of Sarnor looks like. Li Qing didn't care too much about this. What did his appearance have to do with him? He didn't expect to launch a full-scale attack on the Sarnu hive now. He just came to make a cameo appearance, and to be a hindrance to the alliance. Next, in the name of various consultations, he exchanged information with the owners of the alliances in the local league to see if he could meet some friends and build a relationship network. But the progress was not smooth. Although the alliance's purpose did not exclude outsiders from joining the alliance. The alliance was an alliance and individuals were individuals. He had just joined, and was not familiar with the place at all. The military leaders of various tribes still remained wary of him. On the contrary, they are quite friendly with those small races that are not in the decision-making level of the alliance. They are willing to accept him, and some even take the initiative to make friends with him. There are only 3 5-level civilizations who are really willing to communicate with him. One is the joint civilization of Sorlanghuma Enterprises to take the trade route, a civilization called Oba. Although it is a level 5 civilization, it is an unlucky one whose territory has been swallowed up by most of its civilization, and even its capital, the origin star, has been lost. There is also a consciousness collective called Ecos, which is also a swarm civilization. Li Qing did not look down on them, because they were weak. He was just trying to build relationships with them. They were all old members, who had been in the alliance for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and knew much more than he did. One was intentional, and the other was intentional. And they soon became friends. There was no need to ask specifically. After interacting for a while, after Li Qing expressed some of his goodwill, he quickly obtained some information that was not included in the alliance information from the representatives of several small races, who he had been with for a long time and felt were suitable for him. For example, the origin of the Overlord of Sarnor. For example, the initiator of the alliance is not actually any of the current 26 level 5 civilizations. These 2 pieces of information are actually one piece of information, which is top secret. He let it slip when communicating with the representative of the giant enterprise civilization of Solong Universal Enterprise. Then Li Qing took out a full 100 billion cubic meters of refined steel, and signed a big contract with Solong Universal Enterprise to obtain this information. It is said that the origin of the Sarno Overlord comes from a very powerful civilization, which is also the initiator of the Pangalactic Defense Alliance, called the Sarno Star Empire. It is said that this civilization was once the most powerful conventional civilization in the northern part of the galactic disk region. At its peak, its territory occupied about 1/10 of the galactic disk region. It is even said that this civilization has mastered advanced dark matter energy. But later, when this civilization was about to be promoted to a higher civilization and start the genetic ascension of all the people, an accident occurred. For some reason. Anyway, only the rise of the genes of the whole people has failed. And most of the people who gathered near the capital disappear, and replaced it with a super life body named Salno's master. After inheriting most of the race's fleets, this super life form, who called himself the overlord of Sarnu, split into a large number of offspring and began to expand, madly devouring any organic life in the world. The huge threat caused the surrounding civilizations to unite and form an alliance to fight against the overlord of Sarnor. The war has lasted for more than 50,000 years, and there is still no winner. Li Qing keenly realized a point in the words of Ji Lei, the representative of Solong Huanyu Enterprise, and immediately asked, "Did the Sarnu Star Sea Empire once master dark matter energy?" Ji Lei was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." Without waiting for Li Qing to ask, he waved his hand and said, "Don't ask me where I am. I don't know either. Anyway, the rulers of the Alliance are looking for me now. Even the Lord of Sarnor is looking for me. Salno's master has not found it. No. In the past tens of thousands of years of war, we have never seen advanced energy technology weapons appear in the fleet of the Sarnu swarm." Li Qing vomited a sigh of breath. His eyes flickered. Ji Lei's race is a humanoid species with 4 arms. But their structure is humanoid, and their appearance has nothing to do with humans. This civilization is a civilization that advocates commercial trade, and is only interested in making money. Although it is a level 5 civilization. When he saw Li Qing, he knew what he was thinking and persuaded. "My friend, if I were you, I wouldn't think about this. The Sarnu Star Empire did once master advanced dark matter energy. But this technology has long since disappeared with the fall of the former empire. Even the Sarnu overlord doesn't know where it is, let alone us." Li Qing laughed and waved his hand. "Just think about it. What you know. This is high energy. It is difficult for me to hold back." Ji Lei smiled and said nothing more. When Li Qing demonstrated his immense financial resources, as a civilization that values trade the most, they liked wealthy people like him the most. So it was inevitable that they would become good friends. 2 of themselves, 1 intention, and soon became good friends. After meeting him, Li Qingzhao gave up the idea of looking for that inter-civilization trade center. No chamber of commerce in the alliance was more powerful than them. After he stated his purpose, Ji Lei directly took out a form and handed it to Li Qing, saying that this was the most valuable batch of goods currently in stock of Solong Huanyu Enterprise. Using his own personal terminal to receive the message, the screen slid down, and Li Qing saw the name of the first item in the transaction form displayed on the screen. A Type 2 superhabitable planet located in the buffer zone between the civilizations of the Param Council and the Farta Federation. The planet is 26 grids in size, a continental planet, with a surface land area of 36%. The planet is about 165 million kilometers away from the star, with an extremely suitable temperature for life. The selling price is refined steel equivalent to 250 trillion star dollars. Li Qing was attracted by the name of Param Council at first sight. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a sense of absurdity inexplicably emerged in his heart. This civilization called the Param Parliament was once called Param Pure Parliament. It is also one of the members of the League, and it is the strongest batch of civilizations in the League. But this civilization is extremely uncomfortable. Just like the name of the civilization, this Param Pure Council was once a fanatical purifier, one of the 3 extinction regimes in the universe. However, the fanatical purification encountered the more powerful Sarno devouring swarm and was defeated. After a good beating, this fanatical purifier was turned into a normal civilized being. After receiving a billion-ton education, the civilization concept changed. Although it still had extremely xenophobic and militaristic ideas, it abandoned its original fanatical concept of purifying the nation and became a civilization with xenophobic ideas. Only then was it allowed to join the alliance. Although it joined the alliance, the Param Congress did not fit in well within it. After all, he came from a poor family and was xenophobic. So naturally he had no friends. Although this life planet is good, its location is not very good and the price is too high. So it has never been sold. Li Qing was naturally not interested. So he passed it on the spot and continued reading. There are quite a few things on this list, all of which are great things of extremely high value. But most of them have geographical limitations. Many are fixed industries of different civilizations, and some are already owned by him. But when he kept reading until the seventh one, he finally saw something good that interested him. A fleet from the Saturn civilization. Level 5 technology. Consisting of 2 standard divisions. The products do not have their origins marked. But Solon Universal Enterprise guarantees their safety, and will not cause any disputes. Li Qing looked at the price. 12.8 trillion cubic meters of refined steel for one fleet was equivalent to 500 trillion star yuan for one fleet, and a total of 100 trillion star yuan for 2 fleets, which was about 100% higher than the standard price within human civilization. But this price is normal here. The finished fleet is expensive to begin with, and the crew and fleet are not included in the price. Li Qing didn't say anything and immediately placed the order. The more fleets he has on hand, the better. He has a 2-month buffer period since he joined the Alliance. 2 months later, he will lead his fleet to the main fortress of the Alliance, and then his fleet will go to the battlefield. By then, the stronger the better. I continued to check and soon saw a large number of blueprint packages for flagships and Titan super flagships. A total of 100 Titan super flagships and 100 super aircraft carriers, with a total price equivalent to 400 trillion star dollars of refined steel. Then, a complete set of blueprints for an advanced mobile fortress, and a complete set of blueprints for 4 conventional mobile fortresses. After that, there was nothing else that interested him. After all, this is just the top-level product prepared by Solon Universal Enterprise in the United Fortress branch this quarter. Many of them have already been sold, and some top-level products from other branches and the headquarters have not been taken out. If Li Qing still wants them, he will have to wait until next month. Or, Solon Universe Enterprise and several other giant corporate civilizations will join forces with other civilizations to hold a super auction involving most of the galaxy every 10 to 20 years or so. By then, there will definitely be many super treasures. According to Gillett, the last super auction was held 16 years ago. According to convention, the next super auction will be held in no more than 4 years. This is definitely not something that can be expected in the short term. Li Qing can only make a round every 3 months, and at the same time place an order from Solon Universal Enterprise, ordering a standard division's level 5 technological fleet every quarter at an additional premium of 25% to be incorporated into his own garrison. The transaction was completed, and the 2 division fleets purchased were organized into a core with their own 7 division fleets, with the mobile fortress as the flagship. In the Milky Way, the highest standard combat unit of the fleet is the division. There are no strict standards for the core level fleets above the division. In theory, 2 or more divisions combined can be called a core. But under normal circumstances, 5 divisions are considered a core of universal human standards. So Li Qing now has a total of 9 divisions organized into the 5th core of Galen, which can be called a reinforced division. After the fleet was incorporated, there was less than 2 months of preparation time. But Li Qing did not delay any longer. Instead, he sent a notice to the command center, preparing to go to the front line of the joint fortress. The command center naturally had no objection, and the fleet set sail after sending the pass. One day, a huge fleet gathered and sent a cruiser to jump to the frontline fortress galaxy first, dropped the induction beacon, and the huge fleet began to jump. Half an hour later, accompanied by a dazzling explosion of light, the huge fleet disappeared. Apart from a few new friends who said blessings such as bon voyage, most of the permanent military commanders in the Alliance did not express any opinion. The 2-player civilizations have not appeared at all in the past 2 months. They have not met each other for a second time. It was as if he did not exist, and no one noticed any secret moves from them. Li Qing was confused at first, but after chatting with some new friends, he understood without any explanation. There is really no need to do anything tricky. It is totally unnecessary. At least not at this stage. As soon as the fleet jumped to the frontline galaxy, before he had time to look around, Li Qing received an order from the frontline command. A point was marked on a star map, and the frontline command ordered him to immediately lead the fleet to the target galaxy to carry out combat missions. Then, without a moment's rest, he entered combat mode, and the fleet began to prepare for the jump. An hour later, accompanied by a strong space fluctuation, the fleet disappeared again in the core fortress galaxy. Chapter 270. A Super 3D battlefield spanning a galaxy. When it reappeared, it had arrived at a collective induction force field at the edge of the designated galaxy's gravity well. This was also the gathering point for the Alliance fleet to enter, and all fleets coming from the frontline fortresses gathered here. As soon as I got here, I saw that this starry sky, which was probably tens of millions of kilometers in area, was full of induction force fields. There were dozens of star cities, and a large number of stationed fleets nearby. By the time he received the war situation map from the battlefield command, 2 fleets had already arrived. Although they were not large in size, their combined size was about half of his. The battlefield situation map shows a nearby starfield battlefield. The starfield they are in at this time is one of the galaxies that is most fiercely fighting with the Sarnoo devouring swarm civilization. Both sides have heavy troops fighting in the center of this galaxy. Li Qing simply adjusted the fleet and headed for the center of the galaxy as ordered. After 3 hours of sailing at sublight speed, the fleet entered the interception system, automatically ejected from sublight speed, and appeared in the material universe. As soon as I came out, I saw the explosions and flames one after another in the distant starry sky ahead, as well as the endless super three-dimensional battle line from left to right and from top to bottom. After emerging from sublight speed, before he had time to look around, he received an order and a coordinate from the frontline command center, asking him to immediately go to the battlefield. That's crazy enough. Li Qing carefully checked the star map and coordinates, and ordered the huge fleet to approach in one direction. As the distance got closer and closer to the battlefield, the explosions became brighter and brighter, and it could be seen that this endless super three-dimensional battle line was made up of countless fleets. Just the images he could scan now showed that within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, there were at least hundreds of division-level fleets from different civilizations besieging more than 20 Sarnoo devouring swarm fleets that were completely black and hideous in appearance. Despite the siege with a margin of nearly 5-1, they were unable to gain the upper hand. As soon as Li Qing's fleet approached, 2 communications came in at the same time. A commander from the Sinker civilization and a commander from the Ecos collective civilization simultaneously requested Li Qing's fleet to come closer. Unlike other support fleets, Li Qing does not belong to the same civilization as them, and he is also a military leader. The frontline command cannot be too strict with him, but instead issues orders in the form of dividing defense zones. That is to say, a rough defense area is allocated to him, and he can fight freely in this area. That is, it can independently defend an area and also support other fleets in the area. Of course, Li Qing would not choose to defend independently. The risks and pressures were too great. It would be better to support the defense zones of other civilizations. Faced with the requests for support from the 2 civilizations, he hesitated for only a second before making the decision to support the Ecos collective. The reason was simple. When he was in the Central Command Galaxy, the permanent military commanders of the powerful Sinker civilization ignored him. But the ruler of the Ecos collective showed some goodwill to him. However, even though he did not go there, he still apologized to the commander of the Sinclair civilization in a slightly tactful way. After all, they are the strongest civilizations in the Alliance, and it is not easy to offend them openly. On the other side, the ruler of the Ecos collective was very grateful for Li Qing's support. He immediately set a location and asked his fleet to enter that area. Li Qing immediately ordered the fleet to start heading for the combat area. As the name suggests, the Ecos collective is also a swarm civilization. But it is not a devouring swarm, but a consciousness collective. The entire civilization consists of 3 levels: the ruler, the advanced sub-body, the complex sub-body, and the terminal sub-body. The terminal daughter bodies are just soldiers and cannon fodder. Composite sub-bodies are high in talents, such as mid-level commanders, scientific researchers, various professionals, etc., all of whom are above blue name. The advanced sub-bodies are the rulers and the direct conscious branches of the master. There are not many of them, and each one has an orange name. In other words, all individuals in this swarm civilization are clones of the master with independent consciousness. They are independent at ordinary times, but when necessary, the master can use his will to descend upon any sub-body, including the terminal sub-body. It's just that different sub-bodies can withstand different strengths of the master's will. To establish a relationship with the Ecos collective is equivalent to establishing a relationship with the ruler of this civilization. This Ecos collective fleet is composed of a total of 34 divisions. Judging from the appearance of the warships, most of them are of the Ecos collective. There are more than a dozen divisions that are fleets of different civilizations. There is a total of 1 advanced mobile fortress and 3 conventional mobile fortresses. The opposing Sarno-devouring swarm fleet had only about 11 divisions, but all were equipped with level 6 technology, and had 2 advanced mobile fortresses and 2 conventional mobile fortresses, which directly suppressed the Ecos Collective. As soon as Li Qing's fleet approached, 3 division-level fleets and a conventional mobile fortress immediately rushed over from the opposite side. When the fortresses of both sides were millions of kilometers away from the Titan super flagship, their main guns began to charge. Large-scale battles did not allow him to distance himself and use kite tactics, so he could only fight head-on. Fortunately, his skills are strong, with a 200% range bonus advantage, and the Void Blessing has a 100% range bonus, so all the T-slot main guns on his side have enough range. On the opposite side, only all the T-slot main guns on the mobile fortress have enough range, and the Doomsday Light of the normal dreadnought is not enough range. The range bonus of the mobile fortress is only effective for the weapons on the fortress, and does not apply to the surrounding warships. After a little bit of energy was accumulated, the battle officially began with spears of light flying across the sky. Li Qing sat in the mobile fortress and personally commanded the battle. However, in the early stages of the battle, the two sides were separated by millions of kilometers, and there was no command. The main guns of the flagships of both sides would be fired as soon as the cooling time was up. The real command only began after the conventional warships engaged in the battle. In case, Li Qing pulled out both the negative star Capertan and Chu Yuan in the advanced palm of the hand, and appointed as the deputy commander of the fleet. The two of them have been in the palm-sized universe, and have not stayed in the territory. There is no war in the territory now, and only one god, Cyrus, is needed to guard the territory. Cybertron and Origin have both come out with him, with these two negative stars sitting. If you encounter a large-scale support when you encounter the enemy, you can use the God of Subutin to ignore the battle and jump away and escape directly. After 3 waves of Titan Light spears and electric arcs, both sides lost tens of thousands of large and small warships. But compared with the huge size of the fleets of both sides, it was just a drop in the bucket and not even a scratch. After the 3rd wave of Titan Light spear, the best combat radius of the space machines in both sides has been entered. The speed of the fleets of the two sides has slowed down. A large number of B-fighters are flying out of the aircraft carrier hangar and mobile forts. Then, when the fleet got closer, he gave the order in a deep voice. All are. The battleship is prepared. There were a huge fleet of 50,000 to 600,000 kilometers, and all the battleships slowly advanced, ranking a long snake array. There is rarely any fancy on-the-spot command in major battles, mainly because the battle line is too large. Most of the fancy tactics are useless when millions of large and small warships are engaged in an all-out battle. At most, small fleets can use tactics such as cooperation and mutual cover, or the captain can control the warship to avoid some artillery fire, etc. The main battle is a battle between main guns, which depends on hard power. Commands like encirclement and flanking of branch fleets are considered strategic commands, not on-the-spot commands. Nearly 100,000 battleships from 9 divisions formed a long line, and the opposite side also formed a battle line at the same time. And then, boom boom boom, boom boom boom, a level 5 neutron light spear and a level 6 enhanced neutron light spear fired at the same time. More than 100,000 neutron light spears spanned the void. Looking from the center of the two huge battle lines, there was a light curtain formed by the neutron light spears all over the sky, extending from left to right to more than 100,000 kilometers away. Almost in an instant, thousands of battleships on both sides exploded in the bombardment. Yes, the casualty ratio is close to 1 to 1.8. Li Qing lost 1.8 ships, and the opponent lost 1 ship. This is the first time that Li Qing has fallen into a disadvantage in a positive opposition. But he is the 5th level configuration warship, opposite the 6th level science and technology battleship, with a gap of more than 3 times the attributes. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the casualties on both sides. With the advantage of fleet size and useless trump cards, this wave is a sure win. After a wave of bombardment, neither side backed down. The front battleship line advanced again. At the same time, the space fleets of both sides were close to the combat distance, and the vanguard had already started fighting. At the same time, the small and medium-sized warships below the millions of cruisers on the two sides have also played, scattered on the upper, lower left and right spaces of the war line. Li Qing estimated the distance between the two sides and said to Chu Yuan, the negative star at the bottom, You will command the operations of small and medium-sized warships. Chu Yuan nodded. An infinite brilliance in his pupils turned into threads that flew out and spread out, like countless hairs exploding. One end connected to him, and the other end pierced into the void and disappeared. As he slowly closed his eyes, Li Qing felt in his consciousness as if an invisible halo swept across the entire battlefield. All the small and medium-sized warships in the entire fleet seemed to pause for a moment, and then began to adjust their positions in a chaotic yet orderly manner. Li Qing looked at the Cybertron general again and ordered, "Next, you will command the battle of the ship." The Cybertronian general nodded, and there was also a gleam of light in his pupils. But there was no abnormality like that of the original source. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. After a short 3 minutes, the second wave of battle between the two sides began, and the casualties were the same as before. In just 2 waves, battleships equivalent to a brigade-sized unit were sunk. The loss was staggering. Faced with such heavy losses, Li Qing's face showed no emotion. He didn't even look at the third round of bombardment that was about to begin as the main battleship fleets of both sides approached again. His eyes were all focused on the mobile fortress surrounded by many flagships on the opposite side. It was a conventional mobile fortress with a diameter of about 550 kilometers. Its shape was not round, but like a dumbbell standing in the void, with most of the weapons located at both ends of the dumbbell. Such a huge fortress would be the absolute protagonist even on a battlefield of this scale, and it attracted his attention. At the same time, Li Qing was eager to sink it. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. In such a large-scale battlefield, if one side has mobile fortress support and the other side does not, the gap will also be very large. Normally want to sink such a behemoth on the battlefield. Even if there are 2 mobile fortress siege in one side, it will have to pay a huge price and a long time to break it. It may wait to break the fortress. Therefore, on the battlefield, when one side is at a disadvantage, it only needs to send out a part of its fleet to cover the rear. The victorious side will generally choose to swallow up the rear fleet and give up chasing the enemy to the end. In other words, a big thing like a mobile fortress is generally difficult to sink unless the strength gap is too big or the player is stubborn. Like this mobile fortress in front of me. The scars that remain from the body even after repairing can be seen that it is definitely a master who has experienced how many wars, but still exist. The battle continued. Li Qing silently waited for more than 10 minutes. And the battleships were playing against 5 waves. When the flagships of the two sides were less than 100,000 kilometers away from the distance between the mobile fort, he glanced around Subutan and Chu Yuan. Then Cybertron suddenly ordered the mobile fortress to continue moving forward, heading straight for the mobile fortress surrounded by the opponent's central flagship. The other side probably didn't react at first, until the mobile fortress had passed the battleship group. After a brief pause, the battleship group separated to the left and right, and rushed forward without giving in. Then, countless battleship main guns and missiles on the 2 mobile fortresses opened fire. From a distance, it looked like 2 hedgehogs madly spitting spikes. "Mr. Li Qing, what are you doing? I have questions from the commander of the Ecos Collector fleet not far away. You will suffer heavy losses if you fight like this, and it will be very troublesome to withdraw from the battlefield later." Li Qing was quite surprised that he would take the initiative to remind her, and felt warm in his heart, and replied, "Rest assured, I have a way. By the way, I will destroy the enemy's mobile fortress later, and annihilate this fleet. I will then join forces with your fleet. So please be prepared." Another high-moving fortress core of another battlefield is wrapped in a strong spiritual energy. There are dozens of spiritual tentacles around the body to control the surrounding light curtains. There are countless puzzles like the puzzle of the puzzle in the void of the waterfall, full of doubts. The next second, one of the many battlefield light screens scanned by the fortress's sensors suddenly lit up, and the extremely dazzling light covered everything. A psychic tentacle lightly tapped a light curtain, and the detected energy fluctuations displayed on it made the figure reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. What kind of weapon is this? What does it feel like to set fire at the same time? They began to extract stored energy from the power reactor of the high-dimensional fortress early on, and then opened the black hole gate with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. In a 1,000-kilometer long and wide area of divine judgment light, 100 repaired divine judgment light gates opened fire at the same time. Unimaginable horrific energy flow passed through the black hole gate, penetrated hundreds of thousands of kilometers of void, and slammed into the mobile fortress of Sarnu that was devouring the bee swarm. Chapter 271. The Evolved Divine Judgment Light Battle Zone. Light of Divine Judgment. Light Spear form a doomsday-level weapon used by higher-dimensional civilizations to impose the final fate judgment on their enemies. Light of Divine Judgment. Stand form a doomsday-level weapon. A higher-dimensional civilization imposes the final fate judgment on the enemy. After the maintenance power upgrade. The basic power of the Light Spear of Divine Judgment is as high as 20 billion. And the power of the stance form is as high as 400 million. The stance range is also increased from the original 1,000 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers. The power can be said to have changed qualitatively. The only problem is that it no longer uses energy blocks for power supply, but instead uses the high-dimensional fortress's own power reactor. However, due to the fact that the power reactor has just awakened and the stars inside have just been reignited, the energy extraction speed is not fast, resulting in this thing taking too long to store energy. It takes a full half hour to store energy in advance, drawing on the energy of countless stars and transforming it into terrifying energy currents. A full 100 rays of divine light bloomed at the same time, and the dazzling light illuminated the starry sky. The beams of light from the sky hit this our new mobile fortress hard, causing it to explode with a loud bang, just like a supernova erupting there. The infinite rays of energy exploded in an instant and filled the entire starry sky. In that instant, countless warship sensors were affected and could not scan anything. They could only see the entire screen filled with blazing white. At this moment, Li Qing stared at the image projected by the sensor, waiting for the blazing white sky to end. At this time, he is still the commander-in-chief of the fleet, and the fleet bonus is still affected by his skills. Cybertron and Origin are deputy commanders, who have command authority, but their own innate skills do not stack. 200% of the Star Child talent plus the 100% damage bonus of the Void Realm Blessing, plus Li Qing's basic naval command skill at level 46, with a 92% damage bonus. A total of 392% additional damage bonus. Although he rarely commands the battle now, the last battle of the Sada civilization was fully chaired by him. The experience of the battle for the extinction of civilization was very high. The upper limit of the basic skills dominated by the negative star, plus 3000% experience bonus. This is equivalent to the battle for the extinction of civilization of the 30-1 level at the same level, even if it is not commanded throughout the process. The accumulated experience has made his basic naval skills level brushing the level of ordinary players at the 40-6 level. Normal players cannot rise so high at all. They have not risen or their talents are not strong. The upper limit of the level is only 10 levels, 15 levels, and normal maximum levels. It is difficult to exceed 20 levels. The basic power of a ray of divine judgment light is 200%, and the additional power is increased by 392%, which will be as high as 98.4 billion damage. Basically, all warships below the mobile fortress will be destroyed in one shot, including the Titan Super Flag and Super Aircraft Carrier. And a well-maintained combat area in his high-dimensional fortress has a full 100 gates of divine judgment light, which will be a terrifying damage of up to 9,840 billion. The key is that the Light of Divine Judgment also has a triple damage bonus of plus 100% shield, armor and hull, which is a terrifying damage of nearly 20 trillion. Li Qing's conventional mobile fortress does not have the bonus of the negative star dragon meteor, so its basic shield is 30 trillion, but its diameter is 800 kilometers. The diameter of Sarno's conventional mobile fortress is 550 kilometers, so its basic shield is definitely not that high, probably only about half. A mobile fortress like this must be equipped with a damage-reducing suppression aura and accessories, but the power of the Son of the Star has additional special effects: dimensional distortion aura, energy shield, armor and hull of all enemy warships in the galaxy minus 30%, movement speed, range, attack power minus 30%, hits minus 30, with level 10 interference force field and level 10 interception force field. It directly offset the suppressive aura effect of the fortress, and nearly 20 trillion damage was actually inflicted on the mobile fortress. The terrifying energy shock that had interfered with the sensor radars of all warships in the millions of kilometers of starry sky slowly dissipated, and everyone who was watching this scene gasped. It's broken. In one wave, the shield of a conventional mobile fortress, which was worth more than 10 trillion, was directly broken. But this was just the beginning. It took 8 full years to repair not just one battle zone, but 3.5 battle zones. After the first Divine Judgment Light battle area was charged, he started charging the second battle area. 5 minutes after the first wave of Divine Judgment Light blasted out, the black hole gate closed and then reopened above the second battle area. Then, the infinite divine light that covered the sky and the sun spurted out from the black hole gate, crossing the starry sky and submerging everything. What a beautiful light! What can you do in 5 minutes? Enough for a nimble frigate to restart and cover a long distance. For the bulky battleship, it was just the beginning of restarting and running a short distance. As for the mobile fortress, which is 550 kilometers in size and looks like an asteroid, the restarted thrusters may have barely pushed the huge fortress to move a little bit. This kind of thing needs at least 10 thrusters to propel the mobile fortress forward. And they are specially made fortress thrusters that only have the function of propulsing the mobile fortress forward. And they cannot increase the speed of the warship like the thrusters of conventional warships. 5 minutes later, the second wave of Divine Judgment Light arrived, and the mobile fortress was submerged by the endless torrent before it moved more than 1 meter. When the endless energy torrent disappeared again, a layer of alloy armor of unknown thickness on the surface of the mobile fortress had melted on the spot. The exposed fortress hull had also melted a layer, and countless weapons placed on the surface of the fortress had all melted along with the surface. In just a moment, most of the weapons on one of the dumbbell-shaped mobile fortress were wiped out. Then, Li Qing showed no mercy and continued to prepare the third wave of Divine Judgment Light, intending to forcibly destroy the mobile fortress with one wave. But when the second wave of Divine Judgment Light blasted out, this unprecedented super weapon finally attracted the attention of the Overlord of Sarnor. His will quickly grew stronger, and in just a few minutes he sensed that the psychic energy intensity had suddenly increased 100-fold from tens of millions. When it reached its limit, the void in front of the mobile fortress, which had become somewhat distorted by the torrent of divine light, suddenly twisted, and invisible will and psychic energy descended, quickly condensing into a huge phantom of an alien face, which quickly solidified. The Lord of Sarnor. At this moment, at least hundreds of gazes from the entire galaxy turned over, all looking at the rapidly solidifying alien face with surprise and doubt. But before they had the chance to ask, they saw a beam of blazing white light with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers piercing through the void and submerging the alien face that had not yet fully solidified. You dare! The roar that made the soul tremble suddenly stopped, and the whole world became quiet in an instant. Unimaginable energy flooded the mobile fortress. The hard hull was directly melted by the strong light, and quickly melted along with the torrent of divine light. The bell head on the front battlefield end of the dumbbell-shaped fortress quickly melted and disappeared like an ice cream under the scorching sun. In just a few tens of seconds, the torrent of divine light had passed the mobile fortress and disappeared. The mobile fortress from the Sarnu devouring swarm had disappeared, leaving behind only a broken skeleton with most of the hull melted. In the communication channel, the commander of Eco stared at the image projected by the fortress sensor in front of him, and suddenly felt that his advanced mobile fortress that had been in service for hundreds of years was not as strong as he had imagined. 3 waves of divine light torrents. 1 wave broke the shield, 1 wave broke the armor, and 1 wave broke the hull. The arrangement was very clear. In the past 8 years, Li Qing has repaired 3.5 areas of divine judgment light, and another area has repaired 43 gates of divine judgment light, which are now being charged simultaneously. However, this wave was not in the mode of divine judgment light, but was blasted out in the form of a stance. The attack method of the promoted divine judgment light stand is to launch a seemingly extremely thin beam of light to the target location, which then explodes to form a spherical stand with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. The terrifying high energy can easily burn all warships below the flagship within this range. After the upgrade, the basic damage of the light of divine judgment is as high as 400 million. After the bonus, even the flagship will be in trouble, not to mention the battleship. One after another, seemingly inconspicuous beams of light blasted into different locations on the battlefield, like fireworks rising into the night sky, exploding into clusters of fireworks with a diameter of up to 10,000 kilometers in the starry sky. The enemy warships within the range melted silently in the brilliant fireworks, like tiny insects in the void. Beautiful, yet cruel. Hack. I'm finally strong. After repairing 3.5 divine judgment light battle zones, Li Qing's burst capacity increased dramatically, and he felt that he was okay. Again. At the end of one round of outbreak, a mobile fortress and more than half of the large and small warships were instantly destroyed. The remaining fleet was shrinking rapidly and moving closer to the flagships. There was no chaos like a normal fleet after losing command. This is the advantage of swarm civilization, especially a civilization like the Sarnu swarm that has only one ruler. When the first commander dies, command will automatically fall to the second commander, and so on. The key is that they do not need any procedures or certification to transfer command. It is completed automatically almost instantly. Therefore, this wave of attack can directly destroy the normal civilization fleet, but it can only cripple the fleet of the Sarnu swarm, but cannot destroy the command system. But there was not much difference. The main force was gone, and only a few flagships and these small and medium-sized fleets were left. They were no match for them at all, and it was even difficult for them to escape. Next, Li Qing ordered the fleet to follow and start charging the second round of Divine Judgment Light half an hour later. There is no need for concentrated fire next. Basically, 2 lights of Divine Judgment can kill a Titan super flagship or super aircraft carrier in seconds, and the flagship can basically be killed with 1 shot. In fact, the warships of the Sarno civilization all have level 6 hulls and configurations, and their basic attributes and general accessories are very high. If it is a Titan of a level 5 civilization, it may be sunk with 1 shot. There are only 3 divisions on the opposite side, and 1 battle zone of Divine Judgment Light is enough to wipe them out in seconds. The remaining 2.5 battle zones were all switched to field mode and began targeted elimination of the retreating Sarnu fleet. More than 200 destructive fields with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers covered the entire battlefield and slaughtered the remaining fleet without leaving a single ship. As the huge stand slowly faded away, the battlefield fell silent. Your Excellency Li Qing. Li Qing keenly noticed from the communication sent by the commander of the Ecos fleet that this commander seemed different from before. The Ecos master? The other side nodded. I'm Ecos. Nice to meet you. Li Qing immediately became serious and responded in a deep voice. It is a pleasure to meet His Majesty, the Lord of Ecos. At this time, the main will of the commander of the Ecos fleet has been replaced by the will of the Ecos ruler himself. He said to Li Qing with kindness, Sir Li Qing, I am amazed by your power. I have a small request. Please come and support me on the battlefield. Li Qing smiled and said, That's what I meant. Please wait. Looking back at Chu Yuan, he nodded in tacit understanding and gave a series of orders. The fleet began to approach the Ecos collective fleet. The distance is not very far, only about 5 or 6 million kilometers. And even the fortress's main guns can fire on the spot without moving. This time Li Qing did not rush over. The normal battle just now was mainly to test the comprehensive combat effectiveness of the Sarnu swarm's fleet. Now that he has tried it, there is no need to do so. Moving forward at normal speed. Half an hour later the main gun of the mobile fortress began to charge and fire. At the same time, the battle zone of the Light of Divine Judgment in the Palm universe also began to charge, targeting the second conventional mobile fortress of the Sarnu swarm. Another Sarno fleet of shared mind responded immediately, with a large number of conventional warships moving forward to block the fortress. But this was of no use. Li Qing directly changed the launch method from the originally planned Divine Judgment Light Spear mode to the field mode, targeting the entire enemy fleet. Half an hour later, with the charging completed, the black hole gate opened, and beams of light flew out, turning into fireworks that exploded in the enemy fleet. After the fireworks, nearly half of the Sarno fleet that was too close was destroyed. 5 minutes later, the second wave of fireworks exploded again, targeting the enemy's aircraft carrier cluster. 100 rays of Divine Judgment Light overlapped, instantly melting nearly 100 flagship aircraft carriers and 22 super aircraft carriers within a range of 10,000 kilometers. 5 minutes later, the third wave of Divine Judgment Light force field swept across the other half of the battlefield, clearing out an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius. 20 minutes later, the fourth wave of 46 rays of Divine Judgment pierced through the empty battlefield in the form of spears of light, hitting the remaining dreadnoughts and Titan super flags. After the fourth wave, the originally bustling battlefield suddenly became empty. This is beyond words. Even though the overlord of Ecos has lived for millions of years and witnessed countless civilizations rise, prosper, peak, and finally decline, he has never seen such violent firepower. Chapter 272 Conspiracy. 5 days have passed since that crushing battle, and Li Qing has gone from being an unknown person when he first arrived to being a well-known figure in the war zone. He only fought 3 battles in 5 days, but his results were better than those of other military leaders in 10 years combined. A fleet of more than 20 divisions, as well as a total of 4 advanced mobile fortresses and 7 conventional mobile fortresses were destroyed. That was just a conventional fleet. The number of mobile fortresses destroyed was higher than the annual combat results of the entire United Fortress War Zone. Strength is respected everywhere. After Li Qing demonstrated his terrifying combat power that could destroy a conventional mobile fortress in one wave, he quickly made a lot of friends. What you have to do every day is to chat with these military leaders who take the initiative to make friends, exchange various information, and then support other battlefields. Now he doesn't need to lead the fleet up at all, relying on the advantage of ultra-long range. He can use the fortress's main guns and the light of divine judgment to bombard the enemy from a distance, often defeating the enemy before his fleet enters the battlefield. As time went by, he gradually figured out some of the situations on the front battlefield. For example, although the battle in this galaxy seems fierce, it is not the main battlefield of this front, but in another galaxy next door. There is a permanent star gate in that galaxy, and the Overlord of Sarnor has placed hundreds of superstar cities and dozens of star gates there with a permanent star gate as the center. Some of these star gates lead to other nearby war galaxies, and some lead to some important galaxies behind the Sarnahive civilization. It is an important hub galaxy and outpost base. The so-called permanent star gate is a star gate built by an ancient unknown advanced civilization. Once opened, it is difficult to close and anyone can use it. Normal star gates can be destroyed during a defeat, but permanent star gates are difficult for low-level civilizations to destroy and can be used by the enemy after they have been captured, directly using this star gate to teleport to another permanent star gate. The permanent star gate in the next galaxy leads to 3 other permanent star gates inside the territory of the Sarnahive. If you can break through this outpost, you can use the permanent star gate to jump directly to the other 3 permanent star gates inside, as long as any permanent star gate can be broken through. A base can be established based on that permanent star gate, using it as a fulcrum to separate the large star field between the 2 permanent star gates. But the key is to be able to take it down. In fact, the Sarnahive now has the advantage of the entire war zone, and multifaceted operations can also push the front line to other galaxies. They don't even have the upper hand in this galaxy, so why would they attack the Sarnor outpost? In the following days, Li Qing maintained this super high efficiency and roamed around the battlefield, constantly supporting other military leaders, but never approached the hyperspace channel occupied by the Sarnahive on the other side of the galaxy. But he had secretly gone there to scout alone, and when he saw a mobile battle star, 5 war moons, and dozens of large and small mobile fortresses guarding the entrance to the hyperspace channel, he had no other ideas. He couldn't withstand this level of force, unless a large number of military leaders are united to organize a huge fleet to buy time for him, and then use the ultimate weapon to capture the mobile war planet. Let's not talk about whether others are willing to take bullets for him, but whether the strategic goals can be achieved. The ultimate weapons, the light of dimensional convergence, and the light of divine judgment have different fighting methods. The light of divine judgment does not require aiming in the early stages, so you can charge it first, and then open the black hole gate and aim at the target and fire after the charging is complete. But the dimensional converging light is different. This thing needs to be locked onto a fixed area at all times. It is a continuous casting spell that cannot be interrupted or moved. Once the enemy leaves this area, it will be impossible to hit them. It turns out that he used this move on the battlefield because he had the upper hand in strength at the time and could restrict the target's movement. They have the advantage now, with such a huge group of fortresses and mobile battle stars. Once they lock onto you, they will concentrate their fire, or the ultimate weapon equipped on the mobile battle star will directly blow up your mobile fortress with a star blaster. Li had asked this question early in the morning. The ultimate weapon of Sarnu's swarm-devouring bee is called the Star Blaster. This is a direct kill, ultimate weapon that fires an energy beam of unimaginable power, powerful enough to shatter a star in one blow. This broken star is different from the broken stars that ordinary people imagine. Normally, the Dreadnought's main gun, the Light of Doom, can blast open a planet's crust that is tens of kilometers thick with one shot. A few more shots can turn a life planet into a lava planet, thus achieving a world-destroying act. The Star Destroyer often mentioned in many novels actually refers to the flagship above the Dreadnought. However, This kind of star shattering only refers to blasting the planet's crust, destroying the planet's internal structure, and causing the planet to turn into a lava planet where life cannot survive. It does not literally blow the planet to pieces. Of course, if you use dreadnoughts to bombard back and forth continuously, you can also destroy the planet layer by layer. Sarno's ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster, is the kind that can blow a huge planet into pieces with one shot. It can also easily blow up any mobile fortress, including advanced mobile fortresses, with one shot. This is the terrifying strategic deterrent power of the mobile war star. Once the war star is deployed to join the battlefield, it means that the war will escalate infinitely. Although there is only one level difference between the mobile battle star and the war moon, the combat effectiveness is not at the same level at all. It is the difference between strategy and tactics. A powerful weapon, like the mobile battle star, is one of the few trump cards in any civilization, and is a strategic level weapon. Don't think that human civilization has a lot just because Li Qing saw more than a dozen mobile war stars in the 3 core fortresses in the northern border of mankind. That is impossible. That is because the 3 core fortresses concentrate most of the elite forces of the entire human race. You can try somewhere else. Look for it in the heart of the United Human Empire. You will definitely not find 3 ships even if you go around all the territories. It is worth mentioning that the power of ultimate weapons also varies, and the difference is huge. Just like his dimensional converging light and Star Blaster are both ultimate weapons, and the Star Blaster installed on the mobile Battlestar is the same as the W ultimate weapon slot on the Cybertron Fortress. The ultimate weapon configured on the mobile fortress is definitely not as good as the Star Blaster. It is also worth mentioning that Li Qing asked Cybertron what ultimate weapons were equipped in his mobile fortress. The result surprised him. The ultimate weapon that Cybertron was originally going to equip was an ultimate weapon called Neutron Annihilation that he had obtained by chance in a certain ruins. This was a non-combat ultimate weapon. The effect is very simple. After a long period of energy storage, a long-lasting neutron light feather is emitted and falls on the planet. The light feather spreads out with the landing point as the center, covering the planet like a fire tide, burning all life on the planet, and finally burning the entire planet into a glass ball. Because it is a non-combat ultimate weapon, the requirements for the ship body are not very high, and high-level mobile fortresses can be equipped with it. Unfortunately, that thing was damaged in the previous battle and could not be repaired. After Cybertron fell into sleep, the people inside directly dismantled it. Speaking of which, Li Qing's biggest hope now is the mechanical battle star where the sleeping Lord Sunlu is located. As a mechanical ascended battle body of a super mechanical ascender, it can reach the level of a mobile battle star. Its combat power is definitely stronger than that of a normal mobile battle star. It's just like a mechanical flying body of the same specifications is generally much more powerful than a warship of the same size. No one knew what the ultimate weapon of Lord Sinlu's mechanical battle star was. The final blow had formed a hollow area spanning thousands of light years. It was simply terrifying. He was full of expectations for it, but he didn't know if that thing was broken. According to Alliance regulations, each military leader must serve for at least 1 year, then rest for 1 year, and repeat this process. If there are special circumstances, you can apply for suspension of service, but you must repay the owed service time in the future. After serving 10 times in a row, you have passed the probation period and are officially included in the protection of the Alliance. If your territory is attacked in the future, you can apply for Alliance support, and Alliance members must also provide support. Of course, this service is not limited to the military commander himself serving for 20 years. You can let your subordinates serve as long as the fleet is here and continues to contribute their strength in the frontline battles. Li Qing's goal is to stay here for a year or 2. First serve himself for a period of time, and then let a subordinate take charge here. After spending a few years here to gain some benefits and accumulate some fleets, he will return to the northern border of the Empire to prepare to start the attack on the Browan Alliance after these mobile fortresses are built and, most importantly, the war star of Lord Sunlu is captured. The Galactic Center Star region is a matter for the future. Right now, the most imminent threat is still in the Persis Arm. It just so happened that by that time the Empire had been preparing for more than 10 years, and the preliminary preparations were almost complete, making it just in time for him to take action. Once, he could destroy a core fortress of the Browan Union. The assembled main force of the Human United Empire could enter the Browan Union through the gap and defeat it in one fell swoop. If we defeat the Browan United Civilization and completely devour their corpses, the strength of human civilization will increase dramatically. At that time, we will have enough confidence to face Aisha's player civilization. As time went by, more and more Alliance members in the galaxy knew Li Qing's name, and knew that he was a powerful military leader from the United Empire of Humanity. Half a year later, his reputation even spread to other areas of the fortress through word of mouth from some military commanders who had completed their service. This is a threat. In a secret room in a star city in the Central Command Galaxy, 3 figures were gathering for a private meeting. One of the figures with golden wings on his back said, "We can't let him continue like this. At his current rate of accumulating merits, after 10 tours of duty, he will surely become an important figure in the Alliance. And then, he will be a threat to our plan." Another figure nodded and said, "I got a video of his battle from a good friend. I have to say that the power of the relic in his hand is too amazing. It can actually destroy a regular mobile fortress head-on. That is the power of a star blaster. But it is in the hands of an individual. This is a huge threat." The third figure spoke. "We need to come up with a plan to take him out. That's too risky. The Alliance is not our alliance yet. If we are discovered, the consequences will be serious. What can you do? We don't need to take such a big risk. We just need to make his fleet suffer too much loss until it can no longer maintain 10 years of service. And then, he will automatically withdraw from the Alliance." But his methods were too amazing. Apart from the initial battle, his fleet did not suffer much loss in the past 6 months, as it was all remote support. The Golden Thunder-Feathered Eagleman smiled slightly, and said confidently, "Of course not for normal service. But what if it is a major battle?" He looked at the other 2 military leaders of the same clan, and stated his plan in a deep voice. "We can unite with 2 other player civilizations like us. I believe they don't want to see human civilization gain a foothold in the Alliance. The battlefield where he is serving has lost its balance of combat power because of him. We have the upper hand. We can take advantage of the situation to unite and promote a battle. At that time, we can transfer his fleet into the main force of the battle in the name of a battle. You all know the cruelty of battle. As the main force, we must enter the battlefield. When the time comes, life and death will be determined by fate. That's a good idea." "I think so, too. Then, let's prepare now, and try to complete the plan within the second half of the year, so that he won't have to delay until his next military service. No hurry. If we really push for a war, all those on leave will have to go back to the battlefield. He can't escape. Then do it." The 3 reached an agreement, and their figures gradually disappeared. At this time, Li Qing certainly didn't know about their conspiracy, and he was still wandering around the battlefield. Thanks to his brilliant record, the frontline command simply condoned his street slicker behavior and did not assign him to perform any tasks for no reason. At this time, after walking for a long time, Li Qing unknowingly walked to the edge of the center of the battlefield. Further ahead was the main battlefield of this galaxy. Although 200 or 300 million kilometers away, he could still feel the powerful energy fluctuations coming from there, and the psychic fluctuations coming from the battle between super psychics. The scale of the battle there. Li Qing shook his head, and the fleet turned around and left. The battlefield over there is too large. The key is that there are several high-level descendants of the Sarnor Overlord, who are very powerful. If they were psychics, they would be super psychics with a strength of more than 50 million, plus a large number of descendants comparable to super psychics. Well, that's not what he was afraid of. At this moment, the psychic strength of Cybertron and Cyrus in his hands had exceeded 60 million, and his own had exceeded 40 million. In addition, there were many super psychics on the Alliance side, so there was no need to be afraid. What he feared was the possible arrival of the main will of the Lord of Sarna. As the ruler of the collective consciousness of the Hive, he could descend upon any of his sub-bodies at any time when necessary. Different levels of sub-bodies have different upper limits on the psychic energy they can withstand. High-level sub-bodies can withstand psychic energy in excess of 100 million, reaching the level of an immortal level psychic. 100 million spiritual energies is another qualitative change. His strength is ridiculously strong. Killing him is like crushing a small ant. Under normal circumstances, the ruler cannot descend at will, because once it descends, the consciousness of the sub-body will be swallowed up and destroyed. Chapter 273, Battle Call. It doesn't matter how many ordinary sub-bodies die. There are very few advanced sub-bodies with a certain degree of autonomous consciousness. They are the core control group of the Sarnu Devouring Swarm. Each of them holds an important position. In the fleet, Each of them must preside over a war zone. The loss of one means that this war zone has lost control. But if Li Qing calls the shots on the main battlefield and destroys a large number of mobile fortresses of core combat forces, and if he is defeated because of the imbalance of the main battlefield caused by him, the Overlord of Sarnu will definitely come, and it will be difficult for him to escape at that time. The victory or defeat in the small branch battlefield is not very important, but it is different on the main battlefield. If there is a collapse here, the entire galaxy strategy will collapse, which will have a huge impact. So, just be at ease and join in the fun. Moreover, there is no benefit for him to go to the other party's main battlefield, except that he can pretend to be a big player. The alliance is not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Therefore, Li Qing felt that he's playing a supporting role in the galaxy. And every time he took action, he could achieve huge results and gain a lot of reputation. Even if the fleet did not take action, the power of his divine judgment light was too strong, and a large number of mobile fortresses and even advanced mobile fortresses were destroyed by him, resulting in a large reduction in the fleets of the Sarnu devouring swarm in branch battlefields outside the main battlefield of this galaxy, thus affecting the balance of combat power in a large number of branch battlefields. The combat power of the two sides, which was originally evenly matched, began to become unbalanced. A year later, more than half of the branch battlefields ended ahead of schedule, and a large amount of combat power was freed up. Seeing the unexpected advantage and the push from some people with ulterior motives, the frontline command was considering whether to gather the fleet to join the main battlefield and launch a decisive battle to completely defeat the Sarnu army in this galaxy. At this time, Li Qing's first year of service had ended, and he decisively led the fleet back with a rich harvest. In a year, even though the enemy's main force retreated when they saw him in the later period, it was difficult to achieve the fruitful results at the beginning. But he also gradually destroyed the Sarnu fleet with a total of 40 or 50 standard divisions and a total of 18 mobile fortresses. Most of them are conventional mobile fortresses, and there are only 4 advanced mobile fortresses. Such a fruitful record naturally resulted in a large amount of spoils. You should know that the Sarno civilization is all level 6 enhanced technology. Whether it is warships or weapons, the blueprints still have certain value. 40 or 50 standard divisions were destroyed, and all the spoils accumulated could be used to form more than 6 full level 6 tech standard divisions. If it is a level 5 technology configuration, all of them, except the battleships, will be sold as a package. But if it is a level 6 technological configuration, all the frigate blueprints must be kept and stored in the palm of the universe. The construction of level 5 battleships has been suspended, and the fleets of these 6 divisions must be built first. In addition, there is a blueprint for an advanced mobile fortress and 3 regular mobile fortress blueprints, including the ones he bought before. He now has the blueprints for 2 advanced mobile fortresses and 7 regular mobile fortresses. After the fleet left the front battlefield, it found a galaxy in the rear that was specially used for rotating fleets to stop the fleet, and then asked the Cybertron General to stay. When the fleet rotated again 1 year later, the Cybertron General would command it. His talent as a divine general is so strong that he can ignore everything and jump away on the battlefield. And his ability to preserve his life is first rate. Li Qing will not come next year. For something like this, 1 year is enough. Next, he will prepare in the central star system to see if he can buy some good things, and then go to other places in the Alliance. For example, you can visit several other fortress star systems in the Alliance, and then go to the Galactic Center area, and have a chance to visit the territories of those advanced civilizations. After returning to the Central Command System, Li Qing first contacted Ji Lei, the big boss from Solon Universe Enterprise whom he had met before. More than half a year ago, Li Qing had signed an extremely high-value contract with him to recruit top talents, entrusting Solon Universe Enterprise to recruit a group of top talents for him from all over the Alliance. According to the contract will be fulfilled when his first service is completed. The contract includes 200 plus flagship chief engineers and 10 plus mobile fortress chief designers. This is the minimum number, but we will also accept more. The more the better. We will take as many as possible. Now Li Qing feels that he has enough conventional warships. The construction capacity of 1 reinforced fearless division and 4 standard conventional divisions a year, a total of 5 divisions, is actually very good and sufficient for use. He has no intention of increasing it further. The main lack is flagship engineers and fortress designers. He now has 155 flagship engineers and 2 fortress chief designers in his territory, and can only build 2 fortresses and 155 flagships of various sizes at a time, according to the speed of construction. It is barely enough for the 5 divisions to build the normal construction. But it was barely enough. The problem was that he already had a large number of flagship blueprints, and would purchase more in the future. So it was not enough. The more of this kind of thing the better. Even if there are not enough blueprints at the moment, it's fine to just put the extra ones there. In fact, Li Qing had a very crazy idea in his mind, which required the cooperation of a large number of flagship chief engineers, not to mention the most critical mobile fortress chief designer. There are only 2 of them, which is too few. Back at the Central Command Center, I contacted Ji Lei, who quickly responded, "Come over here. I have something good to tell you. I wonder if you are interested." A coordinate was transmitted over, and Li Qing followed the coordinate to the private superstar city of Solong Universal Enterprise in the Central Command star system. When he saw Ji Lei, there was a tall and thin humanoid creature with blue skin next to him. After asking, he found out that it was the representative of another giant enterprise in the alliance called Bayer United Industrial Group, named Moros. Li Qing greeted Ji Lei and Moros skillfully, and said with a smile, "You just said there was a good thing. What was that good thing?" Ji Lei pointed at Moros and said, "The good thing is not me. It's my friend." The alien named Moros extended his hand, and shook hands with Li Qing in a very familiar manner, and introduced himself. "I am a representative of the Bay United Industrial Group in the United Fortress. I heard that Zhao said that Li Qing was a military leader from the Human United Empire. I have been to the star domain where the Human United Empire is located, which is deeply impressed with human civilization." Li Qing smiled and said back, "I have a strong strength in Bay United Industrial Group. I have heard of it." After a round of business exaggeration, they started to talk business. Moros said, "I know that you have an extremely powerful relic, which is as powerful as the Star Blaster on the mobile battle star. I would like to invite you to fight for a super relic on my behalf. After the success, I only need one thing in the relic, and everything else will be yours." Li Qing was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Super relic?" Moros nodded. "Yes, a super relic that left 10,000 years ago. But the test inside was too difficult. No one can pass so far. There is a super powerful arrangement in the hands of Li Qing, and it has a high probability that it can pass." "Well?" Li Qing was silent. Moros saw this and said, "There were a few people who were lucky enough to complete the stage levels. They got the mobile fortress or the full set of blueprints for the war moon from it. If you can pass it completely, you will definitely get the mobile battlestar blueprint." Well, when hearing this, Li Qing instantly lost interest. It's not that the rewards of the ruins are bad. The fact that they can reward mobile battlestar blueprints is indeed worthy of being a super relic, and is very attractive to anyone, even a Star Lord. But this had no appeal to Li Qing because he had a complete set of blueprints for 12 mobile battlestars, but had no place to build them. Even at his current shipbuilding speed, it would take 80 years to build a mobile battlestar at full speed, if there were no multiple superstructure assembly modules being built at the same time. These 12 mobile battlestars would take him nearly 1,000 years to build. This is only his 1,000 years. It would take others tens of thousands of years to complete it. Even if they only build one ship, it would take 800 years. The dozens of mobile war stars like the Human United Empire are inherited from the hands of the people by digging the grave, digging and digging. And only 2 or 3 ships were really made by themselves. In addition to the super dock that cannot build a mobile war star, there are too few mobile blueprints. This is a super rare drawing, even rare in Shanghai. There are a lot of battlestar blueprints on hand, but no place to build them. So the mobile battlestar blueprint that can attract the Star Sea Lord has no appeal to Li Qing. He refused directly. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in that." Both Gray and Moros were stunned. He opened his mouth and had no sound. Li Qing's answer made him not know what to say. "I have never seen someone who cannot be interested in mobile war stars." Moros thought that he would be interested in Li Qing, but he refused directly without thinking. Li Qing waved his hand directly and said firmly, "This is too far away from me. After getting a huge danger to get the drawings, you have to prepare a super dock array that can build a mobile battle star. It also needs a large amount of resources and up to hundreds of years of construction time. The risk is too great. I am not interested." The two were speechless for a moment, and the living room fell silent for a moment. His resolute expression made them sure that Li Qing was really not interested. and there was no way to persuade him. After a round of tea, Li Qing smiled and said to Ji Lei, "Is the contract we negotiated earlier ready?" Ji Lei nodded quickly. "We are ready. There are 266 flagship chief engineers from different races in the Alliance, and 14 fortress chief designers from different races in the Alliance. I am ready. You can receive them at any time." "Then I'll go receive it now." Li Qing looked impatient. 2 minutes later, Li Qing left the reception room, leaving Ji Lei and Moros behind. After he left for a while, Moros suddenly opened a communication, revealing a humanoid creature with an extremely strong body, covered with tiny silver scales, and looking like a half-dragon with 2 horns on his head. If Li Qing saw it here, he would definitely recognize it as the Sabal civilization, one of the 3 major player civilizations in the Alliance. When Moros saw the figure in the projection, he spread his hands and said, "Failed." "Huh? Why did it fail? Was he found out?" The voice is deep and powerful, just like his race. Moros shook his head. "No. He's simply not interested." The half-dragon was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean by not interested?" Moros was speechless. "How do I know he's not interested?" All 3 were speechless. There's no reason. No one can refuse a complete set of blueprints for a mobile battlestar. When he came out of Star City, the more than 200 flagship chief engineers and 14 fortress chief designers had already come out with him. Just as they said, they came from different races of the Alliance. Only a large alliance consisting of more than 20 level 5 civilizations and hundreds of lower level civilizations can easily gather so many flagship chief engineers and fortress chief designers. At this time he was just hiring these talents. But when they entered the universe in his palm, they would have no choice. Li Qing generously used the quota for enlightenment of servants of light, transformed them all into servants of light, and then assigned work for them on the spot. Most of the Titan super flags and flagships were arranged, and then the 2 advanced mobile fortresses and 7 conventional mobile fortresses on hand were also arranged. The construction time of normal and conventional mobile fortresses is 50 years, and it can be completed in 5 years in his hands. It takes 100 years for a high-level mobile fortress, and he only takes 10 years in his hand. It is estimated that these 2 advanced mobile fortresses cannot be relied upon for the time being, but the 7 conventional mobile fortresses are expected to be completed and put into service before taking action against the Bruven Alliance. This only occupied a total of 9 places for fortress designers. In addition to the 2 negative star people, Long Yun and Jinshan, there were 5 additional places. Li Qing directly boarded 5 war moons. The normal construction time of this thing is 300 years, but it takes 30 years in his hands. There is no hope at this stage. But we can't just not build it because it will take a long time. There has to be a start. If the mobile battle star did not take up all the construction capacity and take a long time, he would have to start building one first. After coming out of the Palm universe, Li Qing began to frantically sweep the various chambers of commerce in the United Fortress for the blueprints of dreadnoughts and titans. He didn't want an aircraft carrier, but this one was enough. It is worth mentioning that he had previously ordered a level 5 standard division level fleet from Solon Universe Enterprise every quarter. At the end of the year, all 4 divisions were in a certain galaxy, and he had already found time to receive them. In addition, 2 level 6 divisions equipped with spoils of war and 2 level 5 standard divisions have been built within this year. But they all exist in the Palm universe and do not serve in the 5th Legion. At this time, Galen's 5th Legion stationed in the United Fortress already had 12 divisions and a conventional mobile fortress, and its combat power was already quite good. Under the command of the Cybertron God General, it could easily fight against the 6th level fleet of the Sarna Hive of the same specifications. When everything was almost ready, Li Qing prepared to leave the United Fortress and visit other places in the Alliance during the annual off-season. However, dear Commander Li Qing, after discussion with the Joint Fortress Command, we are about to launch a general attack on the Sarno outpost. We are now calling on all fleets on rest to go to the frontline galaxy assembly point within 1 month. What the HL? I'm going to fight right after my turn off? Li Qing was simply speechless. Some regret not running away sooner. If he had gone to the conscription office earlier, he would not have been able to get it. So he naturally would not have to accept the conscription. Now he is a step too slow. The call-up has already been issued to him. There is no way to escape at this point. He can only go ahead with it. My head hurts. Chapter 274, The Powerful Mobile Battlestar Ultimate Weapon Star Blaster. I'm not afraid. But there will be some losses. The battle would not be able to fight soy sauce like the previous year. His fleet would be in the large fleet to fight against the enemy. At that time, some could not help himself. But with the characteristics of the gods general, the loss will not be too great. I can still play soy sauce. But it's not that easy. He had already expected the loss of several divisions of the fleet. But then again, battles are also a good opportunity to gain merit. If you perform well in battles, you can pass the test early and become a formal member of the Alliance in advance. In addition, during general battles, the United Fortress Command will open the Alliance Merit Treasury for exchange, and the merits gained in the battle can be exchanged for various goodies. This treasure house is provided by dozens of level 5 civilizations and hundreds of large and small civilizations in the Alliance. There are indeed many good things in it, including a few top treasures. For example, the blueprint of the mobile battle star that Moros had tempted him with before. He would have to risk his life to enter the ruins. And there was great uncertainty. And he didn't even know whether it was true or not. However, as long as you can perform key Super 5-star merits on the battlefield, you will have the authority to redeem it directly. Although it is equally difficult. The conditions and rules are clearly written on paper, and are very clear. When fate cannot be resisted, one can only take the initiative to enjoy it. Li Qing accepted the call, and began to remobilize the fleet. According to the assembly location given in the conscription order, the fleet jumped again to the galaxy where it had fought for a year. This galaxy was where the combined fleet command was about to prepare for a battle. Li Qing also felt a little regretful at this time. He now knew that it was most likely because of his brilliant performance in the previous year that the Galaxy Alliance had gained a huge advantage, which led to the command center feeling that there was an opportunity and launching a battle to defeat the Sarnu fleet of this galaxy. Although the Alliance does not seem to have any intention of launching an all-out attack now. That is just because the Alliance's overall strategy is somewhat conservative, and it still has to take advantage of what it should take. Jumping to the target location again, the fortress's sensors scanned and found that a large fleet had gathered at the assembly point, all of which were surplus personnel drawn from all over the galaxy. There have been no major changes in the entire galaxy battlefield, but Li Qing destroyed 50 or 60 Sarnu divisions last year. According to the Sarnu division's usual ratio of 1 to 3, they can free up nearly 200 level 5 standard divisions, in addition to the military leaders of various civilizations, who were temporarily recruited and rotated, as well as a group of fleets drawn out from the fortress's general reserve. The United Fortress was able to free up nearly 500 level 5 divisions. 500 divisions. This is just one of the many battlefields on the United Fortress side, not the main battlefield, and only a temporary deployment. It is not as good as the fleets currently fighting in this galaxy. As time went by, more and more fleets gathered, and huge mobile fortresses appeared on the battlefield, including regular, advanced, and several huge war moons as big as the moon. There is no mobile battle star, but there is a mobile battle star in the main battlefield of the battle, which is currently in a stalemate with Sarnu's mobile battle star. Fortunately, it was only a branch battlefield, and not the main battlefield of the entire United Fortress war zone. In the previous year, he had a good relationship with the ruler of Ecos, and got a lot of inside information from him. It is said that in the core battlefield of the war zone, there are more than 10 mobile war stars between the Sarno Devourer and the Alliance that are in a stalemate, all of which are mobile war stars equipped with the ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster. The living environment there is extremely harsh. Someone like Li Qing, who could rely on his advanced mobile fortress to sweep across the Shada United Empire, cannot survive there, and can only survive cautiously. A Star Blaster can destroy a regular mobile fortress with one shot, and an advanced mobile fortress can be destroyed with 2 shots. Both sides have several mobile war stars, and any concentrated firepower can easily destroy an advanced mobile fortress. Even the Moon of War cannot withstand multiple rounds of concentrated firepower. There are 500 divisions, most of which are standard divisions. Each division has nearly 300,000 large and small warships, which adds up to a total of 150 million large and small warships. Horrible! Whether it was a fleet of 12 divisions or a mobile fortress, they were only considered medium-sized here, and were inconspicuous among the assembly points. Li Qing was very low-key here. After the fleet stopped at the assembly point, he went to contact the senior sub-body of the Ecos Collective. He had no name, only the code name of Ecos 216, which was the 216th senior sub-body within the Ecos Collective. Although he was a sub-body of the Ecos ruler, The senior sub-bodies all had their own independent will. As long as the ruler does not will anything upon him, he can live like a normal individual, and will also experience birth, aging, sickness and death. Li Qing had communicated with him many times before, and fought side by side with him, and they had already formed a good friendship. In a swarm civilization like this, the forms of higher-level sub-bodies, complex sub-bodies, and lower-level sub-bodies are different. Low-level sub-bodies are mostly non-humanoid. The forms of these workers, and cannon fodder, without independent consciousness, are generally determined according to their work. Combat types are mostly beast-shaped, and workers generally have forms suitable for the work they are responsible for. Composite sub-bodies are generally high-level professional talents, and their forms are usually the result of the ruler observing other civilized species, and selecting some morphological changes that the ruler considers to be excellent. The form of advanced sub-bodies is uncertain. Generally speaking, they are molded according to the image of the advanced civilization that the ruler has seen. After all, it has evolved to a high-level civilization stage. In the eyes of the ruler, it must be an extremely excellent species form. In addition, the advanced sub-body's form can be adjusted at will. Generally, when diplomacy is needed, it will change according to the diplomatic partner's favorite form. So when Li Qing first met EP241, he was an alien form that he had never seen before. But after communicating with him for a period of time, his appearance slowly changed to a human form. And now he is a humanoid male that is extremely similar to humans. This means that EP241 has regarded Li Qing as a very important friend, which is why this change has occurred. After the call was connected, Li Qing asked, "My friend, you must have experienced this kind of battle more than once. What should I do in a battle with a mobile battle star?" EP241 replied, "In fact, unless you are the commander-in-chief, your personal ability will have little impact on the battle, and you won't be able to do much. My advice is not to perform too well in the battle, and not to attract the attention of the mobile battle star. The rest is up to fate." What a way of leaving everything to fate. This advice from experience made Li Qing speechless. But when he thought about it carefully, he was right. It is indeed necessary to keep a low profile in a battle. After that, Li Qing stopped asking questions about this, and started chatting instead. He asked Icos about his experiences in the Galactic Center region, and Icos216 asked him about his experiences in the Persis Arm. Later, they agreed to go to the Icos complex to play after the battle, and take a long break. Time passed slowly and unknowingly, and at a certain moment, the two people who were chatting received a communication from the headquarters, asking them to prepare to break camp. Li Qing's expression became serious. He disconnected the communication without any prior arrangement, and began to order the fleet to prepare for launch. Then, orders kept coming from the headquarters, ordering his fleet to move to different locations. 3 instructions were sent in succession, and Li Qing frowned. After thinking for a while, he asked the headquarters directly, "Is there something wrong? Why is my fleet split up? Or is it split into 3? The headquarters responded quickly with just 2 words. "Yes, please follow the instructions." He had no idea how this operation worked, but he had no choice but to follow the instructions from the command center. According to the order, his fleet of 12 divisions was divided into 3 groups, each with 4 divisions, and they were incorporated into different army groups. He pondered for a moment, and temporarily promoted the servant commanders of light of the other 2 divisions to commanders of the other 2 fleets in the fleet command channel, asking them to act on expediency and focus on ensuring their survival. As time passed, the huge fleet slowly awakened like a sleeping beast, and hundreds of millions of warships danced as the beast awoke. Fleets were dispatched to different locations according to the command of the headquarters. And then tens of millions of warships formed a huge fleet and united around the war moons, with the moon of war as the core. Mobile fortresses scattered in the starry sky hundreds of thousands of kilometers away as fulcrums. The central moon of war began to activate the jump engine, which spread through the jump halo of the moon of war, and then attracted the mobile fortresses that also turned on the jump engine. The jump halo resonated with each other, thus forming an extremely large jump halo, covering tens of millions of large and small warships within the range of tens of millions of kilometers, forming a whole buzz. Unimaginable energy fluctuations exploded, and a dazzling silver light flashed into the eyes. The huge fleet of ships gathered in the starry sky with a radius of tens of millions of kilometers suddenly disappeared. Li Qing's mobile fortress was located in the central fleet, and was the last to depart. He watched helplessly as the other two fleets under his command set off one by one, until only the central fleet he was in was left. Not long after, he received a coordination order from the headquarters, adjusting the jump frequency of his mobile fortress to be consistent with the jump frequency of the entire fleet. With a dazzling light exploding, the fleet had already jumped. The speed of the jump within the galaxy was very fast. In less than 20 minutes, Li Qing felt the fortress shake violently, and the jump was over. The fortress's sensors quickly turned on to scan the battlefield. But before he could do anything, Li Qing felt a terror that made his soul tremble. Then the sensor that had just turned on projected a blinding white light, and he could not see anything. Li Qing only had time to open a black hole door in front of the fortress. And then the fortress sensors were forcibly shielded by unknown electronic shocks. The fortress then shook violently, and goosebumps appeared all over his body involuntarily. But the fear that made his soul tremble quickly subsided. 10 or so seconds later, the sensor recovered, and Li Qing saw a terrifying beam of light that made his scalp tingle just by looking at it with the naked eye, penetrating the void less than 500 kilometers to the left of his fortress. The terrifying light column with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers connected to a planetary fortress suspended in the dark void on the opposite side of the battlefield tens of millions of kilometers away, and the other end passed through the entire battlefield, 10,000 kilometers behind the left side of Li Qing's fortress. A conventional mobile fortress with a size of about 600 kilometers was hit head-on by the destructive light column blasted out by the Star Blaster, and was blown to pieces on the spot. The horrific destructive light collapsed and exploded, forming a destructive tide that swept all around, forming a destructive light ball with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. Li Qing only saw the tide of flame sweeping across at an extremely fast speed, instantly submerging his mobile fortress and surrounding warships. Then, the fortress shook violently like a balloon in a strong wind, and Li Qing's face instantly became extremely ugly, and he punched the armrest hard. Grass. The fortress command system showed that many warships that had just jumped over and had not yet dispersed around the fortress were affected. In an instant, more than 140,000 small and medium-sized warships melted on the spot, leaving no residue. Just after the jump, 140,000 warships were missing without even seeing the side. And these were only his damaged warships. The surrounding fleets were so densely packed that at least hundreds of thousands of large and small warships were lost in this wave. Even the battleships close to the explosion were not spared. This does not include a conventional mobile fortress. And this was just the beginning. Behind the Star Blaster were the main guns of the fortresses, and the planetary main guns of the mobile battle stars. Thick beams of light pierced through the starry sky and shot into the fleet. The flames produced by the explosions rose one after another, and the cruelty of the battle instantly jumped into the eyes. The command center quickly issued a combat order. Li Qing ordered the fleet to separate, with the Dreadnought flagship and the Titan lined up on the left and right of the fortress, and the main guns began to charge. Boom, boom, boom. Although no sound can be heard in the universe because there is no air, huge explosions of warships being destroyed can be heard from time to time in the command channel, and all kinds of desperate screams are endless. Li Qing had never experienced such a large-scale and fierce battle. The huge fleet that he was proud of was now inconspicuous among the even larger fleet. Sitting in the fortress command chair, holding a gorgeous scepter tightly in both hands, he stared closely at the battlefield, especially the enemy's main gun in the distance. This thing is a trophy from some unknown battle in the past. It looks very cool, so I collected it. There is no need to worry too much about the Star Blaster. It has a cooling time of 1 hour. There is usually only one on a mobile battle star. The opposite side only has one battle star, and they also only have one battle star, so there is no need to worry for the time being. Moreover, the threat posed by that thing when it is turned on is too terrifying. Anyone with a slightly higher perception can feel it. It is impossible to be locked on and not know it. What he was worried about were the enemy's numerous fortress orbital main guns and battlestar main guns, which were far less threatening than Star Blasters. The key was that in a super chaotic battlefield, a normal person's perception would become confused, and it would be difficult to accurately sense whether they were being targeted, or whether they were constantly under attack, and could not accurately sense whether they were being concentrated fire. If a mobile battlestar plus a large number of fortress orbital main guns are aimed and fired at the same time, a mobile fortress can be killed in one shot. Therefore, his black hole door is always ready, and once facing concentrated fire, It can be opened immediately to absorb the firepower. Fortunately, his position was not the frontmost one. The initial shot was fired by the enemy at the jump position, not targeting any fortress, as long as he did not recklessly. Especially if he did not use the light of divine judgment, he would generally not be paid special attention by the war star. Chapter 275, Frame Up, Falling Out, and Revenge. Hide well, and keep a low profile until the later stages of the battle. By that time, both sides will have suffered heavy losses. The fortresses, the war moon, and even the mobile war planet will definitely have suffered great damage. If there is a chance, perhaps a big wave can be launched. Just as he was thinking this, Li Qing received information from the other two fleets. After reading it, his face immediately darkened. Someone is messing with me. The two fleets received orders from the headquarters to adjust their positions, moving directly from the original middle position to the front row. In such a large-scale battle, the front row has always been occupied by cannon fodder troops, such as frigates. Both sides are in such a state of attrition with each other that they don't feel bad if a ship sinks. Unless there is a special purpose, it is impossible to send a complete fleet to the front row. At this moment, thinking back to this sudden battle, Li Qing instantly felt a strong atmosphere of conspiracy. Which player civilization is messing with me? Isable or the Zinmar cluster? The Alliance has 3 player civilizations, but the main activity area of one of them is in other core fortresses of the Alliance. Not here, so it can be ruled out. Then, there are only 2 player civilizations, the Sabal civilization and the Chinar star cluster. Only the player civilization would target him and exclude him. It was very simple. He could think of driving a nail into the Alliance. The other 2 player civilizations had joined the Alliance for so long. They must have ulterior motives. In other words, even if they have no other purpose, they will instinctively exclude other player civilizations from joining the Alliance. Everyone is a competitor. If Li Qing can successfully join the Alliance, it will be difficult for him to use the power of the Alliance to deal with human civilization in the future. Just when Li Qing was wondering who the hidden enemy was, one of his subordinates suddenly reported that there was an order from the headquarters. Li Qing suddenly felt something was wrong. After receiving the order from the command center, he sat there motionless. Really? As he expected, the command ordered him to adjust his position and lead the fleet to the front. You really don't hide your intention to kill me at all? He questioned the headquarters directly. But he was quite tactful at first, just asking whether the headquarters had made a mistake in the transfer order. Then, the transfer order is correct. Your Excellency Li Qing, please follow the instructions and lead the fleet to the designated location. Li Qing was silent for a while, then sent messages to some military leaders he knew, telling them about his situation and asking if this was normal. Soon, people began to answer, but the result made him silent again. Many people responded that this was normal. Some people were ambiguous. Some said they were not very clear. And some said that this was an order from the headquarters, and that there must be a reason for such distribution. But some people told him that this was not normal after a little silence. Ecos 216, who had the best relationship with him, was silent for a moment before telling him, if the headquarters doesn't have important tactical arrangements, then someone is trying to deal with you. But I was not told of any special tactical arrangements before. Icos 216 was silent for a while, then said, it can only mean that someone wants to deal with you. Think about whether you have offended the command. Li Qing's eyes turned cold, and he asked again, is there any way to avoid this? Unless command changes orders? There is no other way. Li Qing fell silent again, sitting quietly in front of the command chair, his eyes flickering constantly, showing that his inner thoughts were also extremely intense. At this point, he seemed to have no other choice. Either to obey orders and be slowly tortured to death, or to run away. If you obey the order and go to the front line, you will surely die. This cruel scene is seen before the forwards of both sides have even come into contact. Once a full-scale battle begins, basically all the cannon fodder in the front will die. Not to mention his mobile fortress. When the front row is full of cannon fodder fleets, with a mobile fortress standing in the front, who will the mobile battle star blaster attack if not you? His mobile fortress had a 200% bonus from Dragonfall, so it wouldn't be destroyed by one shot. But being located in the front row, in addition to having to withstand the star blaster, it also had to face the concentrated fire of countless enemy main guns. It would probably not last an hour before it was forcibly knocked down. He could use the universe in his palm to absorb all the damage. But he is unwilling to accept this. I was forced by them to be cannon fodder and fight for them. After they demonstrated that the black hole gate can absorb all the main gun firepower, and even the terrifying attack of the Star Blaster, I will definitely be dragged away by them to take the blame. Isn't this a complete injustice? We can't let them get away with it. Li Qing sat in the command seat expressionlessly, pondered for a long time, and made a decision. Open the command channel and send a message directly to command that everyone can see. I do not agree with the headquarters' current erroneous instructions. I reject this tactical arrangement. In addition, I will withdraw from this battle. As soon as the message was sent, the representatives of the two-player civilizations that had set Li Qing as a special focus saw it. The representative of the Kinal star cluster, the golden-winged eagle named Kaluka, was delighted when he saw this. But his face was full of anger, and he shouted loudly, "You are so bold! You disobeyed the orders of your superiors during the battle. According to the laws of the Alliance, you will be confined and tried by the Alliance military court after the war." Odo, another representative from the Sabal civilization, was also delighted when he saw this and immediately echoed, "According to wartime laws, the Alliance will temporarily seize your fleet and deal with it after the war." At the same time, many representatives of civilizations that were on good terms with them echoed the accusations against Li Qing. The representative from the Kelzaka Star Empire was the first to jump out, saying that his behavior of disobeying the command of the headquarters during the battle violated the laws of the Alliance, and he should be brought to a war military court. Among the many accusations, many unrelated Alliance representatives also saw the targeting, but remained silent because it had nothing to do with them. Only the representative of the Ecos Collective euphemistically expressed that the order was indeed unreasonable. But it was so pale and silent amid the numerous accusations that it was simply ignored. Li Qing looked expressionlessly at the accusations made by the representatives of various civilizations in the command channel and sneered in his heart. At this time, the representative of the Ecos Collective sent him a private message. "Sir Li Qing, I'm sorry I can't help you." The coldness on Li Qing's face eased a little, and he shook his head and said, "It's okay. I can handle it. It doesn't matter whether he can help or not. What matters is that he is the only one who speaks for me. It is good enough that he can say a word for me in this situation. This civilization can be cultivated." Icos 211 said in a depressed tone, "I don't know what their real purpose is, but I can foresee that it will be difficult for you to continue staying in the Alliance. Given your identity, the military court after the war will not do anything to you, but it is likely that you will be expelled from the Alliance." "I know. That's exactly what they're here for." "Then I'll be just as they expected. I respect your choice. Even if you are not in the Alliance, you are still my friend." Li Qing responded with a smile. "I'll come find you when I have time." Icos 211 nodded and sighed. "It's better for you to leave. The current Alliance is no longer the same as it was before. As the Alliance becomes stronger, the threat of Sarnor destroying the Overlord is no longer imminent. In addition, many ambitious people occupy high positions in the Alliance. Their goals are no longer pure. Instead, they want to use the power of the Alliance to realize their own selfish desires. This is normal." Li Qing let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Goodbye, my friend. Bon voyage." After hanging up the communication, Li Qing gave instructions to the leaders of the other two fleets, asking them to get ready. Then he looked at the Cybertron general and nodded. "I'm available anytime." "Then let's get started." The Cybertron general nodded in response. And then a circle of halo waves invisible to the naked eye exploded with him as the center, sweeping across a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant. Then, a halo invisible to the naked eye appeared around all the fleets belonging to Li Qing. After a flash of clear light, it disappeared without any warning. "I won't play with you guys anymore." It was not until seeing the last communication said by Li Qing that anyone realized that Li Qing's fleet had suddenly disappeared from the fleet. Good. He ran away. The representative of the Kinal constellation, Kaluka, was not surprised but delighted when he saw this. He sternly rebuked in the command channel, "The human military leader Li Qing has fled for fear of crime. I propose that the Alliance issue a warrant for his arrest and confiscate all of his assets in the Alliance." Then Odo, the representative of the Sabal civilization, immediately said, "I agree with Mr. Zaluka's suggestion, and propose that the human United Empire be prohibited from applying to join the Alliance in the future." Shi Luka responded immediately, Mr. Odo's proposal is very good. I agree with it. Although they are also competitors. They reached a rare consensus at this time to drive human civilization out of the Alliance first. Li Qing didn't know all this. He used the unique ability of Cybertron's gods to ignore the combat status, and forcibly jumped to the edge of the other side of the galaxy. He immediately ordered the fleet to enter the palm-sized universe, and then left the team alone to go to the Alliance's central galaxy. He had to take away all the men who had been arranged in the Alliance before the Alliance's order reached the United Fortress headquarters in the central galaxy. In the previous year, he had established an office in the Alliance's central galaxy, and left a group of subordinates there. In addition to this, he established a personal base in a nearby galaxy, and left behind a large number of subordinates and industries. All of these must be taken away, and they cannot get any advantage at all. Besides, he had to find a way to vent his anger. After being treated so badly, how could I just leave in disgrace? I must take revenge. But he cannot target the United Fortress. Although he has no good feelings towards this so-called alliance now, he still has to rely on the alliance to resist the Sarnu devouring swarm. His overall strength is still not enough. Once the Sarno devouring swarm defeats the United Fortress, the troops will head straight for Kelzaka and the Holy Granite Besat monarchy. Without the support of the alliance joint fleet, he can only rely on these two countries to resist for a long time. If they could resist it, they would not join the alliance. And the probability is that they cannot resist it. Once the Sarnu devouring swarm destroys any of these two civilizations, the situation will collapse as one civilization gains while the other loses. At that time, humans will have to face the Sarnu devouring swarm directly. The key is that Li Qing's territory is just south of humans, and the first ones he will face are him and the G-Menu family. Now he can't stop the Sarnu swarm. The alliance cannot be moved, but it is okay to retaliate against one or two people. As for the representatives of the two-player civilizations, Li Qing knew that they both had bases near the United Fortress, and they had been operating for hundreds of years, and were very large in scale. The location is not a secret. I collected information about it when I joined the alliance, so I knew it a long time ago. Jump directly to the rear galaxy and immediately contact your subordinates to assemble. He moved too quickly, and the information from the front war zone had not been transmitted at this time. In a war like this involving mobile war stars, communications would be greatly disturbed, and people had to be sent away from the main battlefield to contact the rear. By the time Li Qing gathered his men in the office and left, and directly jumped to a galaxy hundreds of jumps away from the central galaxy, the news had not yet spread. He then spent another half a day moving supplies to the base. Only when the base was almost completely moved did he receive a notification that he had been expelled from the alliance. Li Qing just smiled slightly and closed the communication without any reluctance. After moving the base, he left the galaxy alone and headed for another galaxy 30 jumps away, which was the base galaxy of Zaruka, the representative of the Zener star cluster. As soon as I entered, I received a warning prompt. He simply ignored the warnings and headed straight for Zaruka's base in the center of the galaxy. The opponent also reacted quickly, and was ready for battle when he came over. There were 5-star cities standing side by side, and 4 divisions surrounding a conventional mobile fortress stationed in the center of the star city. In a combat posture, Li Qing was not polite either. He opened the door of the black hole about 1,000,000 kilometers away, and the fleet that had been prepared long ago rushed out. A total of 11 divisions of fleets were scattered across an area of more than 1,000,000 kilometers. A mobile fortress was stationed in the center, pushing forward head-on. At the same time, the light of divine judgment that had been prepared for charging long ago inside the palm-held universe was almost fully charged. When the fleet vanguard was about to engage in battle, 100 lights of divine judgment in one combat area had already been fully charged. A full 100 beams of divine light penetrated the void one after another, and exploded in the middle of the enemy fleet, creating light balls with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, melting everything in them, from battleships to frigates. 100 light balls covered the entire battlefield, instantly destroying the conventional fleet, leaving only the flagship and a small number of warships that had luckily escaped. Then, the second battle area has been charged. This time it was in the form of a light spear, and its target was precisely the mini flagships. There were about 120 to 130 flagships of all sizes in the 4 divisions, and after one wave was wiped out, there were basically only a few left. In fact, when the first wave of divine judgment light arrived to clear the field, the enemy had already been stunned. After 2 waves, only a few flagships were left, and they were still struggling over whether to hold on or escape. The 3rd wave directly bombarded the Star City, and 1 wave shattered the Star City on the far right on the spot. The 4th wave that followed had only 46 gates of Divine Judgment Light, which attacked in pairs and destroyed the remaining flagships. At the end of 1 round, 4 standard level 5 divisions were completely wiped out, and a Star City was built. In an instant, the huge garrison fleet was reduced to only a single mobile fortress floating in front of the Star City. Looking somewhat at a loss, Li Qin didn't wait for the enemy to react. As soon as he thought about it, Cybertron, who knew his intention through the mind matrix, immediately used the unique ability of the God General, the Infinite Freedom Aura, to jump the huge fleet directly to the face of the fortress. The huge fleet surrounded the remaining 4 star cities tightly and launched a crazy siege. Chapter 276, Continued Wandering and the Relics of Ancient Advanced Civilization. Then the black hole door was opened again, and a huge black hole opened under the enemy fortress. A powerful attraction came, causing the fortress to shake slightly. Then, Cybertron took action, and the powerful psychic energy of over 60 million in strength mixed with the terrifying energy controlled by the negative star transformed into a huge energy hand larger than the fortress and pressed heavily on the fortress. Then the black hole bulged, and 4 giant psychic hands stretched out from it, grabbed the fortress on all sides, and pulled it down with force. The powerful gravitational force of the black hole gate, the psychic pressure of more than 60 million, and the pull of 4 super psychics forcibly pulled the mobile fortress down into the black hole. The mobile fortress was caught off guard and could not withstand the 4 super psychics and the suction of the universe in their palms at this moment. It sank violently almost at the moment of the attack, and nearly 1/3 of its volume sank into the black hole gate. Having lost the initiative, it was too late to react, and he was grabbed by more psychic tentacles extending from the black hole gate and pulled into it. The 4 surrounding star cities were now surrounded by 11 division-level fleets and were unable to provide support at all. When the black hole gate was closed, only 4 besieged star cities remained in the huge base. Then, Li Qin gave an order and the fleet separated. A black hole gate reappeared under one of the star cities. The Cybertron god flew over and pressed down with another palm, pressing the star city into the black hole. This star city has no mobility, and its size is not as big as the mobile fortress. Its resistance ability is far lower than that of the mobile fortress. With a wave of operations, it was quickly forced into the Palm universe. The fleet then dispersed and began to bombard residential areas within the galaxy and a base built on a desolate planet. Without plunder, there is only destruction. Apart from the slow plundering speed, the main thing is that Li Qin has no shortage of money. Destruction is always easier than construction. It took Kaluka less than 4 hours to completely destroy the base that he had spent hundreds of years to build. By the time he finished his work and left, Kaluka probably didn't even know that his old nest was gone. The fleet then jumped again, heading for the base of another military lord from the Xenar star cluster in the neighboring galaxy. This army leader was far less powerful than Kaluka. He had only 1.5 divisions stationed there, no mobile fortresses, and only 2 star cities. The same treatment. The fleet was annihilated. The star city was taken. The base was destroyed, and the whole process took only more than 2 hours. Next, Li Qin spent 2 days traveling around a dozen nearby galaxies, and found 2 military bases of the Xenar star cluster civilization. He destroyed and robbed a total of 5 star cities, but no fortresses. Only at this time did Li Qin feel that the last base seemed to be prepared, and estimated that the news had spread. So he did not continue and turned around to leave this star field. He only went to deal with the players from the Xenar star cluster, but he did not go to the representative of another player civilization, the Isabel civilization. The main reason is that I don't have enough time. The distance is too far, and I'm afraid of getting stuck. He was just taking revenge, not an all-out war, and I will keep this in mind. When I am ready and have enough power, I will not only go after them, but also the civilization behind them. He came alone, and when he left, he had a few more divisions and a mobile fortress, 11 star cities, some flagship fortress blueprints, hundreds of flagship engineers, and a dozen fortress chief designers. Of course, there is also a large amount of intelligence from the Silver Plate area and information about the other 2 player civilizations. This is certainly not a loss. It's just a bit annoying. Li Qin did not return to the Persis arm and would not go back for the time being. He continued with his original plan and traveled around the Milky Way disk and even the galactic center to see the outside world. After about 5 years, when a new batch of mobile fortresses are built and more than 20 new division-level fleets are put into service, they will go back and prepare to deal with the Bruvan Alliance. This time they were heading east. To the west was the territory of the Alliance and the Sarnor devouring swarm. It was too dangerous to go that way. There happened to be 2-player civilizations not far apart to the east, so they went over to do some on-site reconnaissance. A small fleet consisting of 1 dreadnought battleship, 10 battleships, 30 cruisers, 50 destroyers, and 200 frigates appeared in a galaxy more than 500 light-years away from the United Fortress. The fleet adjusted its direction and headed east. The galactic center region is not like the Perseus arm, as the central area of the galaxy. Most of the advanced civilizations that have appeared in the history of the entire galaxy are concentrated in the galactic disk. This results in wild monsters in the wild not only being refreshed more frequently, but also becoming more powerful, with remnants of level 6 civilizations, or even higher civilizations appearing from time to time. This remnant force projection from an ancient advanced civilization possesses technology, and ships that are all advanced civilization technology. And its strength is quite impressive. If it were just an ordinary frigate, it would be intercepted and surrounded in minutes. There was no feeling within a few hundred light-years around the United Fortress before. The area had been cleared back and forth by the patrol teams of the United Fortress for who knows how many years, and it would not refresh again. But it was difficult to travel in the wild starry sky after leaving the United Fortress. Li Qing's original maximum jump range was as high as 2,000 to 3,000 light-years. But here the maximum jump range was only about 500 light-years, which was not even comparable to that of the Sarnu devouring bee swarm. After the fleet jumped out of the United Fortress star field, it did not rush to continue its journey, but sailed normally, occasionally entering sublight speed to quickly pass through the galaxy. Anyway, he is not in a hurry now, and he still has a few years to relax and enjoy himself. He can take his time and not be in a hurry. Now this area is still under the rule of the Holy Basat monarchy, but it is on the border of civilization. The junction with the Kelzaka Star Empire is strictly speaking a buffer zone between the two civilizations. In the universe, there is usually an uninhabited star field as a buffer zone at the border between two powerful civilizations, and neither civilization is allowed to station troops in this area. Although the Kelzaka Star Empire and the Holy Basat monarchy belong to the same alliance, it does not mean that the relationship between them is very good. There will still be a buffer zone. Traveling the universe is also a romantic thing. At this time, Li Qing invited Cybertron and Chuyuan back to the Palm universe, and then let Qingwan and Zhaofeng take turns to accompany him. In this no man's sky, sitting on the edge platform of the hull modified from a dreadnought battleship, looking at the starry sky outside the window, accompanied by Beauty, doing some intense exercise that is beneficial to the body and mind. It is simply too wonderful. Boom! The loud explosion coming from the channel interrupted Li Qing's movements. He took a deep breath and struck hundreds of times in a second like lightning. Then both sides were shocked at the same time. He looked up to the sky without saying a word, and billions of essences were injected. He let out a long breath, hugged and kissed her for a while, then took the blanket and covered Qingwan with it. As he stood up, he suddenly had an idea and cleaned up the dirt on his body. He put on his robe and turned back to open the command channel. A servant of light sitting on the bridge reported in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the fleet was stopped by an unknown interception system. After breaking away from sublight speed, it was besieged by a fleet. Fortunately, it was far enough away from the enemy after breaking away and has now escaped. Let me take a look." Li Qing's mind moved, and he disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already in the bridge. He saw the projection coming from the battleship's sensor in front of the bridge. In the cold starry sky, they were in a frozen planet 5 million kilometers away. With the help of powerful spiritual power, he could still see the thick layer of ice on the surface of the planet with his naked eyes. A satellite above the planet has been transformed into a battle fortress, with a large number of warships of never-before-seen appearance parked around it. At this time, a fleet is rushing towards them. This is a large anomaly. The fleet that was just in sublight speed state was intercepted from the sublight speed state by the interception system in this fortress when passing by here. To be able to intercept them, this thing must have an unusually high technological level, at least level 6 advanced energy. Li Qing became interested and immediately sent out a drone to circle the base from a long distance to collect information. Fortunately, this is an anomaly, not a real advanced civilization base. Otherwise his reconnaissance behavior would be a clear provocation, and a fleet would be sent out to attack him at any moment. Okay, I've already done it. In addition to the fleet he had just dispatched, several small space fighters immediately flew out from the base after he released the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, approaching at an extremely fast speed. After all, it is an anomaly formed by the residual projection of an advanced civilization. The technological level is much higher than that of humans. There is no reason why his little movements cannot be discovered. The technological gap between the two sides is too great, and he cannot get through without being able to do so by any means he uses now. Of course, he didn't need to resort to any tricks. The technological level of the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft could not match that of the fighter jets. But as long as the speed could match, it would be fine. With the bonus of his talent, the speed of the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was much faster than that of the fighter jets in the anomaly. It quickly circled the base and collected a lot of information for him. Then, he opened the black hole door, and a huge mobile fortress flew out and rushed towards the abnormal base. He didn't need to command the battle. At this moment, he was looking at the collected information. Anomalies like this, formed by the projection of the residual power of an ancient destroyed civilization, are no different from those destroyed civilizations in ancient times, except that one is a civilization and the other is an anomaly. These abnormal manifestations can be used to infer some information and specific strengths of these ancient advanced civilizations. The most crucial thing is that if there are still residual forces projected in the star field to form anomalies, it means that there are still some relics of ancient civilizations remaining in this star field. There is a very small probability that the signal coordinates will be exploded when these anomalies are destroyed, thereby revealing the tombs left by the ancient advanced civilization. By digging graves, there is a chance to obtain the technology of ancient advanced civilizations. Digging graves like this is most likely to reveal some resources or ships left over from ancient times. The probability of uncovering technology is not high, but it is possible after all. Li Qing thought that since he had nothing to do now, he could give it a try to see if it was possible to dig up ancient technology. After all, mastering dark matter is also a kind of technology. Theoretically, advanced energy technology can be obtained by digging graves, but the possibility is so low that it is almost impossible. Li Qing didn't expect to get dark matter technology by digging graves, but it would be great if he could dig out some weapon mother chips from ancient advanced civilizations from certain ruins. He now only has the mother chips for level 7 escort ships and dreadnought battleships, but no corresponding mother chips for weapon accessories. He is still using level 5 technological weapons, so the ships and weapons are not equal at all. It is too difficult to master higher energy by yourself. Researching dark matter is one way, and digging for relics of ancient advanced civilizations is another method. Li Qing did not wait too long. A mobile fortress could easily crush an anomaly, even if it was an anomaly left behind by an advanced civilization. In less than an hour, the anomaly base was destroyed, and even the satellite on which the base existed was shattered. Then he collected the spoils and obtained several hundred weapons or accessories of dark matter technology, as well as the 2 signal chips he needed. It took almost a day to decode the chip using a decoder, and we obtained a white coordinate chip and a blue coordinate chip. Judging from the chip, it is highly unlikely that there will be anything good in it, but he still started to jump according to the coordinates. As I said, it doesn't matter. Just take a look. Of course, forget about the whiteboard coordinate chip. It definitely couldn't be anything good, so he just threw it away. My main expectation is still this blue chip. It won't produce very good things, but it won't be too bad either. If you are lucky, it may produce good things. The coordinates were located in the next galaxy. After the fleet determined the coordinates, it jumped over directly and appeared in the starry sky less than 1,000,000 miles away from the coordinates. Then the specific location was determined, and it was discovered that the coordinates were located on a planet. When the fleet arrived above the planet, they found that it was a desolate planet. There was no atmosphere, and no other material on the surface except rocks. It was just an empty planet. Li Qing checked the coordinates and ordered the fleet to stop above the planet's orbit. He himself landed on the surface of the planet on an escort ship, above a stretch of mountains and valleys. Looking from the air, the terrain is very interesting. The mountains are as angular as knife blades, and the edges of the valleys are extremely flat, as if they were man-made. However, there are many craters and gaps in between, which were caused by a large number of meteorites due to the lack of protection from the atmosphere. The escort ship came to an inconspicuous canyon and sank straight to the bottom of the valley, arriving at the place where the signal chip reacted most intensely. At first glance, there was nothing, but after the battleship's sensors scanned the area where the signal reaction was most intense, they found a trace of signal reaction under the thick dust. Then, he opened the palm-sized universe and connected to a construction site in the superhabitable area that was undergoing large-scale transformation, and pulled out a robot engineering team to start digging. It took half an hour to dig away a lot of dust and rubble, revealing a blocked and broken alloy hole. The diameter is about 50 meters. After extracting the residual elements around it, it was found that the entrance of the cave was not damaged by an attack, but was destroyed by a meteorite impact. The remains are still there, and have not been dug out. The rubble and broken alloy gate blocking the entrance of the cave were dug out using machinery, revealing a passage. Li Qing directly sent a squadron of drone sentinels into the passage. Soon, news of encountering the enemy came from inside, and then various combat feedback came. In less than 5 minutes, the 200 sentinel drones sent out lost contact. Chapter 277 Ether Dragon Hatching. Yo-ho! Li Qing was not surprised but happy. The stronger the defense in a grave-digging ruin like this, the higher the probability of finding good things. He was not afraid of how strong the resistance was, but he was afraid that he would be allowed in without any resistance. And then, there would be no hope of getting anything good. Soon the second batch of ground troops were prepared. A large number of 2-star army alien monsters, with a total number of about 2,000. Generally speaking, monsters like this are more adaptable to the narrow terrain underground than modern troops. An alien monster with thick skin, flesh and strong recovery ability rushed into the passage. A small team of sentinel drones followed in. The electronic equipment on the drones took pictures of the situation inside. It can be seen that the opponent of the alien monster is another kind of alien monster. They are not much different in size, but their combat power is much worse. They cannot defeat them in a head-on fight, but their numbers are sufficient, so they can defeat them with a 2-on-1 fight. They rush forward rapidly and soon reach the end of the passage, arriving in front of a big door deep underground. It is obvious that this is an underground base. They use a welding torch to cut the door open, and all kinds of alien monsters with never-before-seen shapes rushed out from inside. The two sides fought each other, and the underground was filled with the terrible roars of monsters. The battle lasted for almost half a day, and they rushed into the 3-story base in one breath. The battle ended only after they killed a large alien monster lying in a huge culture tank at the bottom. Then, 2 Servant of Light army generals went out with a large number of clone soldiers and emptied the entire underground base. By the time the information in the underground base was collected and handed over to Li Qing, 2 days had passed. It's great to have capable subordinates. Just open your mouth and give an order, and they will help you arrange everything. According to the information, this is a biological experimental base of an ancient advanced civilization, which mainly studies and improves the original ground forces such as alien monsters. Nothing unexpected happened to the experimental base later. Instead, after the civilization was defeated in a war with another advanced civilization, this star field was occupied and the underground experimental base was closed. It never saw the light of day again until it was open now. In addition to a large amount of biological gene-related technology stored in the base, the complete benefit is a set of improved alien monster technology, which can further strengthen the original alien monster. But its strength is limited, and a normal 2-star alien monster can be defeated by 2 against 1. This can only be said to be of little use to Li Qing, but for ordinary players this gain is very good. In addition, several different coordinates were found from the abandoned central optical computer of this underground base. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be other experimental sites of the ancient destroyed civilization. Li Qing did not go there himself, but asked a few of his men to take a coordinate and go over to take a look. After so many years, it is very likely that other experimental bases no longer exist. Staying where he was and waiting, Li Qing stood in the center of the bridge, looking at the huge projection of the star map in front of him. He tapped somewhere on it with his finger, as if thinking about something. That location is the territory of the Zener star cluster player civilization, which is tens of thousands of light years away from here, judging from the latest updated star map. The Zener Star Cluster Player Civilization and the Isabel Player Civilization are actually in the same area. Among them, the Zener Star Cluster does extend from the shield arm on the other side, and it is not known how large a star field they occupy in the shield arm. But since he has the time to explore the galactic center region, the territory of his own star field is probably not too small. And if nothing unexpected happens, his strength will definitely be stronger than that of humans. The Isabel Player Civilization is in the Silver Disk area. Directly opposite the shield arm coming out of the shield arm is the Isabel star field. What surprised Li Qing was that the two civilizations were not very far apart. The closest point between them was only a buffer star field with a width of less than 200 light-years, which was equivalent to directly bordering each other on the galactic map. Li Qing was surprised that the two-player civilizations did not engage in a full-scale war when their territories met. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One possibility is that the strength of the two sides is not much different, and they have tried to test each other early on, but neither can do anything to the other. Another scenario is that there are special circumstances that prevent them from engaging in full-scale combat, such as another powerful player civilization nearby, or a threat like the Sarnoer devouring swarm. It is unlikely that Sarnu devoured the swarm. The two are separated by more than 2 trillion light-years, with two civilizations in between. It is impossible for it to affect the war between them. Li Qing guessed that the probability was that the strength of both sides was not much different. In addition, both civilizations are located in the Silver Plate area, which is surrounded by powerful civilizations. Even the non-player civilizations are not vegetarians. If they want an all-out war, there will definitely be someone who takes the opportunity to gain an advantage. After waiting for 5 days, the warships that were sent out returned one after another, and those coordinates were now empty. The fleet continued to move forward, clearing out wild monsters encountered along the way. Occasionally, any abnormalities would be destroyed with great fanfare, and large and small coordinate ships would be collected. Forget about the white and green ones. It's a waste of time to dig them up, and there won't be anything good. He only digs for blue quality and above. Blue quality and above are usually only available when anomalies are destroyed. It is very rare to see this kind of high-level coordinate chip from normal wild monsters. Then he wandered around, digging graves, and wandered in this star field where he had no place to belong. Time passed. The sun and the moon flew by, and 4 months had passed unknowingly. He had also unknowingly crossed a distance of 4 or 5,000 light-years, and came to the easternmost part of the Kelzaka star empire. According to the star map, he had arrived at a narrow-edged star field between the Perseus arm and the shield arm of the galactic disk. This star field is close to the edge of the Milky Way disk. It is a long strip of star field that is nearly 10,000 light-years long and only more than 1,000 light-years wide. Marked on the star map is a chaotic star field with no owner. 5 civilizations in it have been fighting for years, with the support of different powerful civilizations nearby, hoping to compete for the final winner and become the master of this star field. One day 4 months later, Li Qing's fleet plunged into this star field. He had previously destroyed a large anomaly and obtained a purple signal chip, and then he led his fleet here in this chaotic star field. At the beginning, it was no different from the star field he had wandered in before. But when he entered a galaxy in the chaotic star field, he received a public communication automatically sent from the central outpost of the galaxy, indicating that he had arrived in the territory of a certain civilization. A small fleet like his can report or not, and a small fleet of this size cannot do anything big. However, if you do not report it, you may be accidentally injured, and some important galaxies will be inaccessible, such as the capital galaxy of the local civilization. Li Qing thought about it, and decided that his target was not these small civilizations. So he decided to report them to facilitate his activities. Just as he was about to contact the outpost, Li Qing suddenly paused, and then a surprised expression appeared on his face. Muttering to himself, "No way," stopping the fleet in place, he turned and entered the universe in his palm. As soon as he entered, he felt that a life form with super vitality had appeared in the universe in his palm at some point, and a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. With a thought, the person disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already in the void somewhere on the edge of the high-dimensional fortress. At a glance, he saw an extremely huge figure swimming flexibly in the blazing flames on the edge of the high-dimensional fortress. It was an extremely huge creature, thousands of kilometers long, and looked like a golden dragon fish. It had a huge mouth that could swallow stars. Through the armored mouth, A red light could be faintly seen shining through it. There is an extremely thick crystalline cuticle on the surface of its body. Red light shines through the huge crystalline scales with a diameter of tens of kilometers. And it seems that lava is flowing inside. There are a lot of huge pupils above the big mouth on the head. And hot flames flow and overflow between the pupils. There are long and thick tentacles growing on its back, extending all the way to the tail, which is spread out like a goldfish-like caudal fin. There is a thick layer of flame film covering between the caudal fins, forming a huge wing. As it swims, the light feathers flutter, and the light is overflowing. What is this stuff? Li Qing looked at some remaining eggs, ls not far away with a look of surprise. And after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized. That thing was a huge sphere made of star diamonds that was snatched from the Baji Financial Group in the Zuter Star region a long time ago. It was a Leviathan egg that had been placed in the Palm universe for a long time. After absorbing an unknown amount of energy, it finally hatched at this moment. At this moment, the giant beast discovered Li Qing and quickly ran towards him. It looked like a pet running towards its owner. Except that the pet was a little bigger. Li Qingjing stood still, waiting for the giant star beast to fly quickly in front of him. Then it slowed down and slid to stop in front of him. Hundreds of huge eyes with flames were looking at him. Through the flames, one could see the clear crystalline eyes underneath, as well as a hint of cautiousness, closeness, and attachment inside. What a pet! Li Qing stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the crystalline scales on the head of the giant creature right in front of him. And a piece of information instantly appeared out of thin air. An ether dragon? The information is the identity data of this behemoth, which comes from the records of the palm-sized universe. It is unlocked the moment it is touched. In addition to the information, several related technologies are also unlocked. The ancient negative star civilization recorded a large amount of Leviathan information, and they divided Leviathan into several levels according to their strength. The first category is conventional Leviathan. Generally speaking, it refers to Leviathan monsters whose strength is within the scope of understanding. The strength span is a bit large. Some can be dealt with by ordinary level 5 civilizations, while some cannot be dealt with even by higher level civilizations. Among the Leviathans recorded by humans, the Star Devourer and the World Devourer are both regular Leviathans. The second category, Super Leviathan, generally speaking, it refers to the collective name of Leviathan monsters, whose strength is beyond the scope of understanding. The strength span is also very large. Anyway, it is incomprehensible, and being stronger or stronger does not make much sense. For example, in a black hole galaxy located in the northern border of the Empire, at the junction of the Human United Empire and the Bruvan United Civilization, the super worm-shaped Leviathan, half of whose body is coiled inside the black hole and the other half outside the black hole, belongs to this level. The third category is racial Leviathan. The strength of this type of Leviathan varies. Some are only between regular Leviathans, and some are equivalent to super Leviathans. The special thing about it is that this Leviathan is not like other Leviathans, which are basically unique in the entire universe, but a group. Most Leviathans are unique individuals. Even the Leviathans that evolved later in life are unique. It is impossible for their original species to copy the evolutionary model of their predecessors and evolve into a second Leviathan. The race Leviathan refers to a species in which all individuals in the entire population are superstar beasts at the level of Leviathan. For example, the ether dragon is a Leviathan of this species. The little ether dragon in front of us has just hatched. That is, it has eggs. There must be a mother ether dragon that laid the eggs and hid them on a planet. What surprised Li Qing even more was that the Leviathan called the ether dragon actually existed in the records of the negative stars. This is really scary. You should know that the negative star civilization is the product of another cosmic era. Generally speaking, with the extinction of the universe, everything in the entire universe will infinitely shrink into a singularity and then explode to form a new universe. No existence can survive this wave of explosion and continue to the next cosmic era. Even the original negative star civilization was so powerful. All the immortal spiritual capabilities created the artifact that crossed the era of the universe in the palm of the palm, but eventually failed. No, it can't be said that it has failed completely. At least they passed down the universe and their own technology, and the seeds of civilization were also passed down. Now Li Qing has inherited the universe in his palm and enlightened new star negatives, which means that the civilization fire of the star negatives has been reignited and passed on again. Having said that, as the successor of the negative star civilization, Li Qing can determine that the record of the negative star is indeed the trace of a tone in the universe of a universe. And the Talong in the record is exactly the same as the small etomblin in front of him. This is interesting. Li Qing looked at the little ether dragon in front of him in amazement. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't imagine that this little guy's race could be so powerful that it could actually cross the cosmic era. He really wanted to know how the people of the ether dragon managed to survive the process of the universe shrinking infinitely into a singularity and the terrifying power of the Big Bang. Since it can cross the cosmic era, the strength of the ether dragon needs no description. It is definitely very powerful. But that refers to the adult Atong. And now this is just a young Atong. So there is no need to expect how strong the combat effectiveness is. At this stage, it can only be raised in the palm of the universe as a pet mascot. Normally, it takes tens of millions of years for an ether dragon to grow from birth to full adulthood, which is an unimaginably long time. However, by staying in the palm-sized universe and receiving the infusion of energy from the palm-sized universe, it can grow at an extremely fast speed. As for how fast it will be, it depends on how well the palm universe is repaired. But no matter how fast it is, we cannot rely on it for the time being at this stage. Li Qing happily flew to the top of the ether dragon's head, reached out, and touched the crystalline dragon scales on her head. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand to grab the sky. The light in the sky gathered in his palm, and as he pressed his palm in the air, it sank into the body of the ether dragon. Chapter 278 Newly Unlocked Powerful Technology and Super Mega Structures. Wardefa? Li Qing looked at the ether dragon in front of him in disbelief, who could never get enough to eat, and was speechless. He originally wanted to use his authority to add a negative star trait to the ether dragon, in addition to making it more closely connected with the universe in his palm. It would also increase its potential and strength. If possible, he also wanted to train this ether dragon into a super leviathan that could cross the cosmic era. However, the result surprised him greatly. Although the conversion was effective, the permissions required were much higher than he imagined. Simply put, a normal negative star person only needs one static stream of light to be transformed. But this ether dragon needs a full 100 static streams of light to be transformed. It's crazy. What made Li Qing speechless was that because it was not using static light, but the transformation of the universe in the palm of his hand. This thing had no turning back from the beginning and could not be stopped now. In other words, the ether dragon is now in the semi-transformation stage, and it will take another 99 years to continue the transformation. It can only stop when the transformation is completely completed. During this period, other negative star beings cannot be transformed. What the hell is this? Li Qing suddenly felt a slight pain in his testicles. Moreover, because the ether dragon is in a state of transformation, it cannot leave the palm universe. It can only stay in the palm universe and cannot leave within the next 100 years. Once it leaves, it will be interrupted, resulting in all previous investments being wasted. The only consolation is that the ether dragon in this state will grow very fast. Although they will not reach adulthood within 100 years, they can enter the teenage stage. As one of the super leviathans, the ether dragon's strength will be absolutely terrifying after entering the teenage stage, and it will be a big trump card in his hand at that time. Okay. Thinking of this, Li Qing's depressed mood felt a little better. At least there was something to look forward to. Moreover, although the ether dragon cannot be relied upon for the time being, several technologies unlocked when it was hatched can be used now. There are 3 technologies in total, namely, Dragon Scale Alloy, analysis of the Leviathan ether dragon scale structure, and artificially synthesized alloy with super strength and durability, which can greatly increase the structural strength of the battleship. Effect, hull and armor strength plus 100%. Damage reduction 30%. This thing increases the hull and armor at the same time, and has its own damage reduction. It is worth mentioning that this damage reduction occurs after the damage reduction of various flagship auras and other accessories, and does not overlap with the damage reduction aura. There is another problem that is not a problem. That is, the production of this Dragon Scale alloy requires star diamond as raw material. Dragon Scale alloy does not necessarily have to be made of real ether dragon scales, but it does require extremely rare materials. For example, the layer of star diamonds on the surface of ether dragon eggs has extremely strong energy gathering ability and strength, and is the best material for making Dragon Scale alloy. Of course, This problem is not too big. Li Qing now has unlimited minerals. So if it really doesn't work, he can extract a large amount of energy for conversion. Although the conversion rate is extremely low, it can always be obtained. It can only be said that it cannot be made as casually as ordinary alloys. The current output is estimated to be limited, and it can only be equipped on escort ships and dreadnought battleships. With this, the battleship's damage-bearing capacity will be further enhanced, and its overall combat effectiveness will naturally be stronger. In addition, the second unlocked technology is called Artificial Leviathan Project. The Artificial Leviathan Project uses powerful genetic technology to extract billions of life genes and artificially create Leviathan creatures. This plant is a bit useless. We have the technology but not the ability at this stage. And we cannot use it even if we have the technology and ability in the future. Generally speaking, Leviathans are no match for the negative star civilization, and they have little use other than as pet mascots. On the contrary, there is an army technology called Leviathan in this set of technologies that is more valuable. This biogenetic technology will use powerful genetic technology to extract powerful genes from Leviathan, and combine them with some powerful genetic warriors to create a super soldier with a small amount of Leviathan's power. Or combine the Leviathan gene with genetic organisms to create a super monster with terrifying combat power. The third unlocked technology, Megastructure Super Cabin. This technology is complementary to the previous Artificial Leviathan plan. The previous one is technology, and this one is to unlock a giant building called the Super Giant Cabin, which is a super biological cabin that can artificially manufacture Leviathan, Artificial Leviathan, or super soldiers, or army Leviathan monsters, etc. are all built from it. But Li Qing did not pay attention to this. His focus was on another function of this super cabin. If this thing can accommodate a Leviathan, then its specifications must be extremely large. After all, the smallest Leviathan is tens of thousands of kilometers in size, and the slightly larger ones are tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size. As a negative star civilization needs to artificially manufacture the Leviathan, it must not be the smallest. This means that this super cabin must be a superstructure with a diameter of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Now here comes the point. If such a large biological genetic megastructure can even build Leviathan, can it be used to transform it into a super genetic hospital? Such a large super gene hospital can fully meet the needs of genetic modulation of thousands, or even trillions of people at one time. And naturally it can also meet the needs of gene lock auxiliary adjustment projects for thousands, or even trillions of people in the territory. The biggest problem with universal genetic ascension is that most civilians do not have the ability to complete the control of the genetic locks on their own, without sufficient auxiliary means. At least 99 out of 100 civilians who unlock their genetic locks will not be able to control their own genes and will explode and die. But with the assistance of high-tech medical methods, the success rate will be greatly improved. The higher the medical means, the higher the success rate, which can eventually reach over 95% or even higher. By that time, with proper preparation, we will be able to achieve genetic ascension for all the people in one wave, thereby realizing a leap in the life level of the entire race. After the genetic ascension, the psychic ascension of the entire population will occur. The two will be combined, and then through the national policy chosen by him when he is promoted to the military lord, his people will be promoted to descendants of light. What is the concept of descendants of light? The initial lowest is the purple name template. The lowest is the 1% orange name template. And the lowest is the 1% gold name template. If there are 1 trillion descendants of light, that means there are more than 10 billion orange names and more than 100 million gold names. This means unparalleled strength and potential for a race. Therefore, he must build this super cabin, and build it immediately. There is no need to go back to the territory. Just build it inside the palm-sized universe. Li Qing thought for a moment, and turned his gaze to the many affiliated galaxies. There are 6 star cities in the number 1 subsidiary galaxy, one of which was built by itself, and the other 5 were previously acquired. The mobile fortress is also placed in this galaxy, and its internal structure is being adjusted for ease of use. In addition, there are a large number of residential stations, which contain a complete set of heavy industrial factories for producing various machines. Subsidiary galaxy number 2 is a mining galaxy, where a large number of refined steel balls are stored. In addition, the other 6 affiliated galaxies each have a star city, all of which were built by themselves in the past 8 years. However, As the internal space of the palm-sized universe has been expanding rapidly in recent years, there is excess space, and the affiliated galaxies, after number 3, have not been utilized and have remained empty after more than 8 years of uninterrupted expansion, not to mention the main universe. The space of these subsidiary galaxies has expanded by who knows how many times. In any case, the distance between the edge of the galaxy and the violet star in the center is now nearly 100 million kilometers. Although it is still a long way from being a real star system and has no planets orbiting it, it has already taken shape and can barely be called a mysterious star system. The stars in the galaxy are not yet stable and are still very violent, with all kinds of terrifying particle beams ejected, making the living environment in the galaxy extremely harsh. Immigration is definitely not appropriate, but just building a giant structure is fine. This thing can even be built by Leviathan, so blocking particle rays is no big deal. The specification of the supergiant cabin chosen by Li Qing is of the 5 million kilometer level. He wants to build it to his heart's content. It would be pointless to make it smaller. Anyway, the technology is here. There is no shortage of materials. And with the super fast construction speed, it will only take a dozen years. A dozen years is just enough time for him to prepare himself and accumulate certain strength. You must know that the genetic ascension of all the people is no small event. Once he is the first to complete the genetic ascension of all the people, it means that the people in his territory will be the most promising group of handsome guys in the entire human civilization, and will definitely be favored by the will of human civilization. At the same time, after all the people ascend, the special fluctuations generated will attract the attention of all civilizations in the entire galaxy. And this cannot be hidden. Not to mention how other star lords and military lords would react. He couldn't sit still about other civilizations, especially those that had grudges against humans. You must know that once the genetic ascension of all people is completed, there will be no such thing as gray name population. The worst is green name, even if it is a transformed planetary residential station. It's just that the potential is inferior to that of a life planet. But the bottom line is here. In this case, the population can be unlimited, and with various welfare policies implemented at all costs, it is possible that the population can increase 100-fold in 100 years. What does it mean if the quality of the entire population improves more than 10-fold? There is no need for complicated calculations. As long as you know that after the genes of all human beings are ascended, they can easily crush the Broan Union and break through the 3 core fortresses of the Broan Union head-on. It is that simple. All professional templates are upgraded by 1 level, and all senior crew members or captains are changed from white names to green or blue names. And the captain of the main battleship may have a purple name. All fleet commanders are purple names at every turn, and orange named top commanders appear from time to time. In the past, most of the time, only top figures such as military leaders had golden names. Now, after the universal gene has ascended, the number of golden names has increased 10-fold. Taking all these factors into consideration, even if there is no change in the human United Empire fleet, its combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, even several times, due to the improvement of its overall quality. If one of the two evenly matched civilizations suddenly becomes several times stronger, how can the other one fight back? Li Qing planned to make full preparations first, and then complete the genetic ascension of all the people to ensure the ability to deal with crises after this major change. As for now, keep exploring. After reporting and obtaining permission to pass, the fleet will continue to move forward. Thereafter, it will not need to report again when entering other non-major galaxies of the Peikel civilization, and it will not be intercepted. This is a race whose appearance is extremely strange compared to human aesthetics. They look like they evolved from some kind of arthropod. But they are not Zerg, but an egg-laying race. Of course, in their eyes, Li Qing's appearance is also extremely strange. From time to time, we saw merchant ships of these indigenous civilizations passing by on the road, and occasionally we would see military fleets passing by. His fleet was not large and could not do anything big, but there were no problems along the way and no inspection was needed, so it sailed smoothly. The fleet stopped after crossing most of the distance of this civilization and arriving at an important galaxy where this civilization borders another civilization. It's not that there is anything surprising about this galaxy, but when he arrived here, he was told that a fight had broken out on the front line. The Peikel civilization was fighting against another unknown civilization. Both sides were fighting on the front line, and now the front line has been closed. because there are powerful weapons such as mobile fortresses on the battlefield that block the jump. If you want to get there, you either have to wait until the war is over or take a detour from a very long distance. At this time, a large number of merchant caravans and civilian ships have gathered in this galaxy, and many fleets from different races have also been intercepted here. But that is for ordinary players. Li Qing does not have such worries. Whether it is his own talent or the buff of the Void Blessing, it is enough to allow him to easily cross the front line. After staying in this galaxy for half a day, the fleet left the galaxy and directly jumped across 500 light years, appearing in the territory of another civilization. Still reporting as before, the fleet continued to move forward. Neutral civilizations like us can travel freely as long as they do not explicitly join any civilization. But only in non-wartime. Time passed slowly again. Li Qing was traveling around different civilizations. From time to time, he would enter the Palm universe to cultivate feelings with the young ether dragon, or cultivate feelings with Qingwan and Xiaofeng, and work hard. Things are different now. In the past, the conditions were not ripe, and we could not have offspring. Now the conditions are ripe, and we can have offspring. Whether it is them or their wives like UUFA, they are all trying their best to conceive. If all the babies are negative stars, once they get pregnant, their offspring will be born with negative stars. But precisely because they are all negative stars, their life essence is very powerful, comparable to that of an ordinary Leviathan. And the chances of pregnancy are worrying. This can only improve the frequency and quality, and increase the probability of pregnancy with high-quality life essence and quantity. The reason why I want them all is because the probability is too low, and having more can increase the possibility. Dear Commander, we have the latest information. As soon as Li Qing came out of the Palm universe, he received a reminder message from the temporary deputy commander of the fleet. He sat down in front of his throne, opened it, and then a hint of surprise and interest appeared on his face. Interesting. Intelligence shows that the fleet reconnaissance vessels have found a huge fleet in the next door of the galaxy that is besieging a super abnormal. And the fleet is not indigenous, but belongs to the civilization of Xinal Star Group. Chapter 279. The Star Sea Lord appears. The reconnaissance ship continues its reconnaissance. Don't get discovered. After Li Qing gave the order, he turned around and pulled Cybertron and Origin out of the universe in his palm. Look, let's make a plan and give them a surprise attack. Cybertron and Origin looked at the picture sent by the reconnaissance ship, which showed two parties fighting in the starry sky somewhere in the neighboring galaxy. One side is a super anomaly, with a fixed planetary fortress as its core, surrounded by a very large fleet, including 6 mobile fortresses. The size of the fleet is probably more than 25 divisions. On the other side was an equally large fleet from the player civilization of the Xenar Star Cluster, consisting of 4 advanced mobile fortresses and 8 conventional mobile fortresses. 4 teams in total, 1 large and 2 small, each leading a minimum of 12 or 13 divisions, and the largest with as many as 24 divisions. Altogether, it was an extremely large fleet of 64 divisions. The appearance of this anomaly is exactly the same as the anomalies and graves that Li Qing has seen along the way. It is the remnant projection of an advanced civilization that existed in the local area in ancient times. It is extremely difficult to conquer such a huge anomaly. And at this time, there were more than one military leader, and even Starsea Lord of the player civilization of the Xenar Star Cluster, who mobilized such a large fleet to encircle and suppress the enemy. This must be a problem. This kind of abnormal harvest is indeed very high. 6 fortresses can produce at least 1 fortress blueprint. For such a large fleet, the explosion rate may not be as good as that on the battlefield, but it is no problem to gather 1 or 2 divisions of advanced dark matter technology blueprint accessories. However, the loss is likely to exceed this mobile fortress blueprint. This is an anomaly of a level 6 advanced civilization. The basic attributes and power of ship weapons are 3 times that of level 6 enhanced technology and 10 times that of level 5 civilization. This gap is not easy to make up. The losses and gains from the attack are not proportional. But if you still dare to do it, it can only prove that there are additional purposes. However, this star field does not belong to the player civilization of the Xenar Star Cluster. They have come all the way here to find an anomaly. Most likely, they are not really here to find an anomaly, but to dig graves. Li Qing guessed that this was not just a super anomaly, but most likely a super tomb. This is interesting. After reading the information, Cybertron asked directly, What is your purpose? Your Majesty? Li Qing replied. Of course. We should defeat them, and then seize this super tomb. He wanted to annihilate them completely. But after thinking it over carefully, he felt that the possibility was not high. They were too large in size. And if they wanted to retreat, he would not be able to intercept them all. Cybertron paused for a moment and said, if it is just a matter of defeating them, it won't be difficult. Your Majesty can do it by himself. Li Qing laughed and said, it's easy to just defeat them. But I want to do something big. Such a huge fleet must be commanded by a Star Lord. What good would it be if we could completely kill a Star Lord of an alien race? Cybertron's eyes lit up instantly. His interest soared. And he said, Your Majesty, please do not kill him. It is better to capture him alive. Why? If you can capture a Star Navy Lord alive, and sacrifice him to the will of human civilization, you will be able to obtain all the civilization points accumulated by the sacrificed Lord, and gain another destiny point. Oh! Li Qing was surprised. Is it possible? Yes, because if a Star Navy Lord is killed by sacrificing him to the will of civilization, then the recognition of the will of the universe, and the destiny of his own civilization on that Star Navy Lord will be devoured by the will of civilization. This means that the player civilization of the Qing'er star cluster will permanently lose a military lord. His descendants cannot inherit? Can't inherit. His. How do you offer sacrifices? Capture him alive. Your Majesty, as the military leader of human civilization, is qualified to communicate with the will of civilization and choose to sacrifice. Oh! Li Qing was silent for a moment. Then asked, Are the military leaders of all civilizations the same? The Cybertronian god shook his head. Any civilization with the will to be civilized can do this. But only a player civilization like us can gain destiny points and civilization points after making a sacrifice. Alright. Li Qing immediately started to calculate. Killing one military leader would give him 1 destiny point. And killing 10 would make up a total of 10 destiny points. No wonder all these Star Lords in human civilization were the first batch. But there were no more since then. It is obvious that it was accumulated after the massacre of those player civilizations that initially competed with human civilization in the Imperial Star domain. Those player civilizations died or escaped. And there were no other player civilizations around, which resulted in no military leaders to be killed, and naturally no new Star Lords to be promoted from the few destiny points he had obtained before. It can be seen how difficult it would be to get the full destiny points without sacrificing the military lord. To be promoted to a Star Lord, one needs more than 10 destiny points, which is the minimum standard for promotion. In addition, one needs destiny points to master the 6th level enhancement technology, which requires at least 10 points. Without more than 20 destiny points, it is impossible to become a powerful Star Lord. Therefore, even if a powerful player civilization like the Qing'er star cluster is destroyed, it will not be possible to give birth to a few Star Lords. But that had nothing to do with him. Now he just wanted to catch one and get some destiny points. The fleet stayed here, waiting for news from the reconnaissance ship ahead. But after waiting for 2 hours, Li Qing felt that the action was too slow. So he simply opened the universe in his palm and collected the fleet. Then he tore through the space alone. Used Psychic Jump to jump directly to the next galaxy. Then contacted the reconnaissance ship and jumped to the battlefield again. As soon as he appeared, he saw that the huge battlefield in front of him had entered a white-hot state. For huge fleets consisting of more than a dozen divisions besieged this super anomaly from 4 directions. The battle line surrounded the entire fortress planet. Countless space fighters were fighting frantically, and the void was full of warship wreckage. It was unknown how long the battle had lasted, but one abnormal fleet was already in a state of defeat. They had retreated to the vicinity of the planetary fortress, and were relying on the powerful firepower of the planetary fortress to resist. Very strong. He was not talking about command capabilities, but the fleets of these 4-player civilizations in the Xener star cluster. Although they are all level 6 enhanced technologies, their comprehensive attributes are only 1/3 of dark matter technology. Normally this is an overwhelming gap, but with the bonus of many top commanders, the gap is not as big as imagined. With an advantage of more than twice, but less than 3 times, the fleet was able to suppress the abnormal fleet head-on. This only shows that the commander of this fleet is very cool and has strong talents and skills. But Li Qing didn't care about this. He was observing the battlefield all around, preparing to pick a suitable target to attack. In fact, There is not much room for choice. So you must choose the strongest one. He flew alone towards the battlefield. And at the same time, the area of divine light inside the palm of the universe began to charge. A tiny human figure is inconspicuous in the vast starry sky, and no one cares about it at all. In a high-level mobile fortress, in a magnificent hall, several beings emitting powerful auras are surrounding a figure shrouded in golden distortion. If Li Qing were here, he would find that this figure looks very similar to the Eagleman Kaluka he had seen before, but looks relatively older. Correspondingly, he also had a majesty that Chiluka did not have, as well as a terrifying psychic pressure that was so powerful that it was almost condensed into substance. At this moment, he was resting with his eyes closed, ignoring the fact that several equally powerful subordinates in front of the throne were discussing the current battle fiercely and issuing orders from time to time. He held a cane in one hand and gently tapped the armrest of the throne with the other hand, swaying his head slightly, and seemed to be listening to some music. Time passed, and at a certain moment, his tapping fingers suddenly paused. His eyes quickly opened, and the hall suddenly exploded as if by lightning. And the 5 men below stood up at the same time and looked towards the direction of the throne. The old man frowned and maintained the previous action for more than 10 seconds. Suddenly, he pointed the scepter in his right hand, and a clear light spread out to form a light curtain, which showed a dark starry sky. No reason. A slightly skinny golden eagle finger tapped lightly on the light curtain, and the picture changed rapidly. At a certain moment, the eagle's finger paused, then quickly pulled back and expanded. Li Qing, who was approaching the battlefield, suddenly looked up and a smile appeared on his face. The induction between powerful psychics allows him to sense his opponent when the opponent catches his figure. The old man was stunned for a moment, and spoke in human language. Human? You crossed the line. Li Qing suddenly paused after hearing the voice, and then a hint of surprise appeared on his face, followed by a look of joy. Starsea Lord? He never expected to see the real Starsea Lord of the Cheener Star Cluster player civilization here. After surprise comes ecstasy. If capturing and sacrificing a military lord can gain 1 destiny point, then what benefits would it be if one could capture and sacrifice a Starsea Lord? Have no idea. But we can catch him first. Li Qing's expression immediately became interesting, and he shouted loudly, Brothers, gather quickly. There is a big job to do. He stretched out his hands forward and opened them. The gate of the black hole opened and quickly expanded to about 1,000 kilometers. Then, a fleet of ships poured out from the sky, and a huge mobile fortress flew out from it. The other side reacted quickly, with 2 divisions approaching him immediately. At the same time, troops were being rapidly dispatched from other places, and more fleets were being drawn out. However, due to the restraint of the super abnormal fleet, their speed in mobilizing troops was very slow, far slower than the speed of troops pouring out from the palm-sized universe. In just 1 hour, a fleet of more than 8 divisions poured out, and the 3rd division on the opposite side had not yet been transferred over. Li Qing looked at Chu Yuan and said, Do your best to suppress them. Without saying too much, Chu Yuan understood what he meant. Looking at Cybertron again, the general also nodded. I will do my best. Fleet warfare is one of the battlefields, but the main battlefield is still the battle at the Psyker level. The strength of the Starsea Lord opposite is not inferior to that of Li Qing at this time. His psychic strength is more than 40 million and close to 50 million. Li Qing's strength alone cannot suppress him. He must rely on the Cybertron god, whose psychic strength has exceeded 60 million, to suppress him. In addition, he also summoned more than 30 negative star beings in the Palm universe to take action at the same time to suppress the many subordinates of the Starsea Lord of the Zener Star Cluster. After all, as a Lord of the Starsea, it is impossible for him to not have super psychics under his command. Maybe not all of them went with the army, but some are still in their hometown. But there are already 17 of them sensed at this moment, which is quite powerful. He also has the advantage in numbers because of the negative stars. If it were any other military leader, even after thousands of years of accumulation, they would probably not have so many super psychic subordinates. But no matter what the reason, an advantage is an advantage, and he can't not use it. 2 hours later, all the fleets came out in full force. 1 advanced mobile fortress and 3 conventional mobile fortresses. The one previously stolen from Kaluka has been modified and is back in service. 2 fearless divisions, 5 standard level 6 divisions, and 14 standard level 5 divisions. Under Chu Yuan's command, they were divided into two groups and headed straight for the Star Sea Lord's fleet in the Nakanor star cluster. Li Qing gave a death order that even if the losses were huge, all the fleets under his command must be held back. The fortress's rail gun opened fire first, and the 4-on-2 combined with numerous Titan light spears activated light spear mode at the same time, focusing their fire on the advanced mobile fortress that was the Star Lord's flagship. I saw the extremely thick spears of light crossing the starry sky and hitting the fortress fiercely. Circles of ripples that seemed beautiful but were actually extremely terrifying spread out on the thick shield light cover, and a wave of concentrated fire was forcibly blocked. Push! Chu Yuan issued a series of orders to each fleet with an expressionless face. The commanders of each fleet accurately passed Chu Yuan's orders to the lower-level fleets, and the huge fleet began to slowly start up like a huge machine. The fleet began to disperse, and went head-on with several fleets that were forcibly withdrawn from the opposite side despite the pressure of the abnormal fleet. More than an hour later, the two sides' aircraft groups engaged in head-on combat. In an instant, countless green symbols representing space fighters quickly turned red. Each red symbol represented a space fighter being destroyed. In an instant, it was all red, representing that at that moment, this group of space fighters had turned into cosmic dust. An hour and a half later, the frigates of both sides began to fight. Then, the battle situation quickly polarized. The enemies were all 6th-generation battleships, with level 6 enhanced technological configurations, while most of Li Qing's fleet was 5th-generation standard technological fleets. Even Chu Yuan's powerful talent plus the Void Realm buff could not make up for the gap. In addition, the enemy commander was not weak either, so the two sides were suppressed by the opponent as soon as they came into contact. The 5 divisions with standard level 6 technology did have a certain advantage, but the time was too short, and it was difficult to expand the advantage for the time being on the battlefield composed of escort ships and dreadnought battleships. It was a replica of the first battlefield, except that they were the side with the advantage, not to mention the escort ships, with their attributes and weapon slots. Attacking small boats is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, and they can easily sweep across an area. The dreadnought battleship appeared on a large-scale battlefield for the first time, and the combat effectiveness it demonstrated was extremely satisfying. It is 3,000 meters high, with a wingspan of 2,400 meters, and a thickness of 1,200 meters. Its thickness alone is comparable to that of a 5th-generation battleship. It is equipped with 9 X-slot battleship main guns, and up to 800 L large weapon slots. The main weapons of this thing, 9 battleship main guns, are all arranged in a circle around the central core, and other weapons are arranged in the core and wings, with only a small number of gun muzzles at the rear. When firing at full strength, it can ensure that more than 700 of the 800 L-slot weapons can focus fire on one target at the same time, killing the target to the greatest extent possible. Chapter 280, Battle with the Alien Star Lord. It is worth mentioning that the wings of both the dreadnought battleship and the escort ship are movable and can be folded backwards. And then the weapons on the wings can be aimed to the left and right, so that they can attack left and right without changing direction. Of course, under normal circumstances, a dreadnought battleship would not do this, but would instead readjust its direction. As the most powerful main battleship used by the 7th level peak civilization, the movement of the dreadnought battleship is not as cumbersome as that of the flagship. Although it is not as flexible as the escort ship and frigate, it is much more flexible than the conventional battleship, and can start and change direction quickly. But most of the time, there is no need to change position at all, but fire support from nearby teammates. What's more worth mentioning is that now one of the 2 fearless divisions has all its weapons equipped with level 6 enhanced technology, and the other has most of its weapons equipped with dark matter technology obtained from wild monsters collected along the way. Its firepower is extremely fierce, and combined with the talent and buff bonus of the original source, its output is very strong. A team of 5 destroyers and 22 frigates broke through the defense line of the escort ships in front and rushed over, hoping to use their speed advantage to launch a wave of attacks. However, it was unexpected that the speed of the dreadnought battleship had already exceeded that of the level 5 destroyer, and was slightly lower than that of the level 6 destroyer. However, with the bonus of a bunch of incredible buffs, it overtook its opponent. When the destroyer fleet quickly approached and prepared to go around, the dreadnought battleship actually retreated quickly. The most important thing is that this thing didn't turn around and retreat, but retreated in midair. just like a helicopter taking off and landing vertically, hovering in the air and retreating. This reaction was completely unexpected by the enemy, and it was too late to react. At this time, the weapons of the dreadnought battleship had already been aimed, and there was no need to even turn on the main gun. The 800 L-slot secondary guns had already been aimed at different targets. In an instant, countless flames lit up, and 600 or 700 enhanced neutron projection or dark matter energy cannons fired at the same time. Avoid. This was the last sound from the team. Dark matter annihilation beam projects a powerful dark energy annihilation beam, causing massive damage to enemies. There are two types of weapons in the L large slot. One is the conventional large weapon, and the other is the L slot main gun, which is twice as powerful as the conventional model. The difference between the two is that the conventional model is generally equipped on slightly smaller ships, such as destroyers and cruisers with main heavy gun modules, while the L-slot main guns are generally equipped on main large ships, such as battleships and dreadnoughts. Among them, the L-slot conventional model weapons generally contain two guns in one slot, one on the left and right of the battleship. The L-slot main gun usually has only one gun in one slot. Such a powerful dark matter L-slot main gun can basically kill a low-level civilization's frigate with one shot. And even with level 6 enhanced technology, it can only take 2 or 3 shots. If it is a frigate of an advanced civilization with advanced energy universal accessories, it can withstand several shots. After all, even a small dark matter shield can increase the shield value by 10,000 points. The 6th generation frigate has many slots, including 6 M slots and 12 S slots. The total shield value of fully equipped dark matter shields can be increased to more than 200,000. Coupled with the flagship damage reduction aura, it is still quite capable of withstanding attacks. After all, not everyone is gifted with such a high damage bonus like Li Qingchuiyuan. In a normal war, such a frigate is already very capable. In just one round of joint attack, the 5 destroyers and 22 frigates turn into 27 fireballs. The combat power is not on the same level. It's a complete crush. Although most of the level 5 technologies were at a disadvantage when facing the level 6 enhanced technologies, these two reinforced fearless divisions were too powerful, and they swept through the opponent's 2 level 6 enhanced divisions head-on like a devastating force. It is called a division, but it is a strengthened division with 180,000 escort ships and 18,250 dreadnought battleships, not to mention the nearly twice number of main battleships. The number of weapon slots on a dreadnought battleship alone is equivalent to that of 6 or 7 battleships. Taking all these factors into consideration, the gap is so huge that it is completely overwhelming. The 2 reinforced fearless divisions directly blocked the enemy's main force head-on, and brought along many fleets along the way. The other side responded quickly, fighting and retreating towards the mobile fortress, preparing to rely on the fortress's high firepower and defense to resist. In addition, the reconnaissance fleet outside the battlefield also discovered that the enemy had transferred several divisions from the other 3 squadrons, especially one of the divisions that had already gained an absolute advantage and defeated the abnormality, and directly transferred the mobile fortress over. The command room was very quiet. Several main commanders and a few staff members were all servants of light and had been on the battlefield for a long time. Such things were child's play for them. They were not panicked at all and continued to analyze the situation on the battlefield. Unlike other staff groups, Li Qing's command channel and the flagship bridge command center have always been very quiet. The reason is simple. Whether they are arguing or simulating battles, they are not doing it in reality, but in the mental matrix. In the battlefield where Li Qing and any negative stars are present, he and the negative stars can temporarily open a secondary mind matrix and pull the minds of all the servants of light into it, allowing everyone to communicate within the secondary mind matrix. In the mind matrix, everyone's thoughts are very active, and their brainstorming sessions can be instantly known to the commanders, allowing them to make decisions immediately. At this moment, many staff members have already made several response plans based on the current war situation. Li Qing instantly understood that he just needed to implement them. The battle situation changed rapidly. The 2 reinforced fearless divisions pushed forward with absolute force, breaking through the front line of the Xener Star cluster on the spot, and then split into 2, dividing the Xener Star cluster fleet into 2 battlefields, and began to besiege. The fleet transferred from other places could not arrive in time, and the front battlefield was on the verge of collapse. The Star Lord from the player civilization of the Xener Star cluster pondered for a moment. and quickly issued a series of orders. Then the 4 fleets that were fighting against the super abnormal fleet began to shrink. At the same time, the fleet that was fighting with Li Qing was divided into 2. The fleet in the vanguard with more than 10 divisions did not move, and the main fleet in the middle and rear retreated directly. It seemed that regardless of the fleet that was currently engaged, the main force was decisively withdrawn, and then gathered with the other 3 fleets to fight again. Li Qing saw through his opponent's plan at a glance. He immediately chose a strategy that suited his plan from the several strategies that the staff had considered, and gave the order. The first fleet continues to entangle the enemy. The reserve fleet can be activated and work together with the second fleet to wipe out all enemy ships. There is no need for interception. Let's first swallow up the fleet of nearly 10 divisions in front of us. From beginning to end, he did not use the light of divine judgment. You can't reveal your thoughts now. Without the light of divine judgment, the opponent would only think that he was overestimating his own capabilities and would not leave after retreating. Instead, he would want to take the initiative to confront him again. If the light of divine judgment is used, the Star Sea Lord of the opposite Qing'er star cluster will become alert and may guess Li Qing's ambition to hunt him down, and may just withdraw and leave. Wait until the fleet in front of you is destroyed, and then wait for all the enemy fleets to gather. Then when the 2 sides are facing each other, you can use the light of divine judgment. The first step in hunting down the Star Lord is to destroy the fleet at an extremely fast speed before the opponent notices or realizes it, leaving the opponent isolated and alone. Otherwise, the enemy has a huge fleet under its command, and once they become alert, it will be basically impossible to surround and kill them. The enemy fleet did not join us just now. If we use the light of divine judgment, we will not be able to destroy the fleet quickly. Once they are alerted, we will basically have no chance. Li Qing was somewhat glad that he had 2 fearless divisions with extremely fierce combat effectiveness, which could withstand any spearhead troops. Otherwise, without sufficient powerful force to quickly break the situation and wait for the opponent to slowly transfer troops, it would be difficult to complete the plan. Without follow-up support, the abandoned fleet's resistance was just resistance. It didn't last long before the 2 fearless divisions tore it to pieces and killed it one by one. But the speed was not fast. After all, he had nearly 10 standard divisions with level 6 enhanced technological configuration. He did not have an absolutely dominant fleet, and it took him a full 6 hours to slowly devour them all. And he paid a considerable price. More than a dozen standard level 5 divisions suffered heavy losses in the enemy's dying struggle, and post-war statistics showed that more than 2 divisions had suffered casualties. In addition, he also needed to temporarily resist this part of the super abnormal attack, which resulted in the loss of nearly a division. In the end, the total loss was about 3 standard level 5 divisions. 6 hours later, when he wiped out all his opponents and got rid of the super anomaly, and the fleet withdrew to the starry sky more than 20 million kilometers away from the super anomaly. The fleet of the Xener star cluster had also been reorganized. There were 4 advanced mobile fortresses, 8 conventional mobile fortresses, and after losing several fleets after getting rid of the super fortress, there were still a huge fleet of about 51 divisions left. The fleets of both sides were facing each other in the void tens of millions of kilometers apart. Camro, the Star Sea Lord of the Qing'er star cluster, looked at Li Qing's fleet with a little doubt, pondered for a while, and sent a communication. Young human military leader, I don't know what gave you the confidence to intercept a Star Sea Lord. I just want to tell you that you are still too young. If you retreat now, I can pretend that what happened just now never happened. Otherwise, you will know the terrible consequences of angering a Star Sea Lord. Li Qing smiled slightly when he saw the message and replied, because I'm young and have not seen much. I want to see how powerful the powerful Star Sea Lord is. Young man, you are courting death. Who is seeking his own death? You won't know until you fight him. Then I will do as you wish. The communication was disconnected, and Camro snorted coldly. Young man, you don't know your place. You dare to offend your superiors. Today, I will let you know what happens when you offend your superiors. He lowered his eyes and ordered in a deep voice. Contact He Shou and transfer the 2nd United Army Corps over. One of the men responded in a deep voice. Another subordinate asked, what about the 4th United Army? Camro did not answer, but reminded, tell him to arrive within 6 hours. Yes. Calm soon returned to the command hall. Camro stretched out his hand again, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. A circle of faint crystal light spread out. You A mere military commander. Dare to challenge me. You really don't know how to live or die. The skinny golden eagle pointed at the crystal ball. A long, low moan sounded, and the command hall suddenly lit up. Countless starlight flew out of the crystal ball and quickly condensed into a huge phantom with a strange face. Looking down at the eagleman below, a deep voice sounded. It's Camro. What do you want to ask? I don't want to ask anything. I just want you to tell my fortune. As you wish. As soon as the voice fell, countless dark golden lights in front of the phantom gathered and condensed into a strange thing like a magic circle. As the phantom pressed his hands and rotated for a while, a strange wave suddenly spread out. Buzz! Along with a strange sound, the void suddenly sank, and the magic circle and the phantom shook together, shaking violently and almost collapsing. A few shadows solidified again, and the figure looked up at Camro and said, According to divination, you will encounter a very powerful opponent and face a huge crisis. Camro's eyes narrowed. You sure? Are you questioning me? The shadow roared in extreme displeasure, and its body shook violently, and it collapsed into a sky full of dark golden starlight, looking like it had left. Kamuro didn't care about this. He just rubbed the crystal ball with his dry eagle claws, pondered for a while, and spoke again. Order. Immediately dispatched the 4th United Army to provide support. The subordinates immediately responded. After doing all this, Kamuro looked up again at the fleet on the opposite side, which was much smaller than his own. He didn't know if it was an illusion. After listening to the divination results of the mysterious fortune teller, he looked at the opposite fleet again. The opponent who had originally felt nothing seemed to feel something at this time. As if there was an illusion that there was a hidden behemoth at the bottom of the calm lake under the fleet. Reason told him that he could leave now, but his pride would not allow him to flee without a fight from a small military leader. And I want to see what means a small military leader has to threaten me. Is he trying to hunt me down? Both sides were preparing. One side was calling in more support, while the other side was officially starting to charge the Divine Judgment Light battle zone in the high-dimensional fortress of the palm-sized universe. Li Qing did not order the fleet to advance. With the Cybertron God General there was no need to do so. But Camro on the opposite side did not have the ability of a God General. After seeing that Li Qing did not move for a long time, he ordered the fleet to take the initiative to attack after some consideration. More than 50 divisions were divided into 3 routes, with the vanguard, center army and reserve troops. A very standard battle formation. As the distance between the two sides gradually closes, time gradually passes. Unconsciously half an hour later, Li Qing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The bright room suddenly lit up. He stretched out his hand and pressed it. A black hole in front of the fleet was opening rapidly, which immediately attracted Kamuro's attention. Before the powerful psychic power projected his will into the black hole, an expression of doubt and surprise appeared on his face.